Yeah, but it's not. It's all it's showing is the fact that when you eject a mass, you get that recall. There is no air.
Police are after you.
Yeah. Anyway, I actually gotta go because I've got a meeting. Catch you later.
As a result, of
Popo
course.
coming. Ooh, ooh. Sound of the police.
Hello, Bacon. How are you?
Hey, pretty well. What's up?
Remember me from yesterday? I think it was yesterday.
Sure. I think it was the day before yesterday. But yeah, of course.
Really? Well, I never see the sun, so I don't know.
I'm still I still want a calculation for the force of gravity in null blade spheroid. That would be pretty useful.
Did you email the professor about that?
That's a good idea. Haven't done that yet. No.
I think physics stack exchange might be quicker though.
Oh yeah, you mentioned it.
Yeah, I did.
What are you talking about? The measure of gravity on a G.
Sorry?
What did you talk about?
For example, having null blade spheroid. That
Blade spheroid, yeah.
Yeah, and I have a point on the surface, and I want to get the gravitational acceleration at that point. I first tried to use just the distance to the center, but that's not good enough. That works.
But you need to just do the distance to the axis of rotation.
Why?
Because that is what determines your angular velocity.
Well, I didn't say the spheroid is spinning, did I? I just want the gravitational acceleration.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said rotational.
No.
Well, it's because it's oblate. I mean, the main thing would be that like you'd have to essentially integrate over the entire or for every volume.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, all symmetric pieces would be summated in the point, but then the asymmetric ones would be the ones that add up to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm on in the pole or in the equator, that's pretty easy. But if I'm not, then it gets tricky, and that's what I'm trying to solve.
Is this oblate spheroid determined by a function, or do you just have the measurements?
No, it's supposed to be analogous to Earth.
Because what I mean is, if you have the function that determines the shape, then you can integrate over that function. If you just have measurements, then you need to do a numerical integration.
Oh, I do have a function. I have a function. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you just have to sum over the shape. Essentially, integrate over the shape of that function.
Can you help me doing that? I'm not very good at calculus.
Yeah, I can help you with that if you just give me the function and what you were thinking. Of course, the other thing that you have to think about would be the density, or like the
Well, I think I'm just gonna use the mass in a homogeneous way.
Yeah.
Just to make it easier. See if that's good enough.
Well, the thing is, when it's a symmetrical sphere, then all you need is the total mass. If you when it's asymmetric, you need to have some sort of like volume, like density. Like we can just assume like equal density all over. Because if we don't have a density, then we don't know what the contribution actually is from those asymmetric parts.
But I mean, if you assume it's homogeneous, it's going to be less precise, but it's still going to be better than using just a sphere, right? Like the acceleration you're going to get by assuming it's a spheroid with homogeneous mass is better than assuming sphere with homogeneous mass, right? It will be closer to real value.
I think so, but it does depend on the total like difference in what's actually real. Like if, of course, this isn't true, for example, but if say the center, like the first half of the center, is like 100 times heavier than the outer part, well, then no, it wouldn't be true. Thinking of it as a symmetrical sphere would give the best answer. If it's more akin to like 50% difference, maybe, then probably it would be better. You know what I'm saying? Like if the
I think
difference
so.
in density, if the difference in density between the center and outside is very big, well, then treating it as just a point mass or a symmetrical sphere, which are both equivalent to gravity, is probably better. But if they have relatively similar densities, or at least known density, then that is a better.
Right, but I mean, if the eccentricity of the ellipsoid comes from the rotation, then the inner layers would also be ellipsoid, right? Ellipsoid.
Yeah, they would. Yeah.
So maybe wouldn't that make it more precise?
Probably, actually.
Oh, it's quite tricky.
You can if you can easily. So if you just define a density function essentially, and you can define that as distance from the center of Earth, and just make that say either linear or we can even make it non-linear if you wanted to, but say it starts at whatever the density of iron is, an iron and nickel mix, and then we move it to what the density of like a ground sample is on the surface, and then we just have that shift linearly from the center to the outside. Like I feel like that would also be a quite accurate approximation. Get what I mean? Like the more things that we can model by a function, the more accurate we can put it into the calculation. If we model the density, if we model the density center, and there we go, it's more accurate, even more accurate.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's also harder.
Yeah. Well, it is relatively easy to just introduce a density function on top of that. If it's a simple, of course, if it's like a freaking I don't know, like a really annoying exponential function, then maybe it's annoying, it'd be hard. But if it's just a simple polynomial or a linear thing, then it's very simple to add in.
Right.
I don't know what the actual like assured reality is, what we believe that the density is on Earth, or like the changes in density from center to the surface is probably something to look up. But yeah, intuitively, I feel like it would be almost layered. Like the first layer is like iron nickel-ish, and then the next is just a little bit less. Next layer is just a little bit less, and so on average of.
When you said integrate over a function, if you have a function, but if you don't have, I don't say it's actually very simple to use method to linearize, and then to you don't have to linearize. You can also just simulate.
You just do a numerical integration. You don't even just using the numbers. Yeah.
There are like I don't know if you have any. I love the MATLAB.
Yeah.
You have a free. You have a free version of that, which is called I can't remember, something at O.
No, I know which one you mean. Yeah, but I use MATLAB because I get it through my university. So I
had it for free before, same thing at True University, but it's very expensive to have it first privately, and I don't use it at my job. So
it's Octave.
Octave, yes. I tried the Octave. It's very similar. I don't notice any big difference.
I've tried both. Yeah, it's very similar.
Notice that a lot of the times it's basically an error in what I would call it an error in inference. How we can infer things. For example, what we said with the whole when you're doing experiment, and we can infer that from this test that these laws seem to be universal because we don't notice any deviation when we do this. When we do, like, for example, we build a rocket based on Newtonian mechanics and we add on a bit of aerodynamics and it works. And we have also done this simple test as throwing a bowling ball, and that test also worked. But somehow you can't infer that we are basically inferring that the laws are universal, that we are not appealing to a special law which applies for somewhere else, that somewhere else is acting differently. And
Newton's laws weren't. Oh.
What? Sorry, it wasn't. I was just saying that's what's going on earlier, and that's why I'm saying you are saying that these laws are not universal. You are saying, I said over and over again, you are saying that the conservation of momentum doesn't work. But they're saying no, we believe that, and I'm saying no, you can't.
Hold on.
Hold on, Travis.
When do we say conservation of momentum doesn't work?
When you say that it no longer works in a vacuum, that is inferring that conservation of momentum no longer works. The conservation of momentum dictates that it has to still work in a vacuum.
Not if the environment isn't this. That's why I brought up Narnia.
And you say but it's true.
Hold on. I know that you're going to say it's true. When I said earlier, we don't deny the conservation of momentum, prove to me the conservation of momentum is the same in Narnia. The response was, well, if the physics in Narnia are the same, then it is, yeah, that's the given. But the thing is, you don't know what the physics are. So
the thing is, we found. Hold on, Travis. The thing is, we found out that. Hello, can you hear me talking?
Okay.
Is my mic working, guys? Check.
You're good.
It is a bit lower than
so
usual,
we found out
we
that
hear you.
Right, it's a little bit low.
No, you're good.
It is a little bit low, yeah.
No, it's not.
Audible.
I can hear you.
They still hear you, but it is lower than you usually. Right.
Okay, so we found out that laws don't work in space, right? They found out Newton's law of gravity doesn't work in space. What makes you think that another law wouldn't work?
Where did you get this from?
Andrea Ghez, 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner.
What exactly doesn't work in space?
Andrea Ghez, Nobel Physics Prize winner, 2020.
What exactly doesn't work in space?
Newton's law of gravity.
What about Newton's law of gravity doesn't work in space?
It doesn't work in space, bro.
Yeah, how
Show us.
doesn't it work in space?
You need to
You
put
don't
that.
know
Can you be
this?
more specific? Can
You
you be
don't know
more
this.
specific? I'm asking.
In space, near
I'm
black
asking.
holes, it falls apart. Newton's law doesn't apply everywhere in space.
Oh, of course it falls
Oh, of
apart in
course.
black holes. That's
Okay,
where
so what makes you
relativity
think
comes
other
into
shit
play.
wouldn't fall apart? What makes you think other shit wouldn't fall apart in space?
Because the other shit
Why
it still
wouldn't
agrees with relativity. Black
So
holes
why
are.
wouldn't? So we know that laws fall apart in space. Why wouldn't another law fall apart in space?
It could. There's
We
no
haven't seen
suggestion
It
that.
that
could,
it
yeah.
is.
Of course it could.
There are
Of course
no
it could.
You know,
suggestions that they are.
Jeremy,
So
you
why
you
would
know
we believe
how
that?
you know how it was proven that Newtonian mechanics don't work in black holes? People didn't go to black holes. They just found better rules that proved that the Newtonian one doesn't work. And that same rule agrees with Newtonian when we are talking about rockets. So that
Okay,
doesn't
so laws
your
fall apart in
point.
space. My point's been made.
Oh,
Laws
if you
fall
want to make
apart in
this
space.
semantical, if you want to make this semantical
Hey,
argument,
laws fall
go
apart in
ahead.
space, right? Not all the laws work in space. Point made.
Yeah, but
Everyone
they don't
agrees.
work. The general statement you just said, yes, but we know why and how and what circumstances. You want to make it more vague so you can expand into other claims, but that's just dishonest.
Not vague. Sometimes laws fall apart in space.
Yes.
Not vague. That's a fact.
And no, but the way they fall apart is not by we made experiments and they fall apart. It is we found better laws for how the universe works, and they disagree.
Yeah,
And
where did those laws come from?
And where they disagree, the more precise one is the winner.
Right. Where
So
did those replacement laws come from? Experiment?
some of them are confirmed with the experiments. Yes.
Okay, show us one of these, okay? Show us one of these experiments that you say changed the laws of physics in outer space that they were able to experiment with and make corrections. Go.
The detection of gravitational waves, for example, is one of the ways it was confirmed.
Don't tell me about it. Please provide a paper or a citation. Thank you.
Of the detection of gravitational waves. All right, that's pretty easy.
Yo, what I'd like to see.
You'll never
the claim
Google it,
is
right?
With less medium, there's more thrust, right? More momentum. My thing is, show us a vacuum chamber where they didn't, start the vacuum. It has air in it, and you have a little rocket thrusting, and they measured the propulsion, right? And then they started pumping out the air, and they did it, and then it started propelling faster. Like, where's the evidence that it's gonna go faster when you keep on, and there's no kind of like diminishing returns? There's no point threshold where the weight of the rocket itself doesn't allow it to have propulsion. Where they've tested it to so and so pressure, and it keeps on getting faster.
Go.
This is the
And you are
publication.
Drag
Well,
those
that's the publication of the detection of gravitational waves that Travis asked for. So I didn't hear anything. A person just asked because I was looking it up for him because he doesn't know how to Google apparently.
Who doesn't know how to Google?
Look,
Well,
listen. If I Google something that doesn't have to do with what we're talking about, but I think that it does, I could make a mistake. You're the one making the claim. So in order to safeguard that I don't strawman you or find an article that doesn't actually address the question that I'm asking you, since you made the claim, to provide evidence for your claim.
well,
That's not no. That has
what? It doesn't even know what I'm saying.
No, I wasn't finished. That
Oh
has
my
nothing.
fucking god!
That has nothing to do with whether or not I know how to Googles.
It is. You can just Google gravitational wave study and you'll find it.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, I'm going to say it again.
You seem to be.
You guys can't listen. I'm
You
gonna
seem
say
to
it
be.
again. Hold
No,
on,
no.
hold on.
Let us
No.
answer now.
It's
Let us
very
answer now.
No,
dishonest
because
now,
you guys
okay?
just repeated the same fallacy. You
No,
repeated
I'm
the
not
same fallacy.
repeating.
Not
No,
a
no,
fucking
no.
fallacy. It's about.
I
It's
didn't
about.
even say.
Listen again. If you
No,
make,
we're not listening. I don't want to answer you.
okay, well, I can mute you. So hold on. Go ahead and talk.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, listen. Let me just make this point. Okay, here we go. You said X happens. I said, show me the evidence. You said, look it up. Again, I could look up an article that doesn't have anything to do with the point that we're talking about. So I could make a mistake. I'm asking
Yep.
you, help me. Help
The
me.
detection.
It's like
the detection.
asking detection of
Yeah.
gravitational waves is something which is pretty significant and huge, and it was all over the news. It's not something. It's not some specific study which is pretty difficult to find.
Yeah.
You could just
If you
Google
wanna,
gravitational waves
Whatever,
and you
guys.
find it.
Whatever.
immediately.
because if you're gonna stop every discussion to ask for a citation for things everyone knows, everyone heard about on the news,
Everyone knows.
then
Look,
you're just making the
I didn't
discussion less
say-
productive.
I didn't say I'd never heard of it before. Okay, look, if I was talking about refraction and mirage and I made a claim, and you said, let's say, for instance, I said this. Let's say, for instance, I said, a very well-known astrophysicist says that when you are looking out over the ocean and there's an inferior mirage, the appearance of the horizon is created by the mirage. If you wanted me to show you evidence of that, how nice and cooperative would it be for me to go, hey, just Google it? Dude, you would have to hunt for,
Specific.
That's
would have
not
to-
analogous.
hold on.
That's
You would
not
have to-
analogous
hold
at
on.
all.
Hold on.
You're just being dishonest, Travis. Stop it, for fuck's sake. Oh my god.
Wait, why are you interrupting me?
Because that's not
you're being
analogous.
dishonest.
And you
It's
take
not
too long.
analogous. It's
Okay,
just,
listen.
just
Listen, it
ruining
is
the whole
okay. Hold
conversation.
on, guys. It is analogous because I could point you to the very article. But if I said, "Why don't you just go look it up?" you guys would be hunting forever, right? That's the point.
It's like me asking,
No,
like,
that's not the case for gravitational wave.
do apes breathe air? And you're asking me for a citation to show you that apes can breathe air.
Now who's bringing up something that's not analogous?
Everybody knows that apes can breathe. You don't need a citation for that.
Whatever, guys. Well, why the fuck do we?
Prove every
Why are
single
you guys
thing,
allowed in this server?
every single trivial thing that exists in ever, and you'll demand citation for trivial things that everybody knows. That's not very, as Bacon said, it's not very constructive. It's just very disruptive for the whole conversation.
So, answering. 1 second.
Yo, so it's kind of simple, guys. You guys say if you manipulate the medium, the propulsion will change. Independent variable is medium. So you have everything the same, vacuum chamber, right? All you do is turn on the vacuum, decrease the medium, the pressure, and we should see propulsion, more propulsion. Is there an experiment that shows this?
Do you have more propulsion in a vacuum?
More propulsion with less pressure.
I don't think you have more propulsion in a vacuum. You just have less drag, which is a separate thing.
But it would cause more propulsion because you have more
propulsion is the
velocity.
force. You can measure the propulsion separate from drag. If you, for example, attach the rocket to a mechanism like the video I showed you, that will show you that you have propulsion, but it's not moving, so there is no drag.
Yeah, that would be showing, well, you know, the little things that are moving are in whatever medium they are, right? So they do have drag. They are subject to drag. There is a moving part. That's how you know that there is thrust.
Yeah. Now, if
It
you're in a
doesn't have to
vacuum,
move. You can measure forces without seeing it move.
That's
well,
not true.
when you're in the
because it would have to press
vacuum,
onto a load cell or
that
something like
propulsion should be faster. It should be more propulsion if you're in a vacuum. Should be, but I doubt it very
No,
much.
I think the thrust would be the same. They have tested the rocket which I presented you. Nobody will test it the way you want because nobody believes in your kind of standards.
It's a test that needs to be done. It's a test that needs to be done. It has to be done.
Nobody will do this because you're not having you're having to test something which is already known as because of physics.
It hasn't been proven. It hasn't been proven. You haven't been to space to know that rockets propel themselves in space, so it hasn't been proven. Sorry.
Have shown that they have. First of all, they have. I haven't been in space. That's irrelevant.
It's very relevant. It's very relevant. Mate.
No, they have sent rockets up there, so I know that there were.
It goes against all.
You're carrying a belief. You're carrying a belief.
No, it doesn't. Observable phenomena is that we send up a rocket up there.
I'll give you an example.
That's pretty.
I'll give you an example.
Evidence.
If we have a tub of water, right, and we drop a rock into it, and then we have a tub of air, like an empty tub, and we drop a rock in it, with more pressure, with more medium, more density, we expect the thing to go slower, right?
Yeah.
But you're saying the exact opposite is happening.
Yes, we know that air or water create drag, but we don't need to test for every single. We don't need to test for every single density of water or air to know how much it's how much drag it's gonna create. We can also infer from what we do in the tests.
No, you can't just infer and hope to God that you're right and keep on making a claim when you don't have actual evidence.
I mean, you can. We do know if you know there is if you test enough and you know that it's no reason to show and there is no indication to show that.
Let's see the test. Let's see the test, please.
Well, they have dropped things in vacuum.
No,
they know that.
Maybe it was a bad example because
you said
propulsion.
What?
We're not talking about simply dropping something. We're talking about propulsion, right? So,
well, you know that if it's moving in, if you know that things are, if you drop things in air or in water, you can know that you can measure from the observation how much drag force it will create. And you can also drop it in a vacuum where there is no things, and we know how much it will move.
Analogy. It's a bad analogy because we're not talking about simply dropping something. We're talking about the specific thing of propulsion.
So we know drag will always slow stuff down, right? Gas.
Yes.
Kind of material. Said an object in motion will stay in motion. Guessing, right? Where a place like a perfect
yes.
Yeah, but laws are supposed to describe what we see. Laws are supposed to describe effects that we see.
Laws, they're supposed to describe not effects, I would say, but the nature. It's supposed to be a universal thing, a universal law. At least would be the best.
Hold on a second. What do you mean laws describe what? Nature?
I'm saying the laws describe nature, and I would say they will not be useful if they are not consistent.
Describe effects.
That's what made them law, right?
Describe effects. First, you have to know what a law is.
I described it. You disagree with it?
You disagreed with what I said, which I don't know why, because what I said is correct. Describe effects.
Call it effects, but yeah.
Do you agree on that, or?
Yeah. How about the laws describe the natural effects of nature? The effects of nature.
It can just be like things that happens. It doesn't have to be
Things that happen, effects. Something happened. That happened
Yeah,
is
something that
if
happens
something
is an
happened.
effect.
These guys don't.
But
Percentage. Good luck,
Jeremy,
bro. God bless
your
you.
mic is cutting in and out a little bit. It's like fading in. And
Yeah. Yes. I can agree with you. That's no problem. I'm not going to be like pedantic about it, but I have noticed sometimes these agreements get used against me if I'm not very precise. Therefore, I'm being pedantic from experience on these servers.
Yeah, that's fine. How's my
Jeremy
mic sound now?
Let's talk a bit.
Sound now. Check, check.
It's kind of the
I
same.
can hear
but
you
It's
fine.
not bad as long as you if you I don't know if it's voice activated or push to talk, but it seems like there's just like a little fraction of a second delay from.
How we doing now? I just reset. How we doing now?
That's good. That sounds good.
Very good.
All right. So listen, laws describe effects. Sure. So
Okay.
I don't know where Newton, right? We both agree on that. So when Newton starts off a sentence by saying an object in motion will stay in motion.
Yeah.
That's an effect we've ever seen.
An object will stay in motion, which is in motion will stay in motion.
We've never seen that, right? Never will see that.
It is in the context of of course it's need to abide with the other laws. For example, gravitation. So you can't say, well, then gravitation it will overrule the gravitation. All of these laws are following in each other.
That's not how laws work. They don't need to follow each other. They're just describing effects we see. That's all a law does, dude. All a law does is describe effects we see.
Okay. But you think that if you have a law where objects that are in motion will stay in motion is incorrect because...
Are we ever going to see an object in motion stay in motion?
Yes.
Perpetual
Unless
motion.
you have something other affecting it.
Perpetual motion, bud. Perpetually.
Yeah, but that's a more utopian idea. In theory,
that's
yes.
Still first line.
In practice, no.
First line of Newton's law: an object in motion will stay in motion. That right there is perpetual motion.
Yes.
See, he saw that.
Yeah. No, we haven't.
Motion. Where do you see that at?
We haven't seen that because there are, of course, if you have an object in motion, it will stay in motion, but it's unless something else affects it. Of course.
So
it's not gonna. It doesn't tell you that everything is immovable. You can't just it's not like throwing. You understand that, Jeremy? I'm quite sure you understand that.
I understand that we've never seen the first part of a sentence where an object in motion stays in motion. They tried to change the topic because this is a slam dunk fucking defeat for this bullshit law that Newton made up. We've never seen an object in motion stay in motion. That's perpetual motion, dude. He didn't see that. No one's seen that.
That's
keep lying to yourself.
That's theoretical.
That's his point.
I never
My point is, laws
I never told you that it's.
Yeah. Through this, laws aren't theoretical. Laws are effects we see and we describe them.
Come on, bullshit. Jeremy. Come on. You can go better than this, Jeremy.
Laws are theoretical, Jeremy. Laws are theoretical, Jeremy. It doesn't have to.
You just agreed that laws are descriptions of effects that we see.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that they are perfect.
Yeah, so they're not
disingenuous now.
They should relate
to reality. So you agree that is a
as far as we know, there is nothing
description.
Yeah. As far as we know, there is no reason for us to believe that if you had a frictionless system, you would have perpetual motion. There's nothing say
It's still an
telling us
assumption,
that
though.
that wouldn't exist.
Jeremy's point is it's still an
Yes,
assumption because he couldn't possibly
sure,
validate
it's an assumption, but there is no evidence against it. Only for
Assumptions,
it.
though. Laws aren't assumptions, though. Laws are
They are not.
descriptions. Laws are
They
descriptions of
are.
effects. Descriptions of effects we see. You agreed on this 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, and the effects tell us that if an object stays in motion, then it moves unless something else acts on it, and that's the only
Never
way.
seen that.
That's the only time we see stuff. We see stuff move, and we can also determine how much it will stop based on the friction. That's why we know how it works.
Seen an object in motion stay in motion. The first part of his thing is nonsense.
No, we know that from the counteracting forces, how much it will affect it. And from that, we can infer that if there was no counteracting forces, then what's stopping it? Why would you assume that it's gonna stop or move faster or whatever? There's no reason to. There is no logic that indicates that it will happen.
There's no logic that it says it would happen. We have to see it happen.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is. You're basically doing a bunch of tests by having objects move horizontally, and then you measure the friction force on it, and
the
you
test
see how
hasn't
fast
been
it
done
stops.
in the vacuum of space, mate.
It has nothing to do with the
never
vacuum
had
of
a
space. You're
perfect
just
vacuum
saying
or a
gibberish
perfectly
now.
frictionless
I have to
environment,
say
so
that
objects
because
are always not like they're always slowing down.
There are tests we have done on very low friction system.
Yeah, but not
not in the vacuum of space, mate.
vacuum. So we know
No
that
perfect.
they're always slowing down.
We don't need to have a perfect frictional system to validate this law. We don't.
You do to claim that objects in motion will always stay in motion for that first part without making the assumption.
That's a generalization. Do you think that we can do it? Do you think we can do a test where we can say, well, you have this amount of weight and it has this amount of friction, and that's stopping it this X amount. And if you have another, and we can take another ball with a different weight and another type of friction, and it will stop it differently. You think that we can then do many different data points and make a generalization on that, or you think that's impossible?
I don't think you should state an assumptive generalization as a law.
Yeah.
Even if these data points are not showing any divergence
it doesn't matter. You've got to demonstrate it for real.
But, that's like me saying. Hold up. That's like me saying. Hold up. No, let me give you an example. That's like me saying we took a bunch of different pressure readings, right, at different altitudes, and we know that as you go up, the pressure gets lower. So therefore, we can assume that a perfect vacuum exists, because it's gonna. We can assume that it goes to zero.
Oh, not even that. You have to take the in-betweens as well, because you guys are saying we can't deductively. Are you guys hearing me now? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't test when I said I tested for. Let's say you have a 10-kilogram ball and you have 5 force of friction. It moves at 20 miles per hour. And it has 5 force of friction against it, and we calculate how long time does it take until it stops, and then we do it for a 10-kilogram ball, and then we apply 10 Newton to it, and we see how much time it takes to stop it, and then we make a model from this, and then we do a bunch of predictions, and we test for a lot of different balls after that. And the prediction is correct for all of them. Do you think that this? Let's say I want to apply this rule to a 50-kilo ball, and it's 15 Newton friction force. You think that law is completely useless now? I cannot use this prediction at all.
It's not a law. It's just an observation. It's not a law.
So I can never make a generalization like that. I can never use this to predict anything.
You could, but just don't state an assumptive generalization as the first part of your law.
It is it is an assumption. Nobody's denying that.
That's
But
no good. Then,
that's
isn't it?
also
no good, is it?
it's
No,
a
but the
very
laws aren't
it's
assumptions.
it's
They
based
always
it's
happen.
based on reason.
We don't infer the laws. We directly observe them.
Okay, but you can't observe every single variable
You
that
can't
exists
observe it.
in
It shouldn't be
nature.
stated as a law. Simple as that.
But that's the case. We can't, because you can't test every single microgram of difference in
We
weight
didn't say
and
that.
test
No,
those.
we're talking
That's
about the principle.
impractical.
You
Well,
shouldn't be stating something that you can't observe.
Then you can't make laws because you're asking for something
No.
that is
That's what we're
technically
saying.
You're
impossible.
confusing the macro with the micro. We're saying, like, in terms of, you know, the actual
Tell me a
observations,
law
it's
where they
fine.
have tested
Hold on,
every
let me
single
finish saying
possible
this.
scenario,
Let me
please.
finish saying this. So basically, if we're saying, you know, we observed this motion in a ball, sure, you could generalize to other matter, right? Because it's the same category. But what you're doing is a category error. We're not talking about it being the same category. We're talking about a different category. You're saying that you can state something as a law without having had to observe it in any manner, and that's not the case. We've never
They
once
have
observed
tested it in
movement
manners.
always retaining, like, you know, an object in motion always staying in motion. That's never happened.
But they have observed it. They just can't remove all the drag.
Where have they observed it? Where have you observed it, please?
Whenever you like crash a car or something like that, they know how much momentum is conserved in that crash, for example. This is like they base a lot of shit on these things, and they always work. So is there any reason to believe that it doesn't work? This rule, it says if you have a collision, then momentum will be conserved in that collision. There is no drag force involved in that. You just have conservation of momentum.
I would have just worded it as an object in motion can be acted on by other forces.
Yeah.
That is also true, but it's also conservation of momentum is also true.
Always stay in motion unless acted on by other forces, because we don't know that. We don't have a perpetual motion machine. We don't have the control to be making that claim, you know?
There is only evidence for that being true, nothing against it.
There's evidence for the inference, to make the inference. But again, the laws are not inferences.
They are inference. They are inferring that these are applying on everything.
The laws are
descriptions
of things that actually happen, not things that we think will happen.
Well, Newton's law, we believe those are not the 3 Newton's laws, but the Newton's laws of gravitation was law and was correct. We can believe a lot of things is correct, but that doesn't mean that they are correct because we can't see the future. You can never know what you're going to discover tomorrow. For all we know, conservation of momentum can be broken tomorrow. You can never know that because there might be something that we haven't measured yet, a scenario which we didn't test before, which this doesn't work. It's just inferred that it will work forever.
Okay, it's going to be broken now, right now, as we speak. Because look, when you have a train on a railway line and you have a car on the level crossing, that train's motion continues regardless of that car.
It stops it a little bit.
Well, it still
but
continues,
not a lot.
It is
it's conserving the momentum, but it's the momentum will be in that direction, just less. Oh, sorry, the momentum will be conserved, so the momentum will be the same. You add the car on top of it.
Yeah.
But it's going to move slower because the mass is more, then the velocity must be less.
What we'd like to see is that happening in space. That law doesn't apply in space. That's for sure. Hasn't been proven.
Again, all of these things are, as I said earlier, it's an error in inference. You guys are saying it's impossible to predict things.
Yeah, inference.
In your world, you can't predict anything.
Hang on. In inference, it doesn't mean it's the reality or the truth or it's proven. Okay?
Nobody said that. It's just proven. It's just shown. It's just observed to be right all the time for every time you have watched it.
So when we say Newton's law, a body in motion remains in motion unless acted on by another force, if in a vacuum, we first need to see if that can happen. A body remaining in motion, in the vacuum of space. Never been done.
And you see the moons up there all the time, and that doesn't change its speed.
Never been done. We've never said
we do see the moon. We do see meteorites moving, and we do see the moon moving, and we do see other objects moving in the sky.
Yeah, but you don't know. You don't know the mechanics of the moon or anything like that to say that
we do know. We can see.
No, you don't. You see something doesn't mean you know what the mechanics of the moon.
Yes, that's exactly how you understand the mechanics of the moon, by observing it.
Just observing it? No, sorry, you can't just.
Not from far away.
I mean, that's how we observe all mechanics and mechanical.
You can't even tell me if it's actually
manipulate it. You don't know, man.
How can you say you don't know it? You see it.
You can't manipulate it.
Not only that, he can't know that. He cannot know that either as well. It's not possible.
You can see the moon, you know the distance to it, and you know the way it moves and the speed it moves, and you can see other objects as well.
Not when it comes to the moon, you cannot.
You don't have to touch it.
You will never know that. Not only can you not know that, you will never know that. That's the other thing. So let's get that straight.
Yeah, Jen, yesterday you said there is no point in talking to you because you are not here to be convinced, because there is no evidence that will be.
But I'm here to remind you of that. I'm here to remind you that this is the year the flat earthers put the heliocentrists under the psychological magnifying glass. And why is it you want to believe in things you cannot prove? Okay.
Funk.
Yeah.
I said you can't even tell me if the moon is a sphere.
Yes, you can actually.
Okay, so can you tell me which? I just posted a video at 17 minutes after the hour. Can you tell me which one of those things are? Yeah, those objects are a sphere.
Not in that pixel. It's very difficult in that image.
Not in that configuration. Okay.
No, that's not the moon. The moon is much easier.
But you're asserting that you can tell me which one is a sphere by looking at it. So which one of those? Which one of those are a sphere?
Not all. If you turn off the light, I can't see. So it's not for every object that exists. It needs to be in certain scenarios. For example,
in other words,
on the moon,
so just by looking at. So you're telling me just by looking at something, you can't tell me that what it is or how is it working, can you?
Yes, you can.
Really? So you can tell me how something actually works just by looking at it?
I mean, if I can see a car, I can know how fast it drives.
Yeah, but we know how a car works because we've been told how it works. And actually, there's people. Yeah, people built that, but you haven't built the moon.
I don't know.
You haven't built the moon.
I don't know how fast. It doesn't matter if I built it or not. I have not. I don't know how fast the car is driving. That is an unknown. It doesn't matter if somebody built it or not, and it could be a rock. It doesn't have to be something anybody made.
We know the mechanics. Listen, we know the mechanics of a car because we were built by us.
Right.
As I said earlier, yeah, I don't think you listened to me. I said it doesn't matter if it's a car or if it's a bird or if it's a rock that is flying past me, which nobody knows.
It does, because all those things are in our environment. We can manipulate them, test them, play with them, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I assume that everything is, and I assume that everything I can see is real and not Narnia. That's my assumption.
Exactly. So, but you don't know the mechanics of the moon because you haven't tested it, you haven't manipulated, you haven't gone to it. So, in order for you to
touch it. As I said earlier, I have never touched a rock. It can fly past me. I've never touched it. I know how fast it moves. That rock could be the moon, or it could be a rock here on Earth. It does not matter.
But you're inferring it's a rock. You don't know what it is.
So I infer it's a rock because I infer it's not Narnia, or it's not.
You see something in the sky. You don't even know how it lights up, bud. So
I know. I know how it's light up.
How?
Because it's the sun
Self-illuminating,
lighting on
obviously.
So you're
It's
saying
not, because self-illuminating objects can create shadows. So, no.
So let me ask you this: how do you know the sun is the one lighting it?
Because we see the sun as a strong source of light in our sky, and the way the shadow is also comporting to where the shadow on the moon is.
This. You're inferring
Yes.
this. You don't know this.
You guys.
Assuming.
You guys are having an error in inference. You're saying
you're assuming it.
There's nothing can be predicted. I'm not.
You can't manipulate it. You're saying this. This is what's happening without actually knowing it.
Assuming is not the same as inferring.
Well, you're assuming it.
Reason to believe it.
Based off evidence.
I have a reason to believe it. I told you the reasons. You have not given me any reason to believe it's not lit by the sun. I only have reason to believe.
Yeah. So how can I prove a negative if I'm not there? So you're trying to say, "Wow, I believe it because this is what it's possible."
It's a positive claim. It's a positive claim you made. You said it's not.
But you're making the claim. You're the one making the claim that is the sun. I'd say I don't know what it is.
And I showed you.
Listen.
And I showed you the evidence.
Stop. You didn't show me no evidence.
I did show you.
You just said because the sun is this and it matches the way. That's just you're saying that. That's not evidence.
That is evidence.
The evidence will be that you'll be outside in the third party, looking at the sun directly and looking at the sun giving a light to the moon
and the moon at the same time. I can't.
So can I? It doesn't mean it's what it is. What it is. It is the one lighting it up.
It looks like it because
it looks like it. There you go. That's you're conceding
that is evidence.
No, it looks like it doesn't mean anything.
That's evidence. That's only, as I told you, this is evidence only. If it was lighting itself up, it wouldn't be shadows.
What's the definition of it looks like it?
What does that mean? If it's self-illuminating,
internally is causing it to not have.
So you're appealing to something you don't understand.
We have limb darkening.
Something internally.
Right? Hold up, the sun is lighting itself up, right? And yet the limbs darken. There's limb darkening.
And the sun doesn't have shadows.
The sun has darkening. A darkening. The absence
that
of
is
light
not
is a shadow.
That is not the shadow. That is still spreading out light.
It's a relative shadow compared to what it is.
No, it's not.
Otherwise.
No, it's actually hotter there than the rest of the sun.
The truth is, you can't possibly know unless you're there.
Okay, so now again, you're going back in circles. You're saying predictions are not a
prediction. What prediction?
To explain something. Inference in general, I'm talking about now, which are generally predictions. But also, for example, I can predict where the shadows will be on the moon exactly all the time, every time, based on my
that's a post-diction.
Based on my observation of where the sun is.
You don't even know where the sun is at. What are you talking?
That is evidence. That is evidence that the sun is lighting up the moon. And you have made a positive claim that the sun is not.
You're trying to make a correlation, but you still haven't proved the causation.
The causation is light moving in the sky.
Now prove that.
Let's turn on the flashlight. Turn on the flashlight.
No, you're saying that you're saying that object up there is being lit up by the sun. You saying the cost of it is the sun. Show me the sun causing that on the moon. You have to go up there to test it and manipulate it.
I already gave you a lot of evidence. You just reject it because you deny inference that
you're making an assumption.
Reason. That's not an assumption.
Based on
assumption is taking it as it's based on reasoning, and that's based on. It's not based on.
So that's not based on evidence, is it?
Yes, I told you the evidence.
That's not evidence. That's just your story that you believe this was happening. This is what you believe is happening. You haven't
told me what's wrong about it.
This is what you believe. No. You know what's wrong with it? That is not evidence. You believe that this is what's happening, not exactly showing me the evidence. Look, I've tested this with the sun and the moon, and this I seen it, and I recorded this out there according to quote unquote space, and this is how it is happening.
It is happening the way we see it, and it is also in exact what you call it, in exact conformity with the way that we predict it to be. The model, that is. It's a prediction. And that is evidence. I don't know what to say. It's evidence that it's actually real. Otherwise, I would see something else. I made a prediction. If the prediction doesn't, if it fails, then I'll concede the sun, the moon.
You're not
is
making a
lit from something
prediction. You're
else.
making a post-diction, and you're making
No.
Yeah.
No, it's a prediction. I can tell you how the moon is going to be lit tomorrow.
A predictive thing based off of inferring something is very different than pattern recognition, which is what you're doing, based off of past observations.
Oh, it's based on geometry, not on pattern. It's based on geometry, three-dimensional geometry.
You wouldn't know
it
that.
Is. Heliocentric model
you only
is
inferred the
sun in the
geometry
middle.
from the cycles which you observed.
No, you can also do pattern recognition, but that is only telling you the cycle. But I assume that we live in a three-dimensional world, and therefore I place things three-dimensionally in this world, and I make prediction off of that. A pattern would only be working for that type of cycle. But if the moon were to move a little bit for some reason, then that pattern recognition wouldn't work. But if I have a three-dimensional model, if the moon moves, that will also still explain how the sun is going to light up the moon. And it also explains how the sun is lighting up other objects in our solar system.
Yeah, I don't think he understands what we're saying.
That is not pattern recognition. I am guessing you're gonna mumble and just dismiss, like, hand wave it away now. So
you have all you told me is stories, but
I told you stories. That's the hand wave I told you about.
Yep. I'm still waiting for the evidence.
So you should stop wearing seat belts, because you will never know 100% sure that seat belts is gonna work next time. If you're gonna be unlucky and crash.
Let me ask you this:
because you cannot know the
wearing a
future. It's based on inference. You predict
have people died?
Is going to be safer.
Have people died wearing a seatbelt?
Yes, they have. People have died wearing a seatbelt.
So it doesn't work all the time, does it?
No, but you can.
So
therefore you should not wear seatbelts, right?
And would it matter if I die wearing a seatbelt?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Why do you? I don't know if you even wear seatbelts, but would you wear seatbelts?
And why? But then again, you're asking me on things you could test and manipulate.
Well, you can't test the future.
You still haven't tested. You still haven't tested the sun and the moon.
But when I'm not saying, I hope you don't crash, but if you were to crash, nobody has tested that exact car that you crash with you in it. So you can't know 100% sure you will survive. So why even bother?
But again, your things have been tested with a dummy, with a car.
But that's not you.
I understand.
That's not you.
I understand. But still,
you haven't been.
We're not
making been in that car.
I'm not making a claim.
You can know 100% sure.
I'm not making a claim that I'm gonna survive an accident. Am I?
You're
the one making the claim.
Why are you wearing?
You're the one making the claim that this is what's happening with the sun and the moon, but you have not provided any evidence about it.
So let me ask you: is there evidence that the seatbelt is gonna make you safer?
Why are you asking me something I haven't made a claim about?
I'm just asking you in general. I'm gonna see if you're honest and answering this question honestly.
Say that one more time.
You think that
no, listen, this is a red herring, guy. This is a tactic.
Travis, shut up, Travis.
No,
shut up.
This is a tactic. This is a logical fallacy. Don't tell me to shut up, otherwise you don't have an argument. Settle down.
I have an argument. I don't give a shit if you can. You want to obfuscate because you're being dishonest.
No.
Yes, you are. You don't like. You're a fucking psychopath. You don't like where this is going now.
I'm the psychopath. Answer his
Yes.
question about the sun and the moon.
Yeah, it's not even analogous to it, though. It's not even. It's not even analogous.
I know.
It's
That's why
about-
it's a red
it's
herring,
about
straw
predictions.
man, non
It's
sequitur
about
fallacy. You
Travis.
got 3 fallacies at
Travis,
least right here.
Shut up. Shut up, Travis. It's
No
not
need to tell me to
between you
shut
and me.
up. It's okay. No need
Yes,
to tell me to shut
because
up.
I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah,
Why
I
do
know you
interrupt
weren't.
him?
I know you weren't.
Yeah,
This
then
is an
shut
open
up.
forum, though. This is an open forum. He can.
Yes, but he is I'm not asking him a question, and he didn't even want to
I'd like to
answer
hear
it.
it
He
as
just
well.
wanted to change the topic.
Okay.
No, we
Answer
wanted to go back
his
to the
question.
beginning of what we were
No,
talking about. You're
no,
going
you
to something
guys
that
don't like
there's
where
not
it's
even
going
it's
because
a
it's showing a
it's
flaw in
a
your
non
logic, and Travis is
sequitur.
desperately trying to change the topic now.
How about we afford him like 30
Yeah.
seconds or so for him to ask his question?
Yeah, I literally ask a very simple question. Do you think seatbelts will make you safer if you are in an accident?
Okay, this is not even the same question.
Travis, shut
No.
up.
No, I don't know why percentage. Why
Honestly,
are you
I
going
don't
back
think
to this
I
guy?
don't think they make me safer.
Travis.
Personally,
I don't even wear them, but
I don't
anyways.
wear them.
Oh boy. You
Yeah.
think that
Why don't you go back
think that's
to
it?
why don't you go back to answering the
Travis,
question you were asked?
I don't give a shit
Yeah.
what you're saying. You're just
He
very
asked you a question that you deflected from.
I didn't deflect from anything.
Yeah,
Well,
you
let him
did.
re-ask the
Yeah,
question.
you did it. You turned it back on him and asked him a question back. You didn't answer his question.
Because he is making a claim that I didn't provide evidence, and I think this is a issue with how you guys
No, the only way that you can answer that is by providing evidence.
for evidences. I
The
provide
only
evidence.
way. The only way
But
you
you
can.
guys saying seatbelt data is not evidence.
Why are you
for
talking about seatbelts when we were talking about the sun and the moon?
Because it's the same type of logic.
No,
It's the
it's not.
same time. No.
Yes, it is. You're saying that I cannot. It's no point in wearing seatbelt because that's not because somebody else testing a dummy in a car, which I don't own, and a dummy in which is not me. It's not the same as will not 100% know that I will be safer with a seatbelt. Therefore, it's not evidence for seatbelts working. So I should not. Everybody should stop wearing seatbelts now, according
Oh
to
my
you guys.
God. Listen, why do you people even exist? Why? I don't get this. Can we get people in here?
I know you
Listen,
hate rationality and logic,
you know what?
Travis, but
I'm just
this
going to
is
say
on
this
you,
real
not on
quick.
me.
I'm just going to say this real
Okay.
quick. I had a
It's a 10-minute monologue coming in.
Yeah, I had a perfectly reasonable discussion this weekend with a PhD where I was challenging the physics of Mirage. You know what? He didn't freak out. Okay, he didn't freak out. He didn't call me names. He didn't tell me I was insane. He listened to what I had to say. It was a very healthy exchange. The problem with you guys, when I talk about my understanding of refraction, is you guys who aren't degreed in the field, which this guy is, freak out and start telling me that I'm making shit up. And this guy actually corrected something on his website that I suggested he correct. Okay, so when you guys can actually have a conversation where you will provide your own empirical data, let us know. Otherwise, go on mute.
Provided. What was the guy who changes his website? What website did change? Travis.
He's not gonna dock him. He's not gonna dock him. Stop that.
Listen. Hey,
doxing
listen.
him.
I'm getting ready for work. I get triggered by you guys who are making these illogical red herrings, and so I jump into the conversation. Okay, if you want to observe, hold on. If you want the answer to your question, hold on. If you want the answer to your question, I streamed it yesterday, so you can go back and watch the video.
So you answered why that seatbelts are.
Wow. Are you serious?
Safer.
Wow,
or not safer. You already
seriously,
answered
I can't even have a conversation with you. Then. If you didn't understand what was his response to you about your question, then you're literally insane, bud.
I'm asking you guys this simple question now, and nobody is answering it.
No, you asked him what website, and he answered you. If you want to know, because he's getting ready to go to work, go watch his stream that he streamed it yesterday.
Stream the website.
You asked him about what's the website. I told him he's not gonna dock him, but then he said he streamed the conversation he had with the PhD yesterday. So if you want to know what was the website that the guy changed because of whatever conversation he was having, go watch his stream that he had yesterday.
Well, if he
let me ask you how did he answer your question with something that he streamed yesterday and you asked it today? What kind of ludicrous brain do you have, bro? I digress. Just carry on.
I'm about to help. You never know.
Okay. So I didn't get an answer to my question about the seatbelts. I did ask him for a website. He provided me. He said he streamed it yesterday. I don't know where he streamed it. Did he stream it here?
That would have been a better question, right? After he had said that, that would have been what was his stream
He could just
at?
provide a link. He could just provide a link. Why does he give me like premise to find his link? I don't understand. He could just provide me the link. I mean,
well, then ask him a question. Hey, what's the link?
I asked him what
instead of asking him the question. Instead of asking him, no, you didn't. Instead of asking him
what the link was, and he said he couldn't provide it to me for some reason. And he said he streamed it yesterday.
Oh my god!
I've got some glow proof. I've got glow proof, but you have to watch my stream from yesterday. Sorry.
And then my question would be, hey, what's your stream at? So I go check it out.
Oh, I would ask. I asked him
instead of asking.
I don't.
So you answer my question from the.
I'm gonna mute.
No, stop.
Then I'm gonna mute and stop talking.
Elbow TV. The first thing I asked.
What was this? No, your question right after. Stop.
To the website.
Stop, or I'm gonna mute you. The question you asked. The question you asked him after he said that was, so you answered my question about the seatbelt? That wasn't a question about what's the stream? What's the URL for the stream? He said
he said he answered my question, and I was thinking, did he really answer my question about the seatbelt?
Oh my god.
I don't think so. I asked him earlier, what's the link to the web page that he supposedly changed? And he didn't provide that. If he knows that, then he can just give that to me. But I have to find out what stream he was at yesterday and look through all the streams.
Well, it's in his stream, meaning his YouTube video, maybe.
I don't know. There are a lot of questions here. He could just provide me the fucking link instead. I don't have to. Why do I have to look through all the crumbs and provided me like tiny bits and pieces?
Yeah, because y'all don't like to do shit. All y'all like to do is just sit there and believe in what everybody tells you.
What?
Yep, exactly.
Fuck no, that's not, it's just you're making no sense at all.
Oh, what did it make sense? What part did it make sense?
You're just saying everything you said now. You just said that. What the fuck? I don't know what the context was.
So you didn't even understand what I said. Instead of saying that, I don't make sense, you should have said, what did you say again?
It doesn't help you to say the same words again. What you said didn't make any sense.
Well, but what did it make sense? What about I said didn't make sense? What did I say? Can you repeat what I said?
You said that. What the hell did you say again? Can you repeat what you said?
So you don't know what the fuck I said then?
Yes, I know what you said. Just repeat it.
You know, if you know what I said, then you will be able to repeat what I said.
Repeat it.
Not repeat it if you don't know what I said.
Guys.
You don't even remember.
I know what I said.
Have a discussion.
I know what I said.
No,
I said it.
Yeah, then say it then.
Yeah, but then you're saying what I said didn't make sense. So if what I said didn't make sense, please explain what I said didn't make sense.
Repeat it. Repeat it.
You should be able to say what I said if it didn't make sense.
I didn't hear you properly. Can you repeat what you said?
So Well, that would have been a better response. Say, okay, I didn't hear what you say. Can you repeat that? Instead of saying it doesn't make sense because you didn't understand it.
Then repeat it. Then repeat it. Then
that's it. That's exactly my point. You guys don't like to do any work. I am repeating it.
Okay, sorry.
You guys don't like to do any work. Like to believe everything everybody else says instead.
We don't like to do any work.
Yes, all you like to do is believe the stories you've been told.
Elbow, do you trust seatbelts?
What does that have to do with?
What does it have to do with anything?
That was the topic, right?
It was not the topic. He made that.
He
made stop. No, it wasn't. He was the one that brought the red herring of that when I asked him for evidence of the sun and the moon.
It is a huge flaw in their logic.
Let's go again. Let's go.
I asked them. I told them the evidence. They don't believe it's evidence, and I'm saying you can use the same logical system for inferring why or for predicting why seatbelts are safe, and therefore I asked them, do you think seatbelts make you safer? And they refused to answer that, as dishonest as they are, of course.
It might be one step too far for a flat earther.
But like it's the same logical system. Right?
Wow. So now you're going with stereotype fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, that's one psychopath agreeing with another psychopath. Way to go.
Can you provide me the site to the webpage which the guy changed?
It's on my channel. Go ahead and look at my channel, The Plain Truth.
Oh my god.
He's giving you the answer. You didn't even wait for the answer.
No,
he said where to find it, right?
Where do I find your YouTube channel?
He just told you, because if you don't shut your mouth
I'll Google Travis YouTube channel.
Oh wow! He told you the plain truth. Is the thing is your babble mouth doesn't shut up and listen.
Hey, Elbow, you're getting a little bit excited and clipping a little bit. Everybody ease up a little bit.
Mailman has cited the channel, so we can all look now.
Okay, thank you. The Globus has to do the work for him.
Travis, what do we have to type in to get up a specific video?
So there are 3 streams yesterday, and all of them are fucking 2.5 hour long, and the second video is 16 hour long.
16 hour long.
Oh wait, sorry. I said it wrong. It's it's 1.5 hour, and the other one is fucking 2 hours long. I have to watch fucking 6 hours of videos to get this information.
What are you looking for specifically?
I'm looking for Travis. Apparently, made a guy with the PhD change information in his website because Travis made a discovery or something. With his camera or whatever.
Probably a 5-minute section of the 6 hours. So unless he's going to point out where it is, it's just anecdotal.
Yeah, we just dismiss it.
I believe Travis that he managed to troll a PhD. He is capable of that. So I don't put that past him.
Do you think it's reasonable for someone else to ask you to watch 6 hour video where he presents at some point in the video and a website somewhere in the 6 hours?
I think he means if you really care, you'll have to watch all my content.
Exactly. You just want viewers.
Yeah.
I need to give him money several times already. Like
like your one view is gonna put me over the top, dude. Whatever.
This is how it starts. Why can't you just tell me where to see it or give me the link directly, Travis? Travis, why can't you give me the link directly? Travis, can you give me the link directly? Okay, I'm gonna take this as trolling or something.
You look older than I expected. You've got a young voice. That's my reaction.
Young at heart. Young at heart.
What is the website, Travis? Or what's the guy's name?
Oh my God!
If
Just
you
go
all,
watch. Listen,
it's 6 hours of video, Travis. I'm not
it's
gonna
not.
watch
It's
that.
not a 6-hour video, dude. It's like.
It is. It is 4 videos. You made 4 videos yesterday.
Yeah, it's the earliest one.
Okay, so then that's already 2 hours. I'm not gonna watch that either. It's
Another
too
clue.
much.
You got another clue after 5 minutes.
So you really aren't
earliest
interested in
one.
learning, right? So look, it's not about simply giving you the citation, right? It's about the conversation in and of itself, dude. So, if you're not interested in learning, I get it. I get it.
I am, but I want to watch I want to check out the video, the website first.
The
Then I'll watch
website,
your stream afterwards.
yeah, the website is not going to show you what changes were made, okay?
Oh, I just want to check the website.
It doesn't. Okay, so look, the website is going to show. Listen, the website is just going to show you
the website. That's so hard.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to talk here. The website is just going to show you the newest information right now. It's not going to show you how it was changed.
It's about the integrity of the learning. That's what it's all about. The integrity and the psychology of the learning. That's what you're going to learn about the video. So watch it and learn into the psychology, the integrity of learning. Come on. What's the matter here, guy? Blimey. These people don't want to learn anything, do they, these days?
No, Jen. Flat Earthers come up, they make 2-hour streams, and then Globers don't even want to watch.
They want to watch it in 2 minutes. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's such a thing as the integrity. You get into the mindsets of all the people in the video. And then you learn how you are wrong to be believing in something you cannot prove. Get on with it.
They act like they can't fast forward or pause and slow it down and wow.
Yeah, man.
This is the age of fast information. Come on, Flat Earthers. You need to keep up. You need to give us a link with a timestamp embedded.
That's always been the problem of global.
And all we need to do is click once, watch for 2 minutes, and say no, debunked. It needs to be
that's
the problem
for us.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
if I got $1 for every globe flake that gave me a timestamp reference on a video, I'd be a poor man.
If you ask me for that, I will try and provide.
It's all part of the learning curve anyway. So basically, get in there, watch the video, learn, feel it, feel the integrity of the truth of the flat Earth, feel the deception of the heliocentric model, and feel how you've been ripped off by the powers that shouldn't be and your educators. There you go. Then you'll be as passionate as Jin CBRY when it comes to delivering the flat Earth truth. Your voices will probably be louder than mine, probably, maybe.
The third person reference again.
Doesn't matter, man. People are listening. You're listening.
What's my name? What should my name be? Dawn something 1.
Yeah, don't worry about that. You can never stop Jin psychology. No one can. No one. Not even you, Dawn. No matter what you say, man. I will march on, roll on, move on.
What does CBR stand for? And then I can get an idea.
I don't even know what CBR stands for.
It's the initials from my Honda CBR 1000 cc.
I remember now.
Yeah, right, keep telling you, didn't I? That's right.
So, you have to. I just need 2 letters or 2 numbers or something to make it sound more cool.
Jin CBR1. So I'm unique. You see, you're not unique enough. That's why you ain't got that. Only those who are unique. And the professional expert specialists are the ones that are privileged of having that kind of emotional role on the net.
Dawn WC1.
Down people's backs. Once Jin CBR1 enters the server, oh my God, it's him. I love that.
CBR
Oh,
does
it's
sound
good.
good.
Fuck. Yeah, fuck, it's him. That's it. Because they know the truth has walked in now. They know they've got a fight on their hands. And they're lucky it's not physical, because if it's physical now, oh, that's my best place.
Dawn TM1. Dawn,
I
the
don't mind spitting
master,
out a
the
few teeth
master
here
of the
and there
globe.
for the
Dawn, the
truth.
master of the globe 1.
How weak does that sound, guys? How weak does that sound? No power there. Nothing. Doesn't evoke any emotion. Johnny come lately last.
What colour would your combat suit be?
Johnny come lately last year. That's
Jin
what that was.
CBR1. What would the design be, and what would the colour of your suit be?
Oh, Jin CBR1? Yeah. Well, it's a flat earth map across the chest, obviously. I mean, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? The azimuth across the chest.
Yeah. The power of the AE.
That's the one. And on the back, the destruction of the globe.
The globe falling apart, or water pouring off.
Destroyed, yeah. I'll give Generism a credit for that one, but he does it really good.
Water pouring off a broken
Whoa, the globe gets blown to smithereens. Love it. Yeah. Yeah. There's no power in that, what you said earlier with the globe thing. There was just nothing there.
Well, I'm trying to think of a good name. I haven't thought of it yet. I'm just trying names out.
Yeah, you've got to get into that role. You'll never get into it.
Yeah, I don't really want to be master of the globe. That isn't really what I want to be.
Oh yeah, that's right. You see, but I have to be that. I have to be that because there is urgency.
What's my role? What's my role? And then I can make up a name.
See, my position is that it's urgent now. It's definitely urgent. Because the speed at which the blue screen and green screen are moving at, people won't be able to tell the difference between reality and fake and fantasy anymore. And it's really, really close now. It's really close.
What about
very close?
Semantical Globe Defense Foundation.
Yeah, no, it's just nothing there. There's nothing there. It doesn't evoke any emotion, does it? Just.
Well, you're not my target audience. I need to make up a name that the globe is thinking.
You have to get your type of audience, yeah. And then those people, we can already know that they're weak, no power there, no conviction, nothing.
So insulting.
Can't be relying on them, that's for sure. Ginny's a right bastard when it comes to that sort of stuff.
What if Honda doesn't want to be associated with the flat Earth?
Well, that's their tough shit because their machines are running on the flat Earth and they've won so many competitions and trophies and races on the fucking flat Earth. They haven't got a choice. It's flat Earth by default.
Tough shit.
So they'll have to put. And Mr. Ichishiro Honda, he would be glad that the flat Earth isn't associated with his, because he was that kind of person. Anyway, so he wouldn't mind whatsoever.
As long as they enjoy it.
That's the reality.
We're happy.
Yeah, he was a realist. He was a little bit of a dreamer, of course, like most Japs are, but he's still a realist. Flat Earth, if the Earth is not a spinning ball, and Honda is being associated with it being on a flat Earth, he's going to love that.
If I can't debunk your flat Earth, it's impossible. Because Earth's flat. What shall we discuss as men instead?
Well, the dangers of the vaccines. That's another urgent message we need to get out there to people.
Yeah, but me and you just agree on that. So that's not much of a discussion.
Well, this is an important one. You asked me, I told you. It's important. It's important that people understand that there is an inherent danger that, that if they embark on that road, it's a disaster for the grandchildren to come, the next generation. So you want to stop that, nip that in the bud right now.
Is there anything else?
Do
you have a third topic?
Yeah, third topic. Let's have a look. What can we talk about then that we want to agree on? Ah, the hideousness of the moon landings and how ridiculous that was. And how much money they're making. Sorry?
I agree on that. It's ridiculous.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look then. Bloody hell. We agree on a lot, don't we?
Yeah, everything but the Earth. Most, no, not everything. Some things.
Yeah. I'm just giving the floor the once over. Looks like I'm going to have to give it the twice over, actually. Uh-oh. For a man who says he can lick his floor, it's not looking that good.
I'm watching stuff about. I'm watching stuff about war games. Have you ever played war games, like on a table?
Yeah, oh, I used to play that a lot when I was a kid. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I suddenly got back into it.
Yeah, I suppose it's okay
Well,
to
I've
get
always
back
liked
into it. Yeah, I used to play that a lot when I was a kid, man.
This isn't a serious comment, but it's a joke. But obviously, the battlefields are always flat.
Exactly. Well, except for when it was on Waterloo, you had to go uphill there, didn't they?
Oh, they have hills and stuff. No, none of the battlefields are shaped like a globe because you don't do it that big. I'm imagining a curved chessboard, magnetized, so all the pieces stick round the curve.
Yeah, yeah. I love chess. Chess is a game that I used to play with my brother a lot. I play it occasionally. Sometimes I play with my Japanese students as well. Chess game.
We did play it online a little bit when I was in Gem's server last year, or the year before.
Yeah, I used to do that as well, yeah. I got annihilated a few times and won a few games. I got more annihilated than I actually won, though. Some real experts out there.
I think I beat Scott Veach by fluke once. I was really confident, and then he beat me really badly twice.
Yeah, I had that experience. I've done this guy, like you just said, I've done this guy once, right? Basically, he just lured me into a false sense of security because the next time I played it, I got trashed and I got trashed and I got trashed. I got trashed. That was the end of that. I thought, fuck, he must be a Russian, this geezer. But then that's how it is, you know? And it never sits well every time you get him trashed. It just doesn't sit well. That's why I never forget him.
I think the game is so well designed that if you're getting beat, you know that the other guy has a certain edge over you in that type of thinking, that specific way of thinking.
Well, he's obviously been at it a longer time, you know, and he's used to playing by the clock, because you got to be quick when you're playing under the clock. I don't like that. I don't play under the clock, but, you know, when I've done that, it's been very difficult, I must say. Got the pieces. So that's when you know you're playing a real chess player. I'm a novice. But I still enjoy it, though. At my pace.
That's why I like the war game, because you have to make decisions for each unit of troops or whatever.
Yeah.
Even though I'm an adult, I was thinking about all the different options for every piece. That made my mind expand in a different way, because I'm trying to consider multiple options at the same time.
Methodical. You become more methodical in your approach to things. Yeah, exactly. Which is what I'm doing now.
Challenge for your mind.
I love all that. So it works sometimes when you give yourself room to have a look around. You know, I often say that because I've always been on the outside looking in. Now I've ended up being a flat earther. You see that? That's been one good move.
You mean like thinking outside the box, or?
Yep. Yeah. Thinking outside the box, but also witnessing the mistakes that they're making. I think, well, I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean?
Or maybe
hello.
Another way of saying it is you're an independent thinker.
Going against the norms as well.
An independent thinker.
What's up, dog?
and then you became.
Yes, I'm an independent thinker. Yeah, I've always done it myself. Yeah, exactly.
Hello.
So hello. Yeah, I did say hello. How you doing? We
Yo,
said it
what's up,
twice
man?
now.
Oh,
So what's up? What's up, man? What's up?
I just got home from the grocery store. How are you guys doing, man?
I'm trying to find another topic, Nate, because me and Jin disagree on the Earth, and I can't debunk him, and we agree on vaccines, so there's no point in discussing it. So I'm looking for other topics.
What kind of topics? Conspiracy theory topics? Or?
Yeah,
anything interesting. Anything interesting, yeah.
I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist. I don't know, man. I mean, those days are long behind me, you know? I don't know.
Have you ever?
What about the oncoming pursuit of the electric car? What do you think about
Nate,
that?
you love
Versus the
conspiracy
combustion-
theories more than we do, Nate. You're in here all the time.
I'm in here to talk
do you
to
mean
you
they're
because you're my boy, Jeremy. I just
You
come to
said
talk to
those
you.
days are far behind you. You're living them right now, bro.
I'm living a conspiracy theory? How?
No, I'm saying you're living it. The days aren't behind you.
That's it, mate, you do. You live in it.
Jeremy, I don't come here to argue flat Earth. You know, you and I don't argue flat Earth. We argue science.
Because
that's about it.
Because I've exposed them and you've seen what the nonsense they do. That's why, Nate.
No,
Jeremy,
because to me, the Earth is a ball, and I don't see a point in arguing that. You know, if you believe it's not a ball,
because
cool.
there is no ball. There is no
Cool,
ball. You can't
that's
say
fine.
that.
If you don't
can't say
believe
that.
it's a ball, that's fine. I'm not going to try and convince
you. Can't say it's a ball. You can't say
Why
it's a
not?
ball. You believe it's a ball, but you cannot say it's a ball because it's not a ball.
Yo, it's a ball to me. I know it to be a ball.
It's not a ball. You don't know it's a ball. You cannot
do.
know it's a ball. You have no evidence.
You can't tell me what I
evidence to
know.
that. So
I have plenty of evidence that makes me happy
you
that it's a
haven't
ball.
proven, sir. You're believing in something you haven't proven.
Cool.
That is
If that's what you believe, Jin, cool. I really don't want to argue about this. You know, I think it's stupid.
I'm not arguing. I'm just letting you know that. But that's what you're doing, though, yeah?
You're shouting at me about it, you know?
Sorry, because you were talking over me. I'll drop my volume down. Basically, I'm saying is that you are believing in something you cannot prove, and that's your choice, your wish. But it's not sane, is it? It's not sane. It's not sane.
If that's what you believe, Jin, that's fine, bro. Like, we don't need to agree on the shape of the Earth.
That's what I know. Well, we do really, because people's taxes are being used to perpetuate that, and they're teaching it in schools. That's right.
But what is us agreeing on the shape of the Earth going to do about people's taxes?
Well, it's going to do this. It's going to do this. It's going to make you you might get motivated to try and get everybody on the same page. When that actually happens, then we can begin to pursue and stop this nonsense. You know, that's what it's all about, yeah? Stop, and it stops when we educate others, they then go on to educate others, and it all stops. Then the lie gets exposed. That's what we're supposed to do, you see. We only live once.
Good luck with that, Jin. Good luck with all of that.
Oh, thank you very much. Don't worry. I'm going to be doing that for the rest of my life. At least I know I've met a lot of people already, and it's happening nicely. Flat uprising every year. The year 2022 is the year that we put the heliocentrist under the psychological magnifying glass.
This is the year, right?
Ask, why is it they want to believe in something they cannot prove?
Right?
Yeah.
Go for it. Good luck. And let me know how things go at the end of the year, man.
They're being destroyed every day. Lovely. You keep on in your fantasy world of hopelessness.
Cool. Let me do me, you do you, and we carry on living on.
What you want to do, that's cool. Well done. Good luck.
This planet spherical Earth.
You're triggering Jin.
Keep living in your fantasy.
But I mean, Jin, if you don't care what I do, like, why does it bug you when I say I know that I live on a ball? Like, why do you care?
You can't say that. That's because we know that the ball doesn't exist.
Why not?
When you say that to somebody like me, it means you're acting crazy, and then I have to be careful when we associate with you when you're around, because you don't act normal. You're a risk. You're a risky individual. It's like it's like they call us, we who are vaccinated, we're a danger when we're not. It's the ones who are vaccinated that are danger. So you're a danger.
You're a liability, Nate. You're a liability.
Yep. Yeah.
Do you really think that, Jeremy? Because I believe in the globe. I'm dangerous.
You're a liability. I'm just fucking with you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you can.
Yeah.
Happy MLK Day, though,
Psychologically
bro.
dangerous.
Like,
Psychologically.
y'all doing anything?
The psychological.
Listening to any rap music? I
I have
don't
a
know.
question, Jim. What makes them more dangerous? What makes a globe believer more dangerous?
Mob Deep Wu-Tang on.
What makes a globe
You
more
got Wu-Tang
dangerous
on? Mad
than other
rap music.
people?
That's what's up, yo.
About to get some Mob Deep
Am I
in
not
later.
coming through now, or what?
Word, yeah. I'm about to go sell some crack, you know, make some peach cobbler and black eyed peas.
Ooh,
Sweet potato pie.
Sweet
I
potato pie,
understand that
dog.
one.
You know what's up.
That
What's
all
up,
makes
Don?
sense now. The penny has dropped.
Don, we heard you. We heard you. Nate got a little excited. He's a liability. What are you gonna do?
I'm a liability. Come on, bro.
What can I do, man?
Come on, bro. Like I keep the globe safe every fucking day, bro. What do you mean I'm a liability?
That globe is not around. You're just perpetuating your insanity. That's
Yo,
what you're doing.
deja move on.
It's called separation anxiety disorder. That's what you're displaying. That's what you're keeping alive. Your anxiety, separation anxiety disorder. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Nothing else. It's crazy.
Nothing else, my friend. Nothing logical.
Yeah.
What you're doing is illogical.
Illogical.
Contradiction to living. You're a walking contradiction.
I'm a liability.
Liability, walking contradiction. Wow. I don't want to be that.
Hello, am I coming through? Can I speak to you guys?
You're coming through. You're coming through. You're coming through.
I don't know if I stopped coming through. You all just got so excited you ignored me. Can you explain why globe belief makes you more dangerous than non-globe belief?
You're spreading misinformation to the younger generation, which will perpetuate them into a world of fantasy and beliefs in things that are not real. And it's not sanity. It's okay to use your imagination, but then you don't want to start believing in fantasy. That's not
I
good.
understand. I've got another question. Is that the same for Muslims or Scientology?
If Muslims believe in the Creator, which we all know there has to be one.
No, I don't mean the Creator, Jim. I don't mean that. I mean the details.
I'm answering your question. How they choose to connect with the Creator, if that's what they're doing, is up to them. That's fine. They can do that.
Okay,
Thank you, Jin. Thank you so much.
Creator,
I really
Jin.
appreciate that.
I mean all the details of the religion.
Sorry?
Do you believe all the details of the religion are misinfo?
No, I do not. I do not. No,
well, so you're fine with all religions, just
Thank
not the
you,
globe.
Jin.
Just not the
You
globe.
hear that, Merle? He has no problem with religions. I don't know why you have a problem.
No, I've got no religion because I don't have
Not
the
Merle,
right.
Dawn,
I don't have the right to stop anyone. But anyone acting crazy, on the other hand, I will say something. I don't have the right to stop them. I'll just say something. I'll pass my comment, and that's
Can I
it.
give you an example?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm going to give you the craziest example.
I'm now going to give one. Globe parent telling their kid and maybe their kid's friends that Earth is a globe because they wanted to talk about what Jupiter looks like. So they mentioned Earth was a globe. Yeah. So that's one.
Yeah, well, that would be a mistake.
Wait. I've got another example. Or Scientology scamming someone for $400,000.
Oh yeah.
So
well, they're as bad as
What's that got to do with Islam? Like, why did you throw Islam in there, Don?
Islam is not scam. Islam doesn't scam people. Hang on.
Yeah.
Islam doesn't scam people, does it? Where does Islam scam people? Where does Islam scam people?
And it's not about Islam. It's about the idea that it might be a fantasy like globe.
Just checking.
Well, like I said, the religion is religion, man.
No, I just wanted to make sure because I noticed your headlights all pushed in.
Hot mic, Jeremy.
Hot mic, bro.
Jin.
Jeremy's talking to his neighbors. Jesus.
Yeah.
So you're fine with all religions because it's religion, but not the globe because that's a fantasy and terrible disinfo, right?
Well, it's terrible disinfo, isn't it? I mean, come on, when we know that.
What I'm trying to say is, if that's terrible disinfo, how do you feel about weird religions telling kids stuff?
Again, each to their own with the religion thing. I can't.
Okay,
really
that's great.
Get in there.
That's really weird and contradictory, but it's fine that you've explained. It's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? You know, they've got their
What I'd
religion.
say is,
They want to believe. If they want to believe in the globe, that's fine. They can believe in the globe, but they're wrong. Yeah. Now I can't say they're wrong with the religion because there is a creator. Okay, we know that because look at the splendor of the earth.
Really not
now,
in your
how
face,
they-
Dawn. In
really
your
not
face.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
In your face.
you're not thinking about details. You're just thinking religion means God.
Well, that's right. Well, that's what it is. You see,
No,
because they
that's not what it
hang
is.
on, Dawn, you're misunderstanding me. Listen clearly, Dawn. Religions have different ways of worshiping. Whatever they choose and how they choose to connect, that's up to them. The one thing is this: are they harming other people? No. Are they trying? Are they showing respect?
You don't think religions harm people?
Can I not finish? Can I not finish? Bloody hell! Are they showing respect for the earth that they didn't create through their religion? That's good, isn't it?
Jim,
Isn't it?
Religions hurt people a lot.
Yeah, that's not good.
Did you
Obviously,
know?
that's not good. I'm not talking about the hurting of people, am I?
So what I'm saying is that can be compared to Globe as a disinfo fantasy that you should be against. Yeah.
Well,
if you're so against the Globe information because it's dangerous, you need to look at other dangerous information too.
Fucking hell. If the religion is pushing a falsehood in that, you know, the earth is a globe through that religion, then that's wrong.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, well, that's wrong, isn't it?
You don't think religions push falsehoods?
Oh, you know what? Look, when it comes to the creator, okay, first of all,
you conflate it again.
Through religion, I can't really argue that point at all because they're trying to connect with the creator, you see. That's what they're trying to do. So I can't really
what if they make their wife wear a mask covering their whole face all the time, even in hot, sweaty weather?
You know what that is? That is to stop, listen, that is to stop men lusting after them.
No, but it still oppresses the woman.
I'm a Muslim, I know this. So I know, all right. It's to stop the lusting of men, you see. And then it's to stop the women.
I'm going to stop this conversation.
Also, listen.
I know how you feel.
It also, hang on. It also stops the women advertising their wares to men that they shouldn't be. Her wares should be only to her husband's eyes, you see. That's the whole point, you see.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
The globe is, what if I explain the globe and say we're connecting to God and we're trying to understand and explain nature? That's it, you see.
Yeah, but if you said that, I'd say, well, you'd be mistaken because the earth is not a globe and it's not in any of the Bibles. That the earth is a globe, it's not there.
I don't care about the Bible. I'm just saying.
Well, there you go, then. You have to care a little bit because if you're mentioning the Bible, if you're not mentioning the Bible, then that's fair enough. But if you're just going around saying it's a globe and follow my religion, then you're wrong. Completely and utterly.
Yeah, I can be wrong, but what I'm trying to say is it's not that dangerous. It's just a way to understand nature.
I don't know. Psychologically, it's not good. It's not
well,
good.
That's okay. If that logic, you're saying psychologically it's bad. I'm saying so is religion.
I don't think so. When it becomes when it becomes fundamental and you're trying to get everybody onto your religion and you're killing people to do it, that's when it's dangerous.
Yeah, which happens a lot, right?
Yeah, it does, admittedly. But that's not happening with the flat earth movement. Not happening at all. You're allowed to think the globe and want to be a globe. I'm just reminding you that you're not thinking coherently, as we've suffered that from the heliocentrists, and it's the heliocentrists that are wrong. So that's why I say 2022 is the year that the flat earthers now put the heliocentrists under the psychological psychological magnifying glass, asking them, why is it you want to believe in something you cannot?
You've already said that. You're reading a script at this point.
I'm going to be doing it all the time. You better believe it.
Jen, I have to comment on this now. I think you're okay to say the globe is disinfo and that you believe that's wrong to teach to kids. But I'm saying you also need to look at all the other disinfo in reality, not just the globe, because otherwise you're obsessed and specific about one piece, ignoring everything else.
I'm not really ignoring everything else. I'm taking.
You are. You just argue all religion's fine.
I'm mindful that religion, because we do have a creator, do we not? And people are associating the creator with the religion with their creator. That's fine, as long as they're not going around killing people.
Going around killing people. That's my point.
I don't want that. So I can't really say more than that, really.
what I'm trying to say is a religion has ideas that want to kill people. The globe isn't. It's just an explanation of nature. So what you're doing is you're concentrating all your aggression and energy on something that isn't that harmful and denying and ignoring other harmful things.
Yeah, I know religion can be harmful, but then there is the good side of religion. That's what I'm homing in on. I know religion can be dangerous. I know that. I'm aware of that. And I don't agree with that, of course. But at the same time, I'm homing in on the good side of it. The good side of the religion, obviously. That's the whole point of religion. It's meant to be a good thing, not a thing going on killing people. Yeah, yeah.
I just mentioned Scientology scamming $400,000 and stuff like that. Or
yeah, right. I know I'm psychologically sound. I know that for sure. And I think that people want to worship God and, and give thanks for the food they eat and the land they live on. Also be it.
You've conflated bad religions that I've tried to remind you of with nicely worshipping God again. They're different things. Bad religion, worshipping God.
Okay, what's bad about the religion?
What's bad about any religion? You want me to tell you any bad bit about any religion?
Any religion. What's bad about any religion you feel that's bad? You tell me, because you're the one saying it.
It's disinfo and it's fantasy and not true.
So you don't think that God is real, yeah?
No, I do, but the whole of religion taught to kids is fantasy.
Yes,
and
all
not
the
true.
ritual. I mean, I'm with you with all the ritual and all the gowns they wear and all the smoke that they're pushing around. That's all shit. That's all fantasy.
What about God?
God, look, God is the creator of the earth, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, but how do you know it's true? That could be disinfo fantasy.
Nah, there has to be. The creator is what we know as God. There has to be. There has to be.
Yeah, so you've decided it's true because there has to be.
There has to be. It's just
basically
a process of elimination, isn't it? There has to be.
You don't apply your bias to yourself. You've got a double standard going on.
Nah, it's not double standard at all, man. No, you're just being tricky there. That's all. You're being tricky, and your trickiness is getting you into trouble. That's all that is, mate. I'm perfectly sound. I know what I'm saying is correct. I'm not going to change my stance or my position on that one. I'm sound. I'm not going to put that down.
I think if I said flat Earth's crazy, disinfo fantasy, and it's dangerous to kids, what would you be? What's your reaction?
Well, I would just say that you'd be mistaken, and we can prove that you're psychologically imbalanced.
Yeah, and then I'd say, but we can prove that you're psychologically imbalanced.
Well, then you'd have to go through and do that, and then the person will choose his or her path. Quite simple, really.
And what if I told you we did? We have. And you are.
Nah, don't be silly.
Honestly. 3 years.
Your delusion does not reality make, mate. Okay.
What do you think I was doing for 3 years? Talking to you.
Your delusional state of mind does not reality make, my friend. So, no.
So even if I think I've done a psychological analysis and find out that you're mental, I could be wrong. That's what you're saying.
Well, you're definitely wrong because I'm not mental, that's for sure. And especially as the psychiatrists themselves giving out medicines for illnesses they can't even prove for themselves. That is so dangerous. It's unbelievable.
So let me get this straight. In your opinion, I'm mental, and in my opinion, you're mental.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah. If we're both mental.
We're probably slightly warped a little bit with all this world we've been living in, yeah.
We can't tell, and we both think we're both mental, and we're both mental.
But the thing is, right, that's only if you follow the mainstream way of life, yeah? The way they tell us it's got to be. But if you actually just do it for yourself, like I said the other day, right, that I'm going to rename the whole solar system and customize it my way. That's not lunacy. That's me being sane. I don't have to take what they tell me as the name of the planet. I don't have to.
Okay, let's get into that. That's interesting. What are you going to call Saturn instead of Saturn?
Who knows? I haven't thought of a name yet.
Because these names
I
go.
could name them after somebody, members of my family, my friends, and that, instead of. You know what I mean?
Do you think people will think you're a bit egoic if you do that?
I think people who might want to destroy this system, yeah, and the control it has over your mind, yeah, they might want to do that, yeah.
No, Jim. If you name Saturn Lucy, let's pretend your kid's called Lucy or your auntie's called Lucy.
Yeah.
And someone might say, why is he renaming all of nature after his own family? Isn't that a bit like a religious cult leader freak?
No, not at all. It's just assigning. He thinks his children are so beautiful, and the stars are so beautiful. He's likening them to each other. That's all. Nice, nice.
And when you point at it to other people, will you say, will you change the name and use your one?
Say that again.
Will you confuse people in real life by using your made-up new names?
Oh yeah, I'm going to do that all the time. You know why I say that? Because people have given names to famous people who are arseholes. Sir this, Sir King this, and they name the land after them, and they're not worthy of that name. Do you know what I mean? So that's why, for example, here in Japan, there's a place I call Ozzy's Creek after my brother's friend Andrew. Okay, right? Andrew Bonzo, his name. He's African. So I've named. And the reason I named it was because one day I was coming down the mountain and he came to mind. And I thought, right, I'm going to name this spot after Ozzy. So whenever I go up on the mountain now, I remember Ozzy when I go up on the mountain. You see what I mean? We can do that.
I understand that because it's a vague part of a creek mountain. But renaming one of the bodies close to Earth is a bit more ego.
No, it's not ego at all. It's saying, fuck you, system.
It definitely is.
No, it's not, because I'm saying that, no, it's not. Not at all. It's saying, fuck you, system. If you want to name something, I can name something. Yeah? I don't have to conform to your lies anymore.
That's ego.
It's not ego. It's not ego. It's breaking down the control mechanisms. So that even though I know what the names were, they were given to us, but I'm changing those names now.
I mean...
Yeah, I have that right.
If you were a Roman
psychology,
emperor, I would
you break the control. So now, when you speak to people and you say you mean, let's say Lucy, you mean Lucy, don't you? Well, what is Lucy? Well, that's what I call Saturn. I call Saturn Lucy. So from now on, when you mention Saturn, Lucy, and if you can't keep up,
you have to tell them all that every time.
Yeah, of course. That's fine.
To remind them that you're phasing out the other names.
Yes, that's right. And then people are going to think, yeah, wicked, man, because that's what I want to do.
Why is the name of Saturn a control system, part of a control? How does it control you?
We're conforming to because we're conforming to the way the system is. It's one that's devaluing us, okay? And part of that devaluation system mechanism is that we follow what they tell us. That's one of our mistakes. So if we can break that, we put value in ourselves. So when they start to say we found a new star, such blah blah, I go, shut up, you have not. Okay.
Would you extend this to things like a tree or a chair? Rename them as well?
No, I don't think I'll do that. No, I won't be doing that. There's no need to do that with this. Because the chair's not named, not unless it's named after somebody who the powers that be deem famous enough to be worthy of a name of a chair or whatever. Then that thing, I'll never call that name.
Saturn's not named after someone famous.
I know. But the system is being used to fool us.
Maybe it is, but that's not.
Yeah. The thing is, the system is being used to fool us. They're naming them after gods and whatever. We know this.
Yeah.
So we don't have to name those gods. We can name my own people that I know. I can give the names to those planets. That's what I can do that easily. It's not a crime, and it's actually uplifting the people I know to the highest height that I can do. You see that?
If it's something that's named after a god, you're happy to change it, but not if it's just a normal.
Yes, of course I am.
But not if it's a normal label like tree.
In the case of like the names that they give these gods and that, did they really live? And did they really create anything? You see what I mean now? If it's fantasy shit, I can put a rune name to the planet. Somebody I knew that lived.
I'm coming
You know
round
what I
to
mean?
this. I'm coming round to this idea slowly.
Yeah.
Renaming,
I'm glad you are, because
renaming stuff to write over the tricks of Latin and the Romans. Renaming stuff.
Yeah. I think that's what we need to do. You see,
I do think
take
it's
control.
egoic
Take,
and strange to just pick on the sky.
That's taking control of your destiny a little bit. You know,
What about the sun and the moon?
Partial control.
Sun and the moon. Would you change the names of that? Because that's like an important thing. The sun.
The sun. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I might leave that one. Perhaps. Who knows? I might name it after my great granddad. For all I know. I might
And then
just
you'd
change
be
the whole
happy
thing.
saying, "Look, Peter's risen," or
Yeah,
Johnny's come
Peter's
up.
risen. Hello, Peter. And that's keeping him alive. Yeah, that wouldn't hurt me one bit, to be honest.
It's cool and weird.
Yeah, it's cool and weird. Yeah, yeah. But it's cool, you know, because the sun is still there. Most people are going to refer it to the sun. I know what I mean. I said, yeah, that's Peter, man. He looked shining hot today, Peter. Wow, you're burning my back. Why'd you call
If you
it
really
Peter?
did
That's
this
great
in real life, you taught your kids a new set of 9 names for the 9 planets or whatever.
Yeah.
And they were at school and stuff or talking to their friends. When they start doing astronomy or they talk about stuff or they look at a picture and name it, they're going to say a completely different made up word, and the other kids are going to think, what's going on?
Yeah, and then they can explain that quite easily. Yeah, my dad has decided to give those planets names from our family that lived before, and they're going to think, wow, that's cool, because they never thought of that angle, you see? And they're going to think, yeah, just like when my kids introduced them to the flat Earth. And then they came round there asking, is it true?
Why did your dad do that? And they'll say, because he's a flat earther.
Yeah, not only that, he wants to change the system, because the system they're using is lying all the time, and he's fed up with the lies. So let me remember my name, and then I've got control over what they're called. I don't need you to tell me what they're called. Your names are just not worthy of being mentioned. You see what I mean? That's exactly what I'm really dead against.
What about this, Jim? What about
scumbags that lived, hurt the human race, and then they named lands after them? Never going to call those places their names.
What about this is the extreme of your idea, renaming Allah after your own dad?
I would never do that.
Well,
I would never do that.
Why not?
But it is an extreme, but I'd never go that far. See? So I know my place. But I know when I say that I want to change the names of, certain things, I can do that. I have the right to do that. I will do that, and no one can stop me from doing that. And they're going to think, this guy is just, boy, what is he? Is he nuts? Is he serious? What? And then when you start to explain yourself to them, they're going to say, I see. I said, yeah, because I'm totally and utterly fed up of this devaluation system that I'm in. And it's putting value in the wrong place. So why should I mention the name of a scumbag that killed loads of people? Everything he stood for was for devaluation. And I'm going to call that land his name. He's not worthy of that. I will never do that. Never will I do that.
What land's that?
Well, whatever the name is. We're never going to name these places after famous people in like Antarctica, for example. Or,
What I'm thinking now is this is going to take a lot of research for you to research what the word means, where it comes from, and if it's a name, and if you don't like the thing being named after that thing.
Yeah. That's pretty good, isn't it?
It's just a slow theme that you're going to not use words that you don't like as much.
Yeah, that's exactly what I have. I've been doing that already. I've been doing that for many years now already, you see. I thought about it for a while and I said, I'm not going to mention that man's name. So whenever they talk about that place, I'm going to call it a different name.
I change definitions. That's one of the things I like, to make up my own new definition.
Yeah, if you can, as long as it's understandable and it's true to the actual thing we're observing, then fine.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with that. So I think we should do that. That's all part of being sane, you see. It shows the strength of your sanity. That's what it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I I'm against renaming the planets. I'm a bit attached to those names. I think that's what it is.
Another thing that we often hear: never talk to yourself. Okay, but let's say you find yourself in a place where there's no one around. You're going to need to talk to yourself in order to keep yourself sane, keep your vocabulary going. You're going to need to do that, and that's not madness. That is you keeping yourself alive, so you don't lose your sanity. You see what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Right. So talking to yourself is a good thing. Like when I ride my motorbike, I always say, don't let it be an expensive one, Jin. Do you know what I mean? So I don't crash and it starts costing me money. Yeah, I do that all the time. Slow down, Jin, you're going to wipe out. Okay, I got it. You know, got to do that.
You have to remind yourself vocally to slow down.
Yeah, because you can get into the zone and then, wipe out. So yeah, got to do that all the time. That's nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly sane.
Actually, yeah, no, I agree. I did that today flying my drone. I think, oh, what's that noise? Quickly landed to check.
Yeah. Perfectly sane, That's what you got to remember, man. We've been controlled so much. You've got to break all the control mechanisms and then re-establish new mechanisms for yourself, which uplift you. And when you're uplifting, you can help others. It's as simple as that.
So I'm into the idea of re-evolving language for ourselves, but I'm attached to those names of the planets for some reason.
Well, fine.
They've been there a long while.
Yeah, but for me, they're being used to perpetuate lies, and I'm going to change all that shit just to wind them up. Remember Copernicus and shit.
Let's say you change the name of Mercury to something else. What lies have you stopped?
Sorry?
What lies have you stopped being perpetuated by you changing the name of one planet?
Right, if I change the name of one planet, okay, what it means is that because I know they're lying, okay, so I've taken control now. So now when I speak now, and I name the planet different, and I call it a different name, someone's going to say to you, why did you do that? Well, because they've been lying to us all the time, so I don't want to associate that name with that lie. So I want to cut that out. So you see how it changes? So because I know, because I'm completely happy with that, but someone else may not be yet until they understand why I'm doing it. And when they understand, they think, yeah, that's the point. Maybe I'll do the same. Yeah.
My reaction again is, you really want to destroy the language and the lie of the globe, but you're not going to do this about other things. You're not going to rename vaccines, are you? To jiggly-wobs.
Well, vaccines are going to be destroyed. Hopefully, there will never be a vaccine around ever. So vaccines have got to go. They cannot exist.
Yeah, but my point is, you're still going to call them vaccines just so people know what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, I can call them vaccines.
Even though it's associated with a lie, right? That's your logic.
Yes, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the way it's going at the moment, it's. I may decide to change the name, but at the moment, I'm calling it the jab, the unwanted, unnecessary medical intervention. But yeah, I'm going to call it vaccine.
Okay, yeah. So you're just thinking about this now, and you've started on the globe and space and planet.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. But if I had my wish, all vaccines would be gone tomorrow like that. Bang. And the Dogovic, whatever his name is, from Serbia, would be playing in the Opens right away, immediately. And then lawsuits would be established. And those who are in power will be stripped of every penny they have because it came from the taxpayer. That would include their house. They would be homeless on the streets. Now you've got to start again. That's exactly what I do.
The way that I'm doing the same thing. I am trying to evolve the terminology of planets. So I'll call Saturn Father God, Father Time, or I'll call Jupiter Jupiter. Yeah. Or I'll call Venus Lucifer.
Yeah.
Or I'll call the moon the goddess.
Yeah.
I'm telling people the other ideas what these things were.
Yeah, but you know what they are. And then when you say Jupiter, do you mean Jupiter? Oh, yeah, all right, I'm with you. And the more I associate with you, the sooner I'm going to be picking up what you mean by that, by those names. I'll get to learn, and because I understand why you're doing it. I'm not going to think you're crazy. Do you know what I mean? Because you've explained why you're doing it. So now I'm getting into it.
Jew is Jew if you follow the the vowels and the etymology, and Pater is father in Jewish. One of the names for father.
Oh, Jupiter, yeah. So
A Jew, Pater, father, Jew. Jewish God, father.
Okay.
Wow.
So I'll probably be changing that one for sure, then, wouldn't I?
Well, Hebrew father's Abba, but maybe there's a different variation or something. I don't know about.
Pater is, one of the words for a father.
Yeah. But I'm more annoyed of people, so-called famous people who have committed atrocities and they're getting places and lands named after them. That's my main gripe at the moment, to be quite honest. Okay, that was my number one beef. About fucking these scumbags getting lands named after them. The audacity.
Oh yeah, but you can't. But bro, you can't get people to enter a contract with you where you have jurisdiction unless you can claim stake to an area of land. So they have to draw lines on maps, arbitrary nonsense, and then say that it's a state of whatever, and then you enter a contract, and they have a jurisdiction once you agree that that fiction is real. It's actually pretty brilliant. So you got to give them props. It actually is pretty well done. Everyone thinks they have jurisdiction.
No, it's disgusting, really. I'm not going to give them any credit for that. It's disgusting what they've done there. Taking advantage of the people's honesty and integrity. That's what they've gone and done there. They've been underhanded.
Well, they've taken advantage of the naive nature and the high trust societies, like Western civilizations for sure are high trust. So yeah, I mean it's malevolent, but it's still very tactically done.
No credit. I cannot give them one good word. It's all disgusting. There's nothing. I cannot attribute one good word to their deed. It's negative. It's repulsive. It must stop. There's nothing good.
It's tactically efficient, though. That's what I'm saying.
An efficient deception is a bad deception all the same.
Are we talking about Israel?
It will always will be.
Oh man, Israel. God, Israel's the freaking worst.
So, Jin, let me ask you this. If God pulled the ocean's tides out 2 miles, who would then own the new beach?
Can you say that again? If God pulled the tides out 2 miles,
2 miles, right?
Okay.
Who would own the new beach? Who owns the beach right now? Because my dad would always say...
It would be the state that owns the beach, so it would go to the state, wouldn't it, obviously?
So if God brought the tides, let's say to Arizona from California, then would it be Arizona Bay, and would we now own the beaches?
Well, yeah, you could claim it, yeah, and you defended it, yeah, you could claim it. Why not? Why not?
And then would California be under international waters at that point?
Well, exactly. They'd have to pay. They'd have to be very careful when they pass through. Yeah, why not?
I've got another mad example for you, Jen. Japan means Riben, that means rising sun. And if I told you that's associated with communism, so you need to change the name of Japan. Something else.
Well, who's to say communism is a bad thing?
What?
Well, I guess you can debate that.
Look, you see, look, capitalism is bad. Communism is not bad.
Okay,
I wasn't surprised. I just wanted you to say it.
See, because you're looking at a system that's fucking us up at the moment.
But Jen, here's the deal, man. Jen, that's kind of crazy, bro.
Wait a minute. You're in a situation where you're going to get your fucking injection if you don't persist and resist that you don't want it.
Yeah, that's how communism. That's how communism. That's why the communist countries.
Capitalist system now. Okay.
Yeah, but the communist countries are forcing it more readily. But the problem fundamentally with communism, Jen, is that it creates a fixed cost of goods. So, like, say you have 20 bundles of corn left. And so in a free market, the corn gets more expensive because there's less corn. But in a communist market, it stays $5 and then all the corn runs out.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing because if I was in control, everything would be cheap. There would be no expensive corn. It would be one standard price all the way. So
you didn't hear the end. You didn't hear the end, but then all the corn runs out.
Yeah,
well,
it runs out.
Jen, in America,
people starve to death.
We subsidize the shit out of corn, right? In America, to where it's so cheap.
So only the rich should have access to the corn when it gets low. Only the rich should be able to buy it.
No, that's never my
No, I'm not.
philosophy.
I was asking Witset.
Oh yeah, well done. I'm glad you asked him because he always seems to be defending the very system that's fucking him up. That's the one thing I do not like about him.
Got
Carry
another,
on, ask him again. Ask him
another
again,
heartbreak
please.
for you, Jim. You're going to have to change every word in the English language because they're all associated with the English Empire, which comes from the Roman Empire, which comes from fascism and racism.
And Babylon, and all roads lead to Rome, which just lead to Babylon. But Jin, are you understanding? If you live in a neighborhood and everyone barters and trades, and one person has the chicken eggs, so everyone goes and buys their chicken eggs from him. But every Friday he gets low on chicken eggs, so on Friday or on the weekends the eggs are a little more expensive. Then there will always be eggs there, right? And then someone else will come in and try and bring a better price for the eggs on the weekend, and then he'll have to compete. That's how it's naturally balanced. If you give a monolithic power source fixed cost of goods, everyone will starve to death.
That's very interesting.
People will not starve to death. That's absolutely absurd, and it's not what I mean. When I'm in control, it means that there will be no economy where you're looking to raise the standard of living, the standard of living is good, but the cost of living will be going down, not up. Because this earth was made free for us to live on without using money. When we use money, we devalue God's creation. Okay?
Amen.
All right.
Well, that's not.
Well, I don't disagree with.
That's full anarchy. That is.
I don't disagree that people deserve to live, bro. Right? And the crony capitalism, which is the quote unquote free market, isn't very free because we have monopolies that should then be utilized. That's where the nuance comes in. But if you just give all the power to a monolithic structure, everyone's gonna live on top of each other in concrete buildings and starve to death.
No, that's your warped mind working there. You don't know how to live. That's what you're displaying, sir. You do not understand.
Men are supposed to Jen. This is the point, right? Don't you?
The purity of living on this earth harmoniously with one another. You're not on that road yet. You're not there yet.
I think that is ideal. That's a cool story, right? But people don't act like that anymore. People are very.
I mean, the reality I'm living in now at the moment isn't very good when my children are being threatened for an injection that may ruin their lives and then their children's life. So I'm very urgent in trying to get it as peacefully and as harmoniously as I can. So that's why my story will always be loud when I speak it. A story, as you may call it. It's going to be the best story you've ever heard.
What I'm saying is, Jen, you're misunderstanding. I'm not trying to fight with you, man. I'm saying that's an optimistic view, sure, but
we need optimism right now, definitely, urgently.
Okay, but if I can't talk, then you're just talking to yourself, then.
No, I'm talking to everybody.
It does a lot. Don't worry about that.
So Witsit, if the corn gets low, only the wealthy can access the corn, right?
Great question.
No, see, then someone else is going to come in and they're going to offer better prices on corn, right? So it incentivizes production. Fixed cost of goods do not do that.
Oh, well, this was the scenario that had the 20 pieces of corn left.
That's right. That's right. The corn will still be there. If someone was literally needed corn, there'd still be some on the shelves, and then eventually the corn would stock back up, and the price would come back to where everyone can get it very easily.
And the poor don't get it in the meantime.
The poor don't get it if it's not there either, do they?
Exactly.
Game over.
Well, I'm just trying to circumvent a little bit and think of a better system than this capitalism you're describing.
Yeah, sure. The best system is that men know how to work, and that the men are actually working the ground, and you have actual tangible assets, and each person brings something to the table, and then they can barter and trade and help each other sustain life. But now we have a bunch of lazy people that just want to go and have everything given to them, and therefore, if you give it all over to a communist monolithic structure, you will run out of food and die.
No, not at all. That's not the way it's going to be.
Well, that's how it's happened to billions of people throughout history.
It's not going to happen, mate. I guarantee you. That's why.
I like the mentioning of the bartering. That's cool.
Yeah, bartering is cool, but at the end of the day, that's the way to go, of course.
And that's only if you sell your corn on a Friday, right?
Well, I was just giving the analogy. I was giving the analogy that if corn periodically gets low on supply until the next harvest or whatever, right? Then during that period, the price would go up to keep the stock in place. It's pretty simple, right? Like, but the problem is that we have fiat currencies and we have crony capitalism and we have monopolies, and this is the problem. And if you throw free market out, or which is what barter and trade is. If you throw that out because of crony capitalism, you throw out the baby with the bathwater, and you think that the solution is to remove individual free market or barter and trade or individual sustainability, you will just die. I'm sorry, power corrupts habitually, and people don't care. They look at the people they control as statistics, and they've proven this throughout history. Over 1 billion people have died because of this very ideology.
You've given up on humanity, you have. You've given up. That's what you've got.
No, I haven't. I think that if everyone will start learning how to get back in tune with nature and grow their own food and not with pesticides and poisons, and then they instead of living on your phone all day, you go meet your neighbors. Right? I don't live somewhere and not know my neighbors. I bet most people in America don't know their neighbors, though. They definitely don't have a relationship with them where they have duck eggs, but you have chicken eggs. Right? And that's the problem. The problem is that we've been brainwashed that the only options are to turn to other people for our sustainability.
Exactly.
What do you think about how they control us with the masses, like the mass formation and that kind of theory stuff?
Yeah, I think that's very true. I mean, it's sad that it took some doctor on Joe Rogan before people start realizing that there's like mass formation psychosis, which is just groupthink. But yeah, it's how they get everyone, of course. Groupthink, conformity.
Yeah, that's how you get a 5-year-old fearful of COVID somehow, right?
Sorry,
or people to think it's flat Earth.
Wait,
or to think that it's.
I was getting the cat away from the road. I didn't hear you.
Or that people think that it's a globe since you guys are the majority. So.
See, yeah, that's the thing. It's easier to just believe the Earth's a globe because everyone thinks that. We were all taught that. You got the illusion of everyone agrees with me. It's the same thing with everything.
It's easy to believe anything.
People are afraid to say the word retarded now. People are afraid to say the word retarded.
But it's not easy to believe in a flat Earth and just go by what the group says without actual evidence.
Well, I didn't really finish. I was going on Witzit's thing, like from authority. When someone says something from authority, people just go crazy.
Yeah.
But people love their authority because it removes personal responsibility, and that ties back into the market thing. It's the same thing for all of it. People love their authority figures because it removes personal responsibility. You don't have to go test the Earth yourself. I've gone around, made all kinds of observations. We shoot lasers. We do mirror flashes. We read all these documents. I've read the theory of relativity more than once, right? And it takes all this individual responsibility to figure out the truth. Or you can just hand that over to the idea of an authority that has done it for you. It removes individual responsibility. Same with food production, same with sustainability. That's the ultimate trick. We are made as men and women to be able to sustain ourselves because the earth is very giving. And you had one seed, you get 100 of the same fruit from one seed. And each one of those fruits have tons of seeds in them. There's
I just think you're missing the point completely because once the ones who have been voted into to at least supervise what's going on will educate those that we're going to need to work together how it works. Otherwise, we're all going to starve. So we're all going to be involved in making the food. It's going to be on shift work. So I might be doing it for 2 months, and then someone else with my next team will be doing it for 2 months, and that's what's going to happen as we live on and enjoy life. Yeah. So it's easy. It's easy to do when you organize it properly. It's not difficult.
And the idea of
difficult, mate.
The idea of everyone doing things for themselves that is a good thing. I'm not saying it's bad. The problem with that is that what you'll end up having is many people dying for situations that are uncontrollable to them, whether their crops grow or don't grow, whether there's a meat source or no meat source. So what they do is they've made this situation now where they can basically feed the masses without individuals dying because of one situation. You keep talking about how the poor can't get this and that, but without the system that we have now, they would all be dead if that were the case. And they're not, because there are systems that help them. Because even though they can't do it, there are people that live in places that can't grow food like that. Everyone that lives in situations where it's winter half the year, What are they going to do about crops? They
All
die.
right, so you're scattergunning, right? But the reason that so winter, the reason that people that went to northern climates or colder climates, they had to stock up in the winter or you died.
Yes.
Okay. But this is also what else? You know what else they did when there were people that couldn't go physically work, right? They contributed some other way, and everyone made sure that everyone ate, because like if there's a less fortunate person, if there's a widow or an orphan or someone that's hungry, either you can be a douchebag and you can have 500 things of grain stocked up, or you can go help them have some grain. And it was just a normal thing that if there was abundance because of the freedom of market, people helped out the less fortunate. When you cram them into a corner and rip their money and give them fiat currency and make them dependent on someone else, they're not in a position to help others.
Well, at the same point, the when you bring in currency and how it works, the system works now compared to the barter system, and just so you're clear, I think that is a much better system. But at the end of the day, it turns into the same thing. The value of someone's work versus what they get for it. The barter of a trade. If a guy is 1 year has or is excellent at hunting and he knows who's going to have furs, he's able to make bigger deals, better deals, and he's going to make deals with people that will make his advantages for survival much greater. It's always going to turn into the same thing.
Yeah. So are you not understanding that if people have abundance, they're much more likely to help others out?
All kinds of
And when that abundance isn't there, people are more likely to become stingy and worry about their own situation.
And the only reason the abundance isn't there is because of the system, because you can have one seed and you can make 100 of the same fruit, and each one of those fruit has more. We have so much land in America. I just traveled the whole United States and all there is land.
Okay.
So
but you understand that. But you understand with the way they do things with, we'll say for produce, the way that they clone stuff and put it in harvest faster, they're able to feed more people. You understand that when you do it naturally, when you do it naturally, you understand it takes longer. And there are times when it's not going to yield.
We would still have plenty though, because there's land all over the United States.
Well,
and scarcity, right?
There wouldn't be enough if everyone grew their own crops, which means they now need a certain amount of acreage for each family. There wouldn't be enough room.
You guys are
forgetting a small shed in somebody's backyard. A small shed in somebody's backyard. You can put an aquaponics system that'll feed a family of 4.
Yeah, Jeremy. If you don't have any fertilizer,
plenty of.
You're fucked if you don't have fertilizer, bro.
Shanji, there's massive
good thing
amounts
that's just
of land.
naturally provided by the earth. Then.
Yeah, fertilizer's easy, bro. You can get
that really, bro?
Growable land, harvested land,
leaves,
harvest
worms,
is not as abundant.
Shanji, it's massive.
You're right.
Massive
it is massive.
land.
You're right. It is massive. But the areas in which you're able to actually do this is not massive. And what
That's
Jeremy
wrong.
was saying
That's
is,
not
what
true.
Jeremy
The
was
state of
saying
Tennessee,
is not. That's
the
not what
state
you're
of
talking
Tennessee,
about.
You hooked on scarcity,
dude. Could feed the entire United States. You're just making stuff up.
No, I'm not making.
Shanji wants to sit here and tell us how scared we should be about the scarcity.
No, I'm not at all.
and
What are you talking about? How are you getting? Hang on. How are you saying that at all? I'm not at all.
The entire state of Tennessee could feed the entire United States.
What I'm saying is that what you're saying with the whole barter system, again, I'll say it again so you can stop acting like I didn't. I agree with it. The problem is that in any situation, it's always going to turn into what it is now.
It's always
the reason that's not true is because we use fiat currency, and that's the problem. And so that's not actual tangibility. Right, so that's the problem.
I understand. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. A barter system, trade system is a much better way of surviving. The problem is that there's so many people that now it's in the situation of making sure everyone lives instead of yourself.
Do you know how much food we throw away in the United States?
Way too fucking much.
Hold on, guys. I can't get loud. The problem with the barter system is it'll be like it's always been. You'll have rich people hoarding things. You'll have poor people scraping to get by. The barter system doesn't make it better.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
Of going about it.
As currency, it's the same.
Well, yeah, but first of all, it's not the same thing because paper money. Really, can you eat the paper money?
It's the same thing in the context of it. We're not talking.
You'll have the same kind of system. You'll have the same kind of system set up where there's rich elite people hoarding all the goods and resources. like we do now with the barter system.
Okay, we should
We've
probably
seen
go in the
it.
corner and cry about it. I mean, I can go buy land incredibly cheap in Tennessee, but if I can pretend that I'm just a victim and I can't do that, then that way I don't have
No
any
one
individual
says you can't.
responsibility. People don't want individual responsibility.
No
They'll
one
go
says
to
you can't.
Starbucks every single day. They'll buy vehicles that cost way too much money, but they would never think about trying to be sustainable. That is a trick, dude. There's so
Whitson,
much
okay,
land.
Whitson, I have a question. Are you doing this?
I'm about to.
How much gas did you spend traveling the country this last month?
Way too much out of my own pocket just to try to spread the truth. When
So
people
if
that
Bill-
don't do anything for the truth really love to comment on it.
Hey, I got my own flat Earth map, bro. So if Bill Gates wanted to depopulate Earth, would he do it by promoting communism and starvation, or no? Let's ask Jin to answer this one.
What's that? What's that question? Can you repeat the question, please?
Sorry, if you're not listening, you're out.
No, I'm here. I'm right here. I'm listening. Come on. What's the question?
How would Bill Gates properly depopulate the Earth? Would he promote
Well,
communism?
you know how that's going to be, innit? He's going to use his poison.
Would he promote communism?
My thing is why would they want to decrease the population? Don't they need these people to make themselves rich?
No, because
eventually with automation, they're not going to need us anymore. Once everything
and they don't
gets
even
automated.
need us right now. They don't even need us right now. They only need us to help us run ourselves, right? Like most of the stuff is to keep the slave population going anyway. If you decrease that number, it doesn't matter. It's just about output.
People say
and
slave. Slave doesn't make sense. They are getting something
You're a
for
slave.
their work. No, it's not a slave. It's different. Not the
Almost
same
everyone
thing.
in the United States is a slave
No,
because
not the same
they
thing.
don't have
Whitson,
because they don't
it is
have
not-
sustainability.
Whitson, find a different term for it, but it is okay. Fine, that works. But they are not
I'm
slaves.
trying
It
to
does
I'm
not
trying
work
to
the
explain
same.
the definition, right? So the reason I'm saying that is because they're dependent on someone else for survival. Therefore, you don't have actual freedom, and there's almost no one in the entire United
You don't
States
get
that's
paid.
fully.
You don't get paid. How did you get your money, Whitson? Did you work for it?
Not free, man.
Yeah.
There's no free
Okay,
man.
okay, perfect. You worked for it. You didn't. They didn't make you do that work, and you got nothing to show for it.
Okay, this is irrelevant. You're not listening.
With that money that you worked for and saved up, you then had the freedom to go travel the country talking about flat Earth.
In the prison.
That's what I earned that money, but this is not the point.
Okay, but that slaves don't earn money so they can go do what they want.
Okay, now I'm trying to explain the slavery I'm discussing. So now I go to Whole Foods. You're going to interrupt me.
Someone said it perfectly. Financial slavery is fine, but when you just say slave, it sounds it's ridiculous.
Well, since I
it's a great
literally
term,
trying
John Jay.
to,
We say it on purpose to trigger.
I was immediately
if you
trying to
don't give up on authority worship, you are a slave. That's the point.
Right, and this is what I'm trying to say. I'll give you an example. Right now, we need to get some groceries. So we're going to go to Whole Foods, okay? But if you're self-sustainable, you go to your backyard. Right now, we have to pay an electricity bill, right? If you have your own source of energy, you don't have to do that. If the electrical grid goes down and Whole Foods is empty, I'm still fine over here, which means I'm free.
Where do you get all your supplies to do this? How are you making your own energy? I mean, if there are ways. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just asking you to see if you understand what you're saying.
Solar?
Do you build your own panels?
You could use you could build it yourself if you wanted to out of metal.
No, you're
metal
not,
parts.
Jeremy. Jeremy, let
No,
me
you're
stop
not.
you right there.
No,
you're not
you have
building
to go
a
somewhere
solar
else. You
panel.
need
Not a solar.
Yeah, it's
You're
not
not
self-sufficient. It's
manufacturing
not the
a
same
solar
thing.
panel.
If you want to be completely self
Not a solar panel, but you could build a steam turbine
energy.
or some kind of like Stirling engine or something that was powered off of.
Where are you getting your supplies from? You still need others, and we have a system that makes it so much easier to make those things possible. 200-300 years ago, they weren't just going, "Hey, let's just do this, let's just do that." What was happening? Families were actually dying because they weren't able to sustain. You're acting as if every crop has a yield. No, they don't. I mean, Texas in the early 30s had the Dust Bowl. That was a situation where millions of families lost their farms. Thousands of families died because they weren't able to sustain for themselves. There are situations that occur that our system now makes it so that those things are less likely to happen, less likely for mass populations to die, because one climate season didn't work out for them.
Dude, you think the Dust Bowl is like a little thing?
And I get what you're saying with the whole barter thing, and that does work. The problem is if one town it has to help another town, do you think they're going to they're going to lose all their supplies to help another town? And that's not being selfish.
We can still have
That's a good point, Sean. This is what you have to understand. That's why you incentivize local community, right? And if there's a colder climate, they stock their food, and that's happened for thousands of years, by the way. So if that's why sheriffs are voted on. That's like the only people that you can even trust when it comes to actually like accountability to the people. So a small local community that bars and trade is self-sustainable. If it's colder, they stock up on their food, etc. They would be fine. They would be completely fine.
And if they stock up that food and they know they're going to be fine for that harsh winter that may be coming, they're not going to give up half their yield to save the next town over.
You're right, because the next town over would be doing the same thing.
Shit happens. We know this. We can't say it doesn't because we know populations have died due to these situations in the past.
Sure, because of ill
to all the flooding in China right now, bro. The mayors of the town were all up in roars saying, "Oh no, you can't flood us out," blah blah blah. And who came through? The Qin dynasty and said, "No, you're getting your town flooded. You need to get everyone the fuck out, and we're gonna flood you so it doesn't flood further down the fucking stream." That's communist at its best. And what's China doing? I mean, shit. Other than being our slaves, they're providing us with everything we want, right? That China's really on the top here with their communism, and I would like you to fucking change my mind on that shit.
How could you defend China too? Right? They admit that the people are dispensable.
China, they got deals with North Korea and Russia that are pretty shitty.
Yeah.
That's one example of communism that you don't want to use, buddy.
Shakespeare play here. Please, let's not forget that we're in the middle of a Shakespeare play here. They've got all the roles. They've got the clues. They know what's going on. We're the victims here, yeah?
That's crazy because I talked to people from China and they said that they had their grandparents literally murdered by the government because they had land that they didn't get permission to have. Murdered. Girl told me face to face, lived in China her whole life, was in the United States, in Pennsylvania, for college, crying, telling me her loved ones were killed by the government because they had land.
I think it's very. I think real flatters. I think it's very clear your example to use China was a bad one. If I were you, I would use something like Cuba. Cuba doesn't do that kind of shit, but they are also behind in their technology. But that is a situation where communism isn't as bad as what's talked about with China.
She also told me they have a social credit score where, like, effectively, if you jaywalk, your credit score goes down.
Yeah, that's no good. That's
I got a jaywalking ticket last year. And I'm gonna see how much if I still owe them.
That lazy that you can't walk an extra 30 feet to a light.
Hey, when I come out of Jack,
my school just did my son just did a project on this social credit thing in China, and if your social credit score drops, they'll start lagging your internet and shit, like crazy shit. It's nuts.
Well, they already have restricted internet anyway, so it's not like they're missing out on actual truth because they're not getting it.
They're they'll lag you out. They'll slow your speed down and shit like that. It's ridiculous.
That's also a system where if you type in the wrong search engine, you can be arrested because they monitor everything. Again, China's a very bad example to use for any situation like that, except for just how
China's
shitty
doing
they are.
communism 100% right now, top notch quality.
Well, there's a lot of communist countries, a lot.
Yeah.
And they're not all these stories about how all their people are dying and they're being the cruelest people on earth. That's the realization. A communist system isn't the end of the world evil. It's just that their examples that we have are just complete evil.
So do you think China would want to depopulate at all?
No, China wants everybody they can get what they want.
What? They have the zero population growth policies and other.
No, that's all. That's like literally they don't want to issue more Social Security numbers to people. Let's hear it, Jin.
Sorry, no, they were going to. They've abolished the one-child policy, haven't they? They've increased it to two-child now. Okay, China.
And that's just so that all the kids aren't at the library flooding the library. That's their little control point. It's just went overboard with mainstream media bullshit.
I'm pretty sure the majority of the things happening in China, mainstream will never talk about, because they're literally doing deals with them. They started talking about all the real shit going on in China. They really look like complete scumbags doing deals with them, yet we still do. For now.
Yeah, who else are we going to deal with? It's like, okay,
everyone. We deal with everyone. Market. There's not a country on this planet that we don't do deals with.
Right? Everything's made in China, right? What's going to happen if China wasn't around?
Well, prices go up.
We wouldn't have new iPhones?
Yes, we would. Yes, we would. Yes, we would.
Taiwan still be around?
We would. They'd just be more expensive.
More than $900 on a monthly plan, $30 a month for 2 years.
The service has nothing to do with the conversation. It's the
we
phone.
were friends with Idi Amin. I mean, we don't give a fuck what people do as long as they're playing the game. If they stop playing the game, that's when we're coming right at you.
Hence,
we've been systematically going to war with countries like that for decades now. If you're not playing their game, their Monopoly game, we're gonna fucking take you off the board.
Yeah, that's a bad prison. That one, China's a bad prison, man. Oh, no thanks.
China's playing the game though. It doesn't matter what you do. You can kill millions.
China's not playing the game. China's actually telling the United States and other countries to go fuck themselves. China is not playing the game. China is trying to become the number one I call it financial superpowers because they are. But they're doing a lot of shit to try to take over a lot of area right now. And mainstream doesn't talk about it.
Yeah, when China's censoring the movies that we're watching, that's pretty ridiculous, bro. I mean,
they don't care what you do to your people. As long as they don't care what you do to your people. You could kill them, enslave them, torture them. It doesn't matter as long as you're playing the money game.
Is Venezuela back in with the oil?
China is not playing the money game correctly for us.
What did you say they were trying to do? Become a financial superpower?
Yep.
No, China's playing the wealth.
Literally just said that.
Saying it. Economic superpower is a better way. I did. Economic superpower is a better way.
Like 70% of Bitcoin mining is done in China. So yeah, they're much more powerful than people may think. But the illusion is that there's some different individual thing and America's fighting them. Like, no, not so much. Why'd they just work together to shoot a missile out into space? Supposedly, then they admit that
because their interests, they had common interests in that situation. But at the same time, you understand that China is threatening to declare war with countries that we do trade and we look out for. You understand that China is trying to take over the South China Sea right now, and it's a very large military impact with what's going on.
You understand China's in agreement with the Antarctic Treaty?
Yeah, most countries are.
They're in a peaceful treaty.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
that is separate of it.
If you have like a mortal enemy, you don't have a gigantic peace agreement with them.
Yeah, you do.
It's playing the game, dude. Like it or not, China's playing the game. That's why they stay on the board. They keep playing the game. Countries that don't, they get wiped off the map. Look what we did to Iraq.
We'll never do that to China.
Well, like if you look at the Rockefeller
we'll never do it because they're playing the game.
No, China
actually has a military. If you look at the Rockefeller Foundation, who have obviously helped build the United States, the Rockefellers, they admit that China is the ideal path, and that the idea is to get the United States in the same direction.
Yeah, I think correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard is you're taking that out of context, and I think economically I would agree with that statement. If that's what you meant, then I'm sorry.
They're talking about surveillance wise, like Operation like Lockstep, like the document called Lockstep by the Rockefeller Foundation.
Yeah, I know about it.
They're talking about surveillance of the people. They're saying China is way more efficient at surveilling their people. And so basically what they say is China is just like where they've rolled it out first.
What country doesn't?
That's weird.
What country doesn't do that?
We've been doing Project Echelon for decades now, too, though. I think it was Australia, England, and
Yeah, what country doesn't surveil other people?
No,
So-
it's about the level of surveillance because the document explains that the goal is to optimize surveillance.
Yeah.
So do you
What
not
Because they
name
think you're a
names?
slave, Sean.
What country doesn't?
They look at you like a slave, bro. You understand
No,
that, right?
no,
You are
no.
property to them. You know, like if you had
You keep
some
saying
slaves,
slave, but it is
listen,
you're saying it. You're not using it correctly, and
if
it
you had
makes
some
it completely
slaves, okay,
incorrect.
and say you had a 500-acre commune and you had a
And I
bunch of slaves on it.
wouldn't pay them, and
Listen, you had a bunch of
they wouldn't
slaves.
be able to save money to go do what they want.
Calm down, man. You had a bunch of slaves there, and they had a giant gate around it, right? People's instinct would be to go to the gate and be like, "What's on the other side?" But if you put a bunch of stuff that they can choose to do inside the 500 acres, like there's a water park over there, and there's this over there,
People
then they're going.
travel around the world all the time.
One slave will come up to the rest and be like, "Dude, did you know we're slaves? There's a fence 500 acres
people
out."
could travel the world at will.
Wait,
no
listen.
one's locked
No, they
in
can't.
anywhere.
Not now.
What?
Not now.
You're doing it. What are you talking about?
You can't travel the world at will now. You can't go to a country without a vaccine passport all over the country.
You can't travel the world. You can't go to a different country without a passport.
Right. Thanks. You're making my point even more.
You can still do it.
Yeah, you have to go get genetically modified. So my point is that if one slave walks up to the other slaves and he's like, "Did you guys know we're confined in here actually?" And there's like a fence around us. All the other slaves will be like,
Use a different analogy. Your analogy doesn't even make sense.
Stop interrupting so much, man.
Stop using slave incorrectly.
You're getting triggered about the
I'm
slave
not
analogy.
triggered
And
at all.
That's what a slave would
you're
do.
right. I am, because you're using it incorrectly. And if we're gonna have an
Sean.
adult conversation about it, then don't use it that way, because
I'm pretty sure I can mute you,
Sean.
Sean. Would you rather just not interrupt
You
me
can
every time?
mute me. I'll just leave. I
Yeah,
don't give a
Sean,
fuck.
come on, bro. My grandma
Okay.
picked cotton, bro. It's okay. And I'm wise.
So if one slave walked up to the other slaves and was like, "Guys, did you know there's actually a fence around us and we're actually slaves?" And the other slaves was like, "You're crazy. What are you talking about? I can go to the water park when I want to. I can go outside my house when I want to." And he's like, "Yeah, but dude, there's a fence around us. We're actually slaves. These people think we're slaves and they gave us some things to distract us." You would be the guy saying, "No, I can go to the water park." But like, okay, but you're still dependent upon them. They don't even let you freely travel the earth. And now they're making you take a system they're introducing a system that's digital to surveil you as a slave. Why would you not want the slaves to think they're free? Of course, that's the best slave. It's like if you had some slaves in a slave shack and then every Friday night they're allowed to play poker. And then I bust in there and I'm like, "Bro, I can free you guys right now. The master's gone. Let's go. I can get you guys out of here. You guys are enslaved." And he's like, "Stop interrupting my poker game." I'm like, "Dude, you can play poker every single night, though. You could start a casino, bro. You're a slave. You can be free." "No, this is my poker game that I'm allowed to play."
And once the governing party doesn't bring you water and fertilizer, then you're fucked.
Well, no. So I think that this earth was created for us by a creator. This land is all supposed to be for us to enjoy and share. The government draws circles around you and says, this is your pin, this is their pin. You have to get permission to go to the other pin. That's a slave. That's like at a zoo. Okay, whereas like in a jungle, the animals can all traverse and mingle together, but at a zoo where the animals are slaves, they
Even
can't
animals
go and
have
interact with
territories,
each other.
and they don't allow other animals to enter their territories. Animals would have to do it too.
Okay, yeah, there's a natural nationalistic balance that would happen where people defend their own countries, but it's like there's no monolith power telling you can't go there, like the zoo. And then there's actually a circle around us all, which is called the 60th South Latitude, and that's like the entirety of the zoo.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly.
We're in a big circus tent, huh?
Low key.
But at the same time, if there were no borders and everything was just everything, resources would then deplete.
And Kai just said it's like saying, "Oh, the zookeeper's so nice. He gives the animals food." Yeah, but the animals were supposed to go get their own food and be free. The zookeeper's not nice.
The problem with that saying that is well, it's like a double negative. First of all, because animals in zoos don't live right, but they typically live longer and less likely to starve. In the wild, starvation is actually a serious thing that happens.
See,
every
this is
season.
exactly what you're doing. Exactly what you're
It's not-
defending
wait,
slavery.
so you're telling me, okay, for an example, we'll say an elk at the zoo. Do you think an elk at the zoo doesn't live longer than an elk in the wild? Do you think elks in the
I
wild
went
live
to
long lives?
I went to the Great Smoky Mountains and saw elks like 1 foot away from me, and they're
Yeah.
wild, and they're like the happiest, healthiest looking elks I've ever seen.
Yeah, okay. Look into that because there's in almost every state there's these diseases that take these animals, and a lot of them do starve. A lot of them freeze. If you hunted,
Your
you would know these
analogy,
things a lot
though,
more.
again, is bad because it's quality of life. Like,
Yeah,
you can see that the animals are not
I was just
enjoying
gonna say
themselves,
that.
Yeah,
and
but
it's not natural.
I did say that because I even when I started, I said it was a bad analogy because they live like shit, and I get
And
that.
that's how it is now, actually. In Western society, they have like nursing homes and they extend people's lives on these pharmaceutical drugs, and they're just zombies for 10
Well,
additional years
personally,
when they
I
should
think
just be with their families in the house that their
100%.
children
I
like
personally
have.
think that people that put their parents in nursing homes are pieces of shit. But that's
So again,
that's
it's like
a
it's not
government thing,
natural.
or those are selfish people things. Every
And
family has
people
the
are
option of taking
supposed
care
to
of their
live and
family.
die. Like life and death are part of the experience. But I think that animals would much rather be free and experience
Agree.
what they're supposed to do
Agree.
than live in a cage. And that's how
100%
it is
agree.
for humans too, right? Like, yeah, I guess
But
if we were out exploring and living an adventurous life, we would have a shorter life expectancy. But people would argue that it would be a way more fun-filled experience than
I
80
100%
years of
agree.
boring.
I 100% agree. The only issue is the reality of that we live in. The reality of it is in the situation we have, it's not a situation where they're not giving a fuck about people, like Whitson was trying to make it out.
Yeah, it is. It's like, look, man, the zookeeper gives me food, and there's electricity here, and they clean up my poop, and they pick up my trash. Yeah, but you're still in a cage, bro. If you are not self-sustainable, you are a slave to the network system that keeps sustainability for everyone.
Wait, nobody can be self-sustained. That's it. You gotta depend on other people at one point.
You can.
At one point,
Not
hold on,
everyone
Sean.
can.
I was in the middle of a sentence, bro.
My bad. I apologize.
Yeah, you always gonna have to depend on other people for something or other.
Sure,
You
I
cannot
actually
be
agree. I actually agree with you. That's why you need local communities. Like someone is really good at.
I agree with that.
Yeah, fixing the generator or whatever it is. But like you can yourself go build something that you have electricity, you have waste disposal, you have food, and you would be completely efficient on your own. Like you wouldn't need someone else. Like if you
Yeah,
you had
like
a
if
son
you
and
have
you
a
raised him how to do it.
like if you have a community, I see what you're saying. You have a community, you organize so that some people are harvesting some type of vegetables, the other ones are harvesting different types, and then they trade and stuff like that, right? That's what you're talking about.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, but what if one year the harvest doesn't work and you need to go to your neighbors, not neighbors in your community, a different neighborhood, and needed their help?
The beauty of that, Sean, when you have a community, is that your friends are not gonna let you die if you did bad on that year. Like I don't think.
No, I agree. I'm talking about in a whole, like that whole community, we'll call it. Like their harvest didn't yield as much, and they need help from a neighboring community.
Well, at this point, you're just setting up the example so that you can make your point.
Yeah, okay, Sean, G, what
100%,
happens if
'cause that's how it
Monsanto
works.
says they're not going to make food anymore and Walmart closes down? What happens then? Everyone dies. So your point's moot.
Everyone doesn't die.
It does, because like if this community is a little short on grain this year, okay, whatever, they could go to a bordering, or they just don't eat as much grain that year. But whenever the establishment is the source of the food, if they decide to remove that source, you are helpless. You are literally not capable of sustaining yourself at that point. And that's the way the entire United States is, and in the entire world, really. Electrical system,
That would be
water
the same
system,
thing.
food system.
That'd be the same thing as that community's the harvesters deciding they didn't want to do it anymore, then everyone dies. That's the same thing.
Okay, so if all the grocery stores shut down, the food supply from like Monsanto and stuff was cut off, who would survive?
Okay, if all the people that were harvesting stopped and they cut everyone off from their harvest, what would happen? It's the same thing.
Yeah, see what I'm saying to you? Like your point is moot.
No, your point is moot because it's the same thing.
No, because if one person doesn't grow grain that year, it doesn't matter. That's a small local community that's short on grain. The community beside it, their dude still grew grain.
But the
And
thing is
there's not one single event that can wipe everyone's sustainability out. Right now, there is.
I think I'm not sure. I think Silent was saying it, but if it was a community, what would end up happening is in that community they would choose or decide or whatever they would do who like that. Those 5 families in this community of 100 people, they're going to do the harvest. These 5 families are going to do the construction and yada yada yada. If those 5 families decided they didn't want to supply the rest of the people anymore, everyone would die. It's the same thing.
No, they would just be replaced by someone else in the community.
Okay, then Monsanto's would be replaced by some other company that wants to get rich.
But good luck replacing 70% of the United States food production at once, buddy.
Exactly.
Game over, Sean.
Okay.
Game over.
Those 5 families don't want to do it anymore. You said you would find different families to do it. Yeah, well, what are you going to do in that time period where in between? It's the same.
And you want to know what the difference is? Monsanto isn't a living entity, right? So they don't care. They'll just cut you off. If the families stop putting in, then maybe they're jeopardizing their ability to survive because they depend on the other local families for other parts of sustainability.
Well, I'm sure Monsanto wants to continue to make their $1 billion a year.
Right, but that's the only thing. That's the only thing. They don't have like personal survivability as a motive.
Yeah,
so
as a company, their personal survivability is they want to make that $1 billion every year, and they don't want the next year to be a zero. If Monsanto's completely stopped, they would make zero. And yes, there would be a lot of deaths because a lot of the foods there's going to a food shortage. But it's the same thing as if that 5 families decided they didn't want to do it anymore, so they chose another five families to do the harvesting. It would still be the same thing. It'd be another entity taking on the responsibility of the ones that just gave up.
That never happens. If you have a 5 families and 100 people, 100 people aren't all going to agree on the same day. You know what? I'm just not going to harvest food this year, and I hope that they still build my house. They would still do their part, or they would die. But Monsanto doesn't care. They own 70% of the food production. It's GMO. Their profits hand over fist. They can call it quits whenever they want to. You don't actually know the reason that it's there, but one decision from one entity, Monsanto, could kill tons of people, as opposed to you need 100 people all to back out at the same time to just make one small community have a hiccup.
Yeah, and a hiccup is a hiccup is a hiccup. My point is,
one person can kill 70% of the population.
Whether it affects 1 billion people or it affects that 100 people, it doesn't change it. It's still the same thing. That community of 100, you might as well look at them as a population of 1 million. It doesn't matter.
No, you're not understanding the difference. Monsanto, it's not even a real person. It's an unnamed vessel corporation. Okay, so that's one decision. That's one decision. People work for. Sean, listen, buddy. If they remove it, if they say, we're going to stop producing food, that's one decision that will jeopardize 70% of the food production in the United States. If we have families, right, and local communities, and a couple people are like, I don't want to grow food this year, you still have the other 98 people, right? And even if all 100 people, which is 100 times more than one with Monsanto, that's just one community lacking food, not 70% of food production across the board.
Monsanto is a Puerto Rican guy. That's how I see him.
Anyway, I get what you're saying, Whitson. It's just making it a bigger number doesn't change the fact that it's the same thing.
No, it does change the conversation because we're talking about efficiency of sustainability. Right? And if you have one person in control of all the sustainability, you're much less efficient than if you have thousands, right? Because if one of the 1,000 backs out, you're still fine. If the one backs out in the other scenario, everyone's not fine anymore.
Well, I'm pretty sure that if Monsanto, even though there's no example of a Monsanto-sized company deciding we don't want to make money anymore and stopping completely, it's still a situation of another company would step in. just like another family would step in.
No. You have an abundance of local food source, and you can stock it and preserve it, and there's hundreds and hundreds of people doing it in a community together, and so if you don't grow your grain, that dude's not going to give you his duck eggs.
Hey, fine.
So everyone does their part to survive. Dude. Monsanto doesn't care if you die, Sean. How do you not understand the fundamental difference?
If Monsanto stops right now, today, all those farmers that they have using their land would just continue to grow. We'd just move it to, they would do it.
Okay,
So
how are
it's
they going
just
to
the same
facilitate it to the rest of the United States?
We'd have to eat more meat.
Okay, so everything's genetically modified, and we're dependent upon the GMO
Not
mass
everything.
production of
Not
Monsanto
everything.
by 70%. 70%.
You could say that, but it's not. You don't even have an example of that happening. So saying that if they did, makes no sense.
You admitted earlier, if Monsanto stopped putting out food, tons of people
Yes,
would
millions
die, right?
would die. Millions. Yes.
Okay. So
Okay.
if a small local community, one dude decides to stop growing grain, how many people die?
No. You're okay. If you're going to talk the major scenario on the Monsanto side, then I can say the major situation in your community, and it's not just one or two of the 5 families. It's all 5.
That's the reason it's not a good analogy, because it requires one person. In the other scenario, it requires tons of people at the same time. In the other scenario, much less likely, right, Sean?
Again, Monsanto's themselves aren't doing it. They're contracting farmers with millions and millions of acres to do this. So if Monsanto's decided we're out of this game, we're done, the farmers that they're growing all that cropped on, they would just continue to grow it. Yes, it would be in a disorder to take a long time to fix it, but it's the same situation. It would just move to a different source to get those supplies.
Which one's more likely, one person pulling out or thousands?
5 people pulling out of harvesting for one community is more likely than Monsanto's deciding we don't want to make money next year.
Okay, the reason it's not is because if Monsanto decides they don't want to make money, they don't die.
Again, yeah, the company dies.
It's not a real person, though.
It doesn't matter in this situation.
So you just don't understand it, Sean.
No, I do understand it. You're looking at it as this small community. It doesn't become some type of corporation, and the reality it is it does.
Now, see, this is what you understand. If there's a network of a community and everyone puts in a certain thing, they need the other people also to survive. So everyone is motivated. This is why you have to, because if I lay it all out, it destroys you. Everyone is personally motivated to input into the system so they can survive, because they rely on the other people's input. Okay, so it's actually a mechanism of survivability. Now, Monsanto does not die because it's not alive. So it doesn't matter to them. You're talking about if they cut their profits, that's their decision. That doesn't mean that they die, though. So real people die. They don't want to die. So they're going to stay alive.
You said Monsanto stops completely. So, and essentially the company would be gone. All the people that they paid, all the farmers that they pay and people that work, they wouldn't get anything. So then they lose out. So again,
do they die?
Yes. If people lose their jobs, do they die? Yes, it happens all the time.
No, they get other jobs, John. No, they go get another job.
Yeah, and if they stop, another company steps in.
Okay, so this is getting circular. I think everyone here knows for a fact that you just don't have the intellectual high ground here. It's not a good analogy to compare a local network where there's individual motivation of survivability to input into the system, and you pretending that they're all going to step out at the same time and just decide to die, effectively commit suicide. It's synonymous to one decision coming from a monopolistic company pulling the food supply.
Well,
let me try.
One situation happens, and the other one is a hypothetical.
Let me try real quick. The thing with our system right now is it's super fragile, right? If the food stops coming into the cities, you're fucked. Whereas if every house on every block is sustaining themselves plus some, catching enough water, growing more than enough food, which we could easily do, our system becomes less fragile. Our system becomes less fragile and stronger.
Yeah, see, but that's the only way I can explain it is that yes, we'll just use the United States for example, because Whitson, you've traveled around, so you could verify this part. Some areas don't have the resources other areas have, and as a community, it gets larger and larger, and then you end up butting with another community. Then you start doing deals with them. If a situation happens where if one guy comes up and goes, "Hey, I have enough land that I can grow crops and I can sustain both your communities, which means those communities can then free up their guys to do more and make their communities better. That would be the same situation.
Well, okay, so first of all, though, the problem is when it gets too big, you rely on all these other moving pieces, like that other person was saying. If the electrical system goes down and you can't have transportation now, because a lot of our food is coming from other countries, like fruit is coming from Mexico, then this again causes another problem. Whereas if the local food is near you, like in walking distance to you, changes. And the point is everyone is supposed to be accountable for their food. That's the ideal.
We
now,
have all
some
this
people can't.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
My bad.
Go ahead.
No, my bad. I thought you were.
No, you're right. Some people can't, and that is, and Whitson said it, and it's kind of just how it would work, where you would have certain people do one thing, certain people do the other, for that situation. But again, as the population of that community grows, as the resources become more scarce because of other populations,
but it shouldn't become more scarce, because the more people, now you're having more people that are acquiring these self-sustainability skills themselves. So again, as long as people are educated correctly, there's not a problem. And that's the issue, is we're not taught at all how to be self-sustainable whatsoever.
I agree on that point.
So that's the problem. And communities aren't supposed to be super big. That's again, that's another issue, is once they get too big, it's no longer something that you can oversee and control, and you're relying on other people, and you shouldn't really be I mean, to some extent you need to be relying on some people,
but then at that
you
point
don't want to be relying on people you don't know.
But at that point, then you're saying population control.
I'm not saying population control. I'm just saying that communities should have local leaders and function as a small community. And then the more communities, they just have more local leaders. You don't have one overall federal government regulating everything.
But that's why we have government. That's why we have state mayors, senators. I mean, you just described a governing system.
No, see, the problem with the federal government, for example, that she's explained to you, if you have 5 children, you're going to know all of them, you're going to love them, you're going to raise them. But if you have 5,000 children, you're not even going to know their name, right? So
but we did start like that, and I understand that. There was just a federal government. But then and for that reason alone is why we then had state government. Well, states are big.
It started with state governments, man. What do you
okay,
everyone
listen,
had a state government.
Listen. Okay, just listen. And in those states, populations grew. So then they broke those up into counties and legislation. You're describing. I understand our government.
No, what happens is
it's still a governing
when
system.
you have the federal, but the problem is there really shouldn't be a federal government.
Then who oversees the states?
Each state, like, so for example, like, okay, so a lot of people are like, well, we need a federal government so we can have good roads. Well, your community's in charge of your roads.
Mm-hmm.
And the communities that have crappy roads, people don't go there, and then they have to deal with the consequences of it.
Okay, but what happens?
So which state would like the army fight for?
Yeah, well, what happens when one state makes a deal with the states right next to them, and the states next to those states now lose out for it, and these 5 states become the super states because they have everything. That's not fair to the other states.
It's supposed to just stay small and local.
But
it's just supposed to stay small and local.
But as we see,
would that be
population
fair? Would that work? How would you compare a state like Texas to a state like Alaska? You know?
Alaska has
well,
oil
again,
and
I don't think there should be states. I don't think there should be like an imaginary line, and this one person is in charge of the whole area in the imaginary line.
But then those imaginary lines is what makes it so the federal government doesn't just have complete say over everything. We have it. They made it that way for a reason. We have to draw these lines so each place knows that this area is our responsibility, that area is their responsibility, and we got to make sure that the government doesn't tell us what we do with our land. So we'll form our own governing system that regulates what they tell us and how that works. Our government is shit. I completely agree. But the realization is, even in those small situations, whether it's a community of 100, they still will have a governing system. And like you said, population grows, shit changes, and typically what we see is it gets worse.
But are you not understanding the fundamental difference? If there's something like you have to
I
vote
do.
for your sheriff, right? So the sheriff has to keep that community happy, or he won't be voted on. But so when you're local, you have accountability, you have personal relationship. It's much different. It's like a personal thing. When you get bigger and bigger and bigger, you lose that intimate relationship, right?
Yes.
You don't even have to hold them accountable anymore, really. Or they're not held accountable anymore because no one even knows who they're ruling over. The federal government does that on steroids, where we should just have a very local community, and states too big. We have a federal government that just said that every state's health workers have to do something. The federal government just told every state they had to do something in the Supreme Court.
And as we know, especially with this whole COVID situation, states don't listen to the federal government. Not all the time. They don't. But
you're right, and but it's very rare, and they end up actually cucking to them in the end.
Yeah, and again, the only solution would be to slash the whole government, start these small little communities, and then we just start over with this governing system. And it would be great when it's a community of 100. Like you're saying, local, themselves, their problems are their problems. Problem is, population grows, more communities show up, and these governing systems must grow. And then it becomes a big federal government, state government, local government situation all over again. It's not something that can just sustain and be all the time. It will always grow from the simple to the complicated, and then become shitty like it is now.
No, see, you're a federal government apologist, but the problem is that it's not
federal.
work.
How am I a federal government apologist?
Everything shows you that it doesn't work.
Wait, what? I literally just laid it out, just the reality of how it works, and you call me a federal government apologist.
Yes, you're an apologist, because as things get bigger, they become more inefficient, right? So, like,
I just said that, Whitson.
Well, then why are you promoting that it get bigger at the same time?
Because it will get bigger, no matter what.
No, populations are bigger, right? People make babies, right? So just because people make babies doesn't mean you now need a federal government to rule all the babies. That's such an illogical leap. And the reason it doesn't make sense, it's proven that it becomes more inefficient.
Whitson. You said it yourself, Whitson. When this all started, when they all decided, hey, F the Indians, we're taking over everything. It was states, right? Colonies, if you will, right? Then as it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and all these people had to play nice with each other, they needed something to oversee their dumbasses. No matter what you do, whether you start over, whether it's the beginning of time, as the population grows, the governing system will get larger as well, as it will need to be. And when that happens, it will then be good at first, then it may start looking a little weird, and then as time goes on, their special interests will become so apparent to themselves only, their governing system will become shitty as well, and then we'll be in the same situation we're in right now, right?
Okay, so what you're just operating under the assumption
for the federal government. I'm not assuming anything. That is how it works. If we went to an anarchist system, over time, whether it takes 1,000 years, I don't know, it doesn't matter, it will turn into the same type of government we have here, and end up being shitty, and everyone will want to start over again. It's not apologetic to anything. It's not me just pulling bullshit out of my... That is just how governing systems happen. That's how they work. That's what happens.
Well, what happens is people come in and they want to take over large groups of people, and that's what the Civil War was actually about, was state rights versus a federalized power.
Yes.
This isn't a new idea. It had nothing to do with slavery, other than like a tactical move against the South.
That's just what they use as the big ploy of the Civil War. I get it.
Because they don't want to teach you in school that the actual argument was, should there be a federalized power over all the states? Because if they teach you that, then as a child, you have to make your decision which one you agree with philosophically. And if you're intelligent at all, you'll realize that as governments get bigger, they become desensitized and they become attached from any personal accountability to the people they're supposed to represent. Just like if you have 5 children versus 5,000 children. So there's no good thing about it. That's why everything's inefficient. Federal funding's inefficient. Even state schools are inefficient. Public schools are inefficient. The healthcare system, everything's inefficient because the government has become detached from the person, right? So you need small local networks. It's the only way.
100% agree with you, Whitson. Nothing you just said is wrong and the slightest.
Well, then, yeah, we should probably find a way to get back there. And the first step is people need to learn how to sustain themselves in a network of a local system, bro. Because if the power goes down, we're all screwed. Everyone's going to die, bro.
I agree, and I 100% agree. And if everyone was on board, it'd fucking be great. For myself, I personally have for 15, 20 years been, training and learning about survival skills and backpacking and all that stuff, hunting. And for a long time, for years, I only ate game meat because I didn't like store-bought meat. And I agree with you. The problem is that in that situation, just bullshit number out there. 70% of the United States would be dead because they don't have any of the means to be able to. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. What you're saying is ultimately 100% correct. If everyone
never going to be.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Be able to be 100% sustained, like one man on his own. You need people. We're social creatures. You do need to rely on other people to a certain extent. Like, even if you have a small community, this guy does this job, we need this guy. I rely on this guy to grow the crops or whatever. Like, nobody's going to grow.
You're going to set standards.
You can't have you can't have every person growing their own food. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, but our system right now, though, hold on. Our system right now, though, is so fragile that one thing goes wrong, it could fucking kill a massive amount of people. Or if you have a smaller system set up to where each household is providing its own electricity, food, water.
But Jeremy,
we're not.
Here's the thing that I think maybe you guys aren't getting from what I'm saying. Yes, start over and figuring that out would be the best. But here's the situation. Just like you said, not everyone can do this, not everyone can do that. They're going to need other people. No matter what you do, a small community that is not governed will become governed, and it will become bigger. And over 1,000 years, it will become just like it is now. It's not the reality that there's a way to stop.
Yeah, I think we need to be governing system. It's not governing. It's not governing, but supporting.
It's not the governing system. The governing system works in everyone's favor, regardless of what Whitson is saying about being slaves and all that stuff. It's who is running that governing system. Because a small community will start good, and then over time it will grow, and we'll have the same thing again.
Yeah, no,
it's who it is, not what it is.
Got it. We can establish standards, and of course we're calling for people's integrity to come out. It's got to come out.
Yeah, I'm not saying
the standards will be established.
Yeah, I'm not saying Whitson, and I'm not sure who was talking. The girl I was talking a minute ago. Sorry, I just didn't see your name. I'm not saying anything you guys are saying is wrong. I actually am in full agreement, and I wish it could go that way. But when you say that it's the government, you're saying it's the governing system, and it's just not. The governing system is a great thing. The people that are in this governing system. No, it's not a great thing. No, it is. It's needed. It's needed.
The word govern, hang on.
You're saying the people in the government system is the bad one, right?
It's the problem, yes.
I agree with that.
Governed.
Everyone needs a governing system. You do it in your household.
I do not want to be governed by anyone. I don't want any government on my back.
Jen, you have kids, right?
Yeah, I've got 5.
Okay. Do your kids have rules at your home?
Yes, but they've got rights as well.
Yeah, exactly. Guess what, Jen?
You have rights as well in this house.
You have a quote, but Jen, you have a quote unquote governing system in your home. You are a good father. Listen, but Jen, hang on, Jen. Listen, Jen, you are a good father. Their mother is a good mother. That means they have a good governing system.
Right. Yeah, we need rules. You got to have rules.
Well. Yes. All I'm trying to distinguish between is the fact that we need governing. It's the people that become shitty in that governing system that makes it look so bad.
I support them. I don't govern my children.
You do. You do. You have rules.
Well, no, it's actually implicit in your claim, though, that like it's all going to work out with your son. You actually care about them. You actually care that that if you're going to punish them, you know they actually did something wrong. You care about their well-being. Now you're talking about a huge governmental entity that doesn't care at all. Like the principle of order is, listen, implicit in what you're saying is that order would not exist without a governmental body, and that isn't true. But the community would govern itself. Like governing would still happen, right? But it's not some like fictitious entity that continues to grow endlessly.
It would.
Hey, this is just real quick. I'm
Communities grow.
sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry. So sorry. Hey, Whitsit, this is the plain truth. Were you on my stream last night? Because if you weren't, then there was a stock account on there just running amok. Were you on my stream last night?
No. There's a dude that does that all the time.
All right, I gotta watch out for that. Thanks. Go back to the
What are you streaming on YouTube?
Yeah, just my stream, right? So he must have been playing nice, and I thought it was Whitsit, so I let him in.
Yeah, no, like he's done that. He's done so many things, dude. He's gone and like I think it might have been you that this account was like, hey, watch out. Bob said not to talk to you or something like that. And there's been like 7 different things that's happened.
Yeah.
Travis, you know better. You need to be using OBS.
I hate OBS, bro.
No, but you know better. You know better.
No,
right?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You know better. You've been around long enough to know that if you're going to be on YouTube, use OBS.
It's got it a little bit. It's got it a little bit. You know, we can establish systems and standards and integrity, and people can work together in the final analysis.
Yeah,
that's not what you can do for your country. It's what you can do for you.
I'll tell you right now, we got to get rid of the money system. Even with the barter system, you're going to have kings sitting up top, and you're going to have the peasants running around scraping underneath. You got to change everybody's mindset and realize that we're all humans. We're all in this together, and everyone's got to work together.
Well, I also think that people should, if you can't live a fully sustainable life where you have your own farm and your own animals, the next best thing is mobile living, like what we're doing now, or we've purchased a RV and we can go wherever
That's fucking
we want.
dope. I love that.
Brilliant.
I love watching those YouTube
It's
TikTok
cool.
videos where they live in their RV and in their vans and shit. Hell yeah, bro. That's the move. That's mad cheap too,
Especially
right?
if you get like a one like we have where it's like a literal house, you know. Then it's again harder to control people because people are moving, and that's how it used to be.
How do you raise kids in an RV?
You can raise
People
kids
do
in
it all the
RV. I've
time.
seen people
How do people raise kids in a really small
would you raise your kids in an RV?
Yes.
Yeah, this is actually the idea.
What would be that? Actually, I'm actually in full agreement with the Les, because here's the problem with that.
I would never put my daughter in an RV.
Okay.
That's
Here, well,
how much time in the
Don't be
wilderness have you
narrow-minded,
had?
bro. Don't be narrow-minded. Go
somebody asked a question. So, how can you raise kids in RV? Some people do it and they do it well because again, it's like you try to use the outside space also as your home, and then you just go and sleep inside, just like a lot of people do in like urban cities. They're living in these tiny apartments and they make it work with 5 kids. But what we're trying to do,
you're living the best life. I love you.
Yeah, and what we're doing is we're saving money compared to what you would normally spend on city rent, and when we're going to buy land in the next like year. And then while we're building our house, we can live in our RV and take our time to build our house.
Walk power to that dream, and I hope it comes true. And it's
Thanks, Jen. Well, and also the thing is like when people are mobile, it's harder to control them. Again, when there's nothing wrong with stationary living, but there is some part that people were exploring. They had their own boats or wagons. They were traveling a lot, and it's harder to draw circles around people. It's harder to draw circles around people and control them. And then also, if they're, let's say in a certain area, it gets devastated. Well, you just move your home and you're not stuck there, and you can move and go and come and go. And that's another way to glitch the system, and they don't like that.
You know what?
So if you can't
be like the animals, you move and migrate.
Then relax, bro.
Exactly. Yeah. No. Like, and so again, like that's the next best thing is if you don't have a full farm yet, try to have a sustainable life, like an RV or a cool boat or a van or something where you can come and go, because that's another way that you can save yourself.
If you ain't got kids, I understand. But I mean,
no, wait,
dude,
Les,
you can.
Do you think that you need a 2,000 square foot apartment or house for a kid to be happy.
Have children.
Right, I was actually about to say that. You can
No,
prove,
but I need stability for my
you can
daughter to
prove
live
that families are much
stable life,
closer when they live in
Don't
smaller
assume that people that raise their kids in an RV don't have sustainability. Just like the lady was saying a second ago, what if it's a situation where you have a certain abundance of money and you're able to take that child and see the fucking world and not be paying thousands of dollars to something that is pointless, and you're still living, you have a roof over your head, your child is still eating, and they get to see the world.
You've ever seen that Benz RV, but that shit costs more than your.
to take
I
your
don't
kid
know.
around
Hey,
the
you guys
world.
hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead, bro.
Sorry, Jeremy.
I don't know if you've ever seen that Benz RV, but that shit costs more than fucking 10 houses. So
Dude,
you can
RVs
get a
are not
nice
cheap.
RV.
RVs are not
You can
cheap, but
still
dude,
get.
check this. You can prove, it's been proven by looking at psychologically, at least, right, that children that grow up in a smaller house, they grow up in a closer family unit, right? As opposed to they go sit in their corner and they're upstairs by themselves all day on the computer. Everyone's around each other, and when mom's making food, the children are there and they know to help mom out, and everyone's close to each other. They actually grow up better. And if I was given $20 million after the last couple of years of figuring some of this out, I would not build some giant mansion. I would still, if I had $50 million and I was going to get guy pregnant 20 times, I still wouldn't get a really, 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 really big house, because they need to coexist and grow together and be close.
Yes. I'll be out and about. You've got it right. I'll be traveling the world with the kids. We'd be together. We would not be in no house with that kind of money. Believe you me. The RV woman, she's a champion.
Yes. Well, and the thing is you're really supposed to use the RV to come in, to cook food, and to go to sleep. And we spend a lot of time outside, and that's how it's supposed to. Like, we're in an RV
It's
resort,
crazy how
so they have
the only people with an RV in this VC don't have kids, but all the people in this VC with kids don't live in RVs. Like,
Les, I can tell you right now. I would love to make it so my son and I could travel the United States in an RV. I've taught my son.
That's different. You are traveling the world. You're traveling the country. You're not going to be in that RV forever. Once you're done traveling, you go back home, right?
Well, a lot of people
How
do
much
that.
traveling are you going to do?
The guy who's like scared of kids in RV, just go look. They have RVs with bunk beds. You can make it work. The point is you're not staying inside.
Why not just travel?
RV.
I travel with my daughter. We go to Palestine. We go to the Middle East. We go to Europe. We travel, but we don't need an RV to do that.
Then what you do is you value your life on your possessions instead of nature.
I value my daughter. You know, I've traveled with my daughter all over the world.
Again,
I don't even know if some of you have left the country.
Wait. Okay, how about this, Les? Would you love your daughter less if you lived in an RV?
Yeah.
No. What the fuck? What does that have to do with what we're talking about, Sean? Come on.
I just wanted to clarify before he gets upset. I did say, though, it's the second best option. So the best option is you have a house and a farm with animals. This is the second best option, because if something is going to happen, let's say there's going to be a huge earthquake, or there's going to be a volcano or tornado or whatever, and your city is going to get destroyed. You can move your RV and take your family with you, and it doesn't affect you.
Yeah, I said to my
kids,
I can just move to another city that's not destroyed. I don't know.
Still trying to talk my way into getting an RV.
No one's trying to say get an RV.
Jeremy, your old lady is never gonna let y'all live in an RV. Trust me.
Well, here, I'll tell you guys. I almost want to show you guys a video of our RV right now, because you guys don't understand. It's super dope. It's like we made this place so dope that you have an idea of it, but it's actually dope. I guarantee you that you would want to sleep in here over a whole lot of apartments.
Yeah, less.
And so it's a misnomer. They don't want you to be free, bro. Look, I have water
you can imagine yourself living in one doesn't mean it's not possible for everyone.
Can I say something for just a second? Right. So we have two
hold
bathrooms
on, guys.
here.
Let's all relax one at a time, please.
I'm putting a reverse osmosis on the water, right? So you have tanks, you have sewage disposal, you have heat, you have cold, you have everything that you need, and it does require some gas to move it, right? So that's the only part that you would remove sustainability. But if we have a child right now, 1 or 2 children, no problem on this RV, right? If we're building a house, and look, they're 5 years old and they've seen the whole United States. That's so much more freeing for them. Like wow, I saw Niagara Falls when I was 5. Wow, next week we're gonna be in Yellowstone, right? It's a great thing, and they've tricked everyone into thinking, go get a mortgage, sign up for your death note, because that's what it means. It means till death.
Les, I think you're looking at it as like trailer park trash, and you got to understand.
No.
Nowadays, it's nothing like that at all. There are families that do this now, and they have plenty of money.
I just need clarity. I'm a bit confused. I'm not saying it's trailer park, but I'm a bit confused. Do you guys mean travel and see the world in an RV, and then you go back home, or you're going to live
I'm in an RV resort right now.
What
What we're doing? Listen, that's what we're doing. We're in an RV resort. If I take a picture of where we're at right now, we pay monthly rent. There are palm trees everywhere. There's a 1.3 million rig right there. $1.7 million rig over here. So, dude, it's a beautiful place. And then my child could go somewhere else for a month.
Can I get a word in now, Wiz? Because you're going on. I haven't got a word in yet. Now I'm going to get my word in now. Now, it's the in thing in the US. It's been the in thing for decades. This RV life. Now these people in the RV today, they're living the life. Yeah, they're moving around and they're enjoying life and they're installing confidence in their children if they've got children in the RV. And my children,
they don't have kids.
Yeah, but people.
I made that point. The only people here living in RVs don't have kids, and all of us that do have kids don't live in RVs.
Yeah,
so I don't know. I don't know very much
that's a bold statement. That's a bold statement right there, buddy. There's no way you can know that.
And there are a lot of families that do it.
Who in this VC has kids and lives in an RV? If my statement was false,
financial means to be able to do that, I would 100% do it.
But yeah, that's if buts and maybes. That wasn't my statement. My statement was the only people in this VC
financial means to do so. I would do it.
Sean, please, like I told you, Sean, that's an if, but, and maybe, and that is nothing.
No, it's not.
The claim I made.
No, it's not, because
my claim was
there's lots of families that do.
It's an if, but, and maybe, Sean. Because you could die in 10 minutes. You see what I'm saying?
Families that do it less.
Tomorrow isn't promised today. I'm not saying the people don't do it. What I'm saying is tomorrow isn't promised today, and you possibly doing it in the future has nothing to do with my claim. My claim was
that
the people in this VC that live in RVs don't have kids, and all the people in this VC that have kids don't live in RVs.
That doesn't even make if you're talking about the point of people doing this, there are people that do it and their kids are happy. Yeah. That's the point. That's the argument. You're saying you changed it to
this
people
is the
in
thing
VC.
I need clarity now. When you guys say this whole RV thing, do you just mean taking an RV to travel
people
from the east?
Let
me finish, Sean. Let me fucking finish. You don't even know what it is I'm asking. You don't even know what it is I'm going to ask, do you?
Say,
what am I going to ask?
Are they going and traveling and then going back home? There are people that sell their homes and live this life. Yeah, there are people that do it every day.
They're happy. Kids. That's what you guys would do, Jeremy.
I would.
Jeremy, you would raise your kids, and I'm asking Jeremy. Jeremy, who has kids, who's a father like me, you would raise your kids in an RV, Jeremy?
Yes.
Here's my RV. Here's my RV right now. I'm showing you guys if you want to look at the video. So here's the RV, and we just started. Okay, look. So you have this turns into a bed,
bro.
This turns into a bed. There? What is missing in his RV right now? I'm looking at a fucking small house.
Children. A fridge.
Good for you, bro. How much was it?
Does a kid have to have a playroom to be happy, Les?
Projector.
Bro, hold on. The playground is the entire outside of the RV, bro. Whatever they are, that's a playground.
Yeah. What's missing from that? What he's showing you right now, Les? What's missing?
The school system. That's what is missing.
Yeah, Les. What is missing?
Pretty cool.
What is it missing?
RVs are nice. I would definitely buy an RV, but I'm not going to raise my child in one. But that is pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet.
Answer the question. What is missing his RV that is in your home? What's missing?
I need to see all of it, but
he should show you.
That looks pretty sweet.
He's showing you all of it.
This makes a bed right here. This also makes a bed right here.
So Les, the important question is what is missing out of that RV that would make a child's life miserable?
Nothing.
I never said living in
I'm
an
just
RV
explaining,
would
this
make a
is not
kid's
even the
life
highest end,
miserable.
right?
What the fuck, Sean?
You keep making your whole argument is that it's
Did
shitty
I
to do that
say
or
kids
something.
would be miserable living in an RV?
What's your argument, Les? What is your argument then?
You don't. Hey, that's my
Max,
point. You don't even know
let's
what my
Sean.
argument is because
No,
you don't
I
even
do,
listen
because
to me,
I've
Sean.
heard it,
I'm
I've
not
heard
going to
it
repeat
changed
it.
twice.
I'm not going to repeat myself.
Heard it
I'm not going to
changed
repeat
twice
myself.
already.
You don't even know what my argument is because
Yes,
you
I do.
overtalk everyone. You don't even listen to me.
I was
No,
listening.
bro.
That's
You
why I
don't even
overtalked,
know.
because then you make another
Then
point.
what's my argument? What's
Back on
what's my
point.
argument?
Your argument
my
is
argument?
that it doesn't. There's no person with a kid that would raise him in an RV. Those are your exact words.
That wasn't my argument.
That was
wasn't
your
my
exact
argument.
words,
Those weren't
Les.
my exact words.
That was your argument.
Those weren't my words. When
Oh,
did I
Jesus.
say no one's going to raise their kids in an RV? Come on, man.
You
You don't
said
even know what my argument is, Sean.
and then you changed it to the people in this VC.
No, me saying
We're
that
in
was
an
just a
RV
claim I was
resort,
making.
and there's
I was just trying
literally
to say I
children
found it
everywhere.
funny.
There's children everywhere here.
pretty
Now,
cool.
if you have a family, you should get a fifth wheel. That's a little bit. It's still an RV, but you actually tow that. Versus ours is a motorhome, and ours
That's better.
drives like a
So you can
bus.
go to the store and all that shit.
It's the in thing now, man. It's the in thing now. This is what you've got to do. It's the best way. You're in control of
I
your
think most
destiny.
people still live in houses, though.
Literally.
You know?
Yeah.
But think about
I think like 90% of Americans live in houses. You know? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a foolish move.
Okay, what is it? What is lacking in what he showed
wait,
that is
I have a
different
question
from you
now.
living at a home?
Well, and I have a question because Jin's a good example. If you just live in America, you're like, yeah, everybody needs a house if you have a family. But Jin lives in Japan, right? And you have families living in tiny apartments everywhere, right?
We got a big house here, though, mind you.
Okay, but I'm saying like in the city, people have families in tiny,
Matchbox, mate. Matchbox. I know. I lived in one for 1 year.
And oftentimes, Japanese families are actually closer than the modern American family, where they don't even.
A rat in there. You couldn't swing a rat, yet alone a cat. Literally.
Yeah, it's really crammed in, but they're close. They're really tight knit families, right? Like in America, you have your 3,200 square foot room and your teenagers upstairs on the computer, and you don't ever see them.
Yeah.
My son's
I
outside, you know.
Listen, when we moved,
I don't live like that.
Hang on a second, please. When we moved from this apartment, and my wife got us a new apartment to live in, the first thing I did was a forward roll and somersault in that room because there was room to do it. That was the first thing I did when I walked through the door. After living in that matchbox that I lived in there for 1 year, the first thing I did in our new apartment was forward roll and a somersault because there was room, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think her point was, it's like we've been sold this illusion because the bigger the square footage, the more the money, and they give you a death note. Is the etymology of it, and maybe be able to move and be free isn't a bad thing. I think the ideal situation is that I don't disagree with this guy. If you're gonna make tons of children, it's cool to have. I would want to have land where my son knows how to work the land and he goes out and you're right, and it's better because you would own acres and stuff like that. So that's why we did this first. So then we would go build on land, right?
Yeah, I asked my children, right, if they could live in a tent for the year when we were camping. And they said, yeah, easy. I said, if there's an earthquake, would you be scared? No. Things are not going to be falling down everywhere. I go, there you go then. See? So they know that the outdoor life is the best life.
I should have said also, my aunt is in an RV right now. They sold everything. They have 5 children, and they're having the time of their life. They just make sure the kids spend 90% of the time outside. And
look, I was born in 1961, yeah? 70s.
Go to sleep.
The RV life was popular in the 60s, the 70s, the 50s. It's a popular thing. The RV, come on, man. I'm telling you. That's one thing I do know. I wish I could have an RV. No doubt about it, man. You plot up on a piece of land for a while, and then you move on to the next one and to the next. In control of your destiny. That is just brilliant, man.
Right, you can put solar power on here. The best RVs are diesel. You can make your own diesel. Like, if you can get a water supply, dig a well. Like, I want to live here for a year. You got everything you need. I'm just saying, it's a good step towards sustainability. If the grid goes down, we can definitely survive easily a couple weeks in the RV, self-sustainable off the grid, right? And most people in America can't last 3 days.
Yeah, you're not worried.
Whitson, do you know to hunt?
Yeah, I could know how to hunt way better though.
Yeah, everyone can. But I just wanted to ask.
And if
Yeah,
you're
of course.
cooking your own food nicely, you're cooking and eating well. You know, the kids are playing outside. It's fantastic, and the scenery always changing. What's
Like me
not to like?
personally, I got 5 kids, so we couldn't. I don't think we could do it even in a fifth wheel. But yeah, if you have like 1 or 2 kids, I mean, no question. Like we only moved out of the trailer park because our family got too big.
Yeah, I think the 5 kids is insane. I can't believe that Iran does that. That's a lot. And I actually agree. Like a couple kids when they're younger, it's super easy. But if you had like 5, 6 from the ages of like 10 up, like yeah, you want some room and
yeah,
for sure.
You're gonna want your own space, of course.
So all of a sudden, an RV don't work.
Well, no,
that's
it does work, but yeah, it's crammed. But like I'm saying, if most people don't even have 2 children. Right? That's the real problem. Like, yeah, if you're one of the legends that makes 5+ children, then yeah, you should also be a legend that shows them, look, backyard has food.
Yeah. Kids, they've got.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if it's just you and your girl, then I think an RV's perfect. You know,
We already said this. A few kids are
you can do a kid.
fine,
but once you bring kids into it, I don't know.
No, again, 1 or 2 kids, it works easily.
There's a TikTok.
Listen, it all depends, right? It all depends on
TikToker that raises. There's a TikToker that raises his kids. TikToker that raises his kid in a tent. He's got a wood stove in it. He fries food up on it. The wind's blowing. He's like on the side of a mountain and shit. Like you could do it with any.
But that kid at 10 years old will be able to survive on his own in the wilderness for days.
Yeah.
But
these motherfuckers are allergic to
stuff
tap
is
water.
important. So that means that dad is a shitty dad to Les because he's doing that. But in reality, he's actually teaching his son something much more valuable than fucking just what's on the internet. Really.
Well, and I also just wanted to say, like, if you have an RV and if you can get it earlier on versus trying to get one later when you have more kids and more bills and stuff, then let's say you do have 5 kids and you live on your land, but there's going to be a storm coming, you can evacuate. People have to evacuate all the time. Like if you live in Florida, you have to evacuate like once a year. And
but you're
if you have to evacuate, it doesn't completely disrupt your children. You don't have to go be in a hotel now. You can have you have your mobile house with you. It's really easy.
You're evacuating in style. That's what you're doing. You're evacuating
exactly.
in style. Yeah. Fuck. Please, get it right.
Exactly. And part of it too for us is we didn't know where to go. All of these states have different rules. They have different ways of handling the CV-19. Yeah. And we didn't know, okay, where's the best place? And that's another thing is like, you might not like one way a state's doing something.
Yep.
Gun rules or whatever you don't like, you can leave. And that's another thing too. Like more people are mobile.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's the small stuff. That's small stuff, all that states, different rules. If you don't like it, you move on. No problem, man. You know? You just move on. Might be a bit tired driving, you know, have a bit of a rest, and then you move on to the next plot of land. I think.
And the government loves to know where you are. That's why they love these little apartments. They love to be able to track you.
Yeah.
Know where you are. This way, government doesn't get to know. And you can register your vehicle in some states. They don't mind if you have just like a mobile domicile. So you can make it all legal, but that way the government has no idea where you are. Yeah. And I like that.
Yeah, no, you're living the life, man. Don't let anyone tell you any different, man. And if a child comes along, you just carry on. You know?
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm gonna help you out with that, Jen. We're gonna get a little flat Earth baby on the way, and then we'll just keep traveling, be free.
Yeah, man, I love it.
That's what's up.
The Flatmobile.
That's it.
I mean, ultimately, I would want to buy in. Ultimately, if I did have that RV kind of thing going, I would want to buy like a couple acres of land or something and set up shop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what we want to do. But like right now, we had to do something. We wanted to figure something out right now, and we're trying to figure out the best place to buy land. And right now, the world's so crazy that requires tons of variables, like to take into account, like what are they doing? What's their gun laws? What are they doing with the passports? And what are they outlawing? And what's fertile land? And what's the value of land? And etc. And it's not the best time to even buy anything right now. But then you have to say, well, is it just going to get worse, or does it equal out? And so it's just a whole bunch of things. This was the perfect middle ground for us to transition.
You know what I'm going to say to you, Wispy? You've got to wait till 2025 minimum, really. 2025 max, to see whether what's going on, because 2022 and 2023, this madness is carrying on. So by 2025, this dust was going to settle. And in that time, you would have accumulated some funds to be able to do something. You know, it's not going to hurt
Right.
you.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, think about it. If you got rent or a mortgage or something, you're paying, you know, $1,000 a month at $1,500 a month or something. The RV, you're not spending.
Yeah, but I mean,
how many shots
that's
do you
like
think
New
you'll
York
have to
prices,
have
Jeremy.
by 2025?
Yeah.
At least 17.
Yeah, the reason I say that is
Gotten
because
your
this
60th
madness is gonna
booster
go on
shot.
for 2 years either.
Well, a bunch of people are paying for their rent in an apartment, and like for like a third of that, we're paying off the payments to own this, and it's self-sustainable and can move. And so like after a year of paying it, it's not like we're homeless. Now some people have mortgages, right, and they are doing the same thing with their house, but it's like the price difference is wild, bro.
Yeah,
And
if you rent, you're just paying for someone else's property. You're paying off something for someone else.
Yo, with the RV, you'll never be
It's
homeless.
yours, man.
You'll never
It's
be
yours,
homeless with the RV. Yeah.
Exactly. And I have so many friends all over the U.S. that I've hung out with in the last year in person that like I can just call them and bam, we have plenty of land and whatever we need to park that RV. So
Wherever you do end up,
And
wherever you do end up
be
buying,
there.
hold on, Jen. Wherever you do end up buying land at, just make sure the taxes are dirt cheap, and you're good. You know, good gun laws, cheap taxes. What else?
I'm buying the land via affidavit of status. So like I'm not paying property tax, but okay. But I hear you.
Yeah.
This is why it's
Hey,
a complicated subject. I didn't want to rush it but I do know someone in Florida who had their property taken because of property tax and won $38 million using an affidavit of status challenging their jurisdiction to make them pay taxes on that property. And they had to pay them $38 million. And this dude has $48 million in total lawsuit settlements from the government using the affidavit of status. So I'm trying to look into the best way to get land without property tax, to have mineral rights where it's at, the best value of land, try to play the market right. It's a crazy time to be alive, bro.
Hey, Witsit, have you tried to go out to Bertaria yet?
I have not seen any of Bertaria.
You know what I'm talking about, though?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's that? Slab City they call it, or is that something
No,
else?
that's Owen Benjamin got a bunch of people together and they bought this massive piece of land. I think it's in Idaho or whatever, but they started.
Oh, yeah.
They started, they
What'd they
selling
do?
out parcels of land and building Bertaria.
Yeah, it's awesome. And he's right, because that is the answer. The answer is that people just learn how to sustain themselves again, and we create our own supply chains.
Yeah, and you're on your way there already.
Trying, yeah. The Flatmobile, bro. It's gonna be epic wherever we go. We're just gonna be a moving billboard.
Yeah, just have a little flat up logo on the side, small one, nothing too imposing, and then that's that, you know.
Yeah.
And you're living large, as far as I'm concerned. At the moment, the way everything's going, you're living large. You're moving around. You're not stuck in one place. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, I lived in
I
Vermont
didn't know you
before.
lived in an RV. You kept that quiet.
I lived in Vermont before. Taxes were mad cheap. The gun laws were great.
Yeah.
Yeah, say Florida doesn't have income tax, South Dakota doesn't have income tax. There's differences with all the states, but the gun laws are the hardest. I don't know what you mean by good gun laws, but in Tennessee, it's like you can just have a gun, right? You don't have to tell them anything. You just get a gun. Unless you're a felon, you're not supposed to have a gun. Outside of that, they don't care. You don't need a piece of paper to tell them how you carry your gun, where you carry your gun, what gun it is, and that's a good gun law, and that's in like 3 states in the whole U.S.
Yeah.
That's how it was in Vermont. Yeah, that's how it was in Vermont. I mean,
so
you
you don't
still
have
had
to
to do the
register with
federal
the police
background
then?
check. Relax, Jen. You still had to do the federal background check, but other than that, there was no pistol permits or nothing. Yeah, it didn't matter. Vermont's one of the highest ranked states for gun laws. Go ahead, Jen. My bad.
Sorry, I was asking you. You don't have to report to the police when you've got your gun to register it, no?
That's right.
No,
Unless
there's no
you have to do
registration, no permit, nothing.
Right. But like you said, you do have to do a background check, right? Like if you're going to go buy from a gun shop and you haven't purchased a gun from a gun shop yet, they're going to run it and make sure you don't have a domestic charge or like a felony. And if you don't have any domestic violence or felonies, then there's no questions asked beyond that. You just walk away with your gun.
Wicked. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's super easy. I couldn't believe it. Like when I moved to Vermont, I just went and bought a pistol, and they just gave it to me like that day. Not like I was like, holy shit, you know, I had rifles and shit, but it's never easy to get it. I'm from New York, and it's not easy to get a pistol here. You got to go through a
It
whole.
was like buying a sandwich and a cup of tea.
I mean, a little bit more than that, but yeah, pretty much.
But that's just one of the factors, right? Because then it's like value of land. So how fertile is the land, and what's the price of the land, and how much quantity does it have, and it's just a whole ordeal. And then like Tennessee actually has made some pretty lame legislative passes regarding this whole C-19 nonsense. And so then it's like, damn, now they have to be bumped down the list. Florida's cool, but not cool. Texas is a setup state. So it's like, I just didn't know where to go, man. And I'm like, this is the best of both worlds.
You definitely don't want to go to a place where they limit how much water you can collect or something stupid. You know what I'm saying? Because there are places like that where they're like, yo, you can only collect this much water.
Well, and it was good that Witsit did, you know, the tour, so he had experience being in Chris's RV, because now he can drive it and back it up.
Yeah.
Which is
How much was the RV, if you don't mind me asking? It looked nice.
How much does it cost to fill it up?
To say,
how much it cost him because fuel prices?
Not cheap, but close to what some people would pay for like a new vehicle, and we got it 20,000 under the market value.
Nice. Yeah. No, RVs are expensive. Yeah, but it's a house though. So.
Well, and we just figured we could just fix it up. Like, you know, like we just, like the chairs, a lot of RVs, the leather of the chairs just completely crumbles. So because we were able to get it at an affordable price, we're like, okay, we'll just fix it up. So we've been doing a lot of that. But for us, like it was as long as oh, sorry, go ahead, Jen.
I was just going to ask you, how much does it cost to fuel the thing when you're moving around and that? Because fuel prices.
That's expensive. It's like $250.
Okay.
But if you're in an RV park, then you're not using any of the gas. You're hooked up to the electricity.
Of course.
So you don't have to. Yeah. So you just kind of.
That's the main reason.
The thing is, you can control. Again, you can control how expensive your living is, right? Like if you want a boondock, which is just parking in the forest or at a campground, no hookups, that's free, right? So some months you can have no rent. Well, I guess if you have to still pay for your RV, but like no rent to be on the land. Or if you save up and you're like, okay, we want to splurge and go to an RV park, you can pay money to go and have a hookup and a whole resort to hang out in. So that's the other thing, is you can control how much your living is.
Yeah, that would be the main reason. That would be the main reason for me buying a. That would be the main reason for me buying a couple acres and shit and settling down, so you wouldn't have to, you know, constantly be putting wild gas, because gas went through the roof recently.
Yeah, but it still sounds good though that your overheads are variable. You know, they're not spiraling out of control. You see, that's okay.
Yeah, you just pick the pace of traveling, and then you can see family, and that's another thing that was important to us. Is eventually we're not going to be allowed to go on an airplane unless we have, you know, the jab to do. So
yeah.
So this again eliminates that fear of like, oh well, maybe, you know, like, oh well, people get to do this, and no, we still can travel. You just take your time and you plan, and we can just chase the warm weather, like literally follow the sun around the flat earth.
I was just gonna
never have any snow.
I was just gonna ask you that question, you know, weather-wise, and that's right, you just follow the sun. It's just so good, man. Come on.
I know. And that's why it's like sad that they've tricked people that are retired and much older to do this lifestyle. Like, oh, when you're finally 70 and you can't do any hiking and you can't do any of this adventure stuff, get an RV.
You know what?
It should be the other way around, honestly.
I think even if they are 70 or 80 and they're RVing it, they're living the life. So they're still lucky. They still got a taste of that freedom with prison at the moment, but they still got it.
It's just weird that they trick the young adults to be stationary, and they trick the elderly to be mobile. It's so opposite.
Yeah, I totally agree. You know, and I knew that when we're paying the mortgage off here, right? When we were camping, and I could see when the children were enjoying themselves, I asked them, "Could you live in a tent for a year?" They said, "Yeah." You know, they were enjoying it, man, thoroughly enjoying it. You know, so it's quite easy. Yeah, it's nice to know that you're doing that. Yeah. How lucky you are.
Honestly, what I want to do is maybe put some solar panels on the top of the roof, and I want to replace the generator with a magnetic generator. And
yeah, that's a must. That's a must.
If you do that,
must do. Yeah,
dude, you're golden, bro. All you need is water.
Yeah, that's a must do. Yeah, you got to have your solar panel. You can get it on there. That's going to be.
With it, I would also get a little
money, man. That's going to be.
With it, I would also get a little wind turbine or something. You know, some small shit. Obviously, not to have out when you're driving, but something that you could just like pop up real quick would be nice. No.
Yeah, they're not bad because like normally when it's cloudy, it's windy.
Yeah.
Winds are good.
I guess
I mean, those are both really inefficient tricks, in my opinion. I actually think that like magnetism would be, but yeah, I would have to actually put it, you know. But I mean, whatever, I'll do it. You just engineer a magnetic generator, put it in the freaking RV. But the point is that it's built to be self-sustainable. All it requires is water and electricity. If you can get those two things on your own, I mean, it's literally self-sustainable.
Now, I like to run motorbikes, right? So would I be able to attach a trailer to that RV, or would that be a bad idea?
Absolutely. It just depends if you want to tow. Like we have our Jeep, so we'll be towing that. But the RV can tow up to 5,000 pounds. So if you just drove your RV, like if you got a smaller one that you can navigate through town with, then you can totally tow a bike behind there, no problem.
Yeah, you know, a little bike trailer, you know, with two motorbikes on it.
You could totally tow as long as it's under 5,000 pounds. Totally, and diesels can tow even more. But you know, it's so crazy. It's like so many young people, they get tricked into throwing these like huge weddings, right? Like I just had a best friend through a $40,000 wedding. You could buy a decent fifth wheel or pay like a big chunk, like you could buy almost the whole price of an older motorhome, and then there's no rent. It's crazy. Like exactly, people don't think. They spend so much money on pointless stuff, and the system just doesn't want. The system wants you to be stuck.
Right, like literally look at what they tell you to do and know it's backwards. Like they tell you to spend tons of money on your day that you get married, start your marriage off in an insurmountable amount of debt, and then just go hope someone lets you sign your name for a death certificate for a house. So just go be stationary and you have to pay this off, and you're in debt from your ring and your dress and your wedding, right, for one day. And so then the real way to do it is, well, you actually wouldn't spend tons of money on your wedding, right? And you wouldn't buy a really expensive dress and ring, and you would put that money towards something where you're going to be self-sustainable or be able to own something and live. So everything they tell you to do is backwards. They want you stationary and broke, and they don't want you self-sustainable. They don't want you growing food. They don't want you to have any money, and they want you to live in debt. Easier said than done to remove all your debt. So don't.
With it, I know you fuck with crypto, bro. If you ever want to get into like the Binance Smart Chain or something, I'm yield farming, staking, and liquidity pools. I got passive income ticking in, bro. Let me know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll show you how it's mad easy. You got MetaMask?
Well, you're an inspiration to a lot of people when you're doing what you're doing anyway, that's for sure. And then you're pushing flat up on top of everything else. Well, there you go. I mean, who's really living? Who's really living? That's the question, really, to ask now. You know.
All right. Thank you, man. Yeah, and like, dude, don't worry about what other people say, bro. Like, if people see you're happy and they're not happy, it'll make them mad, right? But just try to encourage them to be happy.
Yeah, that's it. Just give them the positive vibes all the way. That's all you got to do, you know, with a smile.
Yeah.
You know?
People will literally be like, "Oh my gosh, you're living in a van with Witsit."
That's fucking brilliant, I would imagine.
It's like, well,
I'll tell you what. If I was there, you would be cracking up because I'd be on everyone's case with that flat up. You don't know me, man, when I'm out on the streets. I'll tell you. I'd be getting right in there.
You'd get arrested, bro. You'd get arrested.
Yeah, I probably would. I said, look, I just need a moment of your time. That's all. Just a moment of your time. You can spare me 5 minutes.
Some old white lady would call the cops on you real fast. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. But when she hears my accent, she thinks, oh, he's not from Run. Of course, no, I'm not, lady.
Oh. Yeah.
That's what I mean. And I've always got a way through. There's always a way through to people, you know. And they wanted to arrest me. They're buying me a cup of tea and a sandwich. You know what I mean? They had their guns drawn. Now I'm playing with the gun. You know.
Exactly. I don't know, man. I mean, listening to you guys talk about it, okay, it does sound like the plan, but I just don't know.
You could retire early off that or something like that'll just give you more time, you know, at the end of your life to not have to work and be with your peoples and shit.
And we looked at it like this, like technically we got it 20,000 under value. So like it's just the labor that is the value. So I just do things on it to fix it up, and you could flip it and literally make a profit on it after 2 years, or you could choose to keep it as you build on land and start to grow food. And you can take your time. Like most people building their house, they're freaking out, they're rushing. If the supplies get really expensive, we can just pause the building for a few months, right? Because we have a place to live on that land.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's a good plan,
and it's
dude.
very high tech as well. So you know you're not living poor. That's for sure.
There's people right now that live in a Walmart parking lot right next to me in their little RV.
In a cardboard box. I'm living in. A
No, they got an RV.
I'm living in a cardboard box. I'm living in a box. Remember
Walmart will let you just park there for free because they figure you'll be a good customer.
Yeah. I'm living in a cardboard box. I'm living in a box. Do you remember that track, guys? There was that song called "Living in a Box." Back in the, I think it might be in the 80s or early 90s.
Dude, Chris and I literally parked that RV everywhere, bro. We parked it in the heart of New York City, in the heart of San Francisco. Like, you get VIP wherever you want to go, and you have your oven and your fridge, and you just live in wherever you park.
Yeah, it's just brilliant. I can just imagine that, man. I can just imagine it easily. You know, when you step out, you know, you stretch your arms out, survey the area. Oh yeah, okay, let me just go and get what I've got to get. Yeah, nice. Hello.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more. It's a more realistic way of living, though, right? Because like most people take their sewage disposal for granted because they just have a toilet and they live in a house. But here, you have to dump the sewage tank. You have to fill your water up, or you don't have water. You know, you have to make sure that you're plugged in, or your generator's charged, your batteries are charged, your generator's full. So it's, but like, dude, this should be what humans do. Men are supposed to do that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be a problem for me. I'd have that down to a fine art. Literally, that wouldn't be a problem. You know, that's the one thing. If you make that a problem, you're not going to enjoy your life. Period. But if you can get that done, then the rest of the stuff it takes care of itself. So you just got to get, and you know, there are places that are calling out for, you know, fertilizer, and that you can give it to them to use. You know what I mean? What's the problem? You know, there's many ways of disposing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But you could like what we do, right? You just hook the hose up, the sewage hose, and it dumps the black tank. Like you could just build that easily on land. Like you could easily build a sewage line and electricity and water supply as you build a house.
Yeah, yeah. As long as I've got my gloves, I've got the gloves on, and that job is as good as done, and it's coming out always brand new looking. That toilet, that area will never look mucky or smell mucky if I'm dealing with that. It will always be welcoming, you know. That's how it's going to be.
Dude, how is it easy to dig a geothermal kind of system for heat and cooling? Because that'd be huge. You know about that? What's it? Geothermal.
Yeah, like the Earth ships.
That has more to do with thermal mass. I think geothermal is when you like dig in the ground, and then you know how the temperature underneath is like constant. So you like put like a little fan in a tunnel or something and have it blow the air up, and it like will heat or cool or like try to keep your shit at the constant temp. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's dope.
No, the Earth ships with the thermal mass. I love Earth ships. I actually have a book on those. My mom got it for me a long time ago. They use a lot of thermal mass in their shit, and that's huge too. Yeah.
Right. They don't actually use the Earth as much.
I was camping in Japan's second largest lake in Japan. It's called Fukushima Inawashiroko. Okay, we used to go there every year right up to 2011 when they had the tsunami hit and the nuclear plants blew up. Okay, but whenever I went there, I was always cleaning out the toilets because they stunk to high heaven, and no one gave a shit, but I did. Especially as my kids, you know, they're not used to smelling that, and my wife, they thought it was rather harsh on the nose. So did I. So I would be out there, door wide open, got it jarred open, and I'd carry the 2 buckets from that campsite into the lake and drag the water and drown it in water just to kill that smell. You know, just to drown that ammonia.
Yeah, but like there are little cheat codes now, right? Where like you can just drop some solution in your tank and bow. It's like amazing. Then you let the fresh water run to the toilet for a second and gets it all clean. It's made for like a retired person. You know what I'm saying? Like a retired person can do everything. So it's like you could press the button. You just press the button and the house opens up, and you just pull a lever and then your tank empties. It's actually pretty easy. One of the problems is you always are hooking up to random city supply water, so you need a filtration system. And so I'm about to put a reverse osmosis on it where everything of water that comes through it, but when you're hooked up, it's perfect because reverse osmosis displaces a lot of water, like more than it gives you that's clean. So it wouldn't be efficient off grid, right? Because you would just be dumping all this water somewhere. That's the only issue I haven't figured out yet, because I want reverse osmosis everything out of the sink, out of the shower, right?
Yeah, but that's a good idea, that reverse osmosis. You know, you want that clean water all the time. That's your number one liquid source that has to be clean to give good health. You know.
All right, and that's one thing is there's not very many woke pieces of information on RVing, right? Like there aren't many woke people that are like, let me get this reverse osmosis on my entire system, and we need to make sure there's no fluoride coming out of even the shower. Like the average person in the RV doesn't know anything about that, so there's not even really that big of a market. It's kind of tricky. You got to get innovative.
Yeah, I've been looking at that. You know, how can they remove? How do you remove the fluoride if you're living in America? Because it's seen it everywhere. You know.
Is that reverse osmosis thing? Is that like restructuring water? Because I was looking into that a while back. They do it with like magnets or sound.
It's a number of thin membrane filters that filter out all the crap in the water. That's what that is, and it's going through 3 times, I think it is, through 3 filters before you actually touch your lips if you want to drink it. I looked into it. Isn't it? Reverse osmosis. Several filters they use, and they pump the water through it. It removes some of the impurities in the water. I didn't know it could remove fluoride, though. I didn't think it could do that when you said that, actually. I didn't think fluoride could be removed from the water from a reverse osmosis.
Well, there's another thing called restructuring water that they do with like magnets and sound and shit. That's a whole other thing that doesn't actually filter anything out. That just like restructures the molecular spin of the water or something.
Mind you, the water that I occasionally drink when I get it from Costco, it's the Kirkland brand, right? And they use reverse osmosis because I read it. Right, I was using the Nestle brand, but the Nestle is coming from a lake, Ontario, or wherever it is, and it's been shipped out, and the lake is receding. So I stopped using that brand because I didn't want to have I didn't want to use a brand that's causing a negative impact environmentally. So I stopped Nestle, and that's back like 2007, somewhere around there. And then I started to use the Kirkland brand, and then I read it, and it was reverse osmosis. So I looked into what that was, and I thought, okay, yeah. So
basically it reverses the flow of the water and forces it back through the filters in there. And there are different types of reverse osmosis systems. Like the one we have is like 12 filters. Like the average one will be 2 or 3. Yeah. So this is like you got the bigger micron filter that gets out the sediment, and then you have the one that gets it a little smaller and smaller, and the microns keep going down, and it forces the water back through the other way.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good system. I checked it. I looked it up.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like if you're trying to look into a way to really clean the water, but not just like fully distill it, where you take everything out of it, reverse osmosis is probably the best. Like that's what a Berkey filter is.
Well, I'm drinking reverse osmosis water occasionally. I used to have like, wow, close to like 60 liters of the stuff from Costco because it's so cheap, you know. And then I leave it stacked up in the house here.
Yeah, like most of the bottled water has fluoride in it. Like actually, one of the ones that would surprise you that doesn't is Target brand water.
Yeah, I know
reverse
Target.
osmosis.
Yeah, I know the Target. Yeah, I've been there a few times.
And a lot of people love the Berkey because it doesn't use electricity and stuff. But I watched people that did studies and sent it into labs, and it didn't even really remove the fluoride at all.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
With the fluoride filter on it. So I don't know. They're pretty tricky. It's really hard to get the fluoride out of the water, bro.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You see, yeah, because I didn't think you could get the fluoride out of the water. Didn't think.
Like even with the best reverse osmosis, like it'll say 99.9%, right? Like it, you know. And if you test it, it might not really be that high. That's optimal. It's optimal lab test. So I don't know. This has been a rabbit hole for me. It's actually kind of sad because it's like impossible. You can distill your water. Like I have a mega home distiller. It takes 5 hours to distill a gallon. I mean, it just takes everything out of the water though. Like everything.
Yeah.
Like 0 ppm. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want some stuff
that's
in
the
the
thing.
water.
The water
You want
is the
some
thing.
nutrients.
Yeah, once you can get the water thing sorted out, then yeah, you're living large, you know. And if America, if the United States didn't rely on so much fluoride, you'd be all right with the water thing, you know. But yeah, that's the key downer. But that's the same for everyone in the States, whether you live in a house or an RV. So it's not that much of a minus when you compare it to someone else.
Well, now they're talking about treating water with graphene, right? So it's like,
yeah, no thanks.
We're going to have to get innovative. It's the same with the generator. We're going to have to create something outside of the mainstream system to have a zero loss generator and to really get clean water as they keep adding stuff to it, like graphene oxide, which is not degradable. It's not degradable. It's synthetic. Your body cannot break it down.
No.
They're putting that in water. So you're going to have to find a way to get that out of water in the near future.
It's the number one cause of carditis at the moment, which is something that I discovered last year. That the graphene oxide in the jab, it's not good. It's causing carditis.
Yeah, what's so crazy is myocarditis. It has a 50% mortality rate after 5 years.
Yeah, look at that. That's terrible.
So, why isn't everyone dying? It hasn't been 5 years yet, bro. Holler at me in a few years.
Yeah, that's terrible, man. I'm telling you now, man. Wow. I was saying to my student today, you know, because today was my first day back at work. So every year I do the same thing, you know, the big motivational, look after your health, etc., etc., and then something to do with flat Earth, right? But this time it was to do with the moon landing. So I introduced my students this week. They're being introduced to The Shining and Stanley Kubrick and the 2001: A Space Odyssey and the connection with the Apollos, and how we know this is how we definitely know that they couldn't have gone, because this is the man who did the movie that we watched, you know, the Apollo missions. This is the guy. So they're my students today. They really enjoyed that. But we were talking about, you know, trying to maintain our health with clean water. So it's very important. And then one of them asked me if I was going to get the vaccines and that. And I said, that would be impossible. No. Okay, why do you think I don't wear a mask? So, yeah, I wish everyone would wake up to that point. Because that's a definite no-no. Definite no-no.
Yeah, I don't even know how you would get the graphene oxide out of water. Because the UK just signed a deal to put graphene oxide in water.
That's fucking mad. I mean, what is going on? Non-stop barrage from this bunch. You know, they can't kill us fast enough, can they?
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But I mean, we shouldn't be surprised they got away with putting graphene oxide in the water, because fluoride is known to be a neurotoxin.
Oh yeah, of course.
Right. So it's like, how much more blatantly bad could it be than like a neurotoxin that's even worse via way of ingestion? And you can't monitor each individual assessment of the indigestion rate. So it's like just rolling the dice with people's lives.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Oh, another question. If you go into town right now in your RV, is the parking expensive?
No, not really. Like, it depends. We're in an RV resort, and I think it was like, I don't know what you think's expensive, but like it was like $800 a month for an RV resort, like with pickleball and all kinds of crazy. It's a resort, yeah. But you can park for free, or you can go to like a public state park, and it's like $20 a night. So yeah, it varies. The cool part is you can park for free, right? Like if you have a friend that has land, you can just go live for free.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad to hear that. £800 in a resort. That's about $800. That's a lot of money for a month. But if you're only going to do it for that month, that's fine, I suppose. Holiday resort. Yeah. Every month.
Yeah, well, we're just in Florida. We're in Florida, and it's the winter season, so everyone comes here when it gets cold, and so the prices all go up. Yeah.
Yeah, they do that in Japan too. Right.
Yeah, we could go live somewhere cold right now in the RV for like basically nothing, you know.
Yeah, I was wondering if you would do that. Yeah, so you could live in the cold. Then, what about heating? Then, what happens with you'd have to keep the engine running then to heat your place up, or what?
If you're not plugged in, like typically everyone just plugs in. If you're plugged in, you could. We have a little space heater that we can use. If not, it uses propane to heat with a furnace.
Yeah, propane gas. Yeah.
Yep. Which is about $100 to fill up, and our propane has lasted since we purchased it.
Yeah, and then it heats up pretty quickly in there anyway because there's not much room.
Big time, and the water heats up crazy fast. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean that's the plus. That's the plus is there, you know. So yeah, that's what's appealing is that you've got a nucleus of the home on wheels, man. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. And all these compartments that you have outside, where you put all your luggage and all that, and then the compartments on the inside. It's all worked out, space saving. I love all that, man. Is your destiny. Literally. Yeah. Another question with this the RV community. Would you say there's more young people doing it, or is it there's more old people who are retired doing this thing?
It's a lot of older people, middle-aged people, but 30 to 40 has a decent amount with children here.
That's good. Yeah.
But it's all like conservative, really kind people. No one's scared of the air. Like, it's a great group of people. Like, it's the people that aren't scared to be outside, that like to be outside, that like to take care of themselves and aren't scared of the government.
Look, they're wise. You see, this is what I mean by I call those people the good people. So once we take out the government, for example, the good people are just going to come forward because I know they're there. You know.
Do you guys like travel in caravans, or do you guys just like post up at a spot?
Yeah, right now we're just by ourselves. We just post up we pick an RV resort out, we go, and there's like all these other families that are already there. Like it's just a really friendly thing. It's I get there and they're like, hey, we're grilling chicken. Do you guys want some chicken? You know what I'm saying? It's a totally different vibe.
You immediately.
Oh man, yeah.
How much does it cost to stay at the resort? To like have a spot or something?
The one we're at right now, because it's the winter season, which is the most expensive in Florida, because everyone brings their RV to Florida, it's like $800 a month.
Let's see.
But I mean, it has a pickleball court. It's like a resort, right? You can get them for as cheap as $250 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, we just split that. We split that and the monthly note, and it's still significantly cheaper than like renting a city, and you're owning something, and you're in like paradise.
And it's yours as well, isn't it? It's your property, remember? The other thing is, what's the food menu like? Well, take us through a day in a life of Wisbech with the menu.
Really quick before that, what's a monthly note?
No, calm down.
What'd you say?
I said, what's a monthly note?
We just started though. We just got it not long ago. So
Yeah,
we have.
congratulations on the purchase.
Thanks. I call it the baby bus because it's our baby.
Mm.
So take us through the menu in the Wisfit family for the menu for the day. From the breakfast, lunch, and then dinner. What happens?
The menu?
Yeah.
Well, usually I'll cook breakfast and I'll make eggs and pancakes, gluten-free pancakes, and berries. And next time we'll make like sandwiches.
Okay.
We have the air fryer, so we can make.
All right.
Dinner, I must admit, I haven't really been pulling my weight in the kitchen for dinner.
Yeah.
So we've been just getting like healthy bowls and stuff.
Okay.
Yo, 3 meals.
We have a
I personally think is too many.
What?
I think 3 meals per day is too many.
Too many. Honestly, yeah. Eventually, we want to do more intermittent fasting style.
Yeah. That's what I do.
So if I was in your SUV now, and Jim's got like the eggs, tomatoes, mushrooms, could I be able to do that? Little couple of spoons of sweet corn on the side there for you. Yeah, vinegar, black pepper, Spanish herbs. Would you down that?
Shit, if they won't, I will.
Actually, I agree that that's too much food, dude. Like, it breaks your fast, and people used to know you actually go out and do something for a little bit before you eat, and you're supposed to eat in like a 6-hour window. That's why most people are obese, because their metabolism doesn't work anymore. It literally forgot how to work, because you're just constantly, it's made to like go into a burst of metabolism, and instead we're just clogging it down all day, every day.
Absolutely.
Why do you think I like doing all my exercises all the time? You know, got to keep active. Yeah. And
I don't eat breakfast a lot, actually.
No, neither do I. I don't have breakfast. I have a late dinner. That's why 10 o'clock dinner time. So by morning, I'm not hungry at all. Not at all. So I eat once, twice a day. That's it.
Well, there's a debate as
I
to
literally
when it
can't
is.
gain weight. I have like 6-hour type of feeding window, like Witz said, and I can eat whatever I want. I can out-eat anyone, you know? Like I eat like a motherfucker. It's not even funny how much I eat, but I can't gain weight. I literally like.
Yeah,
that's
bloody good, Des. I don't think you could eat more than me. I don't think you could move your
I
knife and
guarantee
fork.
you, Jin. I
guarantee you, your knife and fork wouldn't move as fast as mine. I guarantee you.
Bro, I don't even use a fork.
Let me tell you something. Right, when I went to the school, elementary school, the first day, me and my brother, we were ranked number 1 fastest eating in the school the very first day we got into the school. There you go.
Jin, it's not a contest. I literally like I inhale it. I'll just and it's gone.
But no, that's true though, bro. I can't gain weight. I can't gain weight either, bro. Because before I know it, it's no problem for me to go hours and hours without eating, and then I'm like, oh, you could literally eat buffets for 6 straight hours, 12 to 6 every day, and you're not gonna get fat. But people eat all day, every day, so they're fat.
Fucking hell, man. Okay, so you're the original vacuum cleaner. Okay.
Yo, call me Mike Tyson the way I inhale the food like a Dyson.
You got bars, bro.
Yeah.
Percentage holding off on the bars this whole time.
Yeah, I used to drink my food. I still do. You know?
Got the beef like a bison.
Yeah.
That's what a guy said.
If there's food, I'll slide up in there like M. Bison. Play Street
Well,
Fighter.
it's good that you can be like that, you know, because you can really enjoy your food, you know. You can really enjoy your food. That's without a doubt.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I hate to see this live stream go down for a little bit, because it's like a really good middle ground where 24/7 is more like, you know, here's the deal. You're going to address the empirical evidence. You're going to shut up. And then Game of Pandas is just literally psychotic people running around beating each other up. But this place is way better. I'm glad it's here. I deleted Gamma Panda server this morning, so hopefully we can kind of revive this live stream where people get to talk and try to be respectful and stuff.
Let's do it, baby.
Yeah, it's all right. It does happen.
I was in 24/7 like earlier today, and it was just like constant audio from the guy that was going around asking the astronauts to swear on the Bible and stuff, and no one was talking.
Oh yeah, Bart Sibrel, that would be. Yeah, that was good.
No one was talking at all. It's just like this.
Yeah, because there's not many people around. Probably that's why. Sometimes I go in there and then I start talking, and then that switches off and people start talking again. So
yeah, they turn the audio clips on, but like then people come to talk, and then they're like, "Oh, well, I'll leave because I can't talk." So it's kind of a double-edged sword,
Yeah.
You know what happened to me yesterday, right? They put the Mick West on. Okay, you know the Mick West clip. Do you remember that one? When Mick West went into the visited the 24/7 and then he got banned. Do you remember Mick West?
Yes.
I know who he is, but I didn't know that happened. Continue.
Yeah. And I was listening to that yesterday, and I thought that was the real thing. I thought Mick West had returned.
Oh.
Right. Then you want to start talking, and it's some audio clip. You're like debating an audio clip.
Yeah. And I'm busy posting as well. Putting up the memes and shit. I did that for like 15 minutes before I realized.
15, holy! But you felt like an idiot when you found out it was recorded.
I did, because I thought, what? And Jedi's back. Jedi's back as well. Well, fucking hell, this is good. And then
That's hilarious.
And then I looked at the list of names, and then I realized, oh, fucking hell, it's a clip, isn't it? Shit.
I actually like hearing the opposing views, like even for the audience. Like if you jump in, you hear it, right? That's the only benefit to me that Game of Pandas was. I could go in there and be like, so does horizontal mean flat, and watch them all just shut down? And you could just clip that and show an audience. But like if you don't let the other person be there and talk unimpeded, then you can't really use them as an example,
Yeah. And Gem Panda, right? Because when Mick West got banned, okay, Gem Panda came in, okay, and they entered the 24/7, right? He came into the server, and guess what he said? I think I'm going to be a very poor Mick West for you, and everyone cracked up. A poor man's Mick West, he said, or something like that. It was really funny. Yeah, Gem Panda.
Yeah, I don't know. Is this being live streamed?
Usually it's live streamed every day. Yeah, live streamed every day. I was told.
Okay. I won't go into it then.
Yeah.
How about something we could all go into, guys?
Oh, nice one. Is that Epi?
Water.
Yeah.
No,
Go
this
on.
is SC. This is SC.
Yeah, SC. That's what I meant. Sorry, SC. How you doing? Happy New Year to you, mate.
Same to you guys. Same to you, my friend.
Montreal.
Everybody.
Nice to hear your voice.
Same here. Percentage.
Hey, have you guys heard about the false flag that they've set up to maybe happen? Where the reason that Verizon, AT&T agreed to push their 5G C-band for the internet that's on everyone's phone now, they pushed the date back to 119. But the reason is what they say is because there's a concern that since airplanes operate on C-band frequency, it'll actually interrupt the planes and that they could crash. And it comes online the 19th. I'm not big on dates or fear porn or anything like that, but it is interesting, right? Where they've said that since they operate in the same, it could cause serious problems. It does sound like something's kind of been set up. How insane would it be if planes started falling out of the sky, bro? You would be like, what
how would pushing it back a few days change that?
They pushed it back?
Yeah, how does that fix like the interference with planes?
Right, it doesn't. And so because they're having this ongoing debate, and other countries have done it, but what they do is they say, well, you have to limit the amount of C-band usage at an airport or on a plane or around it. And that's the idea. So they're trying to go back and forth. They're like, well, UK's doing it. Why can't we do it? And so they're going to do it now on the 19th.
Really? They're going to do what? What are they going to do? Ban C-band or what?
No, they're going to activate it.
Oh, right. I see.
Yeah, in the US on the 19th.
Oh, right.
I mean, it would make sense if they just they put it on hold just for some last minute kind of pep talk to see whether or not they were going to go through with it or what have you. And then they rescheduled to the 19th. So I guess you know, that could make sense.
Talking about planes falling out of the sky, pilots in the US are concerned because they've gone and got this unnecessary medical intervention, and they're worried about heart attacks now. Some of them are not able to fly because they're worried about carditis, by the way.
Yeah, man, I got a video. Some guy, like, I'm in this WhatsApp group, a bunch of Brits, and they like shared this video where there was a pilot that was holding out, but because he was going to lose his job, basically, he got the jab, and now he like has issues, and yeah, he developed some sort of like some crazy hypertension or something like that, and he can't fly now.
Yeah. One other pilot, his chest was beating, heart was beating so hard he thought he was going to pump out of his chest, and he was worried, and now he can't fly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on out there that we got to be very careful of, man. Who wants to be on a plane these days? You're worried now. You know, it was worrying enough, you know, being in a plane up there, you know. Even though they say that it's safer than flying and driving in a car, and one engine is enough to get you to your destination. Okay, that's nice to know, but now you've got this thing with the pilot worrying about his heart now. Well, then again, it's all automatic pilot anyway. They only do the landing and the taking off, don't they, really?
Well, we got a co-pilot just for that. If you guys are into it, I'm doing a project on proof, and I see there's a lot of people here I didn't ask. You guys into spending a few minutes on that?
Yeah,
sure. What do you need?
So, for you, example, percentage, I don't think I asked you, if I was to ask you what is proof to you personally, what would you respond?
I would say definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt.
And what is evidence?
Evidence is either empirical or scientific data that supports something.
So, a collection
definitive.
of...
Yeah, I would say definitive is the key thing, where it can't be anything else, you know? For a reasonable person.
A collection of proofs. A collection of proof is evidence of proof. Proof is evidence of proof, and evidence is proof. Same thing, I reckon.
Sure.
So you're both on the same page on this, gin and percentage?
Yeah, I agree with what he said. Yeah, I'd have to. He's got it right there.
Yeah, definitive is the key thing, because if it can't be anything else, right? And it has to be
Irrefutable, isn't it? It's irrefutable. It's not open for debate. There it is, clear.
Yeah, and that's actually, there's a word for it. It's called proof positive. You know, something that's definitive is proof positive. That means it can't be anything else. Simple as that.
Yeah.
So somebody, let me get this straight now. Somebody would have to bring you evidence of
if they're making the claim and they were intellectually honest, then they should have the definitive evidence for the claim they're making. That being said, if I'm feeling generous, I could search it out myself. You know, it might be a wild goose chase, or it might actually be truth that I was ignorant of. But, you know, that's just me going above and beyond what's required of me. If someone else is making the claim, technically is nothing, right? Because they're the one making the claim, I'm contending it. Then again, I've been thinking about this recently. It's like, are we owed information? You know, like, you know, you should. I reward people with wisdom or life hacks or something like that when I feel like they're kind of working towards it, when they deserve it, right? I help those that help themselves. So sometimes I think maybe it's not right to automatically demand that someone else gives you like the evidence or whatever, and you do nothing for it. Maybe you shouldn't, like, you know, just be content with doing nothing.
I get that part, but you see, it's a little vague because we still haven't established what evidence is, right?
No, I thought
somebody bring you evidence, but what exactly would?
So evidence for me would be empirical or scientific data that supports the claim that they're making.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thanks.
Yeah, it can be
somebody
data.
else want to take a crack at it?
Yeah, it could be data, or it could be a thing, couldn't it? Something they've said they've got. Now prove it to me, show me it. that's the evidence of the proof of what they said, or it proves what they said is the evidence for it. They go hand in hand, I think. Proof and
Right. Well,
evidence.
empirical means observable, testable, repeatable. So those are pretty crucial.
Yeah.
Now we're talking. So that's your thing. What's it? Those three things?
Yeah, observable, testable, repeatable.
It has to do with that. Would be if we're talking scientific. There are other ways to prove things. Yeah.
Oh, there's another one. So empirical, testable, repeatable, falsifiable.
Yeah, falsifiable. There you go.
That last one is important. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Anybody else? How about seek and find or fuzzy or enigma?
Hold up. So, for falsifiable, if it's the truth and it's not false, then why should it be falsifiable?
That's what
I think. In theory, if you wanted to test it and it wasn't true, you could falsify it. Like if it's something that can't be tested and or verified and or falsified, right? Then it's not falsifiable. Like if something's true, it's not falsifiable. Literally, meaning it's true, it can't be false, but you can test to see if it's falsifiable, right?
Okay.
Yep, that makes sense. Yep.
Like the ability to be tested and proven true or inaccurate.
Not being able to be falsified.
Unlike a claim to like a
so I would just
star
say
or
testable
something
for
like
that.
that, where you can't actually measure it. Like it has to be something that's physically, tangibly testable to determine if it is in fact true.
Yes, that would be the vacuum of space, the heliocentric model, and all that nonsense. That's
So
where that
tangibility, fuzzy. Yeah, that makes sense. Tangibility.
Yeah.
Testability.
Tangible.
Yeah, I would say that goes into with falsifiable or
I think it's a better word actually.
Yeah.
And proving it, that would be tangible. Yeah.
Anybody else? Seek and find or skeptical or?
Yeah, skeptical.
I will say it's subjective because it's beyond reasonable doubt, right? But in terms of what we consider, the threshold of doubt, we're all different. We all fall differently in the spectrum of, trust to skepticism. I'm more of a skeptic. Some, and I feel like a lot of the heliocentrists are more, trusting, and I say global, and in that case, we have to be cognizant that it is a subjective threshold that differs from person to person. So what someone considers proof, another person might not, or definitive evidence, I should say, another person might not, because it verges on, the unreasonable doubt kind of section.
Exactly. Yeah, like it'd be subjective to determine reason.
Well, that's precisely why I'm doing this project, is because I think I agree with percentage. It's a personal thing, right? Proof.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for some people, proof is just the fact that the Bible exists.
Well, like, look, so what if something's proof? It doesn't require acceptance to be true, right? But like determination of what proof is, if you use unreasonable doubt, you use that caveat, then it falls into the subjective realm of what one considers to be reasonable. So it's like it's a nuanced conversation, because like someone can deny the truth, it doesn't mean it's not true though.
True.
Absolutely, I agree with you. That what I meant by that is it's what somebody's willing to accept. Now, what is actually proof? Like, for example, I had a conversation on Blues today about this, and me and Blue determined that he said this, and I said, yeah. He said, if we're walking down a path and we stumble across a body, right? And we prod it, we put a mirror up to it, and we take its pulse, and we can determine that it's dead. That's proof positive that that body's dead.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say like the word, something becomes undeniable at a certain point, and that's sort of proof positive. Undeniability, like where something is so tangibly true that you just can't deny it anymore.
Well, what would you say if I told you that some people were questioning that fact?
Holder, how did you respond to the
have to
dead?
see how they deny it and pick apart their reasoning for its denial or whatever.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're deluded, you can deny something, right? Unreasonably. Someone might find you unreasonably denying something, right? And it's a blurred line between considering it delusions or unnecessarily gullible or something like that, you know? It's either way, it's out of touch with reality.
You could accept stuff unreasonably. You could just accept CNN said so well, it must be true. You know, you could accept things without putting any reason to stuff too. That's the other problem.
That's the gullibility, too much trust in X that I'm talking about.
But this is the major thing as it comes down to typically is like, so with the parameters we gave, empirical, meaning observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable, if you go through those and you have evidence left over, if you make claims antithetical to that outside of those parameters, after that other evidence has already been established, then that is nowhere close to reason. You know, someone can try to reason their parameters of what reason is, if you're following what I'm saying, but it's just like, it's actually irrelevant. If one goes through the parameters that actually validate something to be legitimate evidence, you ignore that and make claims antithetical to that without empirical evidence. I mean, that is not reason. Someone may argue that it makes more sense to me, but that doesn't actually change it, right? Because that's lunacy. How did it make more sense to you? You haven't even established the empirical potentiality or like possibility of that.
Absolutely. But let me give you an example of the type of lunacy that they suggested. One suggested, well, he used the future tense as a possibility of, well, that body might not be dead. We might be able to revive it. See what I'm saying? They go into like fantasy, la la land. Yeah.
You know, in an alternate dimension, that body is very much alive.
Yeah, some crazy shit like that. Yeah.
If you appease my theory that claims that all the empirical evidence that can be verified is actually misleading, then you can see how mine might be viable. That's actual lunacy.
Oh, well, it's good to see that we have people here with good mind on their shoulders.
Yeah. Well, there are some flat earthers here, bro. What do you expect?
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, whenever people say heliocentric model, that's actually not even a thing anymore, right? Like everything's going around the great attractor now, right? So, yeah, it's not actually heliocentric anymore for like 2 decades.
The great attractor. Yeah, we made a meme on that months ago. I'm making fun of them. Yeah, they're under the delusion that right now we're traveling at 1.5 million miles at 11 different vectors, and we're all circling this thing called the great attractor. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But the average person on the street doesn't even know that. Like, if they come up and say, "You're a flat earther, you're so dumb," and then you ask them what they believe in, they'll say the heliocentric model is fact, and little do they know for 2 decades that is literally not the case anymore. It's not even the claim.
But real quick, in terms of 11 different vectors, it's like 11 different vectors, but you add them up into one kind of vector of movement.
That's bull, bro. Come on, that's
not bull.
Sure it is. How do you figure that?
That's how it works in terms of, like, for something that's stationary, for instance, a more dense thing in a less dense medium, it's going downwards, right? But if it's physically impeded by a table, it's going to be stationary because it's also, that physical impedance is a force upwards. There's both these vectors of force, right? But it's a net 0. They cancel each other out because you do add vectors. You can have multiple vectors equaling one actual movement, one trajectory.
Well, maybe so. Like you can think of a clock, let's say, for example, right? You got all the gears in there.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're all moving in different vectors, let's say, right? Some are higher, lower, some are going this way, some are going that way. Now you can take your watch and move it in one vector, but that doesn't negate the fact that those gears are still moving independently in there.
Yeah, but those are different movements. You know, that's a movement within a different thing.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's my whole point.
Yeah, but it's not a matter of being able to even, like Witsit was saying, describe or explain how it makes sense to you. Show us. Show us something moving in 11 different directions.
My whole point is that it wouldn't.
Your whole point is that what?
That it wouldn't. If there's 11 different vectors of force applied on one object, then it would still like equal one trajectory, one movement.
Or
no
a station, or a stationary, right? Exactly. So everything cancels out, and we are on a stationary plane. Yeah.
Yeah, could be. I mean, but to what SE says, you know, you were talking about different objects, you know, that are contained in different. If it's a bunch of different objects, then sure, you could have different movements of different directions and stuff like that, right? But if we're talking about the vectors applied on one object, then it'll just equal one movement.
But again, so what you have to understand about that is that say you do have 11 forces. Let's not call it vectors. Let's call it 11 different. Let's call it 11 different forces. Each of those forces would have to be equal in order for there not to be any motion at all once they are all applied. Because the minute one of those forces has more force than the other 11, then it's going to move in the opposite direction of that. So you're going to have movement. So again, I mean, I kind of appreciate the way that you're trying to go about this, but still, this is a discussion of La La Land.
I don't think so, but I do agree with what you're saying. If it's stationary, then they will equal out. Absolutely.
No, they won't equal out, stationary or not. Absolutely not.
What do you mean?
You have a watch that's stationary, just sitting there, right? And you have its gears moving in all different directions. How do they all even out?
No, the gears would be moving separate from the watch. See, you're talking about different objects at that point.
Yeah.
The watch itself, as a body, is stationary, right? But inside,
as that single, as that single body,
exactly. So if you're clear about
so what's the disconnect
you're defining, then you can avoid that confusion. If you're talking about the individual gears, absolutely they'd be moving, not just in different vectors. They'd actually be moving in different directions and what have you. Right?
I think.
Yeah. Okay. Relate that to the model then, the fantasy sphere model.
Just real quick. So when you're talking about the gears of a watch moving, those are all independent gears. I think SE. Correct me if I'm wrong, SE. What I understand this point to be is that you have one gear moving in 11 different directions. That's impossible.
Mm.
Yeah, because all those gears, you have to understand, are interconnected the way they see it. You understand?
Mm-hmm. So, let me explain like this. Let's say the watch is on your wrist, right? And you're walking and your wrist is moving. And inside the watch, you have these gears that are also moving, right? In any particular moment, the gears the movement of the gears is going to be it's going to be measured against the movement of the watch itself to find the motion that it's moving in, right? It all coalesces together. If the watch is stationary, then the only thing that you're considering are the internal movements of the gears, right? But if the watch is moving, then you add that vector of movement to it, and it'll give you the trajectory of it in any imagine 3D space, like God's eye view type thing.
Okay,
it's gonna change the coordinates of it.
Hold on, Travis. Hold on a second.
All right.
Just so we can have clarity here. Where do you envision the Earth in this gear system that you're trying to envision? I want to see if we're on the same
the
page
Earth
here.
would be underneath the person that's wearing the watch.
Underneath the person that's wearing the watch.
Yeah.
So the person that's wearing the watch would be the great attractor? How are you envisioning this?
I didn't make any kind of match.
Then you didn't get what else he was saying, because he was obviously talking about the 11 vectors that the Earth and its bodies are moving in.
No, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but you're not relating to that. You're going off to something else. He's
really
talking about that.
I'm talking about how the vectors.
You really are.
To one movement.
Yeah. Percentage. I tried again. Percentage. I'm going to try to say it again. And Rakia, if I'm getting it wrong, correct me. Okay. We're talking about one gear, the Earth. One gear. One moving in 11. Hold on. Moving in 11 different directions. We're not talking about the Milky Way. We're not talking about the Andromeda. We're not talking about all these 11 different gears functioning in accord with each other. That's not the discussion. It's one gear. One gear cannot be moving in 11 different directions at the same time.
With that.
Okay, show me how it could work then.
So it's not just one
Don't
gear.
explain it to me. Don't explain it to me.
No, I'll
show
have to
me.
explain my disagreement, because it's not just one gear. We're all moving separately. I can move my right hand and I leave my left hand.
Okay, hold on. We're
in
not
different
talking
position
about no. We're not talking about you and me, bro. We're talking about the Earth.
I know, but within the Earth could be moving in a specific direction. I could overpower.
Then you're talking about something else.
Yeah, you're totally changing the discussion, dude.
I don't think I am, but okay.
Let SC explain it then, because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misunderstanding SC.
No, you guys are on it. You guys are you're on it, and this is a
I
great.
don't understand why Percentage can't get it. Why he switched it? I mean, it's obvious that he's switching it.
I didn't switch anything. We're talking about
dude. We're telling you are. Do you think that
wrong,
three people?
Frankly,
SC brought it up, right?
Rakia, let me explain.
Why do you have to overtalk? You want to explain to me.
I'm defending myself.
Yeah, but you want to cut off and explain to me how you think I'm wrong when SC and another guy is agreeing with me. Maybe it's you.
Doesn't matter.
I'm just another guy now. I'm just another guy.
Listen, doesn't matter who agrees with you, because
that guy right
consensus, right? What SE said was a watch that's moving with internal mechanisms, gears that are also moving in different directions, right? So I equate that with someone on Earth moving with the Earth moving, right? It's analogical.
Look, maybe the clock is not the best analogy, right? But you do understand now what I mean, right?
Of course I understand what you mean, and I'm still saying that regardless of the movements, they will, at any given point in time, the vectors will add up for one trajectory.
What was your example of the watch, SC? Maybe I missed that. I want to hear what you said so that I can understand maybe why he's off on this.
Well, yeah, look. We're supposed to be moving right now at this moment at 1.5 million miles an hour, right? Now, we're in a system, the solar system, that's traveling in the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy. Now, that's traveling in another vector. Now, that's in a group of galaxies traveling in another, you understand? So, all these different vectors are affecting the Earth. You guys got it correct.
Okay, I get you. Yeah. So
each one is an orbital, which is constant motion, and it increases in speed as we move up. So it's really like a hodgepodge of like beliefs here. Do you get what I'm saying now, Percentage?
I get what you're saying, man. And, I'm not making any claims as to whether or not the stuff is, we should be feeling it or it's moving or what have you. All I'm saying is that you can add vectors and different moving parts. If you look at any one of the part, regardless of how it's moving, you can, at any given point in time, calculate those vectors and find out what the trajectory is.
What's a vector? for you? What do you mean by vector? Just so I understand.
You know what a vector is, man. You don't have to.
Oh no.
Like,
Okay, no. Okay, listen.
Devolve it.
Hey, okay, hold on, dude. If we're going to use a watch as an analogy, then I'm going to say no part of a watch has a vector. Okay?
Do watches have moving parts internally?
Okay, that's why I'm just simply trying to understand your use of the term vector, dude, because
Magnitude
an
and
airplane,
direction.
hold on, magnitude and direction, okay?
Correct.
So, I don't consider a sprocket in a watch to have the same kind of vector that an airplane does. Do they have the same kind of vector?
What do you mean, same kind of vector?
Right, which is why I'm asking you to define your term. I'm not being a dick. Okay,
Dude, I just defined it.
Okay, magnitude and direction.
Mm.
Does an airplane have magnitude and direction?
Multiple, I imagine.
It has multiple directions?
I would say it has multiple vectors, multiple magnitudes and directions.
Can you give me,
equaling
okay.
one trajectory?
Okay, so you're answering questions I'm not asking. I asked you a simple yes or no. Does an airplane have magnitude and direction?
Yes.
Okay. Does a watch...
How are you guys?
Hold on. Does a watch gear have magnitude and direction in the same way that an airplane does?
What do you mean in the same way?
Okay, I'm done.
Vectors are, like, it's a very general concept. Anything that has magnitude and direction, that's a vector of movement, right? It applies to anything. So yes, it would have it in the same way, if that's what you're referring to.
All right. Silence, I guess. How are you guys doing?
We're good. How are you, bro?
I'm all right. You guys are talking about planes?
We're talking about movement.
He doesn't sound all right. Sounds like a sad heliocentrist. You know?
You talking about me, Jin?
Yeah, I think he's talking about me.
No, I'm talking about the guy who came in.
Oh, he doesn't sound sad.
You know me, Jin. What are you talking about? The guy who came in. You know me. Screw you.
Yo, what was your previous name? Theoretical Button.
Okay,
I
now
recognize the voice, but I don't know what your name was.
My name is Theoretical Button.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He came in sad. You came in sad, man. You came in sad. I'm all right. You didn't sound very positive. I'm all right.
Yeah.
Got a parking ticket or something.
I am a bit sad.
I knew it.
Cheered me up, though. Thanks for that.
There you go. That's what we flat earthers do. We always uplift.
Ah, get out of here. You don't ruin it.
We are uplifting, man.
So did we change the name heliocentrism to great attractocentrism?
Yeah.
You had to ruin it. God. Oh my God.
Flat earthers, man.
That superiority complex. You gotta do something about it.
You remember this? The year 2022, the year the flat earthers put the heliocentrists under that psychological magnifying glass and asked them, why do you want to believe something you cannot prove? What's going on?
Have you found your genitalia yet after using the electron microscope? Jin? Are you still looking till this day?
I'm wondering why my pants are always wet. I can't find it.
Whoa. What the hell?
That's what she said.
So guys, I'm gonna take off. Thanks for the conversation. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Essie, and have a good day, man.
Later.
Yeah, I think Essie's coming for that proof and evidence thing, because Jen Panda was trying to say that, you know, we the flat earthers are asking for, we've got an impossible standard, too high. And I said, it's not. It's the scientific method. That's the standard. That's it. We're not asking for any more than that.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're asking questions that can't be answered by the scientific method. Like, what shape is the Earth? Or is the Earth flat on top? Or is it curving on top?
Well, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? They're the one that bring that nonsense to us, or not. You know?
Yeah, but that's
Not our fault, is
that's not a scientific, question or whatever, or something you would investigate scientifically. It's a shape claim.
We're asking for proof and evidence. That's what we're asking for, yeah. And they're saying that they're saying that we're being unreasonable.
I mean, they got evidence. It's just heavily based on a lot of assumptions.
They haven't got any evidence. They haven't got.
They do have a lot of evidence, but they're based on assumptions. And their evidence is based on presuppose.
It's not evidence, is it? If it's on assumption.
I mean, I would agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not evidence. That's right. I'm looking at it from a court of law.
It's evidence. It's flimsy, though.
No, fuck a court of law, man.
We could look at a clock, and I could say, "Look, the clock hand's moving. That's evidence. There's a midget behind the wall turning the gears. That's evidence for my midgets."
Court of law is even weaker.
Not good evidence.
Evidence requirements.
Sucks, but
when you're in a court of law, yeah, those who are making the world claims have the burden of proof. That's without a doubt. And if you're bringing in evidence that is not evidence, that's time wasting. That's contempt of court. Imprisonable offence in my court, flat earth court, but you get a fine for that.
Yeah, but in reality, with courts, it's a romantic notion that they're actually as stringent with their evidence as we are with this, because they appeal to the establishment. They'll accept a picture of Earth from space or whatever as being real without caring about what satellite took it and the evidence of this satellite and astronautics and all that. They don't follow the chain of kind of what's the
no,
chain
they don't follow our standards of scrutiny. Our standards of scrutiny, they don't do it. Yeah. I'm just talking about the rules of providing and proof and who's to provide it. That's what I'm appealing to there. Those who make the claim have the burden of proof, of course. Especially when you're 6 years old, being told it's the globe. Especially when you're 6 years old, where you don't have that critical, thinking. The child was clever enough and said, "Can you prove it?" That would be a fair question for a child to ask. Would you not? Would you not say?
That would be that'd be a genius right there if they ask that.
Yeah, right. But I'm right though. That's why I'm saying it. That's why they have the burden of proof, and they know it. And they try to obfuscate that point and reverse.
Burden of proof is also on you because we both make statements of what we see outside of the local observations. You're saying it's flat on a global scale, and I say
Did you say it's flat on a global scale?
Yeah, he says it's flat on a global scale.
It's not even on a flat scale, mate. It's not even on a flat scale. I'll tell you that scale there.
I actually remember making the same statement on the 24/7 live server. They also made a comment on that, but then I googled the definition. Of global, and I was right. You can use it in this context.
Yeah, but it's funny that you would. You could just say it. You could just say like
you mean
on a worldwide scale?
You mean introduce it as a pun?
What?
You meant that I could have introduced it as a pun in that statement.
You did introduce it as a pun.
I mean, I didn't have the intention, so I wouldn't say so.
Oh, so you should say pun in that case.
I know, that's why we laughed, because it's an unintentional pun.
Interesting. Okay, I'm sidetracking. Sorry.
You're sidetracking.
Typical globe head move.
So, is it your opinion that a negative claim bears the burden?
What were you saying? What was that? Negative claim as a proof?
Right, you said you turned it back on flat earthers and say flat earthers have a burden as well.
I didn't finish because I got sidetracked by the pun thing, but I was about to also say that the burden of proof is also with the globers, because they also make a claim outside of their local observation, outside of what we can see. We can't see the Earth from space. So we both have to say what it looks like outside of this horizon view that we have.
Dude, the Globers have been making the claims for centuries now that Earth's curving. We're challenging that claim. The burden of proof's not on us.
Yeah.
Right. Hold on, just real quick. Right. So, my claim is very particular, and it is a positive claim. But when we're talking about challenging what Jeremy just said in terms of mainstream science, our claim is negative. The Earth is not a sphere. So my question was to you, do you believe that a negative claim bears the same weight of burden as a positive claim?
Yo, he just said, sorry, got a call in the text.
Oh, okay.
Oh, right. Yeah, look, you see, typical. See what I mean?
No, but actually,
They
I
always
agree with
mistake.
what he said at the beginning, which is basically he's making the distinction between people that say the Earth is observably flat, and then people that say straight out the Earth is flat. You know,
Right. Yeah, when
like
it's
on a
observably
worldwide
flat, that's
scale.
for sure.
You know, it's something
Well,
to say it's observably something, and then to say it actually is, you need, evidence that you've kind of, you've measured
we've definitely got
all
the
the
evidence
waters
for
and
that.
what
We
have
have
you.
the evidence for that, don't we? We actually do have the evidence for that.
The problem is these guys don't understand how the burden of proof works. They think if you make a negative claim, the burden of proof's on you somehow. Like if I say something doesn't exist, like if I say something doesn't exist, Jen, you're hot, Megan. If I say something doesn't exist, they think that it's on me it's on you to prove it. When they're taking the opposite stance of existence.
Yeah.
So you say Earth curve doesn't exist. If I'm a flat earther and I'm like, yo, Earth curve doesn't exist, they somehow think the burden of proof's on me to prove that.
Isn't
Crazy.
it? I mean, you're claiming it doesn't exist. Well, why would the burden of proof be on me?
It's a negative claim. This is what I went back to before, okay? So my question comes back to you now. Is it your opinion that a negative claim bears the same weight of burden as a positive claim?
The negative claim has no burden of proof. The claim, anyone claiming... Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
I'm asking this guy. Did he come back in? I thought it was the same guy.
No,
it's
The
Lee's.
different
What's
guy.
up, Lee's?
Yeah, what's the percentage? I just joined now.
Okay.
I answered your question in Gems before I got banned.
What?
You can ask him the question anyway. Why not?
Wait, what?
I said, do you think that the negative claim has the burden of proof?
Yeah, why not? It's a claim being made. Otherwise, we could all just go and say nothing's real, and then like.
Hey, Nate, if I say,
if you want,
Nate, if I say unicorns don't exist, do you think that's on the person saying unicorns don't exist to prove that unicorns don't exist?
Yeah, why not? If you feel they don't exist, prove it.
Because it's fallacious to prove it. If something doesn't exist, to prove non-existence is fallacious. You can't do it. The person claiming existence, so if you come along and say, well, I'm going to have to disagree with you, unicorns do exist, right? So now we're at odds. I say they don't, you say they do. The burden of proof would be on you because I can't possibly... Yeah, because I can't possibly prove they don't exist. You'd have to go everywhere in the whole universe, to prove they don't exist. Whereas you could just show me one.
To prove non-existence, you'd have to have knowledge of all things. Let's say you knew, and it wasn't infinite. Let's say there was a limited and a finite amount of things to know, and you knew every single one. And by the process of exclusion, you excluded that unicorns are not one of those things that exist. So it would require omnisciency. It's impossible unless you're very specific with your negative thing, and you're saying in this bucket water does not exist, and you could look at the bucket and you could see that there's water or something like that. Then
I agree. I totally agree with you. That's why I said otherwise people can just run around denying everything. Yeah. To just say there's no unicorns, like.
Yeah, that's why logically burden of proof is on the positive claim.
Doesn't that
no?
I'm sorry to butt in, but doesn't that create a problem regarding the shape of the Earth? Because if I prove that the Earth is a globe, I'm proving that it cannot be flat. And if you prove that the Earth is flat, you're at the same time proving that it's not a globe. So aren't you then proving a negative claim, which you claim that's impossible to do?
By proving that it's a globe, you're proving a negative claim?
By proving that it's something, you're also proving that it's not the opposite?
Yes. If the law of non-contradiction applies to it, you know, that they're opposite things that are not, they're completely mutually exclusive, then yes.
But how can that be, because this conversation has been based on negative claims cannot be proven?
I told you, the specific, if you're being specific to what you're talking about, and it can't be anything else, then yeah, you can, like if I said there's no water, and the only other option is that there is water, and we looked at the thing, and, you know, there isn't or is water, then one of the two are going to be true, right? So thereby proving the inverse of the opposite thing.
Sure. Wouldn't there be a possible solution of if it's in reality an actual question of existence, but we're really talking about the shape, so it sort of exists a question of existence only if you kind of twist the question a bit and make it so.
No, but think about what you said. So you're going to prove one, and thereby you're going to have the negative proof of its opposite, right? But that requires you to prove the positive before you can prove the negative. That's why the burden of proof is first on the positive claim, because if it is something that is limited by, you know, non-contradiction, then the negative will be proven at the same exact time.
Just real quick, guys. I think that if we were to look at the formal rules of debate, both claims are positive. One, it's not that the interlocutor A has a positive claim and interlocutor B has a negative claim. They both have positive claims. So
I actually agree with you on that, Travis. This is surprising.
Can you give us an example, Travis?
Sure. The Bible teaches that parents should baptize their children. The Bible teaches that only individuals who make personal decisions for Jesus ought to be baptized. Thereby, that disqualifies infants, because infants aren't able to, at least, you know, to. So they're both positive claims, and they're both in opposition to each other.
Yes. That's a brilliant example, and I agree.
Yeah, that was.
I would say that's like inconsistency.
You could, in that question, you could see both of those. Like if you wanted to be crafty, both sides could claim, oh, I'm just making a negative claim because I'm saying that what you say doesn't exist on the Bible. But if both sides can use the same excuse or set the same reason for not having the burden of proof, then there has to be a fault somewhere. So yes, I agree with Travis in both that case and in the case of the shape of the Earth. Both sides have some burden of proof.
Yeah, the difference is the people have been claiming Earth's a globe for hundreds of years now. So as flat earthers, we're challenging that claim specifically of curvature. We're saying it doesn't exist, right?
Well,
I would say
the
main. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say, I would say the main difference is that we are not going anywhere like new. We're staying at the null hypothesis, the default that we agree on, which is that Earth is observably motionless, for instance, or Earth is observably flat, at least from, you know, what we can experience on or near the surface of it, right? And that's something we can agree on. That's common ground, right? So when you introduce a new, like they call it the alternative hypothesis, then the burden of proof is on that hypothesis, right? When you're making a new claim. So it's innocent until proven guilty. If you're saying it's you know, actually this, then the burden of proof is on that. and that's antithetical to the empirical observations that we make, day to day.
Well, that's where my claim comes in as an alternative explanation or an alternative hypothesis. So my claim about refraction has nothing to do directly with whether or not the Earth is flat. Rather, the claim has to do with my alternative claim is against the claim that the horizon is created by Earth curve, right? So it still could be a curved Earth. It's just not the scale that we were led to believe. Now, I don't think that that's possible anyway, but my point is that my claim is specifically catered to address that the horizon is always apparent.
I'll be back in a bit, guys.
Hey, Jeremy, did you guys get snow last night?
Yeah, we got it hammered. We got looked like about a foot and a half, maybe.
Yeah, we had about 2 inches last night, and it all got rained away in the middle of the night, so it's all gone.
I was out there snow blowing, shoveling shit off. Dude, I don't. Anywhere you put concrete or blacktop, it should be an automatic thing to put that heating element under it if you're in any kind of climate that even once a year gets snow. Even if just like one time every 5 years you get snow, they shouldn't be installing that because that shit is huge. Or at least in the northern climates where you get snow a lot in the winter.
That's crazy, dude. You'd have to tear up everything that exists and lay it back down again.
Yeah, that's why you put it in segments when you redo a road. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
When you do road work.
Well, yeah. If you start to redo it, I suppose, but I don't even know. Like, how would that be cost effective?
Well, I mean, it would be an insane investment to begin with. It would cost trillions of dollars. However, in the long run, it'd be a massive payoff because now a little old lady at City Hall can melt all the snow in the city, whereas before you had to send a massive amount of guys out with trucks, salt trucks, plow trucks. Those things destroy people's cars, all the salt, and the plows destroy the roads. Like they chisel away at the blacktop. It's metal scraping against blacktop. Them guys fuck up a lot. So I've seen sparks shooting out of one before. Anyways, they tear the blacktop up. Now in the summertime, right when all the snow melts in springs here, my city is littered with potholes. Like Albany, Schenectady, Troy. Those cities are terrible. It's like potholes heaven. So now you got to send the blacktop trucks all out. Like the amount of cost that goes into plowing is insane.
Yeah, dude, it's all a vicious machine. They know exactly what they're doing. They set the system up to be exactly the way you're describing for revenue.
Yeah, you know what though? If you really wanted to win, you just deployed the military. That's what the military is there for. There's no war. It's peacetime, supposedly, in your country. So what you do is you deploy the military to go and clean up the snow. That's part of their fucking job. Remember, the taxpayers are paying for their existence. All right?
That's why I love ancient Rome. They used to have their military out building roads and shit, like doing stuff.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. When there's a disaster, you call the military in. They've got the equipment, the hardware.
I mean, it's not a disaster though. It's an everyday occurrence, depending on how far north you live.
Yeah. I know.
You just need to have that shit ready to ready to go. Like I said, a little old lady at City Hall could melt your whole area down with a flick of a switch with that shit, as opposed to sending all them trucks out and paying all those guys. You can't even.
Well, you're not paying them, are you?
You couldn't even tally up. You couldn't even tally up the amount of damage the salt does to the cars in the wintertime. Like, you couldn't even put a number on that.
Yeah, I know what you mean with the salt thing, you know. But, you know, if you go to the car wash, you wash it off, don't you? Because they have the sprays coming underneath anyway, don't they? Nah, small stuff.
That shit gets
that's all small stuff. You know what? Let me tell you something else. The car should be designed where the bottom, there should be a kind of like a sheeting underneath that covers all that, so nothing gets in anywhere. That shouldn't be exposed. They should be building these cars better than they are, so that when you do have to drive along the snow in the salt, it's only going to be hitting the tires and not and maybe, you know, some parts of the differential and that, but not much. So now that can be tidied up. Really, I think calling the military would be a good idea.
They put a shield under the car. No, they put a shield under the car now, but that can't stop the shit from getting in your wheel wells and in the cracks and shit. This salt gets fucks your car up.
No. Hang on. On my SUV, right, which is 26 years old, yeah, I've got no problems with any rot from the salt, and it's 26 years old. It's sound as a pound, solid. Nothing. There's no rut, no corrosion, because the front wheel arches are all plastic, and then the rear one is plastic covered with this kind of like bitumen thing, and it's just unpenetrable. So no, it's small stuff.
Well, the other thing I was just gonna say real quick, just for example, California doesn't salt their roads. They just demand that people drive with chains.
Yeah, in Japan we use studless tires, which I've got. I've got a set of studless tires from Firestone, so I swap them over.
They make these new things. They make these awesome things now where you can put it around your wheel. It'll like clamp to your wheel in like 5 or 6 spots or something and go right. Like you could take them on and off yourself, and it's like little chains essentially.
Yeah, I used to do that with the my El Grand, but no, I've got studless tires now. So, you know, I just swap the tires over, the tires with the whole wheel. So I just jack up the car, swap them over, and I'm ready to go. 100 kilometers an hour, 60 miles an hour in the snow, no problem. Go. Yeah, love it. You know, that's what we do here in Japan. So, and they do salt the roads as well, mind you, but not everywhere.
The average human being doesn't take care of their car and vehicles like you probably. I've heard of what you do with your bike and shit. Nobody. Yeah. There are some people that do take care of their stuff like that, but most people, I mean, I don't bring my car to the car wash like that, dude. It's like $15 every time you go to get a car wash. That does the underneath of your car like that, and the wheel wells and shit.
Yeah. My car, it's $3, where it's costing you $15. It's costing us $3 to do that, or $5. I'll have to say, 5, not 3, 5. And that's the cheapest one though. So it's $5 and up. I don't do all the silly stuff with the waxing and all that shit. No, it's an SUV. Just wash it and get it out. That's it. And the thing is, I tend to wash my car here at home first, and then I go to the car wash, which is literally 5 minutes away, and then you're in a queue. So whilst you're in the queue, they've provided you with buckets and brush, so you can clean your wheel and your wheel arches whilst you're waiting. So I do that whilst I'm waiting, and if I'm still in the queue, then I wash the body again. So the car gets 2 washes, and then the third one is the car wash. So when I leave, that guy's immaculate. Okay, and I do that maybe once, twice a year. The rest of the year, I wash it in the rain. So
I mean, that's how I generally wash my car, and it just when it rains or something. I very rarely get a car wash because it's so expensive.
Yeah, you're better off if you're washing it in the rain. You're using your head. Put your waterproof gear on. It's fun. It's great.
I was talking about just the rain washes the dirt away, like naturally.
Yeah.
I'm not out there with a wet down.
I actually wash my car. No. I actually wash my car in the rain. I'm out there with the brush.
That's what I mean, bro. Nobody does that, dude. Nobody does that.
Exactly.
Very few people take care of their stuff like you do.
Yeah,
anyways, the point was the amount of money that you spend on on all these salt trucks and all these plows and all the damage it causes. Right. You also have accidents. You also have a ton of accidents. You should see when you drive down the thruway in New York right after it snows, there'll be 3, 4, 5 cars pulled over on or that skidded off the road. Cars that crash. There's tons of car accidents because they don't get to it fast enough. If you have that heating element, the little old lady flicks the switch, boom, the whole city's melted right on time. So there's nobody sliding around, fucking crashing into each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like Travis said, that's a massive undertaking, massive money, you know, to heat underground heating, because that's what you're talking about. Underground heating for a place that may not be getting a lot of snow. If we get a heavy snow, it's still going to be, you know, hard. No, I don't think that's practical. No.
It's very practical and makes common sense because, like I said, in the long run, okay, if you want to do it to money, how much money one would cost versus the other, that's fine. What about when they don't get the plows out or the salt trucks out fast enough and somebody dies? What kind of price tag do you put on that?
Yeah, I can understand that, you know, but
Jeremy,
once, you know, yeah, go on, Travis.
Do you know of a place where they have this, or are you just making this up? And is this just something you thought of?
No, that exists. That you can get that put in your driveway and sidewalks. I've seen it in commercial. A lot of commercial places will have it. That stuff exists.
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean by that. I was thinking more on a wider scale, a broader scale, rather than just.
Oh yeah, I don't know of any like massive undertakings. It would be smart for somewhere to do though, because they would save a ton of money in the long run.
Yeah,
in the long run, you save a ton of money.
I thought you meant on the roads, Jeremy. I thought you meant on the roads.
Yeah, on the roads. They need to do it in the roads. Yeah,
that's a massive undertaking. Then.
I know. But what's more massive of an undertaking, when they do that or when they spend trillions with the? Do you know the undertaking they take when they do the plows and the salt trucks and you have the blacktop trucks come fill the potholes?
I've seen it. I see it a lot. I see it every winter. Look, what I'm trying to say is this: once you know the weather forecast is coming in, you prepare. You prepare ahead. Once you know it's going to snow, you're out there already waiting. You know, come on, that's the best you can do.
No, the best we can do is put this heating element in the blacktop. That way, nobody's dying because there's too much snow on the road and they slid off and hit another car head on.
I agree with you because
but Jeremy, think about this though. Think about this. So, like in Maryland, and I'm sure wherever we are, they only work on sections of I-95, right? So if they're going to work on a 5-mile section, then the 35-mile section after that isn't treated. So you're going to be driving along a heated section for 5 miles, and then you're going to hit frozen ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's tough. You would just have to dedicate one crew to doing this nonstop so that they tear up 10 miles of the road, put that shit down, do the next 10 miles.
You keep dreaming. You're our dreamer, Jeremy. Dream for us, okay?
I'm the idea man. It's, you guys got to actually do this stuff, so get on it.
Yeah, you know, when you said that it would cost trillions, I think it's a good idea anyway, because they spend.
It would cost trillions. I'm talking double digits. Possibly triple digits, trillions of dollars.
I wish you'd let me get it out. It might cost trillions, but I think it's still a good use of the taxpayers' money, because they're wasting the taxpayers' money on weapons of mass destruction, and America spends 5 times more than the whole world combined. 5 times more. So yeah, by rights, the motorists have a claim there. Do you know what I mean?
That would stimulate the economy so much. You'd have so many jobs. People would be spending money. The government would get tons of tax money from this. I mean, it would cost them a lot of money, but in turn, they would get a lot of tax money back because now you have more jobs, more money's moving.
I wouldn't want to pay any tax on it, because you're already paying the road tax. So the government's at your mercy now to keep the roads clean and operable. You know what I mean? Because you're paying the money for that already through the road tax.
Yeah, but what they do is they try to save a couple bucks, so they'll wait till they get 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of snow before they send all the trucks out. Right? Every hour they can delay those trucks, the better. The guy's getting overtime and shit. There's a lot of money involved in this. So in the meantime, when there's 5 inches. In the meantime, when there's 5 inches of snow on the road, people are out there sliding all over the place, crashing into each other, crashing off the side of the road. You know, that causes a lot of unnecessary
Yeah,
damage.
I mean, they should by rights have studless ties on their cars anyway. I don't know why they don't do that. Well, some of them can't afford it, of course, but you know, those who can should. Really, it's a good investment. You know, it saves lives, saves your car, doesn't hurt your insurance premium much as well, and you're safer and you can enjoy the drive in the snow. Because I love driving in the snow. I do.
I don't know what a studless tire. What does that mean? What is that?
Okay, what it is, right? The studless tires are what it is. When you look at the tread, they're chunky and they've got so many little serrated edges. Because of that, they grip the snow. Okay, and that's giving you stability. So you just, when you get home, just check it out. Yeah, studless tires. Well, because the rally, the studded tires are the ones they use in the rally, like the spikes. These ones that haven't got the spikes in them, they've got the serrated edges on the tread, and they flex and move. So you've got grip. They grip the snow. Really, they grip ice. Okay, rubber tires. Yeah, wicked, man. They are studless. I recommend them. And then, so when it comes to winter now, like at the end of December, I swap the tires over, and I keep them on until the end of February, and then I take them off beginning of March. Yeah. So I've had them for like 10 years now. Still got lots of meat on them because I only use them in the winter. That's it.
Do you have eight sets of? Do you have 2 sets of rims, or do you just like take the tire off?
2 sets of rims, mate. 2 sets of rims, man.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, here in Japan, right, you can actually get these tires with the rims on secondhand, and it's mega cheap, but there's lots of tread on them. So the ones that I've got them secondhand, and I've had them more than 10 years now. Brilliant.
So,
and I was.
Yes, so they're going to last you. They're going to last you a long time because you don't use them all year long. So
that's right. That's right. So the trickery now. So your next worry is you don't want the rubber to perish. That's the other thing. Yeah. So you don't want them to be in the heat where they're getting dried out and then they're going to crumble. Yeah. So they're covered up and they're in the shaded area. So the rubber lasts longer. You see, that's what I'm doing to preserve the rubber so I can use them for 10 years. So they don't crumble and break down. Okay.
Yeah, if you keep a car out of the sunlight, out of direct sunlight, it'll last way. Like the stuff will just last longer in it.
Yeah, that has been my forte for all my vehicles' lives. That's my bikes, my motorbike, my bicycle. I never park them in the sunlight. Never. I don't want the UV to kill the car or the bike. So my car's always in the shade, man. The only time it's in the sunlight is obviously when I'm driving. You know, I mean, I can't avoid it then. I'm going to park. I look for a shaded area every time.
I bought a 30-year-old Ford Ranger, stick shift, 5-speed.
Nice car.
And the owner kept it in the garage. Man, when I climbed into that truck for the first time to go test drive it, that thing was so immaculate because he had kept it in the garage. It looked fucking brand new. Absolutely, it was 30 years old. Incredible.
There you go. Yeah, it's definitely doable, you see. And then when you see that, you think this car's going to live longer than me. Clearly obvious, isn't it? You know? Yeah. Yeah, there's people out there who can do that. I'm glad I'm one of those. So, you know, I want longevity is what it's all about, really. With ease, longevity with ease. It's not costing you money to do it either. You know, it's not false economy. No, that's not good. You know, when things are breaking down, you need to replace them. But if you can not wear them out unnecessarily, then that's what you do.
You're an enemy of the economy, Jin. They need us producing massive amounts of waste, constantly buying things and throwing them away.
Yeah, I am the enemy of the economy. I remember I wanted to rent a high class bit of property in a well affluent area. Okay, and because I'd never had a debt in my life, or I've never had credit cards, the guy was going to write me off, right? And I said, "Excuse me, hang on. I've run my finances in such a way that I don't owe anybody any money. Why can't I rent this property out? What are you talking about? That's wrong," I said. you know. And I was really angry. And then he said, okay. And he gave me the opportunity to rent this bit of property. And he never looked back. Turns out I'd done him a favour in the end, because he was seeing another woman, yeah, in the apartment above where I was living, you know. And when he went on holiday with his wife, he asked me to look after her, make sure she was all right. Yeah, I said, yeah, right. You git. He got her pregnant. She had a kid and that, and he asked me to keep an eye on them. You know, so it was a blessing in disguise for him in the end that I was there. Because before that, he wasn't going to let me rent the property out because I'd never had a debt in my life. You know, and that was going against me.
Yeah, that's why they're doing credit checks now and shit, because if you're not borrowing money, you're not in debt, you're not part of the system, this is how I'm telling you, they're enemies of anyone that's not doing what's supposed to get done. So if you're not producing massive amount of waste, being in debt, constantly borrowing money and paying it back, then you're not a friend of, you're essentially an enemy of the system, and they're not gonna rent you any places to live or anything.
Yeah, that's right. That's what they're saying. You know, I went to Hawaii with my family, okay? We went in 2010, and then we went again in 2012, or was it 2013? And it was my birthday that time. I had 2 birthdays that year, one in Japan and one in Hawaii, because we go back in time. So I had 2 birthdays in 1 year. But I wanted to rent the car, yeah? And man, it was all credit cards, because I ain't got credit. I've got the cash here, look. Here is the money for the week, but sorry, for the 2 weeks. Here it is, plus the deposit. I mean, it's all there, cash. They couldn't take it. Wouldn't take the cash. And then I was lucky. There was a company called Alamo Cars. That was the one that took the cash in the end. Alamo Cars. I was like, wow. I wiped my brow. I said, fuck, thank God for that. Because what's all this credit nonsense, man? Because, yeah, you know, they're worried about being robbed. I said, are you sure? Do you get robberies around here? It's happened, they said. And I was like, oh, come on. Silly. There's more to it than that, I was thinking. Fucking every single one of them, rental car, Avis, Hertz, who else was it out there? I can't remember the names now, but Alamo was the one I got it in the end. There's quite a few of them out there, and you know, would they take the cash sitting on the table? You know what? They even rang their boss to see if they could take it. No, don't take it. Oh, fucking hell. This is terrible. But I managed to get it in the end, yeah. Whew. So I reckon if I went to Hawaii this time, they probably wouldn't take cash. I would have to have a credit card. Silly. Yeah, don't want to use cash anymore. The days of having cash and getting a discount are getting numbered now. Are being numbered. Yeah. Cash is king. Those days are going. So what, do you use a lot of credit cards, you guys? Jeremy and that? Are you using credit cards all the time?
I've never had a credit card.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, you're smart.
I don't owe people money. I ain't with that. I ain't trying to borrow money off you. If I don't have the money for it, I don't buy that shit.
Yeah. I've had credit cards, but I've never used them.
I mean, I have a debit card, but that's like not the same thing.
No, that's different. That's your bank account thing. No, I've had credit cards, but my wife uses them. I don't use them really. Yeah, no.
That's goofy shit they use to trap you. Buy a $200,000 house, buy a $30,000 car, go to school for 4 or 5 years, rack up $200,000 in debt with that. Here's a credit card, go buy $20,000 worth of stuff to fill the expensive house you couldn't afford, and we got you. You know what I mean? Now you're going to be paying us for the rest of your. How do you think these rich people stay rich? By doing shit like that and making you pay that shit back.
Yeah, I know. And they can't wait to repossess it all. And then they repossess. Fuck. You know, I watched who was it? It was Michael Moore's film called, I think, Capitalism, A Love Affair or something. It was called the title of the movie. Great movie, that one, because it showed you how many people were having their house repossessed during the 90s and the early 2000s. Fuck, that was a nightmare, America. Nightmare, man. You know? Everything was going well, and then the economy, the Lehman shock kicked in, and they lost their jobs. Now I've got to move back into my daughter's house. This woman was saying, with her husband, moving into my daughter's, she broke down in tears. Oh, fucking hell, yeah. Another family defending their house against the police. Don't open the door, shut all the windows, you know. And they're talking to their lawyer, what do I do, what do we do? Because they're banging on the door. Don't open the door, they're not allowed to come in. Yeah, as long as you don't open the door, they can't have access. Okay. You know? That kind of thing. It's a great movie. Great documentary, sorry. Movie-mentary. But yeah, you got to watch it, man. Michael Moore. Capitalism, A Love Story or something like that, I think it's called. Michael Moore did that one called Sicko, and he also did the Fahrenheit 9/11, and then Fahrenheit 9/11 Fahrenheit Part 2 or whatever. He's done some really good movies, Michael Moore. Even though he's a controversial character, he's done some good movies to highlight the situation of your country, especially for those who don't live there. Good insight.
They're absolutely getting heads on that student loan shit.
Yeah.
That's some shit you can't even file bankruptcy on. Like, they got you. Once you do that, I know has that racked up $250,000 worth college.
Yeah, that's the same in the UK as well. In fact, the students went out on a protest, smashed up buildings and that, and they also attacked Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles, his wife, in the car when he drove by, because they promised that they weren't going to raise the prices of the student fees and all this and that, and they did. They went out on a protest. Prince Charles, when he was out, he was on his way to the Royal Albert Hall to watch a concert, and the students set upon the cars, right? And then on the way back, he went back home in a prison truck, armored prison truck, to get home, him and his wife, because the protest was still raging on. Students' protest against the prices of the education, because it meant that the next generation coming along probably wouldn't be able to afford to go to a university or whatever.
Dude, college and university should be basically free at this point. You could have the best college professor in the world teaching a subject. They make a YouTube video out of it. It's the same thing when you go to class. All it is the guy standing up there giving a lecture.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you could do this all on YouTube. You could have the best teacher in the world teaching every kid in the world. Like, why wouldn't you want to do that system?
Yeah, you're right.
Like, that sounds like a great system to have. Like, okay, let's have the best teacher in the world make a YouTube video, and now everyone's going to be learning from the best teacher in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, that sounds like the best move. Not let's get every kid into debt right out of fucking high school, so they can go learn by not the best professor. You know, maybe they go to a SUNY or something, or a community college. Maybe that guy's not as good as the Harvard guy or the Princeton guy or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do understand what you're saying.
Because obviously, if you're that good, you're going to be going to Princeton and getting the Princeton money, not the little community college money.
That's right.
If you go to if you're Scottish and you go to university, it's free.
That's dope. Right. It's a good system. It's not as good as the system I said, where you have the best teacher in the world teaching everyone, but that's still a good system.
Yeah, Scotland wants to be independent from England anyway, so they're doing their own thing.
Not really. Some people do, some people don't.
Yeah, I think there's more that want to do it, but they're fudging those votes. That's what I reckon is going on now.
Well,
they've been trying to get away from
not with
England.
my relatives, anyway.
Yeah, that's right. You're always on the side that's a bit iffy, I think. But most people want to leave England and they want to be independent, like Wales. They want to be independent. I think they should be, really.
There are some people in Wales that want to be independent, and some people that don't. And some people in Scotland do, and some people don't. And every time they've done a referendum, more want to stay. And the problem is,
I think
they don't have the economy to be, and that's the major concern of Scottish people. Certainly, educated Scottish people, is they realise the problem of trying to run an economy with the numbers of people that they have. For every pound spent in London on people, Scotland gets £1.85.
Yeah, but remember this, it's a corrupt system that doesn't benefit the taxpayer anyway, so it's not worth saving the fucking shit thing anyway. That's the...
Well, you just want to crash all the governments and
let me finish my chain of thought, please, and then on top of that, they're asking you to come and get a fucking injection that you don't bloody need. Yeah, right. Carry on now.
Yeah, well, the problem you've got, you say there's no efficacy. The road infrastructure, the schools, the amount of money that goes in. Not saying there are not problems there, but there's a lot more money spent on a Scottish person per capita than there is on an English person per capita.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah,
I mean,
and they would have to find that money, and they can't get it because there's not enough taxation that you can recoup in Scotland to be able to pay for that same level of service.
That's only because they priced themselves out of a fucking... They've devalued themselves because of the high cost of living. It doesn't have to be that high. But we're all playing
not
this
a very high cost of living in Scotland.
Please allow me to finish my chain of thought. They're playing this stupid monopoly game that doesn't benefit anyone but the actual rich only. That's all that is. It doesn't have to be like that. Doesn't have to.
The cost of housing in Scotland compared to the cost of housing in England is incredibly difficult. Okay, there are parts of northern England where you can buy stuff for about the same sort of price, but anywhere in the south of England, for every house you buy, in Surrey or London, you can buy 5 or 6 houses in Glasgow and probably 3 houses in Edinburgh. So the cost of living is less in Scotland than it is in England.
Absolutely. I mean, I like Scotland. Look, I was in the Scottish Regiment, so I do know about Scotland.
So you were in the Scottish Regiment. You said you were a Royal Engineer.
Yeah, but in the Army Cadets, I was in the London Scottish 235 Westminster Cadet Company.
So you were. I was in the Air Cadets, Jin.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that I understand how the Air Force works. It means that I got a little bit of training and I got some understanding of what it meant to join the Air Force.
Yeah, I like the Scots. Come on, man. You can't say I didn't know. But I've been to Scotland, love Scotland, water Kilt, water Sporran, water Tomashanty and the Glengarry. Listen, I know about Scotland. What's his name? Robert the Bruce. Don't get me wrong. I do, tossing the caper. All right? I understand about Scotland. I used to eat my Scottish porridge oats, mate. Okay, as a kid. Yeah, So I did have some...
you know about everything, Jin. That seems to be your claim.
No, it's not that, but I was in the Army Cadet Force, the London Scottish...
Very simple question. If you know such much about Scotland, who was the first King of Scotland?
I remember Robert the Bruce was the first name that comes to my mind.
Robert the Bruce was the 7th Earl of Bruce, 7th of his name, and he had nothing to do with the early kings of Scotland.
Okay, you know what I always think of
that's
when
the
people...
length of breadth of my knowledge of the kings of Scotland.
What other king of Scotland can you name apart from...
really royal families, kings and queens? They could go to hell as far as I'm concerned, to be honest, and that's the fact.
You know what I always think about when someone says that I know this? You remember that part in Ronin with De Niro when he tricked the guy? He's like, "What color is the boathouse at whatever place?" I forgot, but remember that scene?
Yeah. Good film, that, Ronin. But for me, understand, that I think that the referendum votings, some shenanigans went on there, because I got the feeling that there was more people that wanted to leave than wanted to stay. You see, that was the impression I got.
And why would you get that feeling?
Just by, I suppose, from the documentaries that I've watched and the way the people were speaking and the interviews that were being conducted, and I watched quite a number of documentaries, so that's why I felt that they strongly wanted to leave. You see, there was the group that wanted to stay, but I felt that the people who wanted to leave were very loud and vocal, and they, really meant it.
So you watched a lot of documentaries. Who are the main proponents of separating Scotland from England? Which party?
I can't remember now exactly.
And that's my point, Jin. Stop saying you know stuff you don't. It's really annoying.
I do know that people wanted to leave. I'm not wrong.
And I don't disagree.
Just because I don't know the name of the party does not write off my knowledge, okay? Because I can always Google that fucking thing and give you the fucking name, okay?
Yeah, I don't have to, Scott.
Shut up your mouth. Never try to devalue what I tell you. That's when you're being a cunt. That's when you're being a cunt. All right?
It's because, Jin, you keep making claims, you keep writing checks with your mouth that you can't cash.
Size 9 boots right in your mouth, and you'd never do
relax,
that again.
guys.
I guarantee.
Relax, Jin.
I'm really relaxed, Jin. I'm really relaxed, Jeremy. I'm not the one getting annoyed.
You're nothing but a wanker anyway. I'm
Jen, stop. Relax, bro.
I'm relaxed, man.
And I will politely say, Jin, if you ever come to the UK, look me up, and I will teach you a lesson in humility, sir.
Everything that we do positive, you bring down. That's all you stand for. Remember that. You do not stand for uplifting humanity. You're a scumbag. You always think
Jen. All right, Jen. Why don't you take a couple minutes to just relax?
Yeah, I'm taking the breaths now before I blow my top even more.
Let's not call names, please.
Well, I'm just making sure he gets it.
Russ doesn't seem like a scumbag to me.
Well, that's okay. You might lick his ass. Good luck. But he's a scumbag.
I don't, but...
No, Jeremy and I disagree on a lot of things, but what I try and do with Jeremy, like I did with you, is I talk to you in a respectful way. I challenge your...
Shut up. You insult me. Listen to my voice. Listen to my temper. You insult me. So if you're going to respect me, I don't think you'll ever do that again. Because I don't disrespect you.
Don't call names, Jen, please.
I'm not calling him names. I'm telling him what he is. It's a fact.
That's... All right, just don't call names, please.
I attack the claim, not the person.
You've attacked me. Just because I didn't know the name of the stupid Scottish party, you're giving me, you don't know fuck all.
The SNP, yeah.
No, I know the main crux of the problem. People want to leave. And the impression I got was the numbers were corruptly fudged. I'm sure they massaged the numbers, okay? Like I can trust the governments of this world anyway. Nothing but liars. But you seem to want to uphold. Go get a vaccine, you wanker. Go and get a vaccine. Cunt. All the danger, it's right there. The dangers are there, and you're telling everyone to go and get one. That's what I mean. My boot would be squarely in your jaw. You'd be sorry. You would be. You'd be a sorry state of affairs.
Jin, you're a little old man, and I'm bigger than you. I'm stronger than you, and I've had an equal amount of training than you. I'd wipe the floor with you. Stop being silly.
Break you in two. I'd snap you.
Yes, I know you would, Jin. That's because you live in your own little fantasy world. Now stop it.
No, I'm not living in no fantasy. I'm not the one that believes the earth is a spinning fucking ball. You dipstick dickhead. Talking about.
And again, you just cannot help but insult people because you're frustrated because you don't have a good argument to support your case, apart from saying this is the way it is.
You're a dipstick shithead. You called me living in a fantasy world, but you're the one in the fantasy world. The earth is a flat plane, motionless, stationary. What are you talking about, you fool? What are you talking about? 2022.
That's your belief.
The year the
and that's fine. You just can't demonstrate it to be true.
Magnifying glass of mental stability, and we're going to see who is mentally disturbed.
Yeah, I mean, one of us keeping our temper and the other's not. That's a good sign of mental stability, isn't it?
People who believe in things they cannot prove, that is the highest sign that you're mentally unfit to be talking here today. Fool.
Yeah, I agree, and you seem to believe an awful lot of things you can't prove.
I don't carry beliefs, actually. I do not carry beliefs. That's your problem there again. Another assumption, especially where the flat earth is concerned. That is not a belief.
So you don't know anything.
Fact. We know.
I'll go Slick James on him, dressed as a whiz at this argument.
Foolish decisions.
Every knowledge you hold is a form of belief. It's just a belief you have a rationale.
Not a belief in my case, baby. You better believe that one. You better believe that.
No, I don't.
Better know that. I should say you better know
that. I don't believe you.
Whenever you mention my name, you know Jin CBR1 knows the earth is a flat stationary plane. Whenever you mention my name. Anything else you say,
I think blowhard.
It's absolutely slander and wrong. When you mention my name, then you know Jin CBR1 knows the earth is flat. That's what you say.
You believe it, yeah.
My name. Otherwise, you're lying. Anything else? So now you know. I'll put you straight on that fact. It's not a belief.
I feel very straight that you have believed that the earth is flat. I just don't think you can demonstrate it.
Incorrect, sir. You know I know the earth is flat. You know this. I've told you straight up that I know the earth is a flat stationary.
And I said I don't believe you.
Spinning in the vastness of space. We're not doing that.
And I don't believe you.
That's fine. You don't have to believe me or not. I'm telling you already. So you take it as you want.
Yeah.
You've
made a claim, you've stated an opinion, and I disagree with it.
Whatever you touch and say is just nothing but devaluation. I've never heard you uplift humanity. I've never heard you uplift humanity for the better. I've yet to hear you uplift our lives. Go and get the injection. We're living on a spinning ball. No, there's more people who want to stay in there rather than leave. Everything you are is negative to what we know is true. You lying, no good, yellow belly, fucking belly aching. You know,
more insults, Jin.
Jin.
I'm just rolling it off.
Please don't insult
rolling
him.
It off, man. Letting him have it, left, right, and center.
Yeah, but don't. Just try not to insult, please.
On the ropes now. Foolish
Jin.
Come pick yourself up, foolish. You're getting battered now, man. Look at me.
Jin, try.
Looking a bit ragged on the ropes there, mate. Come on now, where am I?
Jen, please don't insult, please.
He insults me, I'll insult him back.
No, just don't insult everyone. No one insult, please.
If he insults me, he's going to get.
I don't believe I've insulted you. I've just rejected your claim.
Insult me when you say
why you think that's an insult?
Because I didn't know the name of the party, you insulted me there. Don't do that again.
Well, I asked you something about a claim that you made.
I have not begun to insult. If you think this is insulting, man, you're softer than I thought you were.
Well, it's a little bit thin-skinned if someone challenging a claim is you finding it an insult.
I'm not thin-skinned. Everybody knows how thick-skinned I am.
You're demonstrating it at the moment.
I've likened myself to a rhino and an elephant skin. I'm that thick-skinned, but I don't want to take any insult.
Why the emotional response then, Jim?
The emotional response is if I get insulted, I have that right. So
that's being thin-skinned.
Yeah.
It's the fucking definition of thin-skinned, Jin.
In the right manner when I see fit. I can be thick-skinned when I want to be, and I can be of no skin at all another time. So don't worry.
One of us has insulted the other. One of us has threatened violence upon the other. One of us has got quite emotional against the other, and one of us seems to be keeping their cool.
I'm still cool now, but I'm simmering, but I'm cool.
And I'm not going to belabor that point, but the thing is, don't get offended if you make a claim and someone challenges you on that claim.
I know nothing.
Jin, can someone finish a sentence? You're getting in a loop, mate. Come on, calm it down.
Go to the loop.
Deep breath.
Don't release it. Go to the loop.
Deep breath.
I'm breathing as I talk, like a musician,
Yeah, but you're not stopping. You're not letting anyone else talk. You're just going straight over the top of them.
Carry on.
Thank you. So someone challenging a claim you make is not insulting you. Me not believing you is not insulting you. That's just thinking, because you can be self-deceptive. I'm not saying that you're intentionally lying. I'm not saying any of that. I just don't believe what you're telling me.
I couldn't give a shit whether you believe me or not.
Well,
what I don't like is you saying
because you're getting this emotional about it.
I had no knowledge. Shut up.
I didn't say you had no knowledge.
You said that.
I said that you don't really know much about Scotland.
Shut up, that I do know. That's the thing. I do know. Just because I didn't know the name of the party doesn't mean I don't know fuck all, does it?
You don't know much about the history. You don't know much about the political situation.
I know enough to like Scotland with the knowledge I have. Okay.
Yeah, it's a beautiful country. I don't blame you for liking it.
For 3 years in the London Scottish 235 Westminster Cadet Company in
London.
In Regency Street, Southwest 1. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, right by Western Barracks. Literally
it's a bit like me saying, well, I used to regularly go to Finnegan's Wake in Ealing Broadway, therefore I understand the Irish.
Well, yeah, I understand the Scottish people.
It's a bit like saying, I lived in Jamaica. I lived in Jamaica for just under a year.
Yeah, you can.
I know a little bit about the culture. I don't really understand Jamaica. I don't really understand the politics as well as I could.
That's you, isn't it? That's you.
No, but what I'm saying is I lived there, and I still feel I don't have a good knowledge of that environment.
How much influence you had from them? That's down to you. I had 3 years, okay? So that gives me enough.
Being in the Army Cadets.
Not only that, I've got Scottish friends. Been to Scotland, okay? Like the people. So shut up.
You do realise you've just pulled the equivalent of saying, well, I've got black friends.
No, at all. It's not that at all. It's that I've got.
I'm trying to make it humorous, Jin, and calm you down, because I don't really mean to get you riled up, man.
Yeah, well, you be careful when you say I don't have knowledge. Be very careful.
Well, be careful who you threaten, because you have no idea who I am.
Be very careful.
Why?
I don't know the name of the party of something.
Let's just qualify that. Why should I be careful?
Be careful.
What is the consequence of me not being careful, Jim?
If you try to belittle me, I will make you look silly, you foolish man, okay? So don't do that.
And that, again, why does that mean I need to be careful? If you think you can make me look silly.
I'm telling you, like I would tell you if I saw you face to face. Don't be silly. Don't make that mistake again.
Yeah, but why should I be careful?
I never set out to insult you ever when I meet you, but you always get me pissed off. So be careful, okay?
Yeah, because I don't accept the bullshit they're peddling.
Every time we have an encounter, you're always on the opposite side, fair enough. But when you start to throw silly little innuendo insults, that's when you piss me off, and I'm just going to fuck you completely up. So shut up now. Go away.
Dear me.
Yes.
No, we're not always on opposite sides. When we were talking about
always on opposite sides.
Experiences. Oh God, I start a sentence again and you got to go off, Ginny. You're that triggered, man. Come on, calm down. When we're talking about London, we had a good chat. There was no animosity there. We weren't on different sides. You said, I love this part of London. I didn't go, well, that's a pile of shit. Did I? So we're not always on opposite sides, Jen. Just when it comes to, you want to make factual claims.
Vaccines, the earth where we live, governments.
Yeah.
I don't
think we're that far apart from governments.
Yeah. Uplifting people's health. Yeah. Very important parts of the earth that we live on.
We disagree about some healthcare issues, and we disagree about the shape of the earth, and we disagree on an awful lot of physics. That's where we disagree, Jim.
All the foundations of life. The fundamentals. If it's not
remember, there was a lot of people complaining when you went out of the EU. Or not EU, I don't know if you're Scottish, but because there was some majority who wanted to stick with the EU after the Brexit. In Scotland. You guys remember?
Yeah, Scots wanted to stay in the EU.
Yeah, like 65% or something wanted to stay in the EU in Scotland. But you vote, the whole thing is voted, United Kingdom is voted as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to stay in the EU because it's a fucked up system, but if you're not part of it, you can't change it.
True.
What a load of rubbish that is. Look at where we are today. You've been having lockdowns and shit. Everyone's sleepwalking. No one's changing shit because you're busy fucking still voting for the stupid system. That's devaluing your asses. That's
I don't
giving
think
you.
lockdown has not anything to do with EU.
What you don't seem to understand is, you know, you've got, like the man just said, you've got to be in it to change it. You're not changing the fucking thing. Everybody's been in it. Everybody's been voting, and the promises haven't been kept. So the only way you change it is not to vote. It's to revote. Is what you do. If you have any.
Well, actually, I used to belong to a campaign called None of the Above. Have you ever heard of that, Jim?
Yeah.
So, you know, for me, that's how I voted most of the time. I've always voted, but I've always written on the ballot None of the Above.
I've never seen anything worthy of voting for, you see. And when you watch the years go by and they never kept their promises.
Oh, you wanted blank?
Sorry?
You mean?
I don't even, listen, I don't even go to the polling station. What are you talking about? I don't even go there. Don't waste my time. As if I'm going to deliver myself to a place where I know I'm not going to vote. I don't even do that. I'm not there. I'm busy riding my bike.
But if you went to...
Sorry. I just want to say one thing. The best thing you can do I don't know if you can do that in Japan, but at least in my country, the best thing you can do to show that you're unhappy with the politician is to vote blank. Because not voting is actually used as an argument for us. You're being like, what you're not content, but like you're happy with the situation, so you don't want to change it. Therefore, you don't bother voting.
That's them stealing the vote there. But what I'm trying to say is this: that in Japan, I cannot vote. I'm not a citizen, and if I was, I wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
Right, but in Britain, I never voted once.
Well, you know, I'm quite political. And the reason that I've always liked that movement is because if enough people did it, it would show that the political system isn't working. I have a problem with what I call confrontational politics, which is the fact that everybody fights everybody else. To me, that's a stupid way to try and govern a country.
I think if everybody stayed home and not voted, then the people would realise that they don't have democracy. Because if the government carried on going, then you know they've stolen your vote. Then that's a reason for, in your constitution, it does state that you have a duty to remove that government. Now, you can do it by peaceful means, of course, but if they don't move, then you use force. Quite simple, really. Obey your bloody constitution, but no one's got the backbone to do that. That's what it is, or they're not even knowledgeable on that point. Like I said, my knowledge is minuscule, and I'm the first to say that, but I know the right things, and I know what to do.
Well, we're not a constitutional state. We're a monarchy. That's one of the
problems. I know you are, but you still got a government. The monarchy is just a second-hand thing. It doesn't really have any power. It's the government that does everything, and your Magna Carta protects the citizen. And under the Magna Carta, you have a right and a duty to do this. But they quickly erode that right of yours.
You know that the Magna Carta was replaced with a newer document than that after the Magna Carta.
Yeah, but it still didn't take away the rights for you to protest. Didn't stop you from doing that, even though they tried to do it. You still have the right and a duty.
I'm horribly objectionable to kettling and things like that. Yeah, I agree. I think the right to protest, but the right to violent protest, we don't have. Peaceful protest, I'm a full fan of, and I think.
Well, that's right, peaceful protest. But then in the Magna Carta, you have a right to remove that government. It's your duty to do that.
There was no government under the Magna Carta. It was a pure monarchy at that time.
Yeah, but you have a right to remove the king then.
The only thing really in the Magna Carta, and the worst thing about the Magna Carta, and one of the reasons it was revised, was that it actually offered no protection to normal people in society. It was a document that protected the rich and the upper middle class. It didn't really do fuck all for the individual.
Yeah, but it's now doing good for the individual. What I'm saying is that with that Magna Carta, you have a right to redress.
Well, it's not law anymore, Jim. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, again, the law, they've changed it, but you can still push it. That's what I'm saying.
No, you can't. That's the problem. The Magna Carta was replaced and it was replaced with a better document that actually did give the citizenry rights to due process under law.
This is what I'm saying.
Which is
You
your
have the right
constitution,
to
right?
protest.
Not
and
really.
You do. Of course you
Well,
do.
in a
Of course
sense,
you do. The
to
government can't take that away from you. You can't. They can't. Otherwise, you've got no rights then.
Why do you think that the government can't take it away from you?
Because it's written down by law that every citizen has the right to protest when things are not going right. It's in your constitution.
And any law can be repealed.
This is the thing, you know. People don't look
any
at the
law,
law and
aren't there
realize. Look at
unalienable
all the
laws?
religion. Say that again.
No,
Are there no unalienable laws?
We have the concept of common law, which would be, but again, even common law under British law could be repealed. That there is no law under British government that cannot be, and there's no British law that cannot be repealed.
When you've got the whole population of Britain coming down to that government, they ain't got no chance. And if you organise it well enough and inform the British police and the bloody army that this is what's going down, don't get in the way, because all you'll be doing is breaking the law by stopping us. We have the right to do this. Show them the laws.
I'll start an army of appeals, right? And just every time you appeal me, I appeal you right back. So my law, appeal.
Sounds like appealing.
Isn't that appealing?
The fun fact about Norwegian constitution, originally they were prohibiting Jews in our country. They removed that.
An appeal.
Okay, they did, and it's abolished now. And they also had freedom of religion, except if you were a Jesuit, until in 1956, and then they abolished that, so everybody can have their.
The poor Jesuits, they always get a tough break, right?
I think if you couldn't change the constitution at all, you would poor Jews.
That'd be a son of a gun.
So the only clauses left out of the Magna Carta, I love this. This is quite cool. I thought I'll see if there's any bits of it left. Is the granting of taxes, the statute of towns and trades, the extent and regulation of the royal forest, the enforcement of debt, and the church and the restoration of peace are the only 4 clauses of the 63 in Magna Carta that are valid today. Everything else has been changed.
That's why they needed Robin Hood then, right? That story. Kind of get the poor people on board with paying their fair share of taxes by telling them that the rich people will be paying more taxes. So everyone get involved.
Well, you know that Robin Hood
the rich found a story. I got that. I know.
Well, the story was more about the fact that he was gathering money to pay King Richard's when you get ransom.
That's kind of funny. That's a nice little, but effectively what it did though is get the poor on board with paying taxes. Either way we look at it. It was a side effect, or it could have been the direct effect, but it was effective.
Well, we had taxes way before that. I mean, you know,
but it's more acceptable now when you know that you have to now incorporate the rich with, into those taxes. I think there was a psychology behind that.
And the Magna Carta was after King Richard.
Yeah, but didn't that get people back on board with like not trying to revolt against the king, because now he tithes to the Pope and is sorry and do over for the public eye bullshit.
It was really to hold the king accountable to the barons and stop him basically just killing barons willy-nilly. That's why it was really it was law for the rich, not for the poor.
Right, and his punishment was to raise his baron's taxes to pay the Pope.
He wasn't cute. Well. Basically, after Magna Carta was signed, all the King John then basically went to war against them, found all the ones that had signed it, and basically had them killed, and then sort of ripped it up.
Oh,
he just threw a fucking fit.
That's appeal.
But the funny thing is, at the end of the war, at the end of that war, before he could actually get it put into law that all of this was repealed, he basically died. I think he died in Norfolk after he got dysentery. So he basically shot himself to death, which I find quite amusing.
Well, it's because somebody was obviously poisoning his bitch ass. You know how easy that was back then. Oh, he just got the dysentery. And somebody's putting poop in his salad. That's
probably just giving him water out of the river, to be fair. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, downriver, after everybody shit in it.
He also lost the king's treasury during that as well.
Did he lose it, though?
Well, where he lost it, basically, that part of England was one big fucking marsh at the time.
He just sunk it.
Yeah, it was random. Funny enough, the Black Prince also died in the same place, but he died in
looking for the treasure.
Nah, he died on a ship in the Wash. Not a nice piece of sea. It's this big, huge. I mean, even now, the tide comes in 2 miles and goes out 2 miles.
Oh, so it can just tip a boat right over if you get in there too far and the tide starts going out. You can't leave fast enough.
That kind of shit.
Yeah.
And then the mud is 6 feet deep as well. We know that part of England pretty well because I grew up near there. Bit further south than east, but pretty close.
A lot of clams.
A lot of crabs.
Crabs, yeah.
Crabs and shellfish. A lot of eels as well come from that part. Big fishing fleets out of East Anglia.
Yeah.
First proper job I ever had working on the fucking trawlers.
Everybody's got to do some hard work to enjoy.
On the trawlers. No, I'm winding you up. I never did.
I was going to ask you where you got your deck can certificate from.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to throw that in to wind up. Yeah, I used to work on the trawlers.
The fishermen, they're hard fucking men. But you got to look at the bright side. At least fucking King John lived in England as opposed to King Richard, who pretty much lived in France.
Yeah, but I could give two shits about the kings and the queens. You know that already. Shit on my shoe, really.
It's kind of like Ben Franklin.
They are the problem.
They were all signing the Declaration, or what was it?
He was getting the clap in France at the time, wasn't
he? Yeah. What was he doing?
But your constitution is basically a Jacobean document anyway, so.
I know. That's the way of the world. Agreed.
It's a great film on that period if anyone's ever interested in watching it. It's not particularly accurate, but it's kind of like the Magnificent Seven done sort of medieval style. It's called Ironclad.
My wife with her new bag sealer thingy. Just sealing everything.
How cool. Rakia proves LiDo exists. That's a beautiful sunset picture. Taken in New Zealand.
It was a cool video to watch.
Do you guys know Travis is kind of famous?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You know that Travis is kind of famous?
Travis is kind of what?
He's
Famous.
kinda tiny bit. He's not really famous, but I looked up his. There is a university who cited him on his explanation of mirages on their page.
Oh, right. Well, that's good.
Yeah, what you need to do is take notes while I take tokes of this marijuana smoke. Listen, we ain't playing around, dude. Real heads are starting to listen to us. It's not our fault you guys aren't listening. We are making
Literally
sense, though.
what he said, I never disagree with anyway. And I looked up what he wrote, or not he wrote, but like what was written there, and I never disagree with that.
So then why are you still believing in things you cannot prove?
I do believe in things I can prove. I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah,
The weird thing to ask.
it means you're mentally disturbed because you can't prove that the earth exists as what you believe in. There's no proof, no evidence for it. What are you doing?
Can't respond to something I don't agree with.
It's not a matter of agreeing, is it? This is the problem. It's not a matter of agreeing. The truth is the truth and a lie is a lie. Okay? So the point is this. You cannot prove that the earth is a spinning ball because it does not exist. Why are you believing in something that doesn't exist?
I don't understand why you would ask questions about it.
Because you are pushing this idea, this falsehood, that the earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space and we can go to space, rockets can work in space, they can go to Mars, we've got satellites. You're pushing all this nonsense that doesn't exist. You cannot prove it and yet you believe in it. It's wrong, isn't it? Why do you want to do that? It's not normal. It is the contradiction
I just
of living.
believe in the evidence. But your premise,
there is no evidence.
Your premise thinks all evidence contradictory to your evidence. Contradictory to your premise is
You've never
false.
seen the evidence, and your life you've never experienced with your senses. You have never experienced living on a globe. No human being has done that. No human being has been to space. You don't know that. You haven't verified that. You have no proof.
I have, but you just
only
think
have
that
what they've told you, and you haven't.
You have a presumption about the laws of nature, which is your starting point. Normally, people would use evidence to verify your own.
You haven't looked at the evidence that totally dismisses the idea that they can go to space, and it's coming from the people who said they went to space. Their story
doesn't listen to people.
I haven't finished talking. So when I finish,
you never do.
Listen, you see. I'm going to talk over.
You said this other day, which I know why it's so. I should have known already, but why it's not pointless to talk with you, because you have a presumption about how laws work, and you don't want to verify these laws. You want to reject all evidence that is not that is contradictory to the laws, however the laws you think they are behaving.
Hang on, you got told about the laws. You guys are assuming laws and inferring laws, and then they're not ready.
I'm willing to change them, but you deny every evidence that that is presented, which is contradictory to your or in contention with your laws.
You have no tangible evidence that you brought to this server that would change any other flat earth and say, "Oh, indeed."
I can't change you because you already believe that it's impossible to go to space. So all evidence that is contradictory to that would be seen as false by your end.
Yeah, the fact that you guys didn't get convinced isn't actually our fault.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it.
Hang on. I used to believe in it, and then when I checked it, that's when I discovered that it's impossible. You see?
Yeah,
So
I would say you did a very poor job
haven't checked
checking it.
anything. You guys haven't checked anything at all. You're believing.
It doesn't matter,
we do.
Jin. You already decided what's true, and you're
You're
not
believing
willing
without
to change your
confirmation.
mind.
You're believing without confirmation. That's the question. Why do
You are
want to
not.
believe?
You don't want to confirm anything, Jin.
You are unable to prove with the best of your knowledge. You are unable to prove it.
Why are you
I
talking
believe
about
in
this,
that.
Jin? You don't care about it.
Well,
You
I'm
already decided what
I'm
truth
interested
is.
in people who go around thinking they're living on a spinning ball and they can't prove it. That is very interesting because I don't believe people like that can be living. But here we are. Here we are surrounded by them in the server.
The problem is,
why would you want to do that?
it begs the question: why do you want to ask about evidence when you don't even
It's fascinating
think any evidence is true?
that people can believe in something.
You have a circular logic.
With the best of their ability and knowledge, they are unable to bring this thing to existence because it doesn't exist really. But it's fascinating to see this really happening this day and age.
Hey Jin, let's play a different game. How about you prove you're flat Earth? Do you have any evidence for that?
It is Earth. The Earth is flat by default. No measurable curvature.
Yes, I disregard that because you have been in the past. You've been just bringing me shit, so that's out of the question.
Well, never mind. Never mind.
Exactly.
Never mind. You keep in your fantasy, okay? Because that's purely separation anxiety disorder talking with a dollop of cognitive dissonance.
See, Jin, you used that earlier against me.
I'm going to use it all the
you
time.
asked. I'm sorry, Jin. I'm talking so. So earlier, you asked for evidence. Then when I gave you evidence, you just said, "Well, I'm not gonna look for it because it's shit. I know it. You just post shit, so I'm not gonna look for it." How about we start doing that with you? We ask for evidence, and then when you give anything, you can say the black swan. You can say your bullshit rhetoric, and I will just say, "Oh, sorry, did I ask for it?" Yeah, I will return to, "Oh, I'm just gonna call it shit."
Well, I didn't offer you. Well, someone you asked me for proof. I gave it to you. If it's shit, never mind.
Yes, and it's shit because we know that you're full of shit.
This is what I said.
I'm just doubling down because this is the year of the globe Earth rising, so it's time that we hammer it hard and we hammer down on the truth, and we have to proclaim it from the rooftops.
And it's a cognitive dissonance. That's fine.
I know.
I totally understand where you are.
Jin, that's actually very enlightening.
My strongest advice to you would be: please seek help. Immediately go to your nearest flat earth psychiatrist for a neck.
Flat earth psychiatrist.
Yeah, when you get psychiatrist, get the fuck out of here.
When you get your psychiatrist and he asks you like, "Why you're here?" and you say, "Well, because the flat earther recommended me."
Are you a flat earth psychologist? I need a flat earth psychologist.
That's what you need, because if you go to the regular psychiatrist, all he's going to do is give you.
Did they tell you have you went to a regular one and they told you you're crazy, so you're looking for a flat earth psychiatrist?
Because he's a dickhead himself, you see. So you've got to go to a flat earth psychiatrist.
Sound like you got some experience with that.
It's interesting though that when someone just disregards evidence by calling them shit, that you say that that's cognitive dissonance or whatsoever. You did that earlier, so are you cognitively dissonant? Maybe you need a globe Earth psychiatrist.
I don't need one of those because
which usually means just a regular psychiatrist.
You first ask for evidence and then you disregard it by saying it's shit.
That would be a very, very big
mistake.
That's
cognitive dissonance, Gene. That's cognitive dissonance. You're cognitively dissonant.
I don't need any drugs in my body, that's for sure. 43 years solid, not being sick once. Why would I need any drugs, you fools? You haven't got an idea. You don't even know how to live. Regular.
Maybe you need the therapy.
I don't need any therapy. Flat Earth is the therapy. Flat Earth is therapy. Therapy from the globe fantasy.
I cannot believe I'm not surprised by hearing this. I've been on Flat Earth servers too much.
Flat Earth is uplifting.
It's hard to get surprised at this point, right?
Flat Earth.
If I have just arrived to this server for the first time, I would be like, fucking, what the fuck?
Exactly. And then they're going to say, this is what ecstasy is all about when you're on the flat Earth. When you're on the globe, you're believing in things you cannot prove with the best of your knowledge because it's impossible. And why would you want to do that?
I remember you asked me for evidence yesterday or 2 days ago, and I provided to you, and it was CGI because you're presuming that the laws of nature are absolute truths, and therefore the picture must be CGI because you can't have something in space.
First of all, I wanted to see the evidence you had, and it was typically.
He wants to see the picture that he want to call CGI.
I'd like to see what you say.
Why don't you say that it's CGI before I present it? Why do you make me look for it?
Because I knew it would be. I just knew it would be.
You have to show the evidence. You have to show the evidence so he can say that's impossible, so therefore your evidence is shit.
That is true. The only way I can believe that is true is if, like I said, if I come to your location and if you invite me in, I would then look at your telescope and then you're going to say, oh, that's what it is. Okay, let me see what you're seeing. Right? And then I can then maybe go to another location and see if I can.
Why do you care?
Well, I mean,
you already have a presumption. The laws of nature doesn't work. You can't have something up there.
There might be something up there, but I want to see what it is.
But you don't think that it can be up there? What you're looking at the pictures?
Impossible. Exactly that. Yeah. Of course.
Okay. So how would you debunk that? If you want to debunk yourself.
How would I debunk that?
Yeah.
You can't debunk something that doesn't exist. That's the problem.
I'm asking you. You got Jin. You don't see the flaw in that logic.
Debunk something that doesn't exist up there.
That's called science. You debunk yourself.
It's not called science. That's called pseudoscience, mate.
No, that is actually science. What you're doing is pseudoscience.
Pseudoscience, man.
No, every honest scientist would try to debunk himself. Would try to falsify everything.
This is what we said to you earlier on. We need to see, for example, in order for satellites to be up there, we need a rocket to deploy it. Yes, so we know that rockets push off of here. They cannot work in a vacuum. So we need to see a demonstration
cannot work in a vacuum
of a rocket in a vacuum flying around.
You said they cannot work in a vacuum. Well, how do you come to that conclusion? You said they cannot work in a vacuum. How did you end up with this conclusion?
They need air to push off of.
No, they carry their.
Are you gonna? When you finish,
they work by. I think it's Newton's third law, which I think applies.
That third law hasn't been proven in space. That third law has not been proven in space.
No, but that's not what you said. You didn't say they had.
This has. What I'm saying.
No. You. Let me finish. Let me finish.
What I'm saying. I'm saying that.
Stop interrupting me. Let me answer you.
Because hang on a second. Because Newton's
law. I want to answer what you just said. You're not allowing.
Unless acted upon by another force.
You didn't say.
Working in the vacuum of space. In space vacuum. It's never been proven.
I'm not gonna hear what you're saying. I have to answer.
That is in Newton's third law, though.
And
go ahead, Baker.
Yeah, what you said wasn't that this hasn't been proven. You said this doesn't work. You said specifically that rockets cannot work. You didn't say it's not proven that they can work. You said they cannot work. I'm asking you, how did you get to this conclusion?
I've said that all day long for years, that rockets cannot work in a vacuum. They don't work in a vacuum. We don't go to the moon.
Why not?
Okay? And because the technology doesn't work in a vacuum.
Why do you think so?
And it hasn't been demonstrated. It hasn't been.
But which is different. For it not
man has been to the moon. That's why.
You made a positive claim that it won't work in a vacuum.
That's just a non sequitur, Jim.
The Earth's surface to go to the moon in the vacuum. So you
Jin,
need to
this
prove
is
that
a non sequitur.
No. But Jin, you made the positive claim that a rocket cannot work in the vacuum. Why?
And I posted my sources earlier on today. I posted it. So, and
just give us a brief summary. Give us a brief summary of the physics behind it. that prevents the rocket working in the vacuum.
It's a
Well,
negative
you need.
claim.
I just said it. I just said it to you. You need air to push off of a medium. So when the rocket's in a vacuum, there is no medium. That's the natural order of things. That's the way it is. That's why.
Where did you get it from?
That's
Because
the way
as far as I know, yeah,
There
as
are
far as
many,
I know, you don't have to.
there are many sources. You could just gonna have a look. Go look it up.
Like which one? Can you link one?
Look it up. Look it up on YouTube. Look it up on YouTube.
Well, I looked it up about physics for a long time. Never seen anything like what you're describing.
If you think rockets can work in space, then you're delusional, and you need to verify that because you have no evidence that
Your
rockets can
claim is that you have to push against air, right?
It needs to be pushing off air to work and fly around in the space.
We already gave examples why the resistance is completely irrelevant to when you to propelling yourself using conservation of momentum. Oh, is there any experiment that proves what you're saying?
That's all bullshit. The conservation of motion is not going to help you here. The thing is, I've seen the experiments where rockets failed to work in a vacuum. Failed to work in a vacuum, and then we know that man has never gone to the moon because the rockets would need to work in the vacuum of space.
Rockets can fail for multiple reasons.
There are untold reasons.
A rocket failing isn't conservation of momentum being suspended in the vacuum. There's no reason for you to say it doesn't work in a vacuum.
I do pity you, mate, because you have no evidence. If you did, you'd be bringing it. Here it is, Jin. Here it is. So your words do not mean anything. Bring the pudding.
Yeah, and then when we bring the evidence, you will say no. Everything you're bringing me is shit.
Please bring me the food.
Yeah, Jin. What if I post a video right now of a rocket working in the vacuum? Would you accept it?
Let me see if I can eat it. Don't what if anything.
No, he's already presuming it can't work, so every evidence provided to the contrary would be fake by definition.
Exactly. The fact that it cannot work proves that every evidence against it is fake, which proves that it cannot work.
Yeah, it sounds like pseudoscience.
Jin, why would we present our case if we know that you're full of shit? You're full of shit, Jin.
What if everybody's full of shit? That's why you go to the toilet.
Yes, you're full of shit.
Everybody's full of shit because you have to go to the toilet to have a shit. So that's you're not talking anything unusual here. Please.
I'm not normally full of shit when.
Please present your case.
I'm not full. I emptied Earth.
Jin, you don't know how biology works.
You have nothing but verbal diarrhea at the moment. Nothing to offer. Sit down and shut up. Now, please present your case. Stand up and defend.
I don't understand why anybody would want to do that to you because you already have a assumption about what's real.
Even defend
and all evidence contrary would reject
individuals so far
as false, just by definition.
Nothing.
You're not here to change. Nobody is going to change your mind, Jin.
Cold air, you guys are. You're not even hot air, because hot air can rise. You guys are stuck on the ground.
Nobody's gonna. We can't change your mind because all evidence will be by your system.
Bring your material. Otherwise, shut up.
What's the point?
Cold noise in the wind.
What's the point, Jin? You said earlier that you would automatically reject everything that is presented to you.
Spineless. Weak.
Hello, Jin.
No guts. No substance.
Well, what's the evidence point?
Just defend your position. Defend.
Let's end this annoying and unending discussion.
Stop it. Nobody gives a shit, Jin.
Hey, Moyak, what's up?
Hey, I grabbed your computer, thrown it on the floor. Come on.
I'll turn Jin down to.
Come on.
20%.
Where are you? I'm destroying your dreams.
It's destroying us. Okay.
So have we had the talk about Tonga?
What about it?
Volcanic.
The multifaceted proof of globe.
Hit me.
Yeah, it would be by the. You mean the tsunami when it hit?
Well, no, actually, the shockwave I think is much more telling.
Oh, the shockwave.
I heard I can hear it like as far as Alaska, actually.
Shock waves do not a globe make, mate.
Sorry. No, this was the air pressure wave, which went out uniformly in a circle.
Very weak.
And you could use it as timing to determine where all positions are on Earth, because it went to every place on Earth.
Very weak indeed.
On an ice-ringed world, I can't see how you could have gotten the second pressure wave that came through around the Great Circle from the other direction.
Oh, maybe it's the walls of ice, right? Maybe it's beating the dome. It's hitting the dome. And also the timing must be different. Not because of the shape of the Earth, but because of the ether in the way of the sound, making it go faster or slower.
Excuse me, I'm going to turn Jin down because he keeps on talking over everybody.
No evidence, no proof, no sign.
I think we broke him. So yeah, the ether is going to make the sound go faster or slower based on what matches a flat surface. So it doesn't prove anything about the globe.
What do you mean the ether is going to make it go faster or slower? That it has to match the distances on the globe. So you're saying that this random effect of ether is going to change the time of arrival of an air blast shockwave. I don't know what globe you're talking so about. That it matches the distances on the globe that are taken by stellar navigation and cartography and all these other disciplines, and make them match.
I could just, I could just call all of those fake and say that that's the ether doing it. So that the ether is bringing the compatibility between the models, right?
Wow, that's a hell of a fancy ether. Then that must mean that God is actually just trying to lie to us, making everything just appear spherical.
No, it's just lying to the dumber population that still believes in a globe.
Yeah.
The rest of them, or the rest of us, can see through it.
The man is deranged. He's battered, mentally disturbed. He's fucked, washed up on the rocks of confusion.
Anybody can what?
I'm sorry, Jin, I can't hear you. Are you planning on behaving, or are you going to keep on being a bull in the china shop?
I'm going to be that bull in the china shop, as you well know.
Then I will not bring you back your volume back up.
Okay, never mind. Because the truth is powerful.
So yeah, there's always an ad hoc I can throw at you. That you cannot prove wrong.
They have to turn the volume down.
Just say that makes it compatible with observation, right?
Yeah, they have to turn the volume down because the truth is just compelling and damning.
Yeah, I went and
no response.
I'm still trying to find the minute by minute barometric readings in the southern tip of South America. Because it'd be about 9.3 hours for the shock wave to hit, and then for the second shock wave to hit, it should be 41.667. If I can predict that correctly, I think that'd be real interesting.
Happening on a plane.
Oh, this is a very interesting idea of measuring distance, like using a very strong sound wave.
Yeah, it should be. That would be interesting. Yeah, we should. There would probably be some reading sensor data on that.
There are a couple of people, like GeoStreamer did one on YouTube, and let me see if I can find it. But he went through and mapped out like 100 weather stations and the impulses, both the first and second impulse.
I think I saw like I'm not sure if that was a simulation or a visualization of some measurement, but I think I saw a GIF of the wave propagating on the surface of the Earth.
The one thing that must happen is that we must be able
is that where it came from?
Okay, when everyone's finished.
I don't know. This one was like a table which he had put out. I don't even know if I could describe it. He put it out in time, and then he lined up geographic places on it and showed that their arrival times at given radiuses from the blast were appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you can physically hear it pretty loud, pretty far away. Like
there was one place that was like 5,000 miles away, and I heard that it sounded like a gun going off.
Holy shit!
Where
Probably you
is
could hear it like all over the world if you just was quite enough, maybe, if you knew about it.
Yeah, the barometers all around the world. I mean, I've seen animations of the barometric pressures across the U.S. and Japan, especially. I thought Japan was really impressive. They had, like I don't know, 500, 1,000 stations on Japan. You just watch these them all light up as the wave goes through.
I can do one better. I'm going to post you a video. 5 Brazilians, I think, or maybe 6 Brazilians.
I'm kind of bummed though that I didn't take my my phone's barometrics readings at the time. I'm on the east coast of the U.S.
Mm. They measured a 2 millibar pressure wave over Europe when it hit.
Isn't that insane?
That's a lot. But it's probably such a low frequency by it hitting here. So we maybe, I don't know if we could hear it. Because the high frequency would lose energy the fastest. So it's probably left with a residual lower amplitude. It's just my guess.
I want to see if I can find the. I think it was Fiji, where you hear these two guys are standing on the beach and they're videoing, and all of a sudden you just hear this really loud bang, like lightning struck next to them or something, and I forget how many thousands of miles, but they were more than 1,000 miles away, and it was like probably like almost eardrum bursting loud.
That's insane.
Hey, let's just say painful loud.
I saw some pictures because I think it like started a little bit slower, releasing a little bit, and there was some picture before the really big bang that it changed a lot, the whole island, and they wonder like what is there now. They have no idea. I don't know if I've seen picture of that yet.
Yeah, they think the central portion's probably gone because it's not like a lot of lava coming out or anything. It all went up into the air.
Insane. Actually, if I had heard that, I would maybe think, holy shit, that was a nuclear bomb or something.
All right, here is the GeoStreamer video at 1 hour and 9 minutes. He's going through some of his findings.
I love the European accent.
This in one fell swoop proves, like, yeah, all the people who, like, in flat Earth who say we don't know how big the oceans are because currents might slow down ships by 50 mile an hour, whatever else. This actually validates the distances between points on Earth pretty accurately.
At least the volcano didn't erupt in the North Pole, right? Because that would also match a Gleason's map, right?
No, it wouldn't. There's well, at the North Pole, you wouldn't get the secondary blast, because what happens is you get the first one, and then the one that comes around antipodal around a great circle to you. So you get two pulses at regular intervals, which prove your position on Earth along a great circle.
Wouldn't that, I mean, if it was in the North Pole and there was this ice wall around the Earth, right? And the distance, I mean, if you get the distance between the North and the South Pole on the globe Earth and you extend that into surface and use that as a radius for this ice wall, wouldn't that match the timing?
And, well, in that case, what you would see is you would see something go out and then arrive back as if it came back 12,000 miles. If you were at the point that was at the epicenter of it, then you would see both of them happen at almost the same time, or at the exact same time. Like, there wouldn't be a... well, let me think about that. Yeah, you should get both of them back at the same time. And you wouldn't. You'd get it back with a 12,000 mile delay if it echoed.
No, I didn't get it. Well, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Is that how your mustache looks like?
I don't know. Hang on. Where's my mustache? Where are you seeing it?
In the profile picture.
Oh, okay. That actually is a life cast of my face, and when I cut my mustache off, I pasted it on. So no, it doesn't look exactly like that.
All right. I feel better now.
I prepared the
you feel
defense
better now?
for.
Was his mustache making you uncomfortable?
Yes, definitely. It was making me very uncomfortable.
Guys, I don't feel so good. That mustache.
Are you the guy that plays chess?
What's that?
Are you the guy who was asking me to play chess?
Not me.
Maybe.
No, I didn't ask anyone to play chess. I don't really
Alright, never
like
mind.
chess that much.
Oh, right, yeah. Wasn't you then? Because I remember a guy on the server asking me that. I can't remember who he was. I just remember he had the default yellow profile picture.
This is
Not you.
this is me in the post I posted.
Yeah, I can see that. Why did you send the URL code of the? Well, why are you sending in the text format?
Me?
Wasn't that you? Maybe my Discord is.
Maybe.
Yeah,
has bug.
mine's a JPEG.
Yeah, I think I have a bug in my Discord. Yeah, you look older than you sound.
I'm only 29.
Oh, so Yeah. Look.
Now I'm 55. Oh my god, a square and a compass. Scary, man.
This is the Illuminati symbol.
No, it's not Illuminati. It's I'm not sure how to translate it into English. Yeah, exactly. We have a lot of them on my city. Yeah.
Isn't that the Illuminati symbol?
It's Freemasons.
Yeah.
It's not the Illuminati is exactly what the Illuminati would say.
Right?
I
can't trust anymore.
It's something as controversial as the Illuminati, I would say, or as
maybe not
speculatory.
It's the Freemason. You're a Freemason.
Yeah, the G was. Yeah, a lot of people in my city are. I don't know why exactly. Nice outfit.
Like that? That's my first chance cold weather diving.
Nice.
That's my compressor on the left-hand side.
It's so hard to guess the age of people. Like I have an idea in my head and I always fucking miss.
Do you ever try and picture who you're talking to? Like just imagine what
Yes.
they look like?
I do that without wanting to do it. Like I just do it.
Yeah, exactly. And some people, for example, to me, Jeremy is clearly a monkey. No. He's clearly an ape from Planets of the Apes.
I literally thought RC Maesty was a black woman for a year. Until I saw him in real life and like
until you realized
he's
he was
a white
woman.
middle-aged man.
Now, Jeremy, I see as my picture in my mind of him is about, I don't know, 5'7", 130 pounds, wet, and with short straight hair.
That's freaky.
130 pounds wet, meaning that's as heavy as he ever's been.
No, I'm just making a joke. The joke was that you're gay.
Ah, okay. So, Percent, you didn't comment at all about the pressure wave from Tonga. You got any stupid ideas on that? That single-handedly proved all the distances on Earth, proved the shape of the Earth, and also proved satellites real. And it's just wonderful.
Yeah, I have no clue what you're talking about.
Really? You don't notice one of the biggest news stories in the world?
I don't follow the news,
Star
to be honest.
Wars, and it proved the elves, and just a lot of things that it proved, huh?
I think we should just let the one thing be admitted at a time. Let's say distances are admitted, then at least there is already a huge issue. Satellite is a trigger word in here, so.
I don't care if it's a trigger word. Let's put it this way: if you try and use the balloon argument, like if they just had really high altitude balloons, the explosion itself was 60,000 feet high and 500 miles across. Yeah, in the first hour.
You would really fuck up GPS for a while.
This camera was high enough to look down on that, get the whole thing in frame, and still have about 75% of the frame to spare. So it was really, really high.
Also, if it was in, I don't know if it would survive. I guess it's probably something going over there at the time. That means, I don't know, how could it survive?
And
just in the middle of a volcano.
Yeah, if GPS were like gas balloons that people would suggest, I wonder what will happen with those balloons that are closer to the shock.
It probably would knock GPS out, but if you live on Tonga right now, or not Tonga, the one that's near it, the island nation down there, they actually might be blotted out from satellite right now.
Because they're under the...
Yeah, there's just a little too much shit in the air. And GPS runs the Razor's Edge band. It's always weak. And neg 125, and it's probably got a margin of maybe 5 or 6 dB of before you lose it.
I prepared the defense for the flat earthers if they want to use it.
Ah, good. Let's see. Maybe percent will be using it.
This isn't evidence. This is just data points accurately comporting to a globe, which is basically could be anything. Listen, what I'm saying is you're just guessing.
This is just numbers paper.
This is just a model. This is just numbers.
Don't live in a model.
Science. A triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Aperture science. We do what we must because we can. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. But there's no sense crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying till you run out of cake. And the science gets done, and you make a neat gun for the people who are still alive.
Now I know why Gem Panda doesn't allow singing.
Well, I enjoyed this voice. But I didn't know singing was prohibited there.
Yeah, I think he claims because he doesn't want to get a copyright strike, but I think it's also because a lot of people who sing are annoying.
Yeah, I think it would be hard to get copy strike from just singing, right?
Yeah, unlike me, when other people sing, a lot of times it's a very annoying thing that happens. So, just kidding, maybe. Maybe not.
You guys remember the terrorist person in Norway called Anders Behring Breivik? Like,
doesn't ring a bell.
10 years ago.
The one who took over the school?
He didn't take over school. He went to an island, a youth camp, and
Right,
like
took over the
killed.
school. I'm sorry. I thought it
Yeah,
was a
sort of.
school.
Yeah, it was like a political youth camp, and he killed like 80 kids or something.
He's a dick.
Yeah, basically. He is for he is going to what you call it in English? I'm unsure. Like he's gonna look if he can be released for a parole. I guess it's called.
Yeah.
Already.
That sounds pretty bad. But also something that sounds pretty bad is a political youth camp.
Yeah, we have that here too. Like, it's probably common everywhere. I guess it's like it's a youth party, and every year they have like a gathering. So this meetup. It's the Labour Party here who has a youth.
Mm.
Yeah.
Let's say parole, is that the word? I remember something
Maybe
like this in the Pirates of the Caribbean. What's that about?
What?
The
Parole?
word, yeah. What does that mean?
It means like you can be released before your time is actually over if you've been acting good or something else.
Right, like good behavior.
Yeah.
It's parole, not parlay.
Yeah. Maybe I don't know if that was what you're thinking.
He mentioned the Pirates of the Caribbean, and I think he might be thinking of the word parlay, which would be someone says parlay, and so they get to go speak to the captain to parlay. That's not what you said. You said parole.
Yeah. Because when I watched the dubbed version, and it sounds pretty similar to what you just said.
Oh.
So I thought maybe was the same thing.
No.
Yeah. I get it now.
Here's one of the videos that I looked at here for the secondary blast wave that happened after it went all the way around the Earth.
There are two videos. Is that the first or the last one?
The second one's not a video; it's just an image from the video. Unless I fat fingered something.
Oh, you're correct.
Yeah, the first blast hit as if it was 5,000 miles away, and the second one as if it went all the way around the Earth. So it took 19 hours for the second one to get there, and the first one got there in several hours. And this was seen everywhere on Earth, the same pattern over and over again, just the distances varying.
Well, not everywhere.
Actually, no, pretty much everywhere. I don't know of any place it didn't get to. The entire continental U.S., you could see it wash across all the barometers. They put them all on the map, and you could just see it, a wave go across the country.
Yeah, I found that. I tried to send here, but I don't know why it didn't work. I'll try again.
And the video that I saw, which I can't find right now, but the one of Japan, I thought was the most interesting because they have a dense network of weather stations.
Is Jim back? Oh no, he's just sending videos.
Looking
Convex
video.
Earth. Is Gene a convex Earth there?
Is that troller for?
Yeah, I gotta say the convex earthers might have an argument that most of this could have worked out there.
They think that the Earth is shaped like a toilet?
Oh, if that's the video I think it is, that is the worst video ever produced on Earth.
I mean, it's just. I mean, that's just. There's just this image. It says convex Earth documentary, and the picture that they're showing. I don't know if it has anything to actually do with the video or not, but it kind of looks. It looks shaped almost kind of like a toilet looking thing, but maybe not.
Well, obviously it's not a toilet, is it? Obviously.
Well, if you can get the Tonga blast to work on that, I'd be.
Don't
you'd
worry
go a
about
long
that.
way to
What
proving to me
you
that the Earth
mentioned earlier,
was
that was
not.
just a load of shit. That
Wait.
Tonga earthquake doesn't prove doesn't prove globe Earth. But listen, this documentary, okay, what you have here is a load of globe heads who believe the Earth is a spinning ball, and they end up proving the Earth is flat with their technology and the equipment they bring to bear. Okay, I think they use 6 different ways to prove that the Earth isn't spinning. Okay, or it's not a globe, and they wanted to prove the Earth was a globe, but they ended up proving the Earth is flat. You've got to watch it because they are adamant that the Earth is not flat, but in the end, they had to concede. It's just brilliant.
When you say prove the Hunga Tonga blast on a flat Earth, are you referring to this black and white thing here that was posted in chat?
I don't know what you're talking about, but if it's a satellite image that you're talking about, then that's one of the teeny tiniest of proofs. The most telling one is the arrival time of the symmetrical shockwave that left it.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, what we should.
That was it. It'll be everywhere, almost everywhere.
You measured it?
I did not actually get to see it on my phone. I was too late.
So you didn't measure
We
it?
should be able to see this.
No, but all the weather stations, both public and private, all registered.
Okay, so
Meanwhile, back at the
you
rocks,
believe
none
the
of
story
none
you
of
were
you have
told
seen the global.
about how that shockwave worked. Got it. So you have a graphic here in black and white, and you have a story you were told, and you believe it, and you think that somehow means that someone else needs to prove something about flat Earth.
Well, I don't have any graphic in black and white that I've put up. So I don't know.
I'm just looking at this video here it says Hunga Tonga shockwaves plus something else, and it's showing a black and white graphic.
Just bullshit.
Is that the video that I posted at 4:37?
Well, okay, for me it's 3:37, and it's one of them at least.
That was only mainly for the image that I posted above it or below it, the one that shows the time of arrival of the shockwaves.
Well, yeah, I mean, if that's good enough, it probably wouldn't take too long to mock up an image like that.
Oh, I mean, yeah. One of the things,
maybe a half hour.
One of the things that's very impressive about this measurement is, first off, it was
the one that you didn't make. You mean?
Right.
Desperate.
That the initial blast wave, in the case of the image that I posted, that was only a few thousand miles away for the first impact of it. And then there's a 19-hour delay until the second wave comes all the way around the Earth the opposite direction. Coincidentally, at the speed the shockwave moves, that's the exact distance that the Great Circle route would take around the Earth.
Yeah,
these can be repeated all over the world. These can be repeated all over the world. The same measurement was taken, showing the same type of information, but adjusted for the distance.
Yeah, according to the story you were told, that probably does all line up. Sure.
Yeah, but it's BS. It doesn't prove globe. That's the problem.
So they went to every weather station in the world and fabricated its distance and fabricated this information and fabricated the audio reports that people heard with their ears. And
well, I mean, if that's the claim you want to make, that's fine. I'm not making that claim. I'm just saying you didn't measure it and you were told a story about the measurements and you choose to believe that story. That's fine. That's what it is. You didn't take the measurements and you haven't demonstrated the measurements. So I mean,
chose not to
sure why you would think that would need to be proved anywhere else. You haven't done anything yet.
You choose not to believe that story? You don't believe people in Alaska heard this?
No, I don't just believe stories that people tell just because they say them. No. Otherwise, I would believe in Middle Earth and Darth Vader and all those things. There would be a lot of stuff I would believe in. I choose to not believe.
Well, you believe in flat Earth. That's the most.
What do you mean? What do you mean? There's no Middle Earth?
That's not a belief. Flat Earth is not a belief. You're mistaken. Flat Earth is not a belief. No flat earther believes the Earth is flat.
And to believe a grown-ass adult in the 21st century thinks that the Earth is flat is like the height of stupidity.
Well, that's fine. I'm okay with you thinking that it's stupid. That's okay. I'm just pointing out that you didn't actually show anything, and you're saying that someone else needs to prove it can work on flat Earth. You haven't proved that it worked at all. You haven't proved that it exists. All you've done is show a video with a graphic, an image with some lines, and then told us a story that you heard. That's
there's
it.
absolutely no way to prove to you because you don't accept any information. So you're relegated to being a moron.
We don't want to accept. We want to
And you still
see.
don't have it. You still didn't take the measurement, and all you have is a picture with some lines on it, and you say, "See, I believe this." So,
and even
you can call me a moron, but you're the one pointing at pretty pictures and saying, "I believe pretty pictures." So,
you're the one who's denying
to me, that seems to say something about you
all
as
the
a
measurements
person.
were taken by amateur and professional alike around the world.
And
just
according to the story you were told,
ignoring it because you want to.
According to the story you were told, because you
be a
didn't take
little boy.
pictures and you didn't talk to them.
It's cute how you play this game. Isn't it cute?
Yeah.
I actually don't find that.
Say something about you.
It's interesting.
I find wait,
and then say you believe it.
I find him much cuter when he's singing than when he's making these arguments.
It's interesting because this is the year we put the heliocentrists through the psychological evaluation because we want to know why you want to believe something you cannot find and prove with the best of your knowledge and you're unable to prove it. Why would you do that?
What about the tsunami that was measured all around the world? I mean, do you not believe that also?
Right across the flat Earth, yes.
Right. No, but the distances and times match a globe Earth, not a flat Earth.
Using curvature maps, all right? Thank you.
So I'm just curious, do you believe, not you also, Jen, I don't talk to you because you're really a pain in the ass.
That's like you go to a restaurant.
Who was talking to me a minute ago?
You order beef stew.
Did you guys, did you guys
smell the beef stew? They give you the knife and the fork.
Go on.
And then the plate is there, but there's no beef stew.
Bob,
and then the man said,
Did you guys hear the story about this guy Luke? He fired some torpedoes and he was able to aim them so well he was able to hit a target that wasn't actually much smaller than the womp he used to hunt back home. And it was from a pretty far distance when he did it too. While he was flying his craft, I don't know if it was at top speed, but he was moving pretty quick when he fired these torpedoes, and it blew up the entire space station.
Right.
Because he was able to make the shot.
You don't believe in China. With your level of requirement of evidence, you don't believe in China.
Now you're being absurd.
Believe in China?
Yes, you don't believe China's real, right?
What's China?
I'm eating Chinese food.
Okay, you don't believe in China. You just say yes. I don't believe in China.
What's China?
Which China? The country.
No, I said what's China?
Oh, okay, that's what I mean. Okay, so you don't believe in China. That's fine.
Are you talking about bone China? The cutlery?
The country.
Are you talking about the utensils?
The country?
Cups, saucers?
Yes.
China?
Yeah.
Okay, whenever you say the country China, are you referring to the landmass? Are you referring to the people?
Doesn't really matter.
Are you referring to the political party?
Do you believe in any of it? There's a bunch of people over there who have like pretty dragons and outfits and build their houses funny.
Any of it? Do I believe that humans exist somewhere else on the earth other than where I'm at right now? Sure, yeah.
Why?
Absolutely.
Why do you believe that?
Because humans exist. I'm one of them.
Well, shockwaves exist.
How does that prove China?
Okay. I didn't say they don't exist.
But you believe so.
I'm not sure why you would make that argument. I never said shockwaves don't exist.
Well, you're questioning whether a tsunami hit, and that's reported by thousands of people all around the Pacific Basin.
Tsunami hit. Not once in our conversation did I.
Oh, okay. So do you believe the tsunami?
What tsunami?
Oh, for fuck's sake! I ain't talking to you.
I didn't see a tsunami. I didn't hear anyone mention a tsunami until just now.
Well, it's been on the interwebs and the net and everything for days.
Oh, I don't usually Google tsunamis, but I haven't been paying attention to any tsunamis in particular.
Turn on your TV one time. You'll see.
I don't have like cable or anything like. I don't watch like TV. I just have it hooked up to the internet and stream stuff. Do you guys watch regular?
Well, there was an earthquake. There was a volcano that went off. You could see a shockwave leave it from the high altitude balloons or satellites. whatever they are, from thousands of miles up, you can see that it's approximate. And let's put it this way: it's way in excess of hundreds of miles high. You can see this image that was produced, and then around the world, people heard a shock wave, and then barometers read it at distances too great for that. But that's just my story. Now, on top of that, there was a tsunami that hit the entire Pacific Rim, in almost every country in the Pacific, and it went out at tsunamis move at about 500 miles per hour, and it arrived at all these places at approximately the right time, as if Tonga was placed on a globe.
Oh.
On a map. Let's put it this way: the distances are coincidental to what we see on the globe map that we all know of, that we have in class.
No. That's just
on a globe map.
Yes, a globe is a map. It's really it's just on a sphere.
And the space.
But like I said, I don't want to talk to you. You're not really worth it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but all maps are flat, you see.
The ones that I've seen are. I mean, maybe they have something that isn't. I don't know. But the ones that I've seen are flat.
The definition of a map: diagrammatic representation of an area or land or sea showing physical features, cities, roads, etc. Each
all flat. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think it meets.
Not the other version.
The definition.
Yeah, well, why are all flat maps distorted though? Why do they all have distortion in them?
The A map. The A
maps that I've used didn't have any distortion at all. They all worked just fine.
The small maps, maps of the world, maps of the globe, maps of the pizza, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, I don't know that anybody. I don't know anybody that travels the whole world each day. So I wouldn't have a need for a map like that.
That's the requirement, right? That's the requirement to validate a map. You have to travel the whole world.
I don't know. He's
that's
the
the only way.
If you have a map,
the only way you can validate a map.
Warped, but that sounds like a pretty useless map because no one's traveling the whole world. So, what's the map for exactly?
Well, my friend
useless map.
My friend travels the world in a sailboat, and he doesn't use a globe to do so, but he could actually map out the distances between continents pretty easily using that and get the same results as he gets using GPS.
Huh?
And when he says, I'm going to leave from New York and go to Morocco, and I'm going to make a straight line to there, he could go look. I can go in with a piece of dental floss, measure his route, and tell him within plus or minus 50 miles.
Oh my God!
Where Morocco is.
Dental floss and globes.
Yep, I could do it with a globe and a dental floss. Can you do that with a flat map?
Well, he can if you.
I'm not sure what you need the floss for. I don't generally need floss to use a flat map. It usually just works. So
he can.
I'm not sure what the floss is there for, but
he can use it
for measurement. A piece of string.
Yeah, he can use it in a flat map if you tell the 2 points beforehand. But if you give other 2, then that might not work.
I can measure any 2 points on Earth pretty accurately.
I'm not understanding what the point is. Why not just look at the map, see where you need to go, and then follow the map to get where you're trying to go? What do you use the floss for?
To get the distances. Because if we're trying to know what's the shape of
on the map.
Okay, so wait, hold on, just real quick. I'm sorry. Is there a legend on a globe that shows you how much distance equals how much distance?
Not mine. Mine doesn't have that. All I have to do is take
hold on. Okay, yeah, but you just said hold on. So Funk or whoever this is, I can never tell because you guys all sound the bacon. So what are you using this dental floss on that's going to give you a correspondent, a ratio?
Oh,
right?
Easy. I
Now,
take measurement of
Bacon.
New York.
I asked Moyak. What the fuck?
I am Moyak, you fuck stain.
I'm talking to Bacon, you fuck stain.
He said fuck stain.
I asked Bacon a question and you talked.
Well, okay. Well, you kind of misspoke the second time. You said, "Oh, I asked Moyak the second time," but yeah.
No.
Okay, I don't think he misspoke. I think he
wasn't
interrupted
saying
himself
it.
with the name
Yeah,
Moyak to get
exactly.
him to stop.
Yeah,
Okay,
he was gonna say I asked Bacon, and then he got angry and said Moyak, and then he ended up saying I asked Moyak.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. So again, look, I'm not trying to cause trouble. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. When you reel out 6 inches of waxed dental floss, hopefully the cinnamon flavor, what are you putting that up against for a ratio?
What do you mean?
Is there
What am I
some
putting that
reason that
against?
you're not asking me since it was my assertion?
No, okay, Moyak, if I wanted to talk to you, I would address you. I'm simply addressing Bacon because he's the last one that brought it up and said that he uses dental floss to
No, I
measure
didn't say
distance.
that I use. I only said yes because it was asked if there's a scale or a ratio, something like this, right? I don't remember exactly how the question was phrased, but yeah, some globes have a mark showing how much. For example, this amount, which in the globe is a centimeter, is actually like some amount of miles. There are many globes that have that, so you can just pick a string and measure the string and multiply that by some number and get the distance.
I'm more worried about the flat map. Where's the legend that shows the amount of distortion? Because that would be a crazy legend right there. Because the amount of distortion would differ on each part of your flat map.
Exactly. That's why the flat ones of the entire globe don't have.
Where's the legend of your distortion legend on flat maps? It should have it. They don't.
What do you mean distortion legend? Yeah, they don't have any legend because
you said flat maps are distorted.
Yeah, the ones that have the whole Earth, yes.
You said flat maps are distorted. There should be a legend showing how much distortion there is, and it would be different on every part of the map.
Yeah, so if it's different in every part of the map, how are you even going to use the legend?
I don't know yet. They use flat maps, but there's no legend.
No, not just local flat maps.
There's no flat map. They're all flat maps that we're using, and yet there's no legend showing us how much distortion there is. The flat map. I can't.
No, you said they are using the flat maps.
I don't know why.
And I'm asking they who? The flat maps are using the flat maps.
It is a flat
Not even listening.
map. It's a flat map which was used during the Second World War for like naval navigation in the Northern Hemisphere, and they state the distortion in that image. You can read it in the top right corner or something like that. It's sometimes presented as flat Earth evidence, though.
Yeah, typically flat maps of a global nature, of a entire piece of nature, will have distortion and won't have a legend.
Exactly, and the many globes only have a very simple legend, which is this centimeter is some amount of miles, and that's it. But that's enough.
I
don't have that in flat maps.
I usually do something like measure from New York to North Carolina. I mark my dental floss with that, and then I can measure anywhere I want. Just by multiplying that number out.
Yeah, there you go. Are you satisfied now, Jeremy?
Do they not sell something like sailor string or something?
Use anything. It's just some globes actually, I think, have a little. I think I've seen ones with a graduated string on them.
All flat maps have distortion, right? Since it's on a globe.
Right, but no globe.
No,
we're on a globe, so all the flat maps should have distortion, correct?
Not small ones.
So we can put the globe. We can map the Earth out on a flat surface.
No, you can't.
Not the entirety. You said all maps. Yeah, if you're referring to all maps,
calm down, please. Will you?
You're not allowing us to ask for details.
Will you? Yeah, calm down. All flat maps have distortion since you guys think Earth is a globe, correct? Yes or no?
That depends. Are you talking about all maps or just all Earth maps? That's the important distinction that you're not making.
Fuck. Well, dude, I can't talk to you people. I'm done.
That's a pretty obvious.
He's actually asking a reasonable question. Are you talking about global scale or are you talking about local scale?
Because he said yes or no question.
Maps of Earth, the land.
The whole
guide you. Any map of Earth. Any map of Earth. I don't care if it's your fucking backyard or the whole Earth or a city or a state or a country.
That's different.
Every flat. Shut the fuck up, dude. Every flat map should have a distortion legend on it.
No, if it's small enough, then no.
So we can map the Earth onto a flat surface.
No,
not the whole
So
thing.
there's
No.
distortion. I'm done with you people. You guys are fucking driving me nuts. Fuck you, all you guys.
You already came here nut. That's not our fault. If you already came here angry and not willing to take honest answers, then that's not our fault. We are pretty okay.
You guys noticed, but he's been here for a while. He might have been in here before I was in here.
Yeah, I realized
You're
it.
making
And
me
he
angry
wasn't.
with your bullshit answers.
That's a reasonable answer. We just not want the answer. We want your answer.
All right,
I
let me.
want a reasonable answer. Do all flat maps have distortion? Correct, since we live on a globe, right?
All right, I'm going to have to answer this with a
No.
little bit of a question, Jeremy. Okay, yes, you are right. All flat maps, no matter their size, will have some distortion. However, on small flat maps, that distortion is insignificant. When you expand it out to the entire globe, it will be large. It depends on how small the map is.
Okay, that's a nonsense answer, right? So go back to what you said first, Moyak. You said, yes, they will have distortion. Jeremy's point is, why don't we see a legend to show you how to correct the distortion?
So you want to have on, let's say, a 50 by 50 mile map.
Why are you asking me a question?
I think I'm talking now. You can shut the fuck up.
Chill out, bro. Why are you asking me a question?
Now, what you can do is you can take a 50 by 50 mile map, and if you want to put a distortion legend on there for, I don't know, a couple of 100 meters of error, then, yeah, sure, you could do that.
Do you know
but why would you put a
value?
distortion legend on something that has its most significant distortion?
Yeah, the fact that you guys don't know how insane you are just shows you that you're the ones that are insane. Okay, listen very carefully.
All right, Travis.
We are all listening carefully.
Travis, this is not a server to insult people. Please do not insult people. Continue.
Okay. Jeremy was just doing it a second ago, so thanks for showing up now. So when you say, when you give a value for the correction, where do you get that value from? Are you just making up that value? So the point is that Jeremy's asking a very logical question. If there's distortion, where do we find out how to make correction? It seemed to me that you were just making up 200 meters like that's the answer, right?
That's an example because I do not have a hard number on what it is for a small map. However, the smaller the map, the smaller the distortion. The larger the map, the larger the distortion. When you get to the entire Earth, which is the only thing I've been talking about is the entire Earth, you get a lot of distortion, sometimes 2 to 2.5 times the distances in the southern hemisphere, depending on the type of projection.
So, to clarify, all of the maps that people use to actually get places are the ones with the distortion. The one that nobody uses to get anywhere because it's too big and you wouldn't need a globe to get anywhere. That's the one that's the right one.
What do you mean no one uses? That's Google Map, right? That's everyone uses.
They don't use a globe. They use a flat
They do.
map.
No, they do use a globe.
No. Yeah, maybe you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. When you're looking at Google Earth to get directions to go somewhere, it is displaying to you a flat map. Okay, it's not showing you the curve. Now, if you use your mouse wheel to scroll out, it will show you a globe, but you don't use that to get where you're going, do you? You zoom in to the flat map to get where you're going. So what I'm wondering is why is the claim that all the maps that people actually use to get places are the ones with distortion, but only when you zoom out to include the whole Earth, suddenly it's the one that's right, but it's the one that's too big for anyone to use to get anywhere?
No, it's not too big to use. If you get distances from far points on Google Maps, for example, it doesn't matter how much you zoom in, the distances are still not going to conform to a flat surface. They are still going to conform to a sphere. Even if you're very zoomed in.
I'm not saying they conform to a flat surface. What I'm saying is what is displayed to you
so the map
is flat.
When you're very close, that might be true because then the distortion is so small, there's no point on rendering as a sphere because that's computationally much harder. So if the distortions are very low, you can just render as a flat surface.
Let me ask you a question.
So you are confirming exactly what I said. Whenever you're using a map to actually get somewhere, the flat maps, those are the ones with distortion. When you zoom out to include all of the Earth, that's where there's no distortion, and that's the one that people aren't actually using to get places.
I disagree with the part.
The distortion doesn't matter.
I disagree with the part in which you say that no one's using that one. Yeah, people use that one. For example, just take when people do triadylation using a sextant, they're using the big one. They're not using the small one.
They aren't using a globe. They're using a sextant. You just said the word sextant. They're using a sextant. They're not pulling out a globe and looking at the globe and saying, "I need to go here. Here I am. Now I'm going to follow this path on the globe, and there's where I'm going." They don't. But
they're
use
doing
a globe.
spherical.
We're talking
They
about
use spherical triadylation. They're doing
globe, 2 items.
They are using spherical triadylation. Of course, using a physical globe.
They're not using a physical object, the globe.
Yes,
we're talking
because
about map versus globe, not map versus globe.
Yeah, and you're asking why.
Math or globe.
And you're asking why, so you must let
map
allow
versus
an answer.
We're talking specifically map versus globe.
Yeah, you don't have to repeat yourselves lower. You just have to allow
stop
an
making the
answer.
mistake. We're just talking about 2 items. We're not talking about
you're
map.
asking why they don't use a globe to make the triadylation, right? Because
no, I did not ask why they don't use the globe. I did not ask that.
See, this is where it falls. This is where your logic falls apart. Okay,
hey, GL, I'll talk to you later. I can't stand it here right now.
Oh, don't go, Moyak. So look,
I'm just asking for someone to confirm for me, because that's what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is when you zoom in to the flat part, or you have a local flat map, the distortion is there, but it doesn't matter. But when you zoom out and have a physical spherical globe, that's where there is no distortion, even though we don't use those to get around.
Yeah, because you can't even read street names if you're that zoomed out, right?
Great. So you're confirming that's what I thought. That's what I figured the argument was. I'm just
I wouldn't agree that no one uses
the maps you use have distortion, but they're the ones you use to get places. The map you don't use
both.
doesn't have distortion, but you don't use it to get anywhere.
If you're measuring small distances, and for example, in a globe, a city is like smaller than the tip of a grain of rice. How are you going to use a globe to measure distances at that scale? So
yeah, so like to me,
that's
it sounds
not.
Like
wait. Let me finish.
What use is that tool?
Let me finish.
Tool. I agree.
No. When you're dealing with bigger scales, it becomes very handy.
Okay, name someone who needs to, on any sort of regular basis whatsoever, navigate the globe.
Like airplanes?
No, they don't navigate the globe. They go over only certain sections of it. They don't go over the whole thing.
Well, some flights take some flights take 11 hours. That in 900 kilometers an hour.
Hours, but they don't go over the whole globe. They only go over one.
They don't have to go over the globe. They go a big enough distance that flat map is pretty much useless, unless it's centered exactly in the middle of the path of the airplane. Then it will be useful.
I just have a real quick question. Can I just ask a real quick question? What's the difference between a mile on the flat Earth and a mile on the globe?
Oh, which flat Earth? Because there's no map of the flat Earth, right?
Okay, so there's no difference. That's what I hear you saying, right? So
no, you have a very bad hearing then, because that's not what I said.
Okay, listen very carefully. I didn't claim a model. Okay, is there a difference between 1 mile and 1 mile? Because everything happens. Okay, hold on. Everything happens on the same physical terrain, regardless of whether or not you call it a globe or a flat Earth. If I travel 10 miles and you travel 10 miles, right? So you get in your car and you drive, let's make it 150. And I drive 150 miles. Who drove the farthest?
It's pointless.
Yeah, well, that's not exactly what the point is here.
It is because Moyak, hold on. It is because Moyak was making the claim earlier about the registered measurements of this explosion or whatever, and he talked about it being measured along the Great Circle. So if the Great Circle is, let's say, 1,500 miles, if I don't think the Earth is 1,500 miles in a Great Circle measurement, you know what I mean? So the thing is that we both drive 150 miles. Just simply because you think you're driving over a globe doesn't mean that you are.
It doesn't
Yeah,
change
but
the distance.
the thing is, if you have a center point like the volcano, and you have points that recorded a time delay between when the volcano exploded and when they recorded it, that gives you a distance. And as it was pointed out multiple times, knowing distances of the surface can tell you its shape.
Right. Okay. No. Hold on. Just hold on. Yeah. Just real quick. Okay. Go. So look. Let's say there was an earthquake in San Jose, California. That's where the epicenter was. And then let's say that they could measure it in Raleigh, North Carolina. They got whoa, we felt that. What's the distance? Oh, let's say it's 2,000 miles. That's just 2,000 miles, right?
Yeah, but you're just looking at 2 points.
A mile.
Yeah, but you're just considering 2 points.
Okay,
if
look.
We bring, wait. If we bring more people that that heard the sound with the same delay, they all heard in the same time, they all should be equally distant from that center point.
No.
And then, all right. So sound is traveling different speeds then, right?
I mean, unless you're going to claim
that
Earth
was
has
my
literally
point.
no shape to it, nothing going on. Like it's literally like a glass pane. Unless you're going to claim that, then maybe you would have the sound hit every direction at the same time.
Right,
but
right.
There's
that's
all
not
kinds of stuff going on that would stop that
the obstructions. The obstructions of the surface aren't the most relevant factor on determining how long it takes for you to hear a volcano. But anyway, there wasn't even my argument.
The Earth are the only thing that would affect sound waves?
It's more complicated than that. You can't just say, "Oh, this affects it, therefore you have no argument." That's not how it works. And that's also not my argument.
I didn't say that. I just asked a question. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. I don't even care. That's not my argument. I was arguing about the geometry of it. So Travis was making a point. A mile is a mile, and if you know that you're some amount of distance from another person, that tells you nothing. If you only have 2 points and you know their distances, that tells you nothing. But you have more than 2 points. If you have 4 points, let's say you know the distance between all the 6 pairs of those 4 points, then you can then know if that can conform to a flat surface or not.
Sure, yeah. Theoretically, if there's literally nothing else happening between those points on their path, then that would theoretically be something you could do, hypothetically. But it's not reality. There's no way you could find a landmass that large with literally nothing happening in between those points. Which means you didn't eliminate all of the variables that could have affected the sound.
I wasn't arguing about the sound. That was my point.
Obviously, that's not your argument because that ruins the argument that the measurement somehow proved the shape when the other variables that could have affected
but the person who said it isn't here. Why are you arguing against it?
It can't prove the shape.
The person who was arguing for it isn't even here anymore. So why are you countering this argument? You're not gonna get an answer.
No, my point was simply to bring up that distance is distance is distance. A mile on
that's
the flat
a different point.
Okay, no,
I thought I heard you saying that if you had
that's a different point from,
then it would actually prove something. That's the inference I was getting from you and what you were saying was that more points would prove something. I'm just pointing out that more points wouldn't prove anything. So if you agree that more points wouldn't prove anything because there's variables that weren't eliminated, then we're fine. But if you're going to continue to say more points somehow prove something, I'm letting you know why that's not
if
true.
Your reasoning, if your reasoning for that is just because how sound is propagating, then again, I'm not relying on sound propagating.
My reasoning for that is that the variables that could affect sound weren't removed. Therefore, you can't identify what it was.
Right.
Exactly. So my whole point is just knowing the distances, right? If you say, well, that distance is unknowable, all right, then I drop the argument. But if you agree with the distances,
I don't agree with the distances. Right.
Right. So that's not.
I'm saying the distances are irrelevant because there's stuff going on in between the distances that even if you had literally down to the centimeter the distances that it traveled, the only way it works, what you're saying, is in a hypothetical place where literally nothing else affects the sound. That's it. That's the
But
only
I'm
place it
not even
works.
talking about the sound. Let's say I'm
Why
getting
are we
this.
getting points then?
I thought you were.
I don't know.
Listen,
Good question.
I thought you were
Okay.
talking. I thought you were talking about the sound because you mentioned someone hearing the explosion. So
Yeah, because there was. Yeah, that's what you guys were talking about. I was explaining Moyak's point.
So we were talking about sound, and now you want to back out because
right.
No, that wasn't my argument. Travis was making a point that it doesn't matter, and was saying, well, if you know the distances, then it does matter. And now you're saying, well, you cannot know the distance just by the sound. And I'm saying, okay, that's all.
So
if you
took up the mantle of
disagree,
Moyak's argument to make his point for him, and now whenever we tell you why that's not a valid point, you're going to say it's not your argument. Okay,
no,
got it.
no. I was explaining the geometry. I was explaining the geometric. Stop interrupting me. Be a man. I was explaining the geometrical reasoning of it. The geometrical reasoning of it is independent from how sound wave propagates.
You think real men don't interrupt?
Oh my fucking god! Yeah, I mean, you're just showing you're not interested in actually having a discussion, right?
No,
you're the one who said that you were done, or at least indicated that you were done.
Don't go into the.
I said that if you wanna.
I don't know why we're discussing it, and yet now you continue to talk. If it's not your argument and you don't know why we're discussing it, why do you keep going?
Bob, let's stray from the he said, she said, and just nail him to the cross, dude. That's what you got to do. Just try not to do the he said, she said stuff.
Phrasing.
Yeah, so from a geometrical point of view, if you know distances, you can rule out a flat surface. If those distances agree with a circular surface, it rules out a flat surface. I'm not arguing that the distances that you get from the volcano are accurate.
There's no agreement to a circle. Hold on. There's no agreement to a circle surface. A mile is a mile.
Yeah, but a mile is a single information about 2 points.
If you
as I said already, it's not just about 2 points.
Okay, look. Salt Lake City, San Antonio, and Chicago. 3 points. The distance
still
to
not
one,
enough. You need 4.
Whatever, dude.
Let's do 4. Yeah, let's do 4.
Okay.
Then I mean,
whatever. It's still just distance. You're just traveling from point A to point B. It doesn't prove the shape that you're driving over, dude.
It actually does.
Okay, well, again, that's your burden to prove.
Sure. So
and drawing a graph.
If you have
yeah. Right.
If you have let's say they all have the same distance between each other.
Right. Yeah. I'm not falling for this bullshit that you're pulling out now.
Bullshit. It's just geometry.
It is, dude. It is. Listen.
It's just geometry.
Okay. It's the same. Yeah. What you're doing right now is appealing to the same methodology as deriving circular excess. It's the same. It's the same principle. All you're doing is measuring a triangle. The problem is because when you measure these distances, it's just distance. It doesn't become excess until you impose it on a sphere that you haven't proven.
I mean, actually, spherical excess doesn't need the distances. It's just the angle.
You still haven't proven a sphere.
Yeah. If they have excess, then yes, you have shown that the plumb lines are diverging.
You don't have excess ever.
Okay, so are you denying that this was ever measured, or are you denying that would prove the Earth is spherical? Which of those are you arguing against?
I'm denying the Earth has ever been measured to have curvature.
All right.
Wasn't technically answering any of his questions.
Well, it sounded like that to me. He asked me if I was denying something, so I told him what I was denying.
Yeah, so one thing is to say that there's a problem with spherical excess, which actually sounded like what you're trying to say. And another thing is to say that this wasn't actually measured. Those are very different claims. And in the beginning, I heard the first one, and now you're saying you're just denying that this was ever done, right? Because if that's the claim, then I have nothing to say to you. But if the claim is that spherical axis, wouldn't prove the Earth is spherical.
Okay.
Now
I have
an
question.
answer for you.
All right. What spherical excess?
What do you mean? When you take angles, azimuthal angles between points, and they sum them to more than 100 degrees, 180 degrees.
Yeah. So
No, I get the
excess. Oh, all right. Go ahead. My bad.
I get
Go ahead.
I get the concept. Okay, I understand the concept. So I'm asking you because you said to me, "Are you denying that spherical excess was ever measured?" Okay, so fine. Where? What? Show me.
I'm denying it was absolutely. Spherical excess is when you measure a spherical triangle, which would mean you're measuring curved lines. They've never measured curved lines, and when they do this, all they do is measure straight lines. You're doing some other shit, not spherical excess measurement.
No, you're measuring the azimuthal angles, which is the angle of the triangle on the surface.
Spherical
same
excess is no, the same angle is when you measure the curve. In order to measure a spherical triangle, you need to be measuring curved lines. Would you agree?
No, you can use
then you don't know
angles.
what you're ignorant. Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm not playing your word game. I know that's all you can do. Sorry if I can't play with you.
It's not a game.
Yes, it
You're
is.
just not measuring.
You're just defining it in a way that only fits your
Spherical
argument.
excess is when you measure a spherical triangle that has more than 180 degrees, which means in order to measure the spherical triangle, you need to be measuring curved lines. If you're not measuring curved lines, you're not measuring a spherical triangle. Yes, it does.
No, it does, because you can
can't
measure
the angles of a spherical triangle when you're measuring straight lines, because spherical triangles don't have straight lines.
Yes, you can, as long as those lines are parallel to the curved ones.
No, you're not measuring a spherical triangle.
Yes, the angle is going to be the same.
Parallel to a curved line.
Yes, the direction that they leave the point, if both of lines have the same direction, then the angle is going to be the same. So you don't need the curved lines, you just need lines that have the same angle, and then you measure those angles. Because if the angle is the same, then you're actually measuring the right angle.
So if you imagine the lines are something that they aren't, then you can
No, you don't have to imagine it. No, you don't have to imagine it. It's just a way to measure
where they
it.
leave, the point from where they leave. Well, the point from where they leave, if it's a curved line, would follow a curve, unless you're going to imagine that the line is going somewhere else to do your math.
Yes, but when they start curving, I mean, they leave in a certain direction and they start curving down, right? So that's the direction I'm referring to. So you only need the angle between those two directions. It doesn't matter if they're curving down once they leave the point, they still have a direction right at the point. And that's exactly the angle we're measuring.
Okay, so if you imagine a line coming from that point and measure that instead of the actual line, then you can do your math. That's what you're saying.
What do you mean? There's no actual line. Even the curved lines are still
curves. We've already established that.
No, the actual line isn't a physical line. It's still not a real line, right?
Well, no lines that we have are real lines, right?
Right.
In the world, because we don't have lines like that in the world. That's on paper.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
but if we're talking about the Earth, and you're doing these measurements, what you're saying is ignore the curved line and instead imagine a different line that goes straight from that point instead of the curve. And if you imagine that straight line instead of following the curve, then you can do the math.
As long as they have the same angle, that's okay, because the angle is what is going to give you the access.
I just wanted confirmation that that's what you were saying.
Yeah, but the way you put it is ignoring the main part of it. Is that those lines that you're referring to as imagined lines have actually the same angle as the one you want to measure the access from. So
I'll agree that the way I put it doesn't sound great.
Yeah,
I definitely agree with that.
So you can still measure the access. It's still gonna give you the access.
I'm sure there's a lot of things you could claim about what you can do by imagining a different line that isn't the curve.
No, that's not just me saying.
You can do that with pretty much any measurement ever that you want to take. Imagine something that you're not measuring and measure the imaginary thing instead. And if you measure that, then you can get the numbers you want. I'm
It
sure
is,
you can do that with pretty much
as
anything.
it is as imaginary as the curved one. They're both not real.
Hey,
They're
I'll
both
agree with that. It's
conceptual.
as imaginary as the curve.
Can
Agreed.
I ask
The
a question
curved
real
one, I said. Go on, yeah, please.
Okay, so what I hear you explaining is the curve or the measurement for spherical excess comes from measuring or determining the azimuthal angle. Is that correct?
Yeah, or azimuth angle. I'm not sure the way to phrase it. But yeah.
So that's just straight ahead of you in an imaginary circle of reference around you, correct?
Yeah, you take your
so you
take
have
your vertical. All right, go on.
So if I'm out in the middle of a certain location that's relatively unobstructed by landscape, and let's say I'm at one position, you're 5 miles away from me, and Bob is 5 miles away. You know, we're trying to get this triangulation, whatever. So on the ground, if we're at the same elevation, let's just put ourselves at the same elevation. From you to me to Bob, that's a triangle. So now if you now take your position and you know where I am and you know where Bob is, and you just take your right finger from me to Bob and just draw a straight line, that still doesn't give you spherical excess. So now what you're going to do, hold on. So now what you're going to do is now you're going to look at all of us from the top down, put yourself at the axis, draw a circle around us because we're equidistant from each other, and you're going to create a circle. Okay, but you're still not measuring the earth. You're creating a concept that you're imposing on your measurements.
Actually, you're measuring the plums, because if you're only if you're taking the angle between them, you're only tilting your arm, like you're only rotating your arm horizontally. If the three of your plums are divergent, that's going to still give you a bigger angle.
That's absurd. Okay,
That's geometry.
Listen very carefully. If I have an uneven piece of land, and I put 3 different plums in 3 different directions or in 3 different locations, and each of them are uneven in different ways. Okay, so the land is not uniform. In this one area, let's say the tripod is leaning over by 15 degrees. And then in the other area, it's leaning over by 20 degrees, and the other area is leaning over by 35 degrees. Do you know what each of those plums are doing? They are creating a vertical. The vertical is always going to be 90 degrees. So the fact that you're talking about 3 plums not being vertical is absolutely absurd.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I didn't say they wouldn't be vertical.
Okay, listen. First of all, you brought up azimuth. Now, I tried to address that. And then when I did, you switched to plums.
Yes, because azimuth is an angle taken using is an angle around the plumb, the vertical axis or a plumb line. That's what the azimuthal is.
Azimuthal is along the lateral. It's along the Y.
Exactly, around on the horizontal. If it's the angle, it's the horizontal.
Vertical.
Because that's perpendicular. You can use either of them. It's going to give you the same result.
What does perpendicular have to do with the y-axis from point A to point B in front of you? It's you're just moving left to right. Why do you even?
No, the y-axis is perpendicular to the horizontal, right?
No.
So you can either use.
No, the y-axis. No, the y-axis is the horizontal.
Which is perpendicular to... No, it's not the horizontal.
Okay, go ahead.
The horizontal is a plane. Horizontal is a plane. The Y is the vertical axis, right?
No, Z is vertical.
Oh, right. So you're using different Euclidean... Yeah, never mind.
No, X, Y, Z. Z is always vertical. X...
No, not always. It's not a... But yeah, okay, I get what you mean now. Okay, so what I mean is, when I'm referring to the azimuthal, is the Z axis is your plumb line, and if you use, all right, go on.
I don't understand why you are talking about a plum. I don't need a plum in this discussion.
Okay, but that was my argument. Like,
yeah, there's
you were
no
asking...
plumb lines involved in measuring spherical excess. There's literally no
Yes,
plumb
there
lines
is.
involved. All you do is, hold on a second. When you're measuring spherical excess, you're measuring how many degrees are in between a spherical triangle, which means you need to be measuring an angle between curved lines. I don't know how you do that. That's not my problem, though.
Yeah, actually, you need to measure the angles of the surface. One way to do that is use azimuthal angles. That's going to match the angle on the surface. So if the surface is curved,
still wrong.
You're measuring the angle between curved lines. If the surface isn't curved, you're measuring the angle between straight lines. That's how you distinguish between them.
No, the vertical has nothing to do with determining the azimuth. You just go out into the distance and mark a point. It's just a location.
It has everything to do because your azimuth must be horizontal. And if it must be horizontal, you can only rotate around a plumb line. You can only rotate around your vertical.
Listen, this is what I tried to do when I described the situation. I put you, me, and Bob out in an unobstructed location. That is, there was no topography between us. So, and I said we were all on the same elevation. That's the horizontal. So now from your point A to point B to point C, if you know where point B is, and you just simply go across point B to point C, and you know that that's 6.7 miles, that's a straight line, okay? However, if you look at it from above, make yourself the axis, and because we're all equidistant from each other, draw a circle, you can create a horizontal azimuth. You're creating a concept. You still have a triangle there. There's still 180 degrees in that triangle from point A to point B.
Right, which would mean, well, if you take the angles directly, then yes, that would, if you're getting 3 points and getting the angles between them, the way you're describing, then yeah, it doesn't matter the shape of the Earth, it will always give you 180 degrees. But that's not how spherical axis is measured. Otherwise, those will be pointless.
Okay, listen. Okay, let's pretend you and I didn't know the Earth was a globe, and we were just simply out measuring these 3 points. We wouldn't know there was spherical excess. So please, before we get to apply spherical excess to our measurements, how do we even know there's a sphere, dude?
You don't have to, because if you do the spherical axis measurement and the surface isn't the sphere, you're not gonna get more than 180 degrees.
Why? Listen again. If we're just measuring points, 3 points, a triangle, 180 degrees, there's no reason to impose an idea of a sphere at all.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
If you're saying we shouldn't be able to test it if the Earth is a sphere?
No, I'm saying you don't know the Earth is a sphere. Why would you say it is? Why?
I'm not saying. I'm explaining why this measurement would prove it.
Travis, just because spherical axis has the word sphere and it doesn't mean that it's assuming a sphere.
You don't know it's a sphere.
Yeah, it doesn't. You don't need to. Exactly.
If the Earth is not a sphere, then your plumbs will be parallel, and you will actually create
parallel. There's no reason to bring up plumbs when talking about making
spherical axis. Why do people measure that?
The whole thing about spherical axis.
They don't measure. Listen, plumbs are vertical. Plumbs are 90 degree. I already did this. Listen, this is a misdirection. Okay, at this point, this is misdirection.
Well, as a tautology, of course, plumbs are vertical, but they are not vertical comparable.
Please hold on. I don't live in La La Land, okay? Again, I have not been persuaded or convinced that it is necessary to bring in the points of plumbs or verticals. We're talking about measuring a horizontal. A horizontal.
The horizontal is
how do you establish it?
You don't just point a finger at the sky and say there is the horizontal.
Yeah, you have no reference for the horizontal. You need something to establish a horizontal. One way to do that is with a plumb.
Just use water. Just use water.
Yeah, you can do that if you
water,
want
you
to.
can use the bubble water if you want to, or plum. That's
Okay.
they are the same.
Again, I'm not now measuring vertical. I'm measuring distance between horizontal reference points.
Okay, but actually the point wasn't about the distances, it was about the angle between them. Doesn't matter the distance.
Okay, you guys, okay, listen, I don't know. Honestly, I'm like with Jeremy. Like, why? I don't understand why we do this. I have no clue why we do this.
There is an image which Kavinsky posted. You don't have to say listen because you have higher.
No, I don't. Okay, listen, I don't want an image. If you and I, okay, fine. If we're going to, okay, look, this is the same argument. So there's three of us. Okay, there's three of us out there. Me, Bacon, and Bob. We all drop vertical plums.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we didn't know the Earth was a sphere, we would never, ever think the verticals diverged. Why? Because they're vertical.
But you're saying your evidence is saying plums are vertical, but of course they are vertical.
That's what they are.
That's
yeah,
what
we
they
agree
are.
with that.
That's what they are at the point. But they're saying they're not.
Okay, stop. Okay,
the
stop.
plums are.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, but no
I see
two-
Can
where.
you please calm down? You're just hogging the whole room, Travis. Travis, this is the Travis show. Travis.
Okay.
I'm gonna speak for.
I'm having
30 seconds.
listen. I have to correct myself.
Okay.
I meant to say parallel. There's no reason why we would not understand that they were parallel. Okay? Does that make it more clear for you?
If you say
that
so,
is what you
then...
that you can say that, but then you can also have expectation of what to measure. Because if the plums are parallel, then that means if you were to do this spherical axis experiment, that would mean you would create a flat, perfect triangle on a flat Earth. And there will be 180 degrees in this triangle because I'm not finished. Because a flat Earth has a flat triangle, but a spherical triangle does not have that, and that would be over 180 degrees.
Again,
you don't have to assume anything.
No such thing as a spherical triangle.
Okay, again, you are jumping into a concept that I'm telling you that when we start out, if we don't know the Earth is a sphere, there's not going to be any reason for us not to understand that three plumb lines at any distance are not parallel to each other. We won't have any reason to think otherwise. None.
Yeah, but here we are. Here we are in the server.
From your scratch, you don't know what the shape of the Earth is. Then you can do this experiment and find out.
Exactly. The point.
Okay, look, dude.
Why are you here then?
I don't need to do an experiment. We just dropped three vertical lines. They're all three parallel. We can prove it.
We don't know if they're parallel. Well, how do you prove it?
There's nothing to tell you otherwise.
How do you prove they're parallel?
Well, yeah, how did you measure it?
If you had all three lines and they're all parallel and they're all vertical, that would mean that it's flat. They would have to not be parallel for it to be a sphere.
Exactly, and how do you distinguish between them? That's the $1 million question.
Yeah,
you don't.
We
don't distinguish between them because they're all vertical and they're all parallel. There is no
say
all
that.
the same.
How do you claim that?
How do I claim that? If you drop the lines and they're all vertical, then they're all vertical. Is there something wrong with that? What I just stated.
Nobody is stating that if you're dropping a line, it's vertical relative to you. If you're standing there and you drop a plum, you won't be angled different than the plum.
But,
you will also
if the Earth is a sphere, then literally anywhere other than that first spot that you drop a line, it should be something other than parallel.
Yes, and how do you measure that?
And we are providing a way to measure that. We are providing a way to distinguish between whether or not verticals are actually parallel or not. And the way we are giving you is to measure their azimuthal angles and see what they add up to. If they add up to 180 degrees, this means they are parallel. If they don't,
The
then they
problem is
aren't.
what I pointed out before. You're not actually giving us the way to measure those angles because you don't have one. What you're saying is pretend they're straight lines as if they are the curved lines.
No,
That's what
that's
you're
not what
saying.
we're saying. No, that's actually not. What we're just saying is, yeah, you take the plumb and you use the plumb as an axis of rotation to get the angle between the three of you. If they're all parallel, that is going to add up to 180 degrees. If that add up to more than 180 degrees, this means they're not parallel. So this is a way to distinguish between parallel and non-parallel verticals. It doesn't have to be a sphere. It just means they are not parallel.
Absolutely
I understand.
not.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand. Why don't you?
Okay, you explain it to me, Howard. Go ahead.
He's already explained it to you like 10 times.
No, you said you understood it. So please, Howard, go ahead and reiterate the points. I don't need you to elaborate, but go ahead and tell me that you understand. I don't believe you. I don't believe you that you understand his point.
You do the observation and you measure your angles, and if they add up to more than 180 degrees, you're on a spherical surface.
Your angles. Where are you getting your angles from?
And your verticals are not parallel.
Where are you getting your angles from?
You're looking at each point.
That's just a straight line, dude.
Don't care
No,
about
you're
the
measuring it azimutally. It's not a straight line.
Okay, listen very. Okay, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this one more time, gentlemen. When you invoke the azimuth, you are creating a sphere. It's a concept.
Actually,
It's
not.
reality. It's reality. It's just using the plumbs.
Actually, no. The azimuth. Alright, go on.
I was just about to say that you're not creating anything. You're just using the plumb. If the plumbs are parallel, then if you're using the azimuthal method, you would follow a completely straight line to your other object, and the plumbs would also, the angles between them would be the same. Not the same, sorry, add up to 180 degrees.
Yeah, the azimuth is not creating anything. It's just the way to distinguish between parallel and non-parallel plumbs.
Yeah.
Travis has done a great job in proving how incoherent you guys are. You haven't answered his question. 2 hours has gone by.
Thanks
2
for
hours
taking
has gone
over
by.
the.
0 results.
You will
happy with this discussion.
listen to the 5 last seconds and assume
Like I
victory
said,
for Flutter.
he's spineless
One at a time,
and
guys.
weak.
Yo. One at a time, please.
Yeah. Jim was listening good.
I remember last time, Jeremy. I stated earlier, pretty early in the discussion, that all you're doing is this is a method to check if basically the equipment you're measuring is actually angled, just if they are angled parallel to each other or if they're angled in another orientation relative to each other. And you said all you're doing is doing that, and I said yes, that's all we're doing.
Yeah, what you're supposed to be doing.
You understood me.
What you're supposed to be doing when you're doing a spherical excess measurement is measuring the angle, the angles inside of a spherical triangle. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
Which is going to be the angle you're measuring if you're in a sphere.
Spherical triangle.
Right.
If you're in the
lines
sphere,
you're measuring, the lines you're measuring are straight lines, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yep. They are
they're
surface
straight.
lines.
But we just agreed that when you do a spherical excess measurement, you need to be measuring curved lines, right?
Yeah, you're measuring both at the same time if you're in the sphere.
No, you're measuring straight lines.
Well, if they have the same angle, you're measuring both. It doesn't matter which one is measuring. It's the same angle.
Okay, so we're clear. So we're clear. You're not measuring the angle of the curved lines. You're measuring the angle of straight lines.
No, you're measuring both.
No,
because
you're measuring straight lines. I've seen what you guys do. You're measuring the angles of straight lines.
It's just point to point.
Yeah, which has the same angle as the angle on the surface, which is going to be the curved line if you live in a sphere.
It's like if you're taking if we are on the curved
listen. Please do not explain an analogy or whatever. We understand your madness. We understand it.
That's
we
debatable.
We do not need you to paint us a picture at all. You guys are taking a natural observation, straight line of sight. Okay.
It's not straight line of sight. It doesn't have to be that.
Okay.
It's azimuthal.
Okay. The azimuth is a concept.
No.
An azimuth. Listen, an azimuth does not exist in nature.
No, I mean none of this.
So angles.
So angles. Like, what's the point? Are you saying we can't use angles for anything?
Okay, listen. This is again. This is
why. What's your point of saying it's a concept?
Okay. This is another example of the illogical way you all present your arguments. Okay. Did I say you can't measure an angle? Did I say that?
You said it was a concept.
No. Okay. Did I say you can't measure an angle? No. That's the answer. No.
So what's your point of saying it was a concept?
The azimuth.
Yeah, what's the point of saying it's a concept? Because angles are also concepts.
Okay. If I'm marking out a piece of property and I do it in 3 different points, those 3 points are going to have a straight line, one to another. There's not going to be an azimuth there, ever.
Azimuth is just a purpose. It's a measure.
There will be an azimuth if you're actually when you're rotating to measure the angle. If you're rotating around your vertical, then that is actually an azimuth, whether you want it or not.
I mean, it's just an angle along a certain axis. It's an angle measurement. It's just across a certain. It's an angle. It's an angle measurement, but it's across a specific axis.
Again, you are simply creating a scenario to express a concept. All I said was we have 3 points, 3 coplanar points. Right?
They can still be coplanar and have diverging vertical.
You have, okay.
3 points are always coplanar, are always coplanar.
Yeah.
There is, okay,
but that's not the point of doing this measurement. You're not measuring. It doesn't have to be coplanar.
Okay, great. How many degrees are in an azimuth?
It's 360 degrees.
Okay, so the circumference is 1 azimuth.
The circumference of what? What are you talking about?
Okay, I don't think it's very
complicated. It's a full rotation. It's a full rotation.
I don't think it's very complicated, gentlemen. How many degrees is 1 azimuth?
It's not a unit. Azimuth isn't a unit.
Okay.
Yeah, the question doesn't make sense because azimuth is just how you're measuring.
He asked it as a unit, but it's not a unit.
Okay, hold on. Listen, I'm just trying to understand the discussion a little bit. Does an azimuth have a value?
Azimuth is a measurement of an angle.
It's a measurement of an angle.
Yeah, so along a certain axis.
So does it have a value? If you measure an angle, does it have a value?
It provides you a value if you measure the azimuth,
Okay. So why was it hard for you to understand my question when
because you asked it strangely. You asked if the azimuth had a value.
Do you understand my question now?
Yeah, it provides a value if you measure the azimuth.
How do you get a value from measuring an azimuth?
Yeah, you take, for example, a theodolite and you fix it along the azimuth, and you can twist it from A to B and measure the angle across it.
Okay.
That'll be the value of your azimuth.
How do you? Angle. Oh my God! So all you're doing all you're doing is moving the theodolite from point A to point B.
No, no. It's
no.
you're missing one detail. It's around the specific axis.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you're just measuring
thought that
between
was
A and
clear,
B, that could be any angle. But if you're measuring around the specific axis, then it's an azimuthal angle.
Yeah.
How far is the angle between A and B?
Depends on how far you between A and B it is. I mean,
I'm
what kind of question is that?
I'm asking you how you determine that value, guys. It's not hard.
Using a theodolite, and you twist it, and you have a angle measurement
set
on
it
the
up.
theodolite.
You set it up and you look at B, and your azimuth is 200 degrees, and then you turn it and look at point B, and you're reading 260. Then the angle between B and C is 60 degrees.
Thank you, Howard. Okay? Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay? So now we're simply talking about a horizontal frame of reference. It doesn't have elevation values. It simply has azimuthal values, which is horizontal, correct?
Yeah, it's along the azimuth.
I think so. If I understood you, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just pray for your souls. I pray for the day when this clicks for you guys. I can't make you understand this.
You didn't
I
have
thought
any
you make
point.
a point out of it. Yeah.
I mean,
I was
I've
waiting
been
for the
telling you
point.
for like 10 minutes now, and you have no point.
I've made my point already. I've said it already. I can't say it again. Simply saying it louder and slower.
Say it then.
No, I'm not going to say it again.
I don't think you.
I've already
I don't
said it.
think you
I'm
had
just
a point.
telling you, just because I say it louder and slower doesn't mean you're going to understand it this time. There's no point.
I think you don't realize you didn't have a point, and you're just trying to pedal yourself out of this mess.
Okay? I full well understand I made my point already. I full well understand I had the same point to make again. I full well understand that you
Whatever.
are... Don't say whatever to me, because you're challenging the fact of whether or not I'm being honest about why I'm telling you why I'm not going to repeat myself. Okay? So if you want to doubt the veracity of what I'm saying, then that's on you. Not me.
You do a great argument. Want another crate there in there?
There's a very easy way to visualize all that, which is like just picture three lines in
Sorry,
3D
are
space.
you talking just to hear yourself talk because no one asked you a question?
Yeah, but no one
Well,
said
Travis,
anything.
we
So
don't need
should
your
we all
permission
be
to speak,
silent
Travis.
forever?
Well, I don't want to hear this explanation.
Then you can leave.
Can somebody else bring up a different point? Unless Howard
I don't want to
and
hear you talk, Travis.
Funk want to hear the sultry sound of Bacon's voice describing what they already believe. There's no point in giving us
The what of my voice?
the sultry sound. Okay? Like, there's no point in you giving an analogy trying to explain something. It's like you're trying to explain it to us. Well, I, for one, as a flat earther, don't want to hear it. Any other flat earther here wants to hear it, that's on them, and you can tell them. But as of right now, I'm speaking for the trees. We don't want to hear it.
What's a sultry sound?
Look up
Correct,
the
Bacon.
word sultry. Look up the word sultry, okay?
Right.
Because your problem is you don't want to know the truth.
Well,
Yeah,
let me
that's my
ask this. Let me ask to either Funk or Bacon or whoever. Since this spherical measurement sort of calculation thing with the azimuth, this whole kind of ad hoc system that you're talking about, depends on these theodolites to get your plums. Do you trust those theodolites, and why?
Plums are pretty trivial
that's what's
in my
needed.
opinion.
Sorry, just to finish my thought, because that's like the foundational thing that you're depending on to get this whole what you think is a measurement of something.
Yeah, that's true. It's super important that the plum is correct. I mean, that is your like independent absolute in this measurement. It doesn't rely on anything else. Like, it doesn't rely on all the other measurements at all. So
right, that's it. It's a digital piece of equipment that somebody bought and set up and gave them some numbers. And so I'm not trying to I'm not trying to contest whether it's true or not. I'm asking you why you believe it and how you've confirmed that, because the whole thing depends on that.
I mean, a plumb for me, it's pretty trivial. It could be digital, but it doesn't have to be. The first time they measured spherical axis was before they had the electric ones. They used analog ones, and they determined the plumb like mechanically.
Well, normally when you use a sextant, you don't care about plumb necessarily. You don't carry a plumb around. You use the horizon as a
Are we talking about sextants?
reference point to plumb. Sextants can also be used to measure azimuth angles.
Oh, right.
They are used.
Yeah.
So to talk about azimuth angles as requiring plumbs isn't quite true. If you want to get a really accurate measurement, then yeah, you would want to use a plumb. But often it's enough to just use a sextant, use the horizon as a reference point, get an approximation of what your azimuth is. That's literally what.
The problem would be that the horizon should be at eye level, right? So you can actually measure it horizontally, right? Because if it's not at eye level, then you're not gonna be measuring around a vertical, right?
Well, you always get a dip, so to speak. You're never perfect.
But you can only measure that along the horizontal to get an exact one. If you point it in the sky, it's going to be pretty inaccurate.
You can use, you can correct your angle that you got with the sextant by knowing that. By knowing that there is a little bit of a dip, you make a dip correction to the angle measured, and voila, you have a more accurate.
I
I'm
find
not
it
talking
really
about
interesting.
the dip correction now, but
Yeah, I find it really interesting that Gio asked a really good question and you guys are like way off.
what? I answered it like 5 minutes ago already. Have we moved on to something else?
What part was way off? What part did we not address?
Well, it was sort of avoided, I feel, the question. I mean, it wasn't really addressed.
So
Because
now I'm not the only one who thinks that. So Gio himself, right? So there you go.
Do you think you
What?
could kind of try and reword what part it was that got ignored? Because I didn't feel like that, but.
Well, you didn't answer the question. More incoherent behavior.
Well, again, could you please, instead of again saying we didn't get it, can you please reword it so we know what we didn't get?
Well, I'll put it this way: you brought up sextants, but we were actually talking about spherical excess. So you guys would probably agree that if we had, let's say, 1,000 acres and enough money to do whatever we wanted, that we could actually build a spherical excess system. I've thought about doing it in a way where you could have multiple triangles that would come out. Like, let's say you'd have a small one to start with, very small. Let's say 500 feet by 500 feet by 500 feet, a triangle that you could measure to be an exact triangle, because it's small enough that you could build it to be a triangle that is a proper triangle. Of course, that's not going to show spherical excess because it's way too small, but that it would be a planar triangle. And then you could create parallel lines from those original 3 lines, making the original triangle. You could build physically parallel lines coming out to make larger and larger triangles. And you could do that, physically by measuring out, making parallel to each of those. So then you make a slightly larger triangle, larger, and you can keep making them and keep measuring them all to be, square, sort of like force the line, but with triangles, essentially, to where you're doing that. And so you make larger and larger ones. Now, on a planar Earth, obviously you'll just keep creating planar triangles, as far as you can go, as long distance as you can go. On a spherical Earth, at some point, you're going to get this spherical excess effect. Essentially, the hump of the ball will start intersecting your triangle, and then you're going to get these sort of the angles, not being 180. So it would be interesting to see if you had larger and larger triangles, you could actually see, okay, where does the curve start? Does that match the actual mathematics and calculations of what the globe says to be? And if it does, that would be very, very solid physical evidence of spherical excess. Of course, if it doesn't, then there's no spherical excess. So I think most of us would agree that would be, one method of doing it where you're actually doing it physically on the Earth. So I think we would all agree that that hasn't been done to any of our knowledge. So that isn't available. We don't have that to go view, and we can't do that. Therefore, but what you guys are suggesting is that you've got these theodolites and you're doing these azimuth and these calculations, which is sort of an ad hoc version of it, you know. So, I don't think you have a real spherical excess measurement, but that's why that was kind of a side thing that I went on there. But the main question, I'm sorry for talking too long here, but I guess what I was trying to just link it back to is what you guys are claiming is you have these devices, these digital devices that you haven't even used yourself, but you know, someone else made, like some of these people have made videos where it flashes a number on the screen and says the plumb. You're using that to then calculate this azimuth version of spherical excess. So that's why the original question was, in what way have you verified that that instrumentation is correct or accurate, and why do you believe it to be so?
Well, that's why we first made the separation in the beginning of this discussion, that one thing is to doubt that this measurement would actually show that plumb lines aren't parallel, or the surface isn't planar. And that's a different discussion than saying, well, actually the data is not being measured accurately. That's a different discussion, at least.
But that's what you're using to get the spherical excess calculated azimuth thing that you're referring to. That's what it depends
just
on.
using plumb, yeah. But that's
just using plumb. Yes, it's based on the digital readout of a piece of equipment.
It doesn't have to. You can use physical plumbs as well. I mean, there are theodolites that are on digitals, right?
If you don't trust
I don't think the error margin is
one,
not even close to be. So okay, so explain how you did that with a physical one, because I'm really not. I'm not even trying to contest.
I didn't do that.
I'm trying to ask why you believe it and why you're pushing it as such solidness. When that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm wondering. Like, why do you think this is the case?
Because these measurements are pretty good way to distinguish between a flat surface and a spherical surface, and whether or not this measurement is the equipment is accurate enough is just a different discussion. I mean,
okay, so explain to me where. Let's just go with the physical theodolites that you were talking about. Where have you seen that has confirmed to you that physically measuring plumbs has gotten a spherical excess measurement that you think is accurate enough to prove a globe Earth for your entire worldview?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't saying that. I was just explaining.
Okay, does anyone have that? I think Funk brought that up. Because there's digital one. This whole spherical excess calculation that you're talking about depends on the equipment, either digital or, like you said, mechanical. So I'm just asking, where have you come across either of those that you've verified that is enough for you to pin up on your wall, on your bulletin board, that this is it, this is my entire worldview, I live on a globe because of this?
I don't live on my globe just because of this. It's just another confirmation of all the other evidences.
Okay, but you're debating it as if it's absolute fact, and you're trying to push it on us. So I'm asking you, where did you come to it, and how did you come to the conclusion yourself?
I didn't hear about spherical excess measurement until like maybe, I don't know, 6 months ago, and then I started reading a lot about it. And yeah, that's
okay. But you're pushing it. You're pushing it in this discussion. You're pushing it pretty strong and doing a little bit of like ridicule that we don't believe it. So I'm asking you, where
I don't
specifically have you gotten this information, and what has verified it for you that you think this is correct, to where you can come into a chat like this and absolutely push it like it's fact.
To be frank, Gio, I never ridiculed anyone. I just explained it.
Okay, so Funk has backed off. Does anyone else have that,
no? You just slipped right in that I was ridiculing people for it. Me and Bacon all we have been doing is answering Travis's questions.
Looks like Sean G in the chat has said a theodolite. Sean G is saying a theodolite is the easy way to measure the curve. So I'm just asking for anyone who's believing this, where is it? What have you done to confirm this? Any of this?
Use a theodolite over a 60-mile distance at 2,000 feet. I can also measure the angle that it would drop to the horizon. So that would show that there's curvature. If it was flat, that would be consistent. If I take that theodolite to a different point, it's going to have a different drop. If I take it to a different location, closer, it's going to have a different. That's how we also know the horizon never rises above eye level, because we can use these measuring tools to do so.
Okay, so explain exactly what you do, the steps and the equipment that you do when you do that.
Okay, set up a theodolite on a tripod, level it out, get your zero. The way I was able to do it, get your zero, and because I knew my elevation and I knew the distance to the locations that I was looking at, I'm able to then measure the angle which the horizon is going to be at my distance. If you want to say the horizon moves, I also used landmarks that I was able to see from that location. And again, the drop is going to be consistent with the 2,000 feet plus.
Okay, Geo, would you mind asking Sean your question again? Because I think that would be appropriate since he's in here now for this discussion. Go back to your original question.
Yeah, like, okay, I guess you mean like how have you Sean, how have
No, you asked initially what makes you trust this device that it's giving you accurate vertical, right? Wasn't that the question?
That's a good question. Using it thousands of times, using these instruments over and over again, and coming to good results. When I say good results, I mean if I'm using it on a job site, I'm using it on topo mapping, literally just using it over and over again and coming to results that equal out. And they don't always have to be for curvature. It's just the trust in that tool.
Okay, at smaller ranges or these incredibly large ranges we're talking about in terms of measuring the globe Earth idea?
On an everyday situation where I've used these tools, for instance, the largest area would be like a topo map. In that situation, it was never over a mile or two.
Okay, so a mile or two, and you're claiming that you're measuring a globe Earth in a mile or two?
You can. In those situations, those are just situations. Again, the question I guess was am I putting all my trust in these tools? Yes, because I've used these tools over and over again, and they've given me good results. When I say good results, it's not results that are liking to something. It's literally they work with the numbers that are needed to do certain projects. When I use this on a longer distance, I still apply the same setting up. Still, everything still applies how I read it. So yeah, the numerous amounts of times using these tools is what puts my trust in the tools to give me the correct measurements that I'm looking at.
Okay, so you have confidence that when you set up a theodolite that it's establishing vertical.
Yes.
And that by vertical you mean 90 degrees.
Yes.
Okay. So if you then mark off a foundation for a house, I don't care how big you want to make the house, and you drop 4 verticals for the foundation.
Yep.
And you connect, and then you build a vertical corner, a post, right? I say an 8x8, think an 8x8 for your wall, and then you connect a horizontal 4x4. Is that horizontal 4x4 level?
From wherever you're referencing it from, yes.
No, I'm just saying from one corner to the next.
Yeah, you can set it to be leveled.
Okay, so then would that mean then that those two 90-degree posts are parallel?
Yes.
Okay, so at what point and why would you imagine that any vertical post dropped at any distance away would deviate?
Well, for one, the situation you've given is a very small area, extremely small area. Yeah. But if if this building was say a mile, then you would have. If this was a mile long project and we were having a mythical long mile horizontal 2x4, no, those vertical posts would not be parallel to each other.
Did not ask you to tell me what you believe. I asked you.
It's not about believe. It's how it would be. Okay. You're believing that it wouldn't, but I'm explaining it to you in a way that is measurable.
I know why it wouldn't.
No, well, knowing why it wouldn't doesn't always make it the truth. And
Sean, do you have any way? Sean, do you have any way to?
I'm sorry, Gio. Hold on, just real quick. I'm just going to close with this. And you're saying that it doesn't make it so. Go ahead, Gio.
Well, yeah, I was going to ask, like, Sean, I mean, do you have any way to confirm or verify the margin of error at different, like, you know, like, let's say a house foundation that's, you know, 50 feet by 50 feet by 50 feet or whatever. And you're, you know, like Travis had said, where you've got, you know, you're establishing some plumbs and some horizontals and so on versus, you know, what you're claiming to be using this when you're measuring the earth. You know,
I would
large
literally have
distances. Do you have any way to verify the margin of error difference within that, or do you just
Well,
kind of
there-
trust whatever comes up on the screen?
Well, people have done these long distance type situations, and those numbers comport with the fact that they wouldn't be parallel to each other. If you're using this 50 by 50 by 50 area, then the amount is negligible. You wouldn't even notice it. It's too small of an area.
Right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So the margin of error on a small scale would be
very minute.
Yes,
and almost not unnecessary to be measured.
Right, and you'd have some ways to verify that with other forms of levels and things, other tools
Absolutely.
that you could use. Right, but what I'm saying is that let's get back to when you were saying you've measured the Earth. What are these distances you're measuring, and how have you verified that the margin of error over this great distance of the Earth is within a range that you can then claim that you've measured a globe Earth?
Okay, well, just pure observations, I can do that with that. A perfect example is one that Travis did, where he took a video of a cargo ship at 13 miles, passing across the horizon. In that same situation, I don't even need a theodolite to do this one. All I need to do is know the distance, the elevation of the observer, and the dimensions of that ship. And once I've done that, I know my error margin in that situation is not going to be 80 feet. So I know that there's there was in that situation, again, there was no situation, whether it be refraction, any level of fraction or anything that would obstruct that much of that ship. And in that would show me that there is curvature, because there would be no other way to actually have that much obstruction.
Great. Show us how you eliminated those variables, please, Sean.
Your video is perfect. I was there for that same day, that same conditions, and
John,
we were. Yeah.
Show us.
Here's a good example. Okay.
No, hold
on that day,
hold on.
yeah, I can tell you right now. On that day, Travis, did you see any miraging or inferior miraging happening?
Okay, Sean.
No, I'm answering your question.
No, you're not, Sean.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Okay.
Show us.
Travis.
Show.
Yeah, Travis.
Sean,
I'm trying
Sean.
to, but you're being difficult.
No, you're talking to us, Sean. You've just made a claim.
You want me to share the video?
No, I want you to
share it.
Okay, Sean.
Yes, Travis.
This is evident to everyone who's listening in future generations. Mm-hmm. You have nothing but your opinion as to what
it's again. I made it clear in that situation, Travis. I take into account the fact that atmospheric conditions can play a part in obstructing things and making things look different from what they would. But at no situation there isn't anything that would account for 80 feet of that ship missing.
Is that your opinion, or do you have?
That's using the fact of how atmospheric conditions work, how light works. It's upon a bunch of factors that make me come to that conclusion. Now, I would ask you. Okay, in that case, I would ask you. Hang on. In that case, I would ask you, Travis, in what conditions would obstruct 80 feet of a ship?
Turning this back on me. Okay, Sean,
no, it's
you're the one who made a claim.
We're talking about whether or not something is the way it is, and I've explained to you, Travis, exactly how I've come to that conclusion. So then you're telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, or you're telling me it's just a belief, or you're saying it's just a belief. So if that's the case, then what would obstruct that ship, 80 feet of that ship?
I did not ask you to explain anything. I asked you to provide for us the data upon which you made the determination that the conditions of that day were such that it was negligible. So go ahead. No, don't tell us anything.
That day,
go away.
I'm going to. You want data, so I'm going to tell you the data. If you want to have an adult conversation, we can have that conversation, but I'm not going to play your game, Travis. So here we go.
Well, hold on. Let me jump in and say this. Hold on. Well, let me just jump in and say this sounds like this is a little bit of a different topic. It sounds like a good one. There's a lot here. I know you two probably have history as well, so I know it's probably heated and there's probably more history behind all this. It's a good discussion to have, and we can have it. The only thing though, Sean, the original thing I said. I'm not trying to like jump on you for it, but I feel like it's a little bit of an obfuscation because I was actually asking about the theodolite equipment and how you have verified the consistency in the margin of error over these incredibly long distances to where you're claiming that it proves the globe Earth. And you kind of jump to like a ship and optical and then this thing with Travis. It seems like it was a little bit. So I mean, could you just maybe respond to if you have any way to verify the accuracy on the margin of error over the long enough distances to claim that it's proving a globe? And then if you want to talk about the ship stuff, I mean, yeah, you can do that as well. But
well, in the situation I'm talking about where it was actually to the horizon, it was 65 miles. And then to the landmarks I was able to use were about 60 miles. In that day, it was a clear day. It was by about 70 degree-ish. So in that situation, I know I can calculate basically what I'm going to be seeing in the atmosphere, what to expect. So when I'm taking these shots and I'm reading these angles, I know that that building is there. It's not a mirage that I'm seeing. I know that in between there's no haze. There's no situation. There's nothing that's going to obstruct my calculations. So just in that, I'm able to come to a conclusion. You're asking about an error margin. In that situation, using a theodolite to the horizon or a landmark from the altitude and the distance I was at, all I need to establish is whether or not at 60 miles, we're using a landmark, is the drop angle consistent with 2,000 feet or is it more than 2,000 feet? And once I've come to that conclusion, I can establish whether or not we're living, what I've shot over 60 miles is a flat surface with topography or there is curvature involved. And again, you don't have to agree with it and go, oh, okay, there is curvature. Sean said so. No, but again, the steps that we went through were literally, how do you know you trust your equipment? That's when we ended up going to the smaller things because I've used it so many times. I do trust the instrument. When you go to that distance and you're just looking for the rough data of what you're looking at, the angle, then the margin of error is still minute because it's not like it's within a foot. I'm not looking for within foot measurements.
right, but that does become active if you're talking about, because a lot of these claims with the theodolites, especially these digital ones, with the globe earthers like Main Surveyor and some of these guys that have made videos and claiming they're dependent on these, plumb line measurements, and very tiny deviations can make those dramatically, especially if you're trying to measure over huge distance of the Earth.
But again, that setting is literally at the machine. It's not, the distance doesn't matter. It's literally at the machine that does it. The digital auto ones, they do it on their own, and you can go get those calibrated every time you use it if you wanted to. Other situations are a bubble level. It's very simple, a little bubble. I know you know what I'm talking about, so I don't really have to get into detail how to explain that. But the plumb line that you're talking about is literally the easiest part because you're setting it up, and then all you're doing is measuring from the ground to the bottom of your instrument. That's your plumb level. That's how you get those parallels. That's how you get that horizontal. If that were the case and you couldn't set it up to be that plumb line correctly, your zero would be so off and it'd be everywhere. But it's all right there. Everything around you doesn't matter. It's the machine and your setup that matters to get that plumb.
I know that's right. It's bulletproof and easy to work on.
I got you. Well, yeah, it sounds like you would jump to the optical stuff. If you want to go back to that, I mean, feel free. But because it sounds like when I was asking you like how you can confirm the margin of error and the consistency over using a theodolite, because like I said, it's one thing to use a theodolite to measure like a foundation for a building or something where you can verify multiple things and you're in a small range. But when some of the globe guys come in and say, hey, I've used this theodolite to measure these plumb lines, that diverge, and then I'm going to use that calculation to do a spherical excess calculation, and then I'm also going to use that calculation for measuring curve and drop and all these different things, that's where it gets into a category of, in what way do you have to confirm, the actual margin of error to then claim that it's doing that? And I know that you kind of jumped to, you were saying, well, I've confirmed it with this optical and then the ship.
Then here's an important question for you, Gio. Do you have a good understanding of how these terms and techniques are used to do so?
For what?
Do you have a good understanding of how these tools are used, set up, and the steps they take to come to these results?
Oh no, I got this headset. I was talking to this.
I think Howard, you.
Yeah, Howard, you're very low.
Howard, does your mic hot, or are you trying to talk? Because you're very low.
Maybe he's hot miking.
Because what I'm just trying to get at, it takes a good understanding of what they're saying to understand that how they got to the results. Because and the reason I ask that is because when I hear someone say you believe or you think or how do you get to the conclusion that you trust these things, it's just sounds to me like a misunderstanding of how these things actually are used. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it definitely makes it a very clear, just a misunderstanding of how it's used and the techniques are used.
I got an old Galaxy 88 that went in the shop.
I think Howard's hot miking, actually.
Yeah. You're hot micing, dude. I don't think he can hear us.
He's talking about something completely different.
Yes.
Try to mute him in case he's saying anything private.
Yeah, he already muted. He's already muted.
Okay. Sounded like someone else, maybe.
Well, Sean, I mean, I'm not a professional surveyor, so yeah, I don't own any of those pieces of equipment, and I've seen them used, but I haven't used any of them myself. So in terms of my own, I mean, I have whatever understanding I have in terms of in discussions and things, but it hasn't been like a focus of my life that I've studied in depth.
Yeah,
so
that's perfectly understandable. Most people don't, just in the fact they don't. It's not an everyday hobby or everyday thing everyone has knowledge of. The only issue I would have is then to argue that those things don't do so. It comes from a misunderstanding of how those things work, really.
Asking
do
someone
what?
how they know that they
what
are
would you-
accurate is not the same as saying they don't
Well-
do that. It's not the same
Well,
as
what
arguing
would you say?
No,
What would you say is
but
the biggest?
I've heard many times that someone
Hey,
saying
hold
they
on. We
don't.
got over talking. I'm sorry, Sean. We got two people talking. I think Bob started talking first.
I didn't hear him. My bad.
No.
Okay.
You were responding to Bob, but then someone else started talking when Bob did. So just Bob,
Yeah,
go ahead.
sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead
I'm
again,
just saying,
Bob.
somebody asking how do you know that the tools you use are accurate is not the same as them arguing that they aren't accurate or arguing that they don't work or arguing against anything that you believe in any way. It's just someone asking you, how did you verify that your things are accurate? That's all.
Yeah,
That's a
but-
normal question to ask, and it's a reasonable question to ask.
100%. And I explained how I trust my instruments, but both questions were laid out. That's the only reason why.
Yeah, I mean, I'm essentially just questioning. I mean, I've seen, some of those videos that people always post, the main surveyor, and I've, where he pops his digital equipment up and he looks at the, he's taking what he's claiming are, the plumb lines. And so, I mean, I've seen, and then the calculations that are done around that. And I guess I'm just questioning, like, it's one thing, like I said, to use those equipment on a small scale, like building a home and things like, building in small areas. But the thing is, you guys are using these to claim that you're measuring the earth, on the large scale. And that's where I'm just questioning.
Okay. Yeah. I
don't have the equipment, so I'm not saying that I've verified it, or, I'm just asking why you think that the equipment can also measure the earth.
Oh, okay. Well, in that, if I doesn't answer, I apologize. This is kind of what I'm thinking it would answer it. On that small scale compared to the bigger scale, your margin of error, your accuracy of those things aren't the same. So to measure out, like, the situation with the that Travis did with the poles and the horizontal beam across the two, the accuracy you're going to get for parallel and all that level is going to be so much more accurate, and that's known. If you're doing these long distances, you're not looking for millimeter accuracy like Bev would say. You're looking for the numbers to coexist with what you're observing. It's not a minute measurement, so it doesn't need to be that detailed. Now, there are people that are skilled at this and been doing it for years that can do it in a more detailed way. But when I'm saying stuff like using a theodolite to do so, that isn't a tool a geodetic surveyor would only use to do these things. That's just one tool, and you can do all these. You can measure for these things with just a peep sight, which is just an eye level, very simple. The problem is you have to then do 1,000 more steps to get to a finer accuracy of it.
This is how easy it is to understand the argument. If you're giving me a very small to zero error margin in a small area of space to drop parallel posts,
yes.
If I repeat that for 10 miles, every single post is going to be parallel to the one before, so that the first one and the last one that are 10 miles apart are parallel. It's not hard.
They wouldn't be, I say they wouldn't. I say they wouldn't be based on the amounts of calculations and measurements that have been done to show it's a globe. See, okay, you saying no would be the same thing that someone just. I think Jam just explained. The two differences. That is a situation where someone says no, it does not work that way, without even understanding how these tools work.
Okay, listen to me very carefully. I understand how a plumb works.
Okay. Do you understand how these survey instruments work over a long distance, Travis?
Okay, hold on, Sean. If I drop one post and then
Gio's question and everyone's question isn't about these small distances. We were talking about the trust I have in them over these long distances, right?
Okay. I'm gonna repeat myself because you don't understand what I said. Are you ready?
Sure, Travis.
Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. If I drop two posts 10 feet apart, are you going to give me an error margin of 0 that they are parallel?
At what distance?
10 feet.
Absolutely.
Great. Now, I'm going to drop a third one 10 feet away. So now it's 20 feet from the first one.
I would say it would take.
Sean, I'm not done. Sean, please. I'm not done, please.
I'm going to say it takes 60 of them to have a measurable offset that wouldn't be 0.
I'm not done, Sean. So, I drop a third one that's now 20 feet from the first one. Now, that third one and the second one are 10 feet apart. Are they parallel?
At that distance, yes. They are perfectly.
Hold on.
They are perfectly parallel into an error of 0.
Okay, great. And the second one and the first one are still parallel, correct?
Okay. See, that's why I answered the question.
Hold on.
I'm going to do this. The reason I answered the question the way I did is so you don't have to say, what about at post 30?
Thanks for interrupting me, Sean. Go ahead. No further questions, Your Honor.
So we don't have to wait till post 30. It would be around 40.
I mean, to be fair, you didn't quite let. I mean, I think Travis was trying to kind of hash something out, but I guess I'll just jump in. I mean, if it's what he was getting at, like, I guess what I was thinking when he was saying that, or if he wants to finish, he can as well. But like, if you have, like he said, 2 posts at 10 feet, okay, you're saying margin error 0, boom, boom, everything's square. Mm-hmm. You have a third one, fourth one. Now, how about at a mile? How about 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles, 1,000, 100 miles? Mm-hmm. At what? That's what I was trying to get at with the margin of error. And this kind of gets back to the difference between planar surveying and geodetic surveying. Yes. Geodetic is calculated. Planar is measured, my understanding in general. So like when you have the geodetic, you're getting into the margin of error difference, and you're getting into this whole different thing. And that's what they use to patch the world together to call it a globe.
Well, it's not a patch, but it's literally geodetic surveyors their area of what they're doing is going to be larger. A plane surveyor is going to use smaller areas and do 1,000 more shots in between to get more precise. Again, I answered the question regardless of whether or not you wanted to hear it or not, Travis. But again, the reason I stopped you is because it would be around post 60 that you'd probably be, and this is just a rough number, you'd be at 0.05
Hey, Sean.
error margin.
Hey,
Okay,
Sean.
yeah, okay, what?
At what point in my explanation did I start to ask you a question? Because I was explaining something.
Very simply, you were asking me at what post, what would the error margin be? And we agreed at 30 feet, 40 feet, the error margin is going to be at 0 to be parallel between each other. But then Gio said, what about at a mile, 10 miles, blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera.
Again,
Well,
what
then
you're
I said around at post 60, the error margin would probably be around 0.5 tenths compared.
Okay, what you're failing to understand is that the first post and the third post are parallel because the second post and the third post are parallel and the second post and the first post are parallel. So now drop a fourth post. Now the fourth post and the first post are parallel because the first post and the second post are parallel. The second post and the
Travis,
third
you're not
post are
explaining
parallel.
anything different.
Okay?
It doesn't matter. At post 60, at post 60 to
why do you
post
feel
1,
so
it would be error because Travis, you're literally saying something that's already been said, and you're just prolonging the question when in reality it can be simplified like Gio did it. What about at a mile? What about at 10 miles? And that's what I was talking about. Because
that was where my mind went in what Travis was saying. But to be fair, we didn't really let Travis. Hold on, Bacon. We didn't really let Travis actually say the full thing he was going to say. I was just assuming.
I guarantee you, if we let him, he'll get to post 60 doing it that way.
I think this can be summarized as if every pair of those poles are parallel to each other, then all of them are parallel to each other. I think that would be Travis' point, right?
Well, we're all guessing what Travis's point was instead of just letting him make it. Let's just let him.
Because if that's his point, then we're saving time because he's taking
And the
forever.
problem, Gio, is even if we are simplifying it correctly, Travis doesn't care. Travis just wants to say the long version.
All right, well, let's just we've all guessed what Travis has said and danced around him while interrupting him. So let's let him actually say what he was going to say. And then,
yes, sir.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Bacon, was that you, Bacon, who just summarized what I was saying?
I tried to. I'm not sure if that's what you meant.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what Bacon said.
Hey, that's exactly what I simplified the answer for.
Is what if you have 60 posts that are all and you're measuring 10 foot, 10 foot, 10 foot, that they're all going to be
there will be at post 60. You will have a measurable error amount with
where did it come in?
With any average tool.
That is illogical. That is
No.
illogical.
No, it's not, Travis.
Yeah, the thing is, they being parallel, the one compared to the next one, they're just parallel in the meaning that no measuring device can get any divergency from them. So whatever error whatever error exists there is no measuring device that can detect it.
So without measuring it, you're assuming that the divergence is there.
No,
no.
That's not.
The thing is,
if you can't measure it, then how are you getting the divergence?
You can measure between the first and the last, so you know there's divergence.
You can't measure it. If he's saying no measuring tool can detect it, what you're saying is you can't measure it.
What I said is no measuring tool can detect between one and the next one. Yeah. But if you have a sequence of them, you can measure between the first and the last if you have enough of them. Which means that the error.
Again, those between each parallel post,
you guys are
you're referencing that parallel from one point. When you're talking about whether or not there's this error margin, then you have to go from post 1 to post 60, and that's where you see the error.
Let me give an
example. I also kind
of
see what Travis is saying in the fact that, like, if you can make one post 10 foot apart to be absolutely square to zero margin of error, then why can't you just go post 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5? Why can't you keep doing that? Have them all be zero margin of error.
Each time you can, and that's exactly how freeways are built and bridges are built in most situations, because you're doing that in that situation in sections. Each parallel is in reference to that section, not the whole scale of it.
That's kind of like a force the line type of idea. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Jim Jam. I know.
So, just on a theoretical, just to add to this. So say that they were all perfectly parallel all the way up to the 60th post, right? Now, in your eyes, would you assume that the 60th post would have to be taller than the one in the middle.
Okay, and again, I have background in this, so for me, I'm going to be honest. I would say yes, but I could see why when someone explains it the way you guys have explained it, and you don't understand or haven't understood enough about how these numbers come up with, that
when you
it
say
makes
that,
rational sense to say that they're all level to each other. There's no deviation. I get that.
Sure.
I get it.
When you don't understand, could you just explain what we don't understand?
I don't think you understand how they're coming to these numbers through measuring with these tools. It's very simple. There's actually a lot of these people that are doing these tests that won't do the test to its maximum to get whether or not there's curvature. Anyone can do these ones. You can do this with a simple auto level and a water level. For instance, Bev's test. It's literally an understanding of what you can do with these tools that I think a lot of people don't understand, and they're making their conclusions off of that.
Yeah, again, the retort could be thrown back at you that you do not understand the simplicity of the argument that I made. So
No,
that
I do. Travis, I literally said
Sean, you know what, Sean? I let you talk. Sean.
I even gave you that one about the steps.
I let you talk, Sean.
I understand that, but you start talking and say I don't understand something, and I literally just explained that I do.
You just accused us of not understanding.
I'm not accusing. It's how it is. That's why I made
Sean, hold on. I know. Even if you don't agree with him, at least just let him finish. And then if he says you don't, I think it's best not to personally attack people and just stick with the ideas. Because when someone feels personally attacked, then that's often why they want to interrupt and jump in because they feel like they're being misrepresented. Which I do that too. Sometimes I feel like I want to interrupt when someone's doing that. But so I guess if trying not to personally attack is good, but also like not interrupting people so they can because if we could hear what Travis is fully saying, then then you can respond and hear because. So yeah,
I apologize.
Yeah, I think the main thing is like if someone says you don't understand, they have to explain what they don't understand. That's what I was getting at as well with that. Go on, Travis.
I was honestly just being pedantic that we could make the argument. We could make the argument back that the simplicity of the point that I was making, Sean, you just don't understand, bro.
Okay, I get that you say I don't understand, but I would say in the explanation of why you would think from each section to section would make this perfectly level or straight section post between 1 and 60. I get it if you don't understand what these numbers and the data that comes up with these surveys and measurements actually mean. There's a serious difference in that.
I don't need numbers. I don't need numbers and data. I just need to drop plumb lines one after the other.
Okay, Travis, if you're dropping plumb lines one after the other, can you explain to me the steps to doing this then? How do you make parallel to parallel and level post? Can you walk me through those steps? Because it's not just set and go, because measurement, heights, distances, all those matter. Can you explain to me those steps?
John, simply because I've never dropped a foundation for a house doesn't mean I don't understand the process.
Okay. Can you explain it then? Because to make the assumption,
I wasn't finished talking.
I know, but
John.
I wasn't finished talking either,
John,
Travis.
You asked me a fucking question,
and I didn't get to finish the question because you started talking. I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished asking my question, Travis.
Yes, you fucking were.
You went silent enough for him to answer. So
That's right, Sean. So shut up, dude. Absolutely. Listen.
Relax, Travis.
Relax. No, I'm not. Not when I deal with incompetence, okay?
You're not dealing with incompetence. That's the problem.
You're not an incompetent person, okay? But
I know that.
Okay, listen.
No, I'm not.
Okay, listen. I don't even have to drop posts, dude. All I have to do is create a tripod with a plumb bob. Once it hangs and is stable, it's 90 degrees. Then I move away from it. Hold on. Okay? I don't have to drop posts. I just have to keep moving away. And if that plumb bob is 90 degrees, There is nothing in my world that will ever tell me that the point A to point Z diverges. Why? Because plumb lines are parallel. That's it.
Okay? And if you're doing that section to section, I understand why you would think that. If you go in a situation where all these observations are made that, for one, show me that there's curvature, the data that's out there that I can look at and understand that there's curvature. But if you're telling me that none of those things matter to understanding that there's no curvature, then you're living in a very simple-minded idea of how things work.
Well, it reminds me of this. It's like the force the line. It reminds me of force the line and how to do that with no margin of error. But I mean, that's why I was asking originally, Sean, like, because the thing is, like I said, there's not very much contention that auto levels and theodolites, as far as I understand, are quite accurate, you know, in building houses and bridges and things. There's no doubt that, like, obviously there is accuracy there. But the thing is that you guys are claiming to use these tools to measure the Earth, the shape of the Earth over massive long distances. So that's kind of where the rub is, and where the margin of error question comes in, and how this all comes in. And, you know, could you do a force the line? Even the idea I was saying about the multiple triangles, like larger and larger triangles, like basically spherical excess with force the line, there could still be a margin of error within that. But I mean, that's the question. What I think you guys are doing is you're using a little bit of fudging, a little bit of margin of error, a little bit of deception from the way the tools are used and made to then make these accusations that you're measuring the shape of the
But here's the thing. What's very important is that you guys are making the accusation that these things don't work for these situations without understanding of how the tools actually work. Travis saying that he could set a plumb line all day and now he knows how to do this doesn't mean anything. It's not that simple, because if it was that simple, everyone would do it. No one would need to hire contractors to do it. In that situation,
I'm not really making in terms of.
Yeah, no, I know, but in that situation, yeah, I know you don't. I know you think no one needs to. Those steps mattered, but it does.
Let me finish my fucking sentence. The only reason people hire contractors is because they don't want to do it themselves. They could, just like my ex-father-in-law built his own house. All right,
he learned how to do it. He didn't just do it.
I didn't. Okay, Sean, that's beside the point, dude.
It's not beside the point.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yes, it is. Okay, you're saying you could do this without having to understand how to do it, and your father or your grandfather, he literally had to learn how to build a house to build his own house.
Okay, Sean, if I build a tripod and drop a plumb from the apex, is it 90 degrees?
Yes.
Do you need to measure it right now, or can you conceptually understand that it would be vertical?
From that reference point, yes.
So can I. I don't need field experience to understand that.
Yeah, once you go beyond that one thing, yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Okay, here's why. Every point beyond that is simply another 90-degree vertical.
And I've explained this already. At a certain distance, it does not work that way, and that's why. And that's why I said, in a situation where you're doing these in sections, yes, that is exactly correct. Very simple. But over a distance from 1 to 60, it will not be the same thing. It will not. Those plumb lines will not be parallel, and it can be measured. But if you do that. But here's the thing. But here's the thing, Travis. At the same time. And I keep stressing its importance. If you don't understand what's being said and the data that's being presented,
I do understand it, Sean. Stop saying that, dude.
You just said you don't need to.
I don't need to what?
So you've used these things. You've gone through this data. You've calculated the error or the correctness of these things.
I don't need to calculate shit, dude.
Then you don't understand it, Travis.
No,
that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, listen, Sean.
You know how to set a plumb line vertical. Doesn't mean you understand it.
Sean. Okay, hold on. So you just gave with one hand and took with the other. You just said, just because you know how to set up a plumb line. What did you say?
Okay, that's the best example.
No. Just restate it. Restate what you said.
Okay, setting a plumb line, setting a tripod up and establishing your vertical from that point is not the only step into
That's not what you said. Yeah. You're not
No,
repeating what you just said.
I'm clarifying. No, I did. At first, I said it's very simple to get to establish your plumb line. It's very simple. All you really need is a fucking string and a rock.
That's
That's
what
how
I
simple
said,
it
right?
is. And I said, and maybe you interrupted and you didn't hear it, but to go beyond that point, you have to understand. See, no, go beyond that point for any situation. Any situation, whether you're doing these posts over and over and over again, you're still starting from a reference point, and it's beyond just setting a plumb line.
Can someone just go back? Can someone just take a minute and go back to the YouTube feed? Rewind like 2 minutes, okay? Sean said something very specifically. I can't remember how he said it. When I asked him to repeat it, he didn't. He's just.
No, I said it. I did repeat it. It's very simple for you to establish a plumb line.
Not okay. That's not.
That's what I said. That was what you said. You said I'd already said it, and you had said that to say it again, and that was the one thing I said that would have been any part of your argument.
Basically, the gist of what you said was, you can set up a plumb line and know how to use it, but you don't know why. You said something like that.
No, I didn't. I said anything. I said beyond that, you don't know.
No, that's
you
not
need
what
to
I'm
understand.
talking
No, Travis, I'm the one who said it. I'm the one. I literally said it in those terms for a reason. Because this whole argument that we're having right now is you're telling me you don't have to have an understanding of how these tools and the data is presented to understand it. Not true.
If someone goes back now, the next, I don't know how many minutes, 5 minutes at the most, I'll pay you $20. Okay,
Yeah, everyone is sitting in here hearing it. Am I not saying what I repeatedly said again?
Okay, listen,
anybody,
Sean.
Anybody agree with Travis that I said something different?
Sean, I'm not
Maybe
arguing.
you're not listening, Travis, because I repeated exactly what I said.
Okay, Sean, I'm not challenging whether or not you talked about extending the observation to 60 points. That's not what I'm challenging, okay? You said something very specific, and I tried to have you repeat it as quickly as possible so it wouldn't get lost.
And it's not lost. I remember what I said.
No, you don't, because you didn't say it, dude.
Okay.
Does anybody? Okay, I'll make it.
You don't remember exactly what I, Travis. You don't remember what exactly what I said, but you know I didn't say what I said. I said.
I'll make it $40. Anybody go back? $40.
Just give it to me because I'm telling you exactly what I fucking said.
You didn't. You did it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Listen.
There's
do you
so
want to
many
make
people listening here? Does anybody think I did not repeat myself?
Hold on.
I'm a little bit lost on what the point we're on. What is
hold
the
on.
point here?
There is no point. He's reaching for something, and I don't get it either.
I'm not. Do you want to make a bet for $50 right now?
No, I don't need to, Travis. I know what I said. I repeated it. Anyone in here that's been listening, did I not repeat what I said over and over again to Travis in the beginning, in the last 5 minutes?
Okay, Sean, it's not a matter of whether or not you repeated yourself, okay?
It is, because you asked me to repeat myself, and I did. And then you told me that's not what I said.
Sean, listen again, please. Listen again. When I asked you to repeat yourself, I wasn't asking you to repeat the point about extending the distance into 60.
You asked me. I literally said, establishing a plumb line is easy to do. Then you said, repeat that.
No,
and I said, I said, but what you don't understand is beyond that takes more understanding than just a plumb line.
Yeah.
Well, I would agree with that in a way, right? Because if you have plumb lines, I mean, it's just a plumb line. Like, let's say a physical plumb line, let's say like a mechanical one.
Yeah.
If you're gonna verify whether those are parallel or diverging, you have to have some system of linking those together and like force the line something to be able to link those.
And there are methods in which these are done. And that's what I'm trying to explain to him, that just establishing one plumb line, which is vertical to the reference of that plumb line, if you don't understand beyond that, then the discussion you're having, Travis, doesn't make sense for you to be saying, no, that's not how it works.
Okay, great.
Because you don't understand it.
Okay, great. If I don't understand what beyond that?
The steps and the data that is presented that show why, when I say over post 1 and 60, they will not be parallel to each other. Because if you understood the data, then it wouldn't be an argument of you telling me how simple it is to make a plumb line only.
Okay, great. All right. I have another question that I always go back to when we have discussions like this. Sean, to the best of your understanding, was the Earth first measured to have curvature, or was it believed to be curved before it was measured?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say it was probably thought to have been flat without the measurement. And then once they started seeing observations that didn't comport. That's when the idea of it being curved probably started.
Okay, so based on what I heard you say is it was measured to be curved first.
No, again, okay, Travis, then here's the problem. You're not listening. And I'll say this very clearly because what I just said was not that. I said,
mark this time,
I said originally.
Someone mark this time, please. Geo,
I said,
please.
Jesus
Geo, please
Christ, shut up.
Geo, please
Let me
find
talk.
a way to
This
mark
is the problem, Travis. You don't listen.
I do.
No, you don't. What did I say?
You said.
Because you just assumed I said that the Earth was measured first. I didn't say that, Travis.
You just asked me what did I say when I started to talk. You kept fucking talking. So
yeah, because you've already said that. It wasn't me saying it was rhetorical. I'm sorry. You've already said that. What I said was
me a rhetorical question.
What you said was, and so what I'm getting from what you said is that curvature was measured first. I did not say that. Okay, you need to be listening. Okay. No, don't talk. Don't talk. I'll say it again. Listen this time. The way I think about it to be, because that's what you asked me, they probably thought it was flat without measurements. Then, when they started seeing observations that didn't comport with a flat surface or a flat plane, whatever you want to call it, then they started measuring it. Do you hear what I'm saying? Do I need to ask you to repeat what I'm saying so that I know you heard what I'm saying?
Okay, Sean, I heard and understand what you had just said. So, my question now to you is, great, what observation did they make that didn't comport with what they understood to be a flat Earth?
Perfect. I can share it again. The one perfect example is the video you took, Travis, that shows. No, you got to let me finish because you wanted me to finish, so I'm going to finish.
Back at the beginning, dude. I'm talking about
you have
back
to
at the
let me
beginning,
finish, dude. Travis. Shut the fuck up. I got to finish. If you're going to ask me a question, I have to finish. Now listen. Now listen. Shut up and just listen. You asked me what observations they saw that didn't comport with a flat plane and made them start thinking like this. And I made an example of the video you took because it would have been the same observation they made and wanted to understand why the fuck they were making that observation. And it's a situation.
Who the fuck is this arrogant cop talking? Who the fuck is this talking? You're a one arrogant son of a bitch, man.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I am.
Oh, fuck me,
especially when someone's trying to tell me what I'm saying, and clearly I wasn't. Here's someone who asks me a question and cuts me off, and before I can even explain it because I said something they don't like me to say.
We can all probably dial it back and get back to a discussion. So Sean, you're just talking about boats cutting off from the bottom up or whatever, right?
Now, he asked me what observations they would have made to start thinking it wasn't right. What they thought it wasn't right. And boats being obstructed, objects being obstructed over these distances would be a first key to them. There may be something different than we thought it was. There's your answer, Travis.
Okay, so how did they verify that it wasn't refraction?
Multiple measures. I don't know. Back then, I have no clue how they did it. Now, I can tell you exactly how.
Okay, great. No.
Would you don't want to know now?
No, Sean. No,
okay.
I have a clarifying point to make. Okay, you said that allegedly whoever they are saw the exact same kind of observation as my video. My question is, how do you know they weren't looking at an inferior mirage in the distance? How do you know?
And I said back then, I don't know.
Okay, great. So again, this is a non-answer. You have no answer that you can actually point to.
Yes, I can.
Okay, so give us not something that you think. Now show us something that you know.
Okay.
Okay.
In the situation of the video that I just shared, the video you took of the boat disappearing or the boat being obstructed by 80 feet, I know the water temperature, I know the air temperature, I know the distance, I know the distance from the observer and the observer height. That's all data that you would use to understand whether or not 80 feet of that ship is being refracted due to, or is being obstructed due to refractive conditions. That's how I would know.
Okay, great. So
Not
now,
how I would think, it's how I would know. Because we understand these things based on water temperature, air temperature,
my
distance.
God, dude. Wow.
Yeah. You asked me a
Okay.
question and I am answering it.
Okay, yeah. How many times do you want to repeat yourself? You want to do it one more time?
How long does it take for you to actually listen to what
I
I'm
have
saying?
a question. Okay, I have a question. Okay, you know the viewer height, you know the water temperature, you know the air temperature. All of that means absolutely nothing without the work. Please
You're
show
correct.
us.
Okay, I'll share the stream where we went through that. We went through the data of the temperature, all that stuff. You remember it, Travis?
No, actually, I don't. But
Okay, well then here's the link. You can listen to the 4-hour stream where we broke it down in detail. About
awesome.
how the water temperature, air temperature, time of day, distances, observer, all these things are calculated and matter to making these observations and conclusions.
What was the distance to the horizon, Sean?
It was, if I remember correctly, to be exact, it was at just beyond 3 miles.
Okay, how did you verify that, Sean?
With the conditions, with the observer height and observer. Yes. Don't tell me no. That's exactly how we did it.
No, that's a calculation. How did you verify your
Travis.
calculation?
By going through the data.
Okay, so you simply crunched the numbers.
Yes.
How did you check your numbers?
By looking and understanding how those numbers make results.
Okay, so you didn't check your work. Okay,
No,
that's all I want to know.
Again, I checked my work by going through the data and establishing what was being seen versus what would happen in those conditions. That is verifying the data. That is going through the steps. If you don't understand that, that's not my problem. What I've said is very clear.
Okay, again, great. So I'm just curious. You said that the horizon was 3 miles away?
It's approximately just over 3 miles.
Approximately just over. I'm sorry. Is it like 3.2? Is that approximately just over, or is it 3.7?
We'll say 3.2.
Okay. So I was standing on the beach then, right? Because
you had an elevation of about, I would say, between 12 and 20 feet.
Okay, so there's an error margin of 8 feet. So would you please...
Then I would say more confidently 20 feet because it was from. Let's verify it. Let's verify it. You took this video from the same location.
Hold on, I have a question.
I know, me too. You took that video at the same location that we met at.
Okay, can I ask my question?
Yes or no?
Quick.
I took the video.
I can easily go, and we did this on that live stream. I can go on maps, and I can literally find the elevation for that point. I even remember where the spot is, so I can tell you exactly what the elevation is. And I'm going to say confidently, 20 feet.
Okay, great. Okay, hold on. Please check Odich's The American Navigator and tell me how far away the horizon is for someone at 20 feet, please.
We just established that. I'm pretty sure we're pretty accurate in it.
No, you're incorrect.
Okay, then what is it, Travis?
I just said you'd have to check, okay? But I know it's not 3 miles. A viewer height of 20 feet, the horizon is not 3 miles away, dude.
It's between 4.5 and 5 miles.
Yeah, and when someone says roughly, that's a very good way of saying exactly not sure, but it's within this area, this margin.
Whatever, dude.
It's not.
Whatever.
It's not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Of course not, Travis. But when I was very precise in saying approximately, because you kept saying exact. There's a difference.
What exactly was the central point of dispute just now?
That we don't, that I can't establish whether or not something is obstructed using data. At 20 feet, it's 5.5, to be exact. Any other questions, Travis? I remember the distances of everything else. That oil rig, the ship.
Yeah. So then,
And do you
not
want to ask me how I came to those numbers too?
So then, not 3.2. Then.
Okay,
Thank you.
5.5. Yeah. Okay. What we've established the exact number instead of an approximate number. I don't understand what case you rest. What does that change about the 80 feet of ship missing?
How does calculating the data that you've gathered and examined inform you that the object is being obstructed, and obstructed by what?
By 80 feet. Okay, perfect. Knowing the temperature, the data, the temperature of air, water, the conditions, the time of day, calculate the amount of refraction, amount of refractive conditions that would affect your observation. In those situations, there are times where there's enough refraction happening that bits can be obstructed. Yes, miraging obstructs stuff. The problem is it doesn't obstruct to that degree. There are no numbers that would show any situation that 80 feet of something is being obstructed. On this day, and Travis, I mean, hopefully Travis will clarify, there was no inferior miraging happening at all on that horizon. Remember, and here's the thing, Travis took that video. Travis and I took pictures. Travis took hundreds of pictures of this location. And so when I'm saying these things, I'm not, you can't even chop it to being full of shit, because Travis will have to agree. He was there. Travis, did anything I say about the conditions, am I lying or is it wrong?
I'm sorry. Say that again. What about the conditions?
For the video and when we were taking pictures and we were looking out, was there any inferior miraging or miraging happening on the horizon?
No, I didn't say that there was.
No. I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying that the data that I took is not incorrect. It's not. I'm not full of shit in any of that. None of that. Those are the. No, you didn't. You didn't, Travis. And to clarify, Travis did not say I lied about anything I just said. I'm just making it clear that when I say the data that I used to establish this observation and the conclusion I got was based on good data.
So the data, you conclude what?
I concluded that there is no atmospheric condition that is going to obstruct that ship by 80 feet. 80 feet of that ship is missing right there.
I think you explained this already. Well, how do you know that the object isn't obstructed by 80 feet by the refraction?
Because there's no conditions that would cause an 80-foot obstruction due to conditions. The only ones I could say would be haze, smoke, fog, but those things would obstruct the whole thing, not an 80-foot chunk of it.
Okay, great. So here's where I'm going to come in. Do you know what the refraction phenomenon thinking is called? Is do you know what it is?
Yeah, but at the same time,
okay, hold on.
When those situations happen, we start seeing distortion and mirroring. But again, you've already established that didn't happen.
Sean.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you said that you know what the phenomenon thinking is. What is it, please?
It is literally understanding that there are certain levels of refraction that will mirage, that will give you a false appearance of what you're seeing. What is it, Travis? Now go ahead and explain it. What is it? Because I guarantee it is.
Okay, Sean, would you like to put money on that?
No, I just want you to explain it. It's called a conversation, Travis.
Okay, Sean.
It's just light bending up. It's just light bending up.
Howard.
Yeah, exactly what you would see.
Howard, I'm not talking to you.
Okay, Travis, what is the difference between what he said and what I said, being more specific about it?
Okay, Sean, thinking is a non-miraging refraction phenomenon. There is no mirage in sinking. You said that there was. There's
I
not.
did? When did I say that?
Okay, this is now the third time. You don't seem to know what even comes out of your mouth.
No, I completely understand what's coming out of my mouth. And you're the one who keeps saying differently than what I said. I never said the word sinking.
Oh my God. No, I didn't say you said the word sinking. You said that sinking, that the conditions for sinking didn't
See, I
produce.
never said anything about sinking.
Okay, Sean, I asked the question. Okay, forget this. Okay, my point
I never
is,
said anything about sinking ever.
Sean, dude, does anyone else hear the fact that he's defending something I'm not accusing him of?
You just said, you just went through an explanation 30 seconds ago about how I said something about sinking.
Sean, I asked you what sinking was.
You didn't. You asked me what.
Sean, in your explanation
You
of
did
sinking,
not ask me that.
I didn't
You did not ask.
Well, listen to the question he's asking you now.
Okay. Then let's establish that he's asking me the question now and not what he asked me before.
This is insane, dude. I'm not. You know what? Every single time I say I'm done, I come back.
This, Travis, do you want to bet $40 you didn't ask me what shrinking is?
No,
Do you
I'm
want
going to put money on it. I'll put $100 on it now, Sean.
Go back on it. Go back.
Sean.
Okay. Yes.
$100.
$100. Your original question was not what is sinking. I guarantee you.
No. The bet is not what the original question was.
Yes, it is.
Okay, no, it's not. I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
That's why he just said, well, listen to the question now. I said, okay, then we're establishing a new question. But then you said, I asked you about sinking, and you never said that. You never asked me what is sinking. You never asked me. I never said anything about sinking. You brought sinking in just to bring up sinking. You asked me about a term, and I told you what that term was in a specific way that I understand it. And then Left Lane came in and simplified it and said about how refraction goes up, the light goes up. Again, in those situations, show me a situation with these conditions.
I'm sorry.
With these conditions.
Hold on. I don't want to lose this. What did you just say? You just said Howard came in. Hold on.
How are you not listening, man? What the fuck?
Dude,
Travis, I can't repeat myself every 5 seconds.
Sean, I am driving and listening at the same time, okay? I'm trying to... You just said Howard came in and simplified it. How did he do that?
Okay, here we go. Travis, since you are driving, you need to either decide whether or not you're going to focus on driving or pull over and focus on this conversation. Because Travis, this is being serious. I cannot repeat myself every 5 minutes. I can't.
Answer the question. How did Howard clarify?
It's just the explanation of how refraction bends light up.
So, Travis, I want to hear from you with this observation you made. What did you observe again?
We observed a tanker ship or a freighter out in the Channel Islands beyond one of the oil platforms. And it was obstructed.
And you say it was obstructed by what?
My claim is that it was obstructed by the refraction phenomenon known as sinking.
Now, Sean says that it's not obstructed by refraction, but rather it's obstructed by Earth curve. What is your refutation to him?
Well, it would take a whole lot more than just me trying to crunch numbers, okay? So I'm not going to pretend that I can actually answer your question in full by myself. All I can go by is the data that is available for us, okay? So there are refraction phenomena. There are two with miraging, superior and inferior. There are four without: looming, sinking, stooping, and towering. Okay, they are for without miraging.
Okay, can I ask a question
Hold
about
on,
those four, Travis?
hold on.
Let him finish
Hold
the
on.
answer.
Hold on. So, to the best of my ability, evaluating those four options, what we observed fits best with what's known as sinking.
And those four, and each of those four that you named, Travis, are there certain conditions that are accountable for those situations to happen?
I have not seen the data that does that. Andrew Thomas Young does not tell you what conditions are necessary. He just breaks down what he thinks is happening.
Okay, so but is it very clear that, I mean, we can all agree, we understand how the mirroring effect on a road happens on a hot day, right?
I don't
We
know why you're.
understand.
I don't know why you're
Okay,
bringing in mirroring when we aren't talking
because
about a
okay,
mirroring
just you gotta let me finish then. And this is more for Gregory because he's actually kind of moderating us, whether he knows it or not. We understand how that situation happens where the air temperature is cooler than the ground temperature. So that mirroring happens over a road. And I
No,
say
I
this,
don't agree with that.
okay, but okay, you don't agree with it, but that's how it's explained. It's how it works, Travis. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
that's how. No. That's how it's explained. I'm not convinced that's how it works.
Okay, you're not convinced. So then, and the only thing I'm really going to get to, I'll just get to the point because I hate that you go long winded and I know I'm doing it. Travis, did those conditions comport with a sinking observation?
John, I have not seen any data that explains what conditions are necessary to produce thinking. So I don't know how you eliminated it from your options.
Okay, should I pull up something that explains how the sinking effect happens? Because I guarantee that there are conditions that play into factor to make these things happen. Any of these, any of the four you said, any other type of a condition that you're saying, I mean, these are all established by what we call the index of refraction, and it takes certain conditions to make things happen. You saying that you haven't seen the data doesn't mean it hasn't been established how these things work.
Right. That's right. And you know what I say mostly on all of my streams? This is a team effort, baby. So go ahead.
Perfect. So let's go back to the point, the observation that was made. My version of it is established by the acknowledgement that refractive conditions play a part in observations. If you crunch those numbers, like you keep saying is not a good thing, it shows whether or not these certain conditions could play a factor in it. Because if it was a day, if we live in Hawaii and the water's 80 degrees and the day's 60, I would have to establish that there most likely are going to be high refractive conditions happening, and what I'm seeing may not be accurate. Those numbers will tell me that for different things in different situations. You're saying that those numbers don't make a difference, but in reality it is they do.
Okay, when did I say those numbers don't make a difference?
When you said that sinking, you haven't seen any data that shows why sinking happens, and I said that they understand how these situations happen, and that data establishes whether or not it could be that.
Okay, so I didn't say what you just said I said. Thank you.
No, I just repeated what I said, Travis.
You're
not listening.
Okay, dude, this is insane. This is an insane conversation. Gregory, do you have any other questions?
That's the thing. Gregory asked a question that both of us would need to establish how we came to the conclusion that we came to. I told you, and your answer for what I told you is the data does not tell you if that works, but the reality it is. The reason I gave such a simple example of on a desert road, that mirroring you see over the road, is because we understand how the conditions make that observation happen. So that establishes that we know how these things happen. We can take that into consideration.
Okay, great. I know that you know the explanations. I know the explanations. I am not convinced the explanations are correct. Gregory, do you have any other questions?
When someone asks you how you came to that conclusion, I'm sorry, saying sinking, but I don't know how it's sinking. Isn't a valid explanation for it.
Did I say I don't know how it's sinking? I didn't say
Yes.
that. No, I didn't.
What conditions What conditions are you most likely to see syncing happening?
Sean, I have not found the data to be provided where they
You're double speaking,
describe.
Travis.
No, I'm not. Okay, listen. I can describe what syncing is. I know. Okay, Sean, I know how the phenomenon is described to work.
Okay. What conditions make that happen? And it's not a bad question. That is an honest question, Travis, that you're avoiding.
I'm not avoiding.
Basically, what he asked you is Sean said it's obstruction, and he said it's obstruction due to Earth curvature, due to the data he used. And then he said, Travis, how did you come to your conclusion? You said sinking. So that's why I asked you, what conditions do sinking happen? Why did I ask that question? Because the conditions wouldn't be conducive to it, and that would make your explanation nonsensical.
Rambling. Gregory or anyone else? Does anyone else feel like I'm avoiding a question here?
You know, there are emotions involved, but I did understand the answer of both of them. So your answer, Travis, is you conclude that it's most likely sinking, but you do acknowledge that you don't have the data to be certain about that conclusion. And then you, Sean, conclude that it's not merely a refractive phenomenon that's obstructing the object, but rather it's Earth curved, and you conclude that given the data that you crunched.
Yes.
Okay, my question remains, Gregory. I'm not trying to be rude. Do you feel like I was avoiding answering Sean's question?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe it's because I feel like when he asked me my why, I can give him detailed reasonings behind it, and it's frustrating that somehow you think one word answer, or for me it was, maybe Greg, it was different for you, but an answer without any explanation for how he came to that conclusion doesn't make sense to me. That's the big gap to me. You don't need to believe the data, but if I can run you through the data to show why I came to that conclusion, I think it's more reasonable than I just think.
Yeah, I see why that answer is dissatisfying, given that he acknowledges that he doesn't have the data. Moving on to the next question. You contend the object is obstructed by Earth curvature. Why do you believe it's obstructed by Earth curvature?
Because of the numbers, the data, it comport with the distance that it was at, and the amount of ship that we're not seeing, and the fact that there was nothing that would show me that any other condition would do that.
Well, in general, not just what is obstructing the object. I asked, why do you believe there is Earth curvature?
Because of those measurements, because they comport with what I'm seeing, and why it would be seen that way.
Do you believe it's necessary to conclude that it's Earth curvature?
If we don't have these refractive qualities, yes.
So you believe it's not possible that it was a refractive phenomenon obstructing the object?
In this observation, no. Other observations, it does. It happens all the time.
How do you know that there is Earth curvature, other than this instance?
By other observations, measurements, and with data. I've been on mountains that are at a certain elevation, and I can see in a distance, second mountain summit, and I know that mountain with the data is 2,000, 3,000 feet higher than me, but I'm looking at it at eye level. I can use a tool, a simple peep sight that would show me eye level, and I could see that the base of that mountain, the top of that mountain, I'm sorry, that I know has a higher elevation is at eye level, would comport with Earth curvature. It would not comport with anything besides curvature. It's not elevation. It's something else. And in that situation, refraction is not going to play a factor like that.
Perhaps let's look at another instance. I don't have one on hand right now. Maybe someone else can provide another instance we can examine together. Another observation and calculation measurement that we can examine together where we know all the data.
Well, that's I mean, the reason why I made that specific one is I don't have data for everything.
Yeah.
But that situation, I have the data. We went through these situations over and over. I mean, there are other ones, but they're just going to end up the same way with me and Travis. Like we've gone through many of Travis's observations where in detail we go through these things and give detailed explanation and visual aid to come to these conclusions, and it doesn't matter to him. That's why having a conversation with you is a little easier.
So,
Hey, hi,
Sean, I
Mo.
just have a quick question, Sean.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what the conditions are that produce the sinking phenomenon?
No, not offhand. I have to look.
How did you eliminate that from your 1 hour stream where you guys crunched these numbers?
It was actually 4 hours, and because the conditions that we had were showing a low index of refraction qualities for the conditions. So at that point, I don't have to think it's miraging if I know the conditions aren't good
Okay,
for it.
why are you saying miraging again? You just said miraging again.
Okay, refractive conditions or
Okay.
refractive phenomena.
Okay, so how do you know that the conditions that you did have aren't those for sinking?
Because when we crunched the numbers and we went through that data and showed what would be likely for those conditions, we weren't looking at a situation where any refractive phenomena were happening. So at that point, I'm not looking for sinking. Sinking doesn't need to be in the could it be, because it's not the conditions for any refractive phenomena. It was Travis. It was great conditions. It was a perfect day and a perfect time to make observations.
A perfect day.
Yeah, as perfect as it gets, man.
No, it was not, dude. It was
Okay.
not a perfect day.
I can ask you again, Travis, because you were there also longer than before I got there, and that whole time, do you have any photos, videos, or the observation you made with your eyes where you were seeing refractive phenomena like mirroring or anything else happening?
John, why are you asking me a question that I've already answered?
Because you're acting as if what I said makes no sense.
You said it was a perfect day.
Okay, I'm Travis. I'll make it clear. When I said it was a perfect day, I wasn't being literal. I was saying it was a day that there was just the conditions made it so there weren't any of these refractive phenomena happening. And I guess the best thing I would say is I guess it was a great day for someone who's trying to show that there's curvature to make observations.
Okay. Yeah, so you've not convinced me that I actually need to watch.
I'm not trying to convince you, Travis. That ship has sailed.
Yeah.
Dun.
Yeah. Again, though. Yeah. Again, though, you have not convinced me that the way that
it's not about convincing you, Travis.
It's about interrupting me, though, isn't it?
Someone please introduce another instance of observation and measurement we can scrutinize.
But until someone does, Travis, lastly, I'll say it is very important that you do understand and learn that the conditions that make those situations happen, because it's very important for your argument, especially if you are honestly trying to establish that these are the things happening. Because I would love for you to go, Sean, but the conditions and the observation was actually prime for a sinking observation to be had because of this. It would make more sense to the argument.
Earlier, Sean, you supported your conclusion that you know that there is Earth curvature with the premises that objects are, correct me if I'm wrong, lower than they would be in certain conditions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean,
for example, you mentioned the mountain.
Yeah, if you're standing on a mountain that's 2,000 feet, and adjacent to your observation is another mountain that you have a known elevation of 2,000 feet. If you were to use a simple eye level, the little peep sight, something that just shows you a little bubble that knows when your eye level is straight out, you would see that is actually lower than your eye level. And in that situation, that there's not like an error margin to be had. That mountain shouldn't be lower than eye level if it's the same elevation.
Well, something lining up with your eye level is dependent on what direction your eye is pointing.
Yeah, well, that's why I said adjacent. So if you're on a 2,000 foot mountain, you know your elevation. and you're looking eye level out, it's in reference to your height, the elevation you're standing on. And if you have a known elevation across from you, you can establish that with eye level. If it was a flat Earth, that same elevation
At any
should
distance.
stand across. Huh? It wouldn't matter. You could do it whatever distance you could see.
It wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
Right.
because
Fair enough, mate. Cool.
I
No
wouldn't
worries.
say you would look at a mountain that's 100, 200 miles away because you wouldn't be able to see it. The best example I can give you would be easy to see that way. A mile, another adjacent mile that's 50, 60 miles away.
But the conclusion that you observing this because you're on a curved surface isn't necessary, because this can occur on a flat plane, and the mountain simply being below your eye level is because your eyes are not aligned with the mountain.
But that's why you would use it. No, oh, okay. But that's why I brought up using like a simple peep sight or any of these other tools that just establish a zero, that eye level. If you use those would be the accurate way of doing that. But yeah, just with your eyes alone, no, you couldn't do it. Your eyes aren't good enough.
And then this peep sight, I don't know exactly what that is.
Okay, you know how a spirit level works? It's basically that little gauge, a little bubble level. It's inside of a telescope-looking tool. So when you look through it and you point up or down, that bubble rises or falls, and once it drops to the middle of that, inside that spirit level bubble, middle, that shows you with that peep sight eye level. So it is an accurate way of leveling or getting your eye level and knowing your distance from that. So once you have that, and then the known elevations, it becomes more of that data. It explains the observation a little bit better. On a flat Earth, though, I can't see it happening enough or enough conditions to account for why that would happen. And that's something I've done before. I can tell you for a fact that does happen.
Well, in regards to that situation where you have this peep sight, this spirit level, once again, the mountain can be below the eye line eyesight level because of the angular size of the object, dependent on the distance and the height of the observer, the distance of the object from the observer and the height of the observer.
The elevation wouldn't change. The elevation wouldn't change. Just the size of it changes.
Right.
Yeah, it should be below eye level ever on a flat surface.
Yeah, it would be 2,000 feet.
That's not true.
2,000 feet at any distance would be 2,000 feet. And the angular size would look smaller. Obviously, when you look at a mountain that's 50 miles away, that mountain looks small. But that's it's in perspective. The elevation wouldn't change at all. The elevation would still be 2,000 feet. And that's why when you use these tools, like an peep sight, which is basically just a tool, just
have you
get an
verified
accurate
that
eye
at all?
Huh?
Have you verified that at all physically?
That what we're talking about right now, yes, I've done it before.
So on a flat plane, you've taken things at set heights and you've got a theodolite out, and they always match.
No,
right.
No, because we don't live on a flat Earth.
No, but hang on. Science is the process of elimination. So if you're going to claim curvature as one thing, surely you need to eliminate the flat.
Yeah.
Yet you haven't done that.
If we lived with no curvature, if we lived with no curvature, the idea of a flat Earth would be a flat Earth with topography. That topography would mean that 1,000 feet is 1,000 feet across everywhere, and it is. But when you
scientifically,
I will. So when you establish that that's how it works, and I'm doing it right now. It's very easy. If you go do that same observation again on if it's a flat Earth, no curvature, then 2,000 feet here is 2,000 feet 50 miles away.
Of course, we agree on that.
Okay. Right. When you use these tools that verify an eye level and you have your known elevation on a flat Earth, that mountain that's 2,000 feet 50 miles away should be at eye level. You should be able to eye level straight across to that 2,000 feet. That's how it works. That's how these
But
tools
the reason
work.
we know that's not true is because that's not how eyes work.
But again, that's
Really?
why you have to use a tool. You can't just do it with your bare eye.
So you're
Your eyes. Wouldn't this be on a perfect day?
you're conflating the
Aren't you
level.
talking about a perfect day?
You're conflating the level of an object with the way it appears in your eyes.
Okay, but
There's a
that's
difference
why.
between something aligning with a
I thought we
tool
had atmosphere.
versus the apparent size of an
Tools.
object depending
This
on
thing,
its
the
distance.
tool aligns your eye level with that second mountain. You're not just using your eyes. You're using a tool to get to this conclusion. It's not just the observation of seeing it alone. Your eyes will never
What
tell
happened
you
to the
correct.
atmosphere?
Okay, what conditions would do this?
Okay, so you've got 2,000 feet, 2,000 foot mountain, another 2,000 foot mountain, and let's just say they're, I don't know, 10 kilometers apart or 20 kilometers apart, and you've got your theodolite or whatever device, and you've eyeballed across. Now, are you assuming that when you see the other foot at 2,000 that there's no fucking atmosphere? Because with any atmosphere, it's not going to be a straight line path, is it? Optically.
Even
So
without
you're already
atmosphere, you
wrong just
don't.
based
Optically,
on
it
fucking
is.
refraction.
And
Even
again,
without atmosphere, you don't need to appeal to atmosphere. The problem is that we're conflating the way something appears in our eyesight. We're not taking into account how the eyes work, and we're conflating
eyes
these two with the way
but we
something is
are.
aligned with a tool that we're perceiving with.
But that's
No,
why. That's why.
it's not even an appeal to atmosphere though. It was
But
just he was claiming that you'd see a thing at 2,000 foot through a device when you wouldn't just given the atmosphere alone, let
no, you
alone
would.
other things.
50 miles isn't that far,
Even if
especially
you
when we're
could,
talking about the having a higher elevation than zero. It's very
even if you
possible. It's very
could,
easy to see. I'm sorry.
even if you could, even if there was no atmosphere, the point is that it appears smaller. Let's say Mountain B appears smaller and lower than Mountain A, which is closer to the observer, because that's how eyes work.
No, smaller,
and
fine,
then
but
what we
no,
do,
Yeah, he
and what
won't
we
agree
do
with
is,
that though.
yeah, I agree with that 100%. What he said. The problem is that that is
Right.
why we established these tools to be able to make these observations and measurements and etc. Because we know our eyes alone can't do it. So when you say how our eyes work, we understand that how our eyes work, and we understand that we can't establish a level at 50 miles or 20 kilometers or whatever. So let's use a tool that will give us that fixed spot so that our eyes don't have to do the work.
Hey,
But
Sean,
looking
did
at
you
a
realize?
tool,
But did you realize what he said, Sean? It looks smaller
But that
and
fixed spot
low.
is only local.
Okay, and I agree. The problem is that on a flat Earth, 2,000 feet is 2,000 feet. That would not change.
let's slow down and listen to what I'm saying carefully, because I understand what you're saying. The problem with the conclusion is that it behaves as though it's impossible for the objects being observed and the measuring tool that we're observing these objects with.
There are 100% conditions that would make those observations not
Hang on,
accurate
Sean.
as you would want it to be.
Hang on, Sean. Let me finish the sentence. With the objects that we're observing and the tool that we're using in our observation of these objects, it is perfectly possible that the objects and the tool we're using in our observation of these objects is simply misaligned with our eyesight. It doesn't necessitate the conclusion that the Earth is curved.
But that's what. Well, I guess to me it just sounds like you're saying just start using our eyes. These tools take away those variables of it not being correct.
What he's saying, Sean, is that our eyesight causes things to drop in the distance.
That's not what I'm saying.
You're not saying that.
I'm saying it appears that way, unless that's what you meant.
No, it does appear. It does appear. Yeah, if you're like I said, if you're standing on a mountain and the adjacent mountain you're looking at, it's going to look smaller than what you're standing on. The difference is that elevation does not change with that.
Smaller than is fine, but dropping below your line of sight is not fine.
Yeah, not on a flat Earth. On flat Earth, it would not happen.
Okay, so when we observe things, especially over vast distances, the further away an object goes away from our eyes, the smaller it appears, which includes its
Yes.
height. So person
No,
B,
it's apparent height, but its actual height stays the same.
of course, the actual height stays the same. We don't need to go over that. So person B, let's say we're on the Bolivian salt flats. Person B is 100 feet away, and person A is 10 feet away from you. Person B is going to appear smaller, including its height, than person A closer to you, 10 feet away from you.
But it's established that they're both 6 foot. That 6 foot person is still 6 foot. He's still 6 foot above the ground.
Yeah, they're both 6 foot.
Okay. Well, there are tools that can verify that. That's why I'm saying that the use of these tools takes away those apparent things that happen. Yeah, I agree. When things go further away, their angular size changes. Yeah, absolutely. I can't imagine anyone arguing that that doesn't happen. But what I'm saying is that elevation will always stay the same. So if you establish a tool that verifies an elevation at a distance, then you're not having to trust what your eyes do.
Wait, so why are we using this tool to ascertain what knowledge?
For this situation, it'd be distance and elevation.
Distance and elevation. So on the Bolivian salt flats, this place is very much level.
Very much flat.
All right. And we have this spirit level, we have this peep sight, and we're trying to ascertain, you said the distance and elevation?
Yes.
Okay. And the person B appears lower than this line. Right?
And smaller.
Right. It appears farther away and smaller given its distance.
Yes.
And that's how the eyes work. So we don't need to conclude that we're on a flat surface. We don't need to conclude we're on a curved surface.
Well, in that same situation, if person A on the salt flats got a peep sight or a way to establish where his eye level is, and they're both 6 foot, that line in that peep sight in that tool is going to be at that person's head, regardless of the angular size change.
Okay, so I'm still confused what necessitates the conclusion that the Earth is curved when we do this.
Because the
reality.
He has a belief system. He has a belief system.
It's not it's not a belief system. A belief system would be based on something you believe without understanding of it, which simply you do.
Exactly what's happening right now.
No, I'm being very detailed in my explanation. I have an understanding of it.
You can be as detailed as you want. You still are simply.
If you don't understand it, Travis, I understand why you would think that way.
Did I say I don't understand it? No,
Yes.
I didn't. No,
yes.
I didn't.
Okay, Travis. What conditions does it take for sinking to happen? You don't understand it. You just say it.
Sean, what conditions create sinking?
I can look it up, but I'm not claiming that's what it is.
Okay, but you also claimed that that's what it wasn't, which means you eliminated it.
Yeah, because of the data that I didn't, and the conditions that were given, and the data that was given with those conditions, refractive phenomena was not going to be at play. So I did not have to understand what conditions make sinking, but I would clearly go and look. I can do that for you if you need me to understand what conditions need to happen for. Okay.
Please
and then
do.
when I tell you, and they're not the same as that day, are you going to contribute it to Earth curvature? No, Travis. You're not going to listen. You don't care.
No, that's not. It's not because I don't care. It's because I would have to verify the data.
Okay, Travis, just hypothetically, if sinking occurred, if sinking occurred at a certain temperature.
Why are you talking?
Because Travis, you paused.
Right now, Sean. Go ahead.
It's getting frustrating.
Look over me right now, Sean. Go ahead. I wasn't finished talking, but go ahead.
Are you in Virginia, Travis?
Dude, this is not just simply Howard. Why the fuck are you talking to me?
Because you're roboting. I was asking if you were in Virginia.
No, I'm in West Virginia. Thank you. Okay, so Sean, this is not simply a one-man event, pointing a camera and shooting, okay? I have seen enough to know that the data that they have for this information is not correct. The only way that I can
present
go
it.
up, hold on. The only way I can go about challenging and correcting that is with a team of people and a very, very long time.
Do you have that?
Sean,
I'm asking, do you have that?
of course not.
Okay, then how have you established that everything I've said is wrong and you're right?
I didn't.
You did.
Well, I think what we're trying to establish is whether you have a belief or not.
No. Don't go there just yet. Okay, Sean, I'm simply challenging your claim. I don't believe
Okay.
you have. I don't believe.
I showed the evidence. I showed my evidence for it.
Okay, yes. And in my world of scientific evidence, you did not verify anything.
Okay, how have you verified that I am wrong? That I am wrong?
Okay, here's one way. If you and I were to meet up again and we were to take the measurements for the day and you predicted where the horizon was, if I then went out on a boat as far as I could go to where I apparently was on the horizon, if where I am and you say, yep, Travis, yep, I think that you're at the horizon, I'm comfortable. If I gave you my coordinates and your prediction was wrong, then I would have falsified your prediction.
Have you done that?
Sean, I would need a team of people.
Okay. So I asked you how you're sitting there arguing that I'm wrong. You just went out, you just blatantly gave a perfect example of what you would need to verify that I'm wrong, but you haven't done it.
Sean, I'm telling you how I would challenge.
Okay.
Listen,
So what you're saying is, until then, how are you challenging what I'm saying? How are you challenging that my data is wrong? How?
You did not verify where the horizon was. You did
the
not
fuck?
verify.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. A couple people looked it up. It was at 5.5 miles from our observational point.
Okay. Anybody else here in the panel right now? Do you feel that simply crunching numbers is a verification of a prediction?
No.
Yeah.
Unless
God,
you can
no.
prove 1 + 1
Are
doesn't
we
equal
talking
2.
about
Of course not.
compared to
No, I think you can make the prediction by
None of
crunching
this is
numbers,
verified. All a
but
joke.
you can't verify it by crunching numbers.
It does verify it.
Well, doing a calculation doesn't verify the calculation you did.
The best part about it is that Travis is making it seem
Get a life,
as in that
George.
observation, the horizon's even important. The best part about that observation is that there was an oil rig and a cargo ship to use as references. And in those situations, I have much more evidence, much more data to verify what I believe I'm seeing. Based on that's versus Travis's it's sinking. I don't know what makes sinking happen. I don't have any data that would verify it. All I have to do is say all I got to do is believe what you're saying, Sean, is wrong. Well, Travis, how do you do that? I need a team. Travis, do you have a team? No. Then how are you falsifying what I said?
Go on. Sorry.
But the fact that's being acknowledged earlier is that doing a calculation doesn't verify a calculation.
Say again?
Doing a
Verifies
calculation doesn't verify a calculation.
Verifies observation.
How does it not?
Not really.
verify?
That just bridges on
Verify an
to what I was
observation
just
by
about to
writing on
say.
paper.
which
That
is
doesn't make
it seems like the Globers want to say, "Oh, it's refaction," until the point where it
was
goes
very
against
clear.
the globe. Hold on. Until it goes against the globe, and then they go, "Oh no, this is what we actually see."
No,
You know, it's like
maybe you weren't
pick and
listening when I
choose
said
when
it
it's
earlier,
refraction and when
but
it's actually what
I made it very clear that the
reality.
conditions and matter that yes, refractive phenomena do cause obstruction in certain situations, but again, even those conditions and the data that you would establish from those days and that observation would comport with having a refractive phenomenon is happening. What are you talking about? Globers do. I don't do that. I've made it very clear where my stance on it is. I understand what can happen and what can't happen.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Sean?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not trying to bring up dirty laundry, but I'm just trying to ask you a question in terms of where you're at. If you remember some of our early interaction with observations that I made on the Chesapeake Bay,
I'm
where
trying to
I
understand you,
showed
but you're breaking up. I'm you're kind of going in and out, so it's really hard to stay with what you're saying.
Okay, was I breaking up for anybody else, or am I okay now?
No, you're okay. You're okay, buddy.
Okay, so when we first were looking at some pictures that I produced from the Chesapeake Bay, I was showing you observations that had different fields of view in the photography, so that you challenged and questioned whether or not I was set up in the exact same spot. Do you remember those arguments?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you still stand by the fact that I gave you different observations of the same target? But okay, hold on. Let me ask my question again. So, do you still stand by that position that I was not set up in the exact same location, even though I had different target observations?
At best, I'll say I don't know. I do not have a verified answer to that. I cannot
Okay.
say I cannot prove you didn't. Is a better way of saying I can't prove you didn't do it from the
Okay.
same spot.
That's fine. I appreciate that. However, my question would be now, is there anything in the photographs that I did produce that would cause you to question whether or not I was set up in the right spot?
No, if I remember correctly, it's kind of vague, but I do remember it. At best, the conditions were different, so the appearance of what you were observing appeared different.
Okay. So it has been my experience, as I have tried, whoever's making that noise, can you go on mute, please? I don't know what that is. It has been my experience in my observations that the information and the literature that I read does not match up with my observations. So that is one of the primary reasons why.
But see, I would say differently, but I would say differently because of this.
Go ahead
Because
and talk,
we
John.
we
Go ahead.
understand that certain conditions cause certain refractive phenomena to happen, and I would say that the conditions. If someone said, "Hey, Travis, what were the temperatures of the water and the air and the time of day for each of those pictures you're showing?" would be very important to come into a conclusion of why you're seeing what you're seeing. I don't know who said it earlier, but index of refraction, refractive phenomena, all that matters when you're making an observation. But also the conditions that make those things happen matter as well.
My issue with this controversy on the globe side is that when we observe particularly objects at a certain distance, at certain distances away from the observer on the water, is that when folks zoom in, the premise that was first held by the Globers is that the horizon, which we see ships vanishing at, is the tangible curvature of the Earth. But then we zoom in with cameras on those same ships, and they reappear in our perspective, which
Gregory, you're gonna
dispels
love
the
this.
notion that the curvature.
So happy you brought that up. Hey, Travis, you've made hundreds of
If I
observations
may
of ships
finish,
and boats. Hang on, you made hundreds of observations of ships and boats. Can you bring a boat
Sean, I
back?
wasn't
And can
finished.
you bring a boat back in zooming in?
Sean, I wasn't finished. I
Hold
didn't
on,
finish the sentence.
hold on, just real quick. Sean, is there any reason why you interrupted my sentence before? Did I cut out because I was in the
Maybe.
middle?
I think
I
so.
was, yeah, and you just kept talking, and I kept trying to get your attention because I wasn't fucking finished with my sentence. I was midstream, dude.
Did it change?
If I,
Did the answer change what you were gonna ask?
Okay, your question right now has nothing to do with what I was saying before. May I finish what I was saying before? Is your silence permission?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not actually permission. You're a grown man. You can, conversation. Go ahead.
I asked you for permission. I said, may I?
okay, go ahead.
My experience in the 4 years that I have been making these observations my experience repeatedly conflicts with the literature that I read. That is enough for me to convince me that the information is inaccurate, insufficient, and in need of remedy.
Okay, can you give me an example of how they say something happens that you have found to be wrong and how it actually does happen?
One of the examples that I can give you is if you look up somebody's got a hot mic. If you look up Andrew Thomas Young's definition of looming and then look at the image that he shows, he gives you 4 different images of the same target, okay? It's the same target, but there's 4 different images. In other words, they're not the same. So he doesn't tell you which one is looming or if they all are or if 2 of them are. It's not sufficient information or even adequate.
Okay, so he showed you examples of looming, and that shows that how we say looming happens isn't real?
No, okay, listen. He does all he does is write paragraphs on what looming is and says, here's an example if you want to take a look at it. But it's someone else's photograph. Okay? That someone else doesn't make a claim about it being looming. This guy just chooses one photo. Like, he doesn't give us a page of 20 and shows us all like what
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay? It's pretty simple to show an example of what inferior mirage is, right? Okay? That's pretty simple. Looming, in my opinion, has not been established what looming looks like.
I'm sorry. Maybe, okay, this question is to anybody else. Did anybody else get how that shows that they're wrong in explaining these things?
Are we talking about gloom and loom?
I bet I could pick out looming.
I don't understand how that even establishes that how current scientist explains it is wrong.
Okay, listen very carefully to what I did not say. Andrew Thomas Young has entries. Okay, somebody's got a hot mic. It's like really loud in my ear. I apologize, but it's just like smacking around. Okay, Andrew Thomas Young, if you go, he'll give you an explanation. But when he shows you a picture, it's not a scientific picture. It's just a random picture that he picked to show us what he thinks it is. There's no proof that's what looming is. He doesn't give us a control.
And that is enough for you to say that current science is wrong.
Okay, when I demonstrate my claims, I give you multiple images with a control. I show you what it is not, and then I show you 1,000 of what it is. He gives you one picture from some
So you're saying there's only one picture of looming on this earth besides yours?
On the
Let him finish
internet.
roboting.
It's not even a scientific.
You're cutting out, Travis.
Sure. It's someone else. Can you
Travis,
show
you're
right?
roboting.
So here it is.
You are roboting, by the way.
Yeah, bring it back. Bring it back.
How about now? Is this any better?
Yeah,
back
much.
from the beginning.
Yeah, a little bit better. Yep. Go, Travis. You were roboting bad.
So, did anybody get the explanation for how it's wrong?
No, he was roboting. I couldn't understand it.
Well, what I got was that it's basically speculation.
Am I back
Hold
yet?
on. Yeah, you're back, Travis.
Okay. I didn't say it was wrong. I said it was insufficient. Insufficient.
Okay. And what?
It's not accurate. If it's the best guess, it's not accurate. It's not definitive.
But then, how is it a best guess if we're able to predict conditions of these things happening? How do we know?
Can't.
I mean, we do know how these things happen.
Can't.
Yeah, we can. Of course, we can.
No, you can't. You can't. No, you can't.
Okay, so when you see it, you can't record the conditions
You
and
show
then
me.
verify that versus another situation.
You show me looming.
You
Go
show me.
ahead.
Okay, Travis, you have pictures of looming, right?
Okay, Sean, we're talking
Travis, do
about.
you have pictures of looming?
I have no idea. I don't know what looming looks like, dude.
Then how is that your argument?
My argument is the scientific literature has not convinced someone like me who's trying to approach the topic open-mindedly. They have not convinced me they know what the fuck they're talking about.
Okay, Travis, then your argument isn't I'm wrong. Your argument is you don't understand that I'm right.
If that's the way you want to.
No.
Yeah.
What is it? Okay. He's saying that I'm wrong and knowing what conditions cause what, and we can look this up. I mean, it is observations that are made
What I
over and over
gather
again.
saying is that the experts are guessing. The experts are guessing, so it's not definitive, right?
If they're guessing, okay, so we don't know that on a hot day, on a day that so the air temperature is 60 and the ground is 80, we don't know that those conditions are going to be conducive with mirroring along your horizon. We don't know that.
You might have averages, but you're going to have anomalies on. You might
100%.
think, oh right, okay, yeah, we've got this temperature and this ground temperature, so we'd expect these conditions. But you might get a surprise because the world is dynamic.
You're right. You're 100% right. You get not even a May. It does happen. Period. The problem is over, we'll say 1,000 observations, it doesn't happen more than 5%. Yet it happens, and these are anomalies, and we can't explain. And a lot of times we can't explain certain things.
Again,
but again, it is kind of definitive if 95% of these observations are understood.
This or 100% that.
No. Okay, then if I am, I'm sorry. It's not 100%. But if you make these observations and you use the data that you have and you use these averages, yes, they are averages. It's not like you're saying. It's not the temperature's this, the water temperature is that. This will happen. It's not that way.
Hey, Sean.
But when you're making these observations, you have to use the data that you can, and the best answer. The best one that makes more sense with more evidence and reasoning behind it usually matters more than I just don't understand it. And I think they're not explaining it correctly. He can't even show how they explain it correctly.
Hey, Sean.
Sorry,
Sean. Yeah, just real quick. Sean, do you know how many from your side I have challenged to make predictions?
I don't even care. I don't. Travis, you know me, man. I don't care about what other people think and say.
Yeah, no. I didn't say what I think. Okay, look. Okay, fine. Then I'll say it to you. Fucking make a prediction, dude. Make a fucking prediction and show us that you're right. Go.
Sean, the amount of anomalies that are in the air, on the ground, under the ground surface, and in the everywhere is so high. You can't be conclusive about any observation at all. You can only make your best guess.
That's not true.
Yeah, I reckon it's true.
No, but I would agree there are certain conditions that happen that are phenomena and can't totally be explained, but the majority of our observations don't account for any of those things. Those things don't happen.
Well, I would say that you're not taking into account all the different anomalies of the Earth's made of, what's underneath the Earth, the water content in the Earth,
it matters.
In the air,
it all matters.
Gases, whale farts, everything like that.
Yeah, Andy, it all matters, and that's why if I make an observation, it's not it's this because I know it is. It has to be backed by something. All those things matter. Humidity, everything matters. Huh?
So you're going by the best guessed average, which is where we have.
Yes, if that's the case, yes, but it's better than the no averages, no data. I just think.
Right, but where's the Where's the initiative to dig deeper and make it a bit more precise, make it a bit
Whoever
more accurate?
the person
I
doing
think
it. For me, all that data is very important. To Travis, it's not.
If you take
I don't think
those
Travis
averages
was making that
into
point. It was just
account,
making the point that it's not definitive. It's not exact.
Oh no, Travis, does temperature and all that stuff? Do you calculate any of those things for your observations when you're making your conclusions?
Sean, do you know why I don't?
Okay, no, see that Jim. No, he doesn't.
Sean, do you know why I don't?
Yeah, it makes zero sense to me. You couldn't possibly come to a conclusion without none of that mattering.
Okay, Sean. The question that you should ask me instead of trying to trap me. Hold on.
I'm not trying to trap you, Travis. I don't do that.
Okay, Sean, then answer the question. Why don't I simply take the measurements, which I have done, where I'm standing? Why don't I simply take only those?
Only wait, distances and stuff?
Okay. I cannot verify that the conditions where I am are uniform all the way across the corridor of 20 miles. So,
Yeah, you can. You can. It's easy, Travis. You can. All you got, whatever you're observing, you can go. You can figure out where the zip code is or whatever an address, and you can type it into your weather app, and that will tell you the temperature of the air around that area compared to where you're at.
Okay, Sean, it gives a general description of the area. It does not give evidence across the entire corridor. So,
Yeah, it would. That's why water temperature matters too.
Oh my God, Sean. Okay, so the reason why I have not personally taken these measurements is because I don't want to rely on the buoy markers. Hold on. I do not want to rely on the buoy markers in the Chesapeake Bay that all 4 times that I have gone to look up the data, they are down. I have no way of verifying any of the water temperatures.
You're just not. No, Travis. What it is you're not willing to do the legwork.
Why, Sean? Why are you interrupting me again? Okay? As a scientist myself, I would rather do those measurements myself.
But you don't.
Sean, would you like to join my team and be
No.
one of my teammates? Okay, so look.
No, it's not necessary.
Not
okay. Oh, you don't want raw data. You want to rely on a second party, third party.
Go to the dark side, Sean.
Oh no. That's the best part. You can do it yourself. That's very easy. Travis just doesn't want to do it. That's why I said data is important to me.
You a part on his team, mate.
It's ridiculous.
He's raw data.
What he's basically saying is, all he's saying is he doesn't want to do the legwork. Are you telling me that? Are you telling me that if you look on your weather app where you live, adjacent to a I don't know where you live, but a community or something, a distance away from you, isn't it going to be accurate?
The temperature could be different at your neighbor's house than it is over your house. So the fluctuation is
even better.
You're going by an average. You're going by an average.
Put a thermometer outside. And put a thermometer at the other side, and it will record highs and lows. It's easy. I mean, there are steps to doing this. Whether if you want, everyone cares to do those type of things, and I get that. I'm not saying it's terrible, except for the fact that his argument is based on not having any of that data, regardless of if it's an average or not.
It's how trustworthy that data is, because how dynamic the world is.
Okay, but if you have no data, then how are you making conclusions?
Yeah, but it's not. It's the way that you're like, oh, any data is better than no data. You know,
it is
slapdash and haphazard.
When you look on your app and it says your location is 34 degrees,
so I'll just
how often do you think that is?
Instead of creating my own.
Okay, so you're telling me when you look on your app and it tells you the temperature in your area, it's wrong.
Well, no, I thought I heard you say something about you had a way of testing you had a barometer outside or something. That's a bit more. Yeah, that's a bit more accurate.
Yeah, you can use a barometer. You can. There are ways to find this data, and if for one person, it's
Because
not
you will
impossible.
find that sorry to interrupt you, but you will find that if you have a barometer, you'll find that will be quite a bit different compared to the
Your
app,
local average.
or yeah,
Absolutely.
you're looking on Google or something.
Absolutely.
So it will be a
Absolutely.
bit different.
Absolutely. But those numbers are still numbers that can be used.
Sean,
I guarantee you wouldn't be
I
that far off.
Sean, I went down to the beach would have been about 6 months ago, maybe about 8 months ago now. And I took one of those infrared thermometers ones, ones where you point and shoot, one of those. And I walked along the water line there and just randomly just pointed it at the water and just pulled the trigger and pointed at the water. And I guarantee you with every 5 steps that I'd stop and I'd point it again, it read a different temperature every single time. It
I
wasn't
believe
constant
it.
at all. Now, it wasn't. Now, we're not talking massive differences here.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're talking, 0.1, of a degree Celsius. But every single step, it was constantly
Okay.
different.
What was the
So,
margin? So was it like I know you do it differently. So it would have been like, I know these aren't correct numbers, 13, and then as you walked, the margin was either 12.9 and 13.1.
probably, yeah, exactly right. But it wasn't consistent. Now, if I had gone out a little bit deeper, where the water was a little bit deeper, the margin may have been slightly higher,
Absolutely.
or slightly lower. So as Travis is saying, as you're looking through that corridor between yourself and your target you're looking at, you're going to be getting these fluctuating temperatures all the way along.
Oh yeah, big time.
Plus, exactly. Plus, plus everything that's in the atmosphere as well. So you can't look at anything with any consistency. You can take an average and you can go, okay, I think.
Would I be correct? Would I be correct in saying that your temperature that you were reading as you walked up and down the beach was 13? Am I accurate in saying that?
Well, no, because it was 13.1 or 12.9 or 13.2.
The average that I gave, 13, is accurate.
That would be
And
an average.
yeah,
Yes.
and that's why, again, there are levels to it. I mean, if you need 8 people to cross the Chesapeake Bay with temperature to measure the water in the air at that point, I mean, you're going to have a much more accurate amount of data to go off of and make a conclusion off of.
Exactly.
Absolutely. But these averages that we do use and we can use aren't going to give you a very far off margin of what's going on across that distance. And again, the further it is, the more of those conditions are going to matter. I agree.
I think that's the problem here is that you're not conceding the fact that it's not 100%. It's not. Well, you actually
No,
have.
I am conceding.
No.
When I say average, and I say that I understand we use the average, that's me conceding to that. It's never perfect. Like across that Chesapeake Bay, I don't remember the mileage, but it doesn't matter. That temperature of that water could fluctuate 8 degrees. I completely understand that, and the air temperature as well. I can see to that. That's not the point.
Right. So, but going back to what you said earlier was that that's just a fact, and because you don't understand it, you don't understand it. Well, it's not just a fact because it's an average, right? This is what we're trying to get through to you. It's not a fact. You're going by
the situations that we were talking about. I consider them fact. What we're talking about now, you're right. It's an average.
Like you feel it's your opinion that it's a fact. Yeah.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
But Sean, those averages that I was talking about that fluctuate very, very little, right? You can get that average, but if you're looking across the water and you're looking across in that water, they've got a channel that's been dredged, right? That temperature can drop or raise quite dramatically in that one particular point. You can have 3 or 4 or 5 degrees difference right there. So now all of a sudden you've got a wall, of a different temperature, which is dramatically different to the average temperature that you have taken, just in your own local area.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and you saying that it explains it even better. knowing there's a channel there would change your data. Again, the margin of how accurate you need it to be to make a conclusion isn't finite. And that's the difference between what I'm trying to say and what is Jim. I swear to you, there's no point in me that says that every observation is the same.
No,
Per
no.
condition,
I
and
did.
I'm
I did
not.
hear you earlier
That's
saying
anyone that says that
not-
shit is
not
just stupid.
definitive. But it was just the fact that you were trying to make it out as if that you're going by a fact, yet, like you've just admitted, it's not. It's not 100%. It's just an average. You know.
I guess the best thing to say would be the amount of data that I established to come to my conclusion makes it more of a fact to me.
Yeah,
That's a
fair enough.
better way of
Like,
saying it.
we would clarify as an opinion, right? Because obviously it's not 100%.
Mhm. But if we're in this forum where we're going back and forth between our two opinions, I'm sorry if you're someone listening in, I would think that someone with a more detailed opinion of why they've came to that conclusion would make more sense to the audience than I don't understand or
Right,
it being
but
I
it's
don't
still
think.
not definitive to those experts in
Yeah,
that field.
exactly.
So it's never going to be 100% to anyone because it's so dynamic that you can't take in every variable to account. It's just too hard.
100%. But in this situation, and this is a perfect example. Me and Travis butt heads with every conversation we have. It's literally something that if anyone that's listening in here now wants to weigh what was said and why, it should be very clear on how decisions are
I
made.
want to say something to what got said. I didn't get a chance earlier because you guys were spiraling, but I wanted to say earlier when you were talking about how we knew how far the horizon was, that it was a little over 3 miles. I was going to say, we know if it was over 3 miles, then we know you weren't holding the camera. Now, were you, Sean?
The problem is I guarantee you, I'm taller than people in here.
Oh, shots fired.
Shots fired.
Yeah,
It only makes sense to the people that have been here a while. Everyone else is like, okay.
Heads know what's up.
And at no point did I even once say, Travis, you are wrong. That's my main thing with Travis. I want him to explain why he comes to those conclusions. And when I don't get a response that logically makes sense, it seems odd how he is convinced of these things without even being convinced, because he has that story where he's not saying they're wrong, but his whole narrative is how wrong they are.
See, like, I would commend you for being so honest here at now, but earlier on you were making it out as if it was a fact and that Travis was just
That's
wrong.
just the
But it's
conversation
not.
and
It's not.
how the
Yeah.
cadence of it. But if I'm called on it and I like now it's very much calm and we're just bullshitting back and forth, I'm able to go into retrospect of what I said and I know when I said that fact, it was based on, like we said, it's my opinion and what I've verified for myself.
Well, I think just from that, like the way you kind of came across in that angle of, yeah, it's a fact, but it's just your opinion that it's a fact. That I think that's what kind of rubbed Travis up the wrong way, is that you weren't admitting that, yeah, it's not definitive, it's not 100%.
But the way you said it and that's why when you said it, I was able to go into back what I said and then clarify how I should have said it or meant to actually say it. When Travis and I have these go back and forth, which we've been actually doing for many years now, and that's kind of why it really gets shouty with us, because there's history behind it. It's not him explaining it like that. It's him just saying I'm wrong.
Right, but I got that from you to him as well, you know.
Yeah,
I think
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
you two, obviously, you two have got something like that's
Oh
what
yeah.
it is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like I
You got
said,
this.
many years of back and forth and interactions in history. We are not just two random people talking right now.
They
Yeah, you're
touched
like
tips.
an old married couple.
They touched tips before.
How do you always gotta go there, Jeremy? That's fucking weird, dude. And when I met up with Travis, my girl was there, and I would never have done that with him in front of her. All right, guys, I've had my fun. It was good talk, Jim.
Listen, you'll be spiraling out of control.
No, I
Sean,
don't
you got to
spiral.
calm down
I
when it
think
gets heated.
I think if we did a poll right now, people would say that Travis spiraled more than I did.
So
you'd be getting that thing going where
Andy and Jeremy, you guys should be able to know for sure that realistically, even if I didn't have any spiraling, it was very low grade to what I'm capable of.
yeah, you got to let fight the flat Earth thing going on.
No, I don't. That's fucked up. I'm
Yeah,
not
Brett's
a
like a
fucking
rumpus
lesbian. I
thing
do
where you
not look
can't
like a
stop
lesbian.
talking.
Bullshit. No, I know I overtalk and I'm long winded, but I am nothing like them. That hurt my. The short joke was funny, but that was fucking rude, Jeremy. That was fucking
That was out of
rude.
line.
That was out of line. That was like that's beyond. That's no. That was wrong.
All right, Sean. Catch you later, man. Be safe.
Yep, have a good one, guys.
Later, Sean. He's got to go. He's late for his meeting with his boss, Willy Wonka.
I like it. Very nice. Willy Wonka. Listen, Jeremy, I think we all know it's not chocolate coming out of that factory, all right? Bulls go in and something else comes out.
Is there any conclusion we can draw from the last hour of conversation?
It's inconclusive, Howard.
That's what I thought.
I could draw a conclusion that, Sean's short.
Jeremy, he's only 3'9". Come on, don't make fun of him.
He's 4'11", scared to jump in a 5-foot swimming pool. Come on, Banzo. We're never going to get anywhere in this arena, I think. Unless someone comes up with a shit ton, and I mean shit ton of money to make a tangible measurement of Earth curve, just ain't going nowhere. And even if that measurement ever did happen, that would still be in contention.
Who's measuring the Earth curve?
What's up?
Somebody's gonna try to measure the Earth curve.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way we would actually get anywhere if someone did like a tangible measurement of it, right? So we could touch some non-optical shit.
They've been trying to measure Earth curve for years, but they never have been able to do it.
Dude, I would like to be a witness to that.
Well, you could if you created a device that could communicate with, say, a couple of ground-based radio towers and use that to fix its position in three-dimensional space, and then put that device on a ship that's, say, traveling from California to Singapore, and have it ping every couple of minutes to those ground-based towers for its position, and then do that for every 5 minutes for the whole trip, and then plot that into a graph or something three-dimensional and see if it shows a curved path or a flat one.
That sounds complicated. It's far easier.
Pretty
just to fly
sure
over
you just made the frogs gay, okay? I'm pretty sure.
Ribbit. Far easier just to fly over Antarctica.
Maybe not.
Non-stop.
And hopefully,
Yeah, that
Well, there are all
would be the
those
best.
buoys
That
in
would.
the ocean, right? That the Navy has all those buoys in the ocean, and it knows their position, right, relative to each other. So that data should be able to show you whether it's they're on a curved surface or not.
Only if you put it in with math and
That
add
sounds
some radius.
complicated.
If you had a radius to the math. Otherwise, it'll just show a level, right? Other than when it has waves going through. Yeah, I think the easiest way would be flying through Antarctica.
Just straight over the top of it, non-stop, in a straight line, no deviation. That'd be the easiest way.
I think the easiest way would be sending a bunch of drones, because if they get shot down, dude, send like a million drones.
Look, they're only shooting at the penguins, right? They're not shooting at drones.
You mean just go dead south reckoning until it suddenly becomes north?
Yep.
Or I reckon go south to like 89 degrees, and then if you're on the ground in Antarctica, I'd just put a flag in the ground at 89 degrees and then go east until I return back to that flag. And that should be just a little circle around the pole.
Oh, so you're saying flying around in a circle will be only a... Yeah, I see what you're saying. It shouldn't take that long. Hell, could we do that in a boat from South America to... You don't even have to go to Antarctica. South America, all the way around to the other side of the South America. There you go, Glovers. That should be feasible.
Yeah, but you know what you get with that? You'll get it's not a straight line. Gravity bent it. Blah 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 blah. That's the sort of shit you'll get, though. That is what you'll get. It's not actually a straight line, no.
No, they say the pear shape is wider at the south, even wider than the equator.
The pear-shapedness. Full moon tonight, boys. Don't know how cloudy it is for you guys, whether you got to see it or not.
So it says it's roughly about 14,000 miles. So from one end of Argentina to the other, going around Antarctica. What do you reckon that would cost to charter a boat for that distance?
It'd be free if we were pirates. What about this apparently rich flat earther? Like, he's not even on my radar. I haven't even listened to any of his videos. I don't know what the guy's like. But why don't he start funding something?
Yeah, I've wondered about that. How come we haven't seen some wealthy flat earther or at least a group that's well organized get together and, you know, do something definitive?
Start proceedings.
Well, they keep telling us that apparently we can go to Antarctica and explore the place. So let's try and organize that. I mean, that's just go down there with the ship, right?
Just make sure you don't get shot out of the water.
Well, that's what I mean. Do all the right things and get all the paperwork in, you know, in line. And
I think it'd be easier just to go around from one side of Argentina to the other. You won't have to do anything other than just sail a boat. Imagine the distance that you traveled. Just being right over the 60th parallel.
It'd be far easier just to fly straight over the Antarctica rather than circumnavigate all over the place. Just fly.
The only scary part would be then you probably get shot down. You might risk your life.
Well, not if there's a plane full of people.
Man, have you heard of what is that flight?
MH317 or whatever, the one that fucking vanished.
You might have a Colombian cartel say, "Here, why you got your boat there? You want to make some money?"
Yeah, exactly. We can fund our own trip.
We've got our sponsors ready, lined up.
Exactly. Just drop it off to the nearest emperor penguin. Happy days.
But yeah, sorry guys, I had to deviate. Had to make a drop. Might have ruined the data a little bit.
And we'll mark it down as a recreation, right? So like recreation of whoever sold from the yada yada place or whatever. Just so we could get some funding. People be like, oh look what they're doing, just da 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 da. Traveling like they traveled in this 1600s. Make sure you take some vitamin C though. I get scurvy. I'm not down for that.
There are plenty of supplements these days. All you need is a few pills.
Blue pill or the red pill.
I said a few. I didn't state a colour.
So what do you want to do? Argentina to Antarctica? I mean, Argentina through Antarctica to Australia?
Start at Hobart. Away you go. That's where they send off a lot of the expeditions from Hobart.
I don't know if you guys have been hearing lately, like, oh, something they're going to admit something that they've been lying about for so long, or loads of people keep saying this, right? Now, what's the only valid thing that you think people, like the system, will admit lying about? NASA, all of that. And for me, the only thing that they would admit is that they've only been flying in low Earth orbit. Now, that's quite a big thing, though, to actually admit that they lied about the moon landing. So, even still, that's a bit of a stretch for me. I can't see them admitting that.
I think
they won't admit it. They'll add to it. They'll add to the story.
Yeah, I think that's what they're gonna. I mean, they're saying they're gonna admit something, but I think that their whole the whole thing about aliens exist is gonna be the next thing they're gonna do, and it's not gonna be a admission, but it's gonna be another lie on top of it.
Yeah,
I think because of the fact that they've given so many hints about the fact that they've, with all the NASA videos we've seen that, oh, we can only go in low Earth orbit. They've already admitted it, yeah. But I think they might actually have to come out officially and admit that, because they've actually left the breadcrumbs. They've already said. They've already kind of admitted it,
I think the only thing they admit is something that they could spin so that it's like they did it for the greater good, the benefit of humanity. Like
Well, that's my reasoning behind it, is because this is the first time they're going to go beyond low Earth orbit. So that would be the reason why they'd admit they've never been beyond it, because they're just about to go beyond it. That's what I think the big reveal that people think is
I
coming.
don't think so. I don't think they'll admit to, inconsistencies.
The moon landing being.
They'll hand wave it away. They'll only admit it if it's in their own interest.
Yeah, no way they wouldn't. They have just nothing to gain from admitting it.
Yeah, they'd have so much backlash from the moon landing being fake. They'd have so much backlash from that.
Nah, all they're going to do is add to it. I'm looking forward to the space hotel, though. That should be pretty groovy.
The space hoax towel.
Yeah, that's the one.
For it.
Yeah. Soon to be listed.
They make finding the names too easy, man. They just suck.
Soon to be listed on Airbnb.
William Shatner, the only customer.
Yeah, why haven't they built on the ISS? Added more and more large sections to it. Why wouldn't they?
Well, it's hard to add to a lie, isn't it?
It's hard to give physical properties to something metaphysical. A lie.
If it was real, I'd be building brand new sections and sending them up and adding them on all the time, making it bigger and bigger.
For real.
Why not?
No drag. You don't lose anything by it,
All the new modern tech compared to when they first built it. We've got to be way advanced compared to when they first.
More spacious modules that are more efficient.
You guys know why, though, right? You know why is because they would have to. They can't actually alter the object that is in the sky, right? So there is something in the sky that's not man-made, and if they said that they're going to add to it, they would then have to change the shape of the thing in the sky, which they can't do.
Right, fair play.
I don't think it's not man-made, though. It could be man-made.
Yeah, that was the one bit that I was confused about. What do you mean not man-made? They never claimed it was an alien.
Right, but let's just say, for instance, it is a natural phenomenon that just happens to be in that shape. Okay,
but no one claimed it. What are you on about? The Globers don't even claim that. They'd be stupid to claim that. It was just there. It was evolution.
It makes sense why you would.
It was evolution.
Okay, my point is if there is something up in the sky that we didn't put up there, and they wanted to use that as a way to fabricate a different story, my only explanation was they couldn't add on to the shape of it because they didn't put it up there to begin with. That's all my point.
Absolutely. They have to fashion the ISS
to look
definitely.
like. Of course, they couldn't falsify the shadow or whatever with their extra part that they want to add to it. So yeah.
So then, how do they explain then this abnormal shape that was formed naturally by gravity that isn't a sphere?
But they don't. They claim that it's what was made by man. I don't get where you're going from. You're already starting on the wrong premise.
No, I get it.
They don't believe it's alien.
No. Travis is saying it's not man-made. So if it's not man-made, it's either alien-made or it's natural. If it's natural, right, it would then have to have gravity. So then it would have to be a sphere, and it doesn't look like a sphere. What's up there? Like the photos you see of it when it's transiting the moon or the sun, there's been pictures taken of this thing that definitely looks like the ISS, which definitely isn't a sphere.
The third option is that it is man-made from a prior civilization.
Or did you mean not made by man?
Well, you have to clarify that with Travis. He made the comment.
What did you say again?
Does he mean natural or does he mean not made by man?
I just mean it's natural.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's where I was going with the gravity thing. If it's natural, you would presume it'd have to fit in with every other natural thing that they say is up there. Is there any live footage of them actually building the ISS?
Nope.
No, I didn't think so.
I mean, I've seen some people post, but it looks to me like it's only from the inside, so it could have been anywhere. But there's no, I haven't ever seen anything from them from the outside, like putting it together piece by piece.
Yeah.
Not while it's in space, no. I'm sure there's a few people saying, "Oh, my grandpa worked on it," and yeah, it's true because my grandpa worked on it.
Yeah. He made the swizzle stick that was attached to the outside of it.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
my granddad made the fin that helps you turn, so it must be real. Docking at 16,000 miles an hour. I mean, come on, these guys, like, I don't know. I don't know.
What's wrong with that?
I've seen some footage of the docking when they have these little puffs of smoke coming out of whatever's docking. Left, right, and centre.
What did you say, Howard?
I said, what's wrong with that docking procedure?
At 16,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That's what she said. What's wrong with that docking procedure?
That's what she
did. There's no she in docking.
What's not wrong with it then? In your perspective?
No, it's just not out of my realm of understanding that's a thing. You know, that two crafts moving together, you know, relative to one another still and just coming together, you know.
Oh, it is possible. Let's not forget, guys, that all of this is possible.
I don't know how to take you seriously, dude.
I'm being serious.
I know. I don't know how to take you seriously.
I think
she said too.
Like the whole escape velocity thing, Howard. I mean, honestly, dude.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay, dude. You cannot increase your speed like the way that they explain it. Okay, so how fast is the Earth spinning up at the equator, right?
1,040.
Yeah.
And so you're telling me that as you go farther and farther away, the atmosphere is speeding up?
No, they're not in the atmosphere.
Okay. As you go,
hold on. Wait a minute. What's not in the atmosphere? What, the rocket that's trying to leave the atmosphere is not in the atmosphere? What are you talking about?
I'm on the ISS. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're trying to get up to that speed, Howard.
Right, fair play.
Well, as the atmosphere thins out, I mean, the rocket becomes increasingly efficient because there's less drag. And I mean, as long as they keep that damn rocket lit, as they keep that rocket lit, it's going to, I mean, the only thing that would stop accelerating is when its speed matched its thrust.
Okay, Howard, you have to understand that the higher you go away from the Earth, the atmosphere is speeding up.
Well, not that much. Not so, I mean, I think it's irrelevant.
17,000 miles an hour is not that much.
That's not the atmosphere.
Okay, so at what point does the atmosphere stop spinning at the speed of the rotation of the Earth?
Good question.
That'd be, I would say something like the Kármán line, but I don't think there's a demarcation of like, here's it spinning and here it's not. I don't think there is such a line like that.
So you're telling me that you believe that the rockets have the ability in and of themselves to propel themselves to 17,000 miles an hour?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Hold up. Let's backtrack just a second here. So, if the atmosphere isn't keeping up with the Earth, like the tip of a hand of a clock, with the center, and it's slowing down, then what of there would be a lag, right?
Yeah.
Like drag. There'd be like drag on the atmosphere.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know that much about it, but I wouldn't expect there to be any significant drag on the atmosphere at the outer limits.
Well, either
Or
the
you
atmosphere
would
is
have
moving with the
expected them
Earth,
to
or it's
take it
not.
into account. Right, they've already tested it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All the gas part have elastic collisions, so it's not like the whole atmosphere acts as one body, all connected together. It's gas. Just gas part. It's full of gas particles moving in all directions.
Well, it is very fluid, very non-viscous. It's very thin fluid. But yeah, it's just like a
What
fan.
mechanism is it able to drag it all along with the surface of the Earth as if it's velcroed to the Earth, like some people like to put it? I mean, I don't see how that's possible.
Well, that's
because
gravity.
there's no resistance on the outer limits.
Please stand by. No, but the answer for that would be gravity. That the air has weight and it's going down, and so it's sticking to the Earth as the Earth is spinning.
But even then, at the surface of the Earth, I would expect 1,000 mile an hour wind westerly at the equator.
No, I wouldn't, because the atmosphere is with the Earth.
It's relative.
No. Okay. No. Okay. No. Even Rumpus admits.
Yeah.
Okay, Howard.
What?
Even Rumpus admits that the physics that we understand and know would dictate that we would feel. Okay?
He does not. He's going to show up and smack you on the back of the head. He doesn't say that.
Howard, I have him saying it on my channel. And I have him stammering and stepping all over his dick. Okay? When I called him out on his bullshit. Okay? So, again, listen. Again, your entire construct, I'm sorry to pop your bubble, your entire construct runs in conflict with what we know physics to be in our own direct experience.
You can say that, but that is not true.
It's absolutely true, Howard. Okay, look.
No, it's not.
I think the heliocentric conception is that the atmosphere is moving more or less with the Earth, but not completely, and that's why you have the Coriolis force that they claim.
Not sure why you're talking.
What?
I'm trying to have a conversation with Howard.
Because Persimmons can talk too. I mean,
it sounded like you were trying to lecture him, but okay.
No, I'm lecturing you right now again because I'm trying to have a conversation with Howard. I don't want one of our side conjecturing what he thinks the heliocentric model will say.
If you want to have a private conversation, then by all means. I didn't interrupt you, so I don't know why you had to interrupt me.
Howard, when we are on a merry-go-round and we are spinning, we feel the friction that exists as we move through the air.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So...
At what RPM?
Excuse me?
At what RPM? I mean, there's multiple things wrong with that analogy. The merry-go-round is spinning way faster than the Earth is rotating, and it's spinning independent of the atmosphere, so you're feeling the wind. That's not even analogous.
Okay, Howard, slow down, because I'm building from the smaller to the greater. It doesn't matter where you are. If you run, you will feel the resistance of the air against your body. Okay, you don't have to be rotating. You don't have to be RPMs. This is just simple physics, Howard.
Yep.
So,
I got.
Okay.
Practice.
So, if you're telling us that the surface upon which we are standing is rotating, then we understand that if we are in motion, we are going to feel the air resist our movement.
Not if the wind is not if the air is moving with
Yeah,
it.
yeah. What would cause the air to start moving with us? That would never happen.
Well, no, not if you're running, but it's not analogous because
Nor would it if you're rotating.
Hold on, just real quick. I'm sorry. Hold on, just real quick, Howard. You have to realize that your answer was ad hoc. Okay, what that means is you just made some bullshit up. What if? Okay, again, that's not how science works.
That's not ad hoc. We're just talking about it. Mind you, neither of us are scientists. So
yes,
let's keep it real.
I am. No. I am a scientist. Yes. I investigate. I don't know why you're laughing, Howard. I investigate and I study the natural world. So I most definitely am a scientist. You are too, Howard. Whether or not you choose to believe it, okay, you understand the physical world. Now, simply because you said that we don't feel because the air is in lockstep, you understand that if we were truly moving in the real world, we would feel the air. But you know that we don't. So now you have to make up a reason why. Not because you tested anything, not because you manipulated anything, but because you just simply said, well, we are moving and we aren't feeling the air resist us. So that must mean, but that's just inductive reasoning. That's not deductive, and that's not based on empirical data. So it is ad hoc.
As Bev would say, model afflicted.
I'm not afflicted by nothing.
I know you don't
my
realize
ideas based on my understanding of what's going on in my world.
You don't have an understanding of what's going on. You're just simply parroting what the science says is true about our atmosphere because the Earth isn't moving. And everyone knows that if it were, we would feel the atmosphere resist our movement. But we don't. So, well, the Earth can't be stationary. So the Earth must be in lockstep with the atmosphere, and we can't demonstrate that, prove that, or model that in any fashion.
Hold up.
Does that not sound like a very convenient answer to that reason? Left lane.
So say the Earth is moving, right? Why couldn't it be like, when you're stirring your coffee in the cup and you're going at a constant speed and the coffee starts, swirling at the exact same speed?
Because coffee's not like gases. Gas have elastic collisions with each other, which means they won't move like that.
Yeah,
fair
but
enough.
it's a globe.
Let's
that's
let
spinning,
this point.
then the gases also have weight.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything.
I was saying if we're supposing that it's a globe that's spinning, then those gases, you have to suppose that it's a globe because of gravity, and they say that these gases have weight because of gravity, so it's still consistent.
Yes, I mean, and to just think about it realistically, I mean, even as a flat earther, if the Earth were spinning, a spinning globe, then I don't see why it's so hard to conceive that over a long period of time that the atmosphere just wouldn't eventually, even if it were sitting still at the beginning and the Earth was spinning and there were 1,000 miles of wind, eventually the air would catch up and it would just be part of the road. Yeah, it would.
I agree.
Okay, Howard. Okay, okay, Howard.
Uh,
Two things, just real
But
quick. I'm sorry.
then you have to explain winds in every direction. You know.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but
just weather.
hold on,
That's just
just
weather.
yeah, hold on, just real quick, Howard. Two things. First of all, you said it isn't hard to conceive. That's ad hoc bullshit imagination right there. Okay, I can imagine whatever I want. I can conceive. I can conceive whatever I want. The problem is, Howard, and I'll say it again, you cannot demonstrate your claim.
I don't need to demonstrate it. It's just a simple
not
understanding of
science.
the concept.
Just imagine you go to spin a basketball on your finger. There's no point at which, no matter how long you spin that basketball on your finger, that the gases are.
You cut out, Rams.
Basketball.
You cut out.
So,
I would,
Yeah.
you know, I would say, according to my understanding, if that basketball were inside a small sphere, like a glass sphere, and there was smoke in that sphere with that basketball, and the basketball were spinning, after a period of time, that smoke in that sphere would start rotating with that basketball.
But what it sounds like though is that you're talking about inside a container.
Well, just for the sake of demonstration and explaining the concept, yes.
So it's not like the Earth then.
We're
See,
just
this is
talking
the problem. You don't understand. This is why I'm so aggressive with you, Howard. It might mean because I love you so much, right? I care about your soul. Look, dude, you can imagine anything you want. Okay? But in science, if you cannot demonstrate your claim, it's not science. It's imagination.
Well, see, I've seen the demonstration where they've got like a top that's spinning, and they put smoke around it, and they pull like a soap bubble over that environment, and the smoke inside that smoke bubble that
Sorry, Napoleon. Can I just quickly ask? Is that in a enclosed container?
Yeah, he doesn't get it.
In the heliocentric model, the gravity is the container.
It's not the same. Then show that with gravity only. You guys can't falsify this model.
This is the thing. You like Travis just said. Like, if you want to demonstrate it, but when you demonstrate it, you're demonstrating it in a way that opposes your own claim, which is using it in a container. Which your claim is that it's not contained; it's an open system.
Yeah.
No, they actually claim that it's mostly a closed system.
But the atmosphere is exposed to a vacuum.
Yes.
So if matter and energy can come in and out, that's not a closed system, is it?
The thing is, like, if you and just think about it, and I'm not being literal, and I'm not saying anyone's wrong, but if you think about it, and we've got rockets that we claim that we shoot up into space, but except for rocket propelled vehicles and a little bit of atmosphere that bleeds off the top, things don't leave the system. I mean, everything's bound to the Earth. So, with that respect, thermodynamically, it's a closed system.
So what about all this ozone, and we're losing oxygen or whatever through the ozone or something like that? How can that be a closed system if it's open?
It is, but that's the thing, and it's like, and I know it sounds like double speak, but it is literally an open system, but practically a closed system. And I know it doesn't sound right.
Can you see where you've been hoodwinked? That they've tried to make it out as if it's two systems.
That's insane, dude. Howard, I don't know how you can do this, man. How can you do that?
I don't feel hoodwinked because I understand it to be that way.
But it's a closed system, but it's an open system. No. It can only be one or the other.
I know it sounds like double speak. I understand. I do.
It's because it is. It's because it is, Howard.
Well, when we get down to the contained situation, you're really taking on the burden of proving that.
Well, Howard,
Well,
aren't
not
open and
really.
closed?
Not
Aren't
really.
open
Not.
and closed? Hold on, just real quick. Aren't
Sorry.
open and closed are opposites, right?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, just because things can come in and out of the system, and we have the occasional meteor that comes down and
So
things like that, and we do
it's a little
right.
bit open.
It's a little bit, but primarily for purposes, things don't come and go. I mean, it's
Yeah,
pretty
it's
much
very convenient.
It's open if the thing has enough energy to leave gravity, which is enclosing it.
yeah. And like I said, I do understand that it sounds contradictory, but it's just a matter of practically understanding it the
No,
way that
it just it falls in line with all of their other propaganda. They contradict themselves all the time.
I mean, I disagree with
a
lot of you guys. I think theoretically it's consistent, but there's
Oh
just
my
no
God.
evidence for it whatsoever. That's my issue. It's like unfalsifiable. They haven't had any
Yeah,
demonstration.
I'd
Wait,
say
whoa! Don't we have 14.7 psi here at sea level? Is that not? Is that not? What do you need to have gas pressure?
What do you mean?
Well, here's the thing. As I travel up in these mountains, I go from around 400 feet in Tennessee to around 6,000 feet in Arizona, and the pressure definitely changes. All my water bottles get really tight, and
Right, that's
so the
fair enough.
pressure does change.
Fair enough.
But I
That's fair
never.
enough. But to have pressure in the first place, what do you need to have?
Containment, which is what they say gravity is. You can't take part of their thing and
This is the
disregard the
problem.
rest.
But see, how can I go
Yeah.
through these variable changing pressures without going through any containers?
That's the thing. These guys, gravity is their container. So, and it can do all these magical things. Like,
Well, if you were an ant, right, in a tank that pressurizes a gas, any gas, are you going to tell me there's not gradients in that? Of course there is. Like, but there's still a container. You need the container in the first place.
Yes, but that doesn't negate, the standard model. I mean, just because that we can show that there's a gradient within a pressure vessel, it doesn't mean that the atmosphere has to have a glass container or whatever, a firmament or dome.
Well, to have the pressure in the first place, you need walls. You need containment, right?
Yeah.
And I have thought about this. That what if you had 99% of a container? So you had a hole, or you had somewhere where it could escape, right? But
well,
if the pressure was enough, if you had enough pressure, if you had enough gas production, you wouldn't need a full container.
Well, I mean, it would require. I think that argument that the gas production causes the pressure gradient, it would be blowing your hat off if there were that much gas production going on at the surface.
Right.
And I like to describe it. It's been a long time since I've talked about it, but if you think about the oceans, and at depth is immense pressure that will kill people. It'll kill you down there. It's so much pressure. But at the surface, you can swim around, and you can dive to 10 to 100 feet deep without it killing you. And the atmosphere is not unlike that. And the way I describe it is like the planet is submerged in a sea of atmosphere.
Yeah, actually, that kind of made me think about like being in a plane and when your ears pop. It has to do with pressure, right?
Yes, sir. And you think about the gradient decreasing with altitude, that gradient will continue to a point that there's no more atmosphere necessarily. I mean, it's not literal. There is the occasional atom here and there, but it approaches very near zero at some point.
Yeah, you don't know that.
No, it's just the model. I haven't been up there.
Model afflicted.
I got model physicality something syndrome.
No.
Was that all?
Again,
Oh,
if we go back to the argument that we were talking about with if we go back to talking about the momentum and the air moving against us, okay, you understand and know that that's what you should expect. Okay? So, how would you verify your hypothesis that your guess that the atmosphere is in lockstep with the Earth?
well, and confirming the motion from my perspective, the observation of the sun, moon, and stars, to me, all indicate a rotating planet. So
Okay,
therefore,
Howard.
But that doesn't really answer his question. He's
That
asking
doesn't answer my question. Yeah.
But I was going further. Therefore, if it's a rotating planet and I don't feel this 1,000-mile-an-hour wind, apparently the atmosphere is moving with us.
Okay, Howard, that is your guess. My question to you was, how would you verify that?
Like I said, I verify Earth's rotation by observing the sky.
Howard, I didn't ask you how you verified the Earth's rotation. I asked you how you verified your hypothesis the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. Why don't I feel the wind blow against my face? How would you verify your guess?
Because I don't feel 1,000-mile-an-hour wind.
That's why the Earth is stationary, Howard.
But why am I observing the sky moving such the way it does?
Because the sky is a mechanical clock set up to
the gears. Where are the gears? What's causing that?
Okay, Howard, it's a figure of speech, but if you want to see the gears, do a star trail. You'll see the north and the south rotations meet together just like gears do. So it was a figure of speech, but simply
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay.
Yeah, the northern and southern hemisphere meet at the equator, and that's what we would expect on a rotating planet.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. On a moving surface, you're going to have linear motion. You're never going to have diverging trails. Not only that, but even if you did have a center point, if you're at the equator and you allegedly are rotating and you allegedly have a celestial equator as well, any lateral movement, north or south, that equator is going to follow you. You're going to have a brand new equator directly above you every time you move to a different location. The only way that you can actually, again, verify, just like the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with the Earth, the only way that you can verify that a rotating body will produce opposing star trails is to create a model and show me, but you can't.
Well, the only place that I would expect to see what you said should be linear would be at the equator, and I wouldn't expect any other rest of the observation to be
The
linear.
problem with that is you can't say what you would expect to see because you only see what is there. Both rotations are in the sky.
Yeah, and what I will get, what I, you know, the way that, and I'm not saying that flat Earth has a model, but to imagine a flat Earth with the sky rotating above, centered at the North Pole. If I look south, I would expect to see those stars moving in a linear fashion across the horizon, rather than also rotating.
Why would you do that if the sky is doing what it's doing? That's all
that's the problem.
No, there's no problem. That's just what the sky is doing.
It is a problem. It is a problem.
It is not a problem. The reason why it's not a problem is because you can't even create a flat Earth model to verify your problem. See,
No,
you can't.
I can't create your model.
Wait, what is the problem?
The southern pole, the southern southern celestial pole.
But Howard, it sounds like you're kind of assuming a model of how the sky might work over a flat planar Earth, and then you can't figure out how the model you're assuming, or you can't think of a way it's working. Right? Is that? I mean,
exactly. I can't come up with an explanation why the southern sky looks the way it does on the flat Earth.
Right, but you would agree that let's just say that you're a creator and you could create anything you wanted. You could have a planar Earth and you could have any sky doing anything in the world, right? It could be swirlies, it could be pinwheels, it could be anything in the world, and that would just be what the sky is, right? Just like you can have a chandelier on your ceiling, you can have any kind of light on your ceiling. So
yeah, but I understand. But in our world, as we understand it in reality, I don't know of any phenomena that would create South America to see a southern pole and South Africa to see the same southern pole and Australia to see the same southern pole. You know, I just couldn't see them all sharing the same sky at night.
Okay, so because you can't do that, you're just ruling it out because you don't yet understand it or understand how it might be working?
The thing is, I can understand and accept that what I see in the northern and southern hemispheres at night indicate to me a rotating planet.
Okay, so does that mean it is a rotating planet?
No, I will, you know, for the sake of being considerate and appreciating others' positions, I will say no. It doesn't necessarily prove anything to me. I mean, it just indicates to me a rotating planet, and that explains my position, so to speak. But I am, you know, considerate and open to anyone's opinion about anything. You know.
I got you. So it's just that the way the sky works in your mind fits on the way it might work if the Earth was a globe. Therefore, it's leaning that way for you. But see, the thing you were saying before is that there's no way it could work on a planar surface, and that's the part I don't agree with.
Yeah, I said I don't think I was that definitive, except saying that I can't come up with any physiology in the way that I understand physics that would explain the southern sky on a flat Earth.
I got you. Yeah, maybe you were not.
I agree with that.
As definitive as that.
You know,
yeah,
maybe I think that's the strongest proof for, you know, the globe is the southern whatever. If we're assuming that it's the same set of natural laws that we have on terra firma, then we don't know that, right? So.
But what is it in this south sky observation that destroys the flat Earth? What is it? What is it about it that makes you think you're spinning?
It just That's the way it looks.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand where you're coming from with that. Like I've always said, the southern sky rotation, I can understand why people think that works on a globe, and even why it might indicate that they're on a globe. Like I can understand that. I don't think we're on a globe, but I do think that it correlates enough with a general idea or model of it that I can see at least why, you guys think that it does reflect that.
Yeah, I thought
But
just
the Jim Jam,
for the audience sake, for him to, at least,
yeah, I was gonna say you
word
specified. Sorry, you
why he
specified
believes
rotating,
that. Right.
but that it doesn't necessitate rotating, right?
Well,
It's a
this is
proof
the
for
thing.
it
Like,
being a
what is
globe.
it about it that makes him think that it proves the globe? Not that he's taken that, or what is it about it that makes more sense that the Earth is spinning?
Yeah, left lane. He's just asking you to be specific about the southern sky.
I don't know of any. I mean, I don't know of any explanation for it other than rotating planet, and
For
that's
what?
that's all I can say about it.
Explanation for what specifically?
The way the southern sky looks. What it do.
What's
so Jim Jam? It's the southern celestial pole.
But that's what I'm saying. Well, like, what is so controversial, or what's so out of the ordinary about that star
Well,
path?
a lot of people have tried to model and come up with hypotheses and theorize, and they've tried to draw some things and illustrate, but I don't think there's anything that's ever been shown definitively of why the southern celestial pole looks the way it does on a flat Earth.
Or why there even is one. That's what's so curious.
Yeah, the idea is that the simplest understanding for having two poles, and like the one going counterclockwise, the other one going clockwise, is that they form a sphere, a celestial sphere, and that even like flat Earth kind of civilizations from time immemorial believed in the celestial sphere. And that's why, in the end, I try to be fair and remind myself that it is possible. All the crap that they're saying, without evidence, obviously, none of it, but it is possible that, what they're saying is true just without them doing,
Well, that's
exactly
maths,
honest thing of
so
showing.
isn't it? Anything can be possible in maths when you don't have the distance or the size of the object. Then you can make up any story you want.
True, but I'm not talking about the math. I'm talking about just how, the consistency of the observations and the explanation for them. Like the whole point is that we don't have enough information to automatically discard. We can be skeptical of the globe and what have you, but we don't have enough information to say it definitely isn't that.
Well, that's questionable.
That's fair. Like, say they came up with an experiment where they had like vertical Cavendish, and they showed that there is an attraction. They introduced the mass, and there was more traction, more acceleration downwards, right? And this is an experiment where you could take that mass out, put the mass in, and notice that there's a difference in terms of like an object falling down, the acceleration of said object. That would be proving this mass attracting mass type of thing. It could be due to like electromagnetism, right? But it'll still have the same effect of a mass accelerating faster because another mass was introduced.
Yeah, but are they taking every variable into account? This is the problem. Like, are
Well,
they
it would be an
taking into
experiment where
account
they only
the tube train that's underneath them, this big huge mass that could be altering the experiment, a plane going overhead that could
Yes.
be altering this
You know,
huge mass. That's
Short
One
answer,
of the-
yes,
one of the-
because it's an experiment
yes.
where the only thing they change is the independent variable, which would be introducing a mass underneath, like the gravimeter or whatever they're using, right?
But that's
So,
not to say
you
that an
do it again and
aeroplane can't
again.
affect this,
Well,
or
I
a
think
tube, or a train can't affect this, or a car going past can't affect
Yeah,
this.
this-
Like, how can
I-
they take in that for account? They can't.
Because you do it
I
enough
think-
times to get rid of the anomalies. Go ahead, Lefty.
Yeah, Liz, I
left us on the
think
plane.
one of the most significant videos that Blue did with his Cavendish, he accidentally left his camera on and running on a live stream that for like 24 hours, and the apparatus was in neutral. The balls were away from the little balls, and the dot sat perfectly still. A storm went overhead. There, he lives near a road. There was traffic, you know, and all this stuff that went on over that 24 hours. The apparatus didn't move.
Right, so that's to say that it's not affected by traffic, by cars, but it doesn't say that it's not affected by aeroplanes or trains or anything with a higher mass.
Right. I believe that if he was to set a table saw, you know, a big iron, you know, cast iron table saw in vicinity of the apparatus, I believe that absolutely would affect it, but just due to the mass.
Because this is the thing, it goes into their claim, which is mass attracting mass. Like, you have all these huge masses that are surrounding the experiment. How can it ever be definitive?
Yo, like straight up, if they had a gravimeter and
A what?
A gravimeter or a vertical Cavendish apparatus, and they had it in a vacuum chamber controlling for temperature and pressure variation, and the only thing they did was underneath that gravimeter introduce a mass, and it made the gravimeter, like the thing inside, accelerate faster, and they took it away and it went slower again, brought the mass back, went faster again, you know, reproduced it a bunch of times, then that for me would be scientific evidence that there is this effect, mass attracting mass, or electromagnetism attracting
Right, but their
electromagnetism,
claim
whatever it
is
is.
that the mass attracts mass. So any large mass would affect the experiment. This is my point. This is their
You're
claim.
not understanding me though. It'll be at the
But
same
this is their
exact
claim.
position.
Like, how would an aeroplane not affect that experiment?
Yeah, that's why you do it again and again, and you get rid of these potential sources of error, right?
Right, you'd have to do it somewhere stranded, somewhere where you have the least amount of external.
Not necessarily, because you're leaving everything the same. So even if there's airplanes that go above every once
No,
in a while,
but
or what
in
have
this way, you can rule it out. You can say that has no effect because you're far enough away.
you. I don't know if you're like not getting what I'm putting down, but basically, if airplanes fly above, right? They have
Right.
a 50-50 chance of flying without the mass versus with the mass. If you're doing it enough times,
Wait, what do you mean?
and
You have a 50-50 chance to fly
because
with
either you have
without
the mass
What do you mean?
underneath this gravimeter, or you don't, right? And you're
Wait, no,
testing
no,
it
no,
again
no,
and
no,
again.
no, 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 no. The aeroplane is a huge mass. It's going to affect because their claim is mass attracts mass, right? So it's going to, if it's in the vicinity, it's going to affect the experiment no matter what, right?
I agree with you, but it's also as likely to happen when the mass is not there as when it is there. So it's basically a variable that happens for both sides of the equation, for the control and for what's manipulated. You understand?
Yeah, but for me, a control would be somewhere stranded where you don't have these
That's not necessarily
anomalies.
what control is. It doesn't have to be zero. It's as long as it's controlled. It's not changing, right?
Hey, Howard.
Yeah, man.
Did I hear you say with Blue's Cavendish experiment that you thought that if he was to put his big cast iron table saw next to that experiment, it would have, in your opinion, some effect?
Yeah.
Yeah? What?
Yeah.
You should suggest that to him and see if it does.
Well, University of Tennessee has taken possession of his apparatus at the university now.
Well, they confiscate it.
Yeah, Blue's going down in history at the University of Tennessee.
Oh, well, good for him. Good for him.
Yeah.
Is there any proof of this?
Of what?
What you just said?
Oh, yeah, I've seen it at the university. It's in the physics lab at the University of Tennessee.
It is an impressive piece of woodwork that he's done. It most